Hello guys, welcome again. Like this video now, for more interesting daily updates. Chapter 1. Wild Continent, East Wild. The first holy teaching, the peak of enlightenment. It was early morning, next to Wudao Peak. Several figures gathered from all directions. These people, both men and women, dressed in the same Taoist uniform, saluted respectfully towards the man at the top of the mountain. Greetings, Master. Peak. A man in a black robe sat cross-legged, his back hazy, emitting a mysterious aura. No need to be polite, just sit quietly. The man in black robe turned around, and in the light of the rising sun, his face looked like a banished immortal in a painting. Yes, Master. A group of disciples sat cross-legged, comprehending the Tao. Wudao Peak is an excellent place for cultivation for the Qingxue sect. Among the disciples of each generation, only the Master's direct disciples are qualified to practice here. Looking at the disciples in front of him, the black-robed man's eyes revealed a look as if he were in another world. His name is Su Chen, and he is a time traveler. 3 days ago, due to an accident, he traveled to this mysterious fantasy world and became the leader of the Qingxue sect. The Qingxue sect sounds powerful, but in fact it is just a small force. In the eastern wilderness where holy lands and dynasties abound, he is not even worthy of a name, and he is just a cultivator in the late Dao Palace realm. The realm of this world is divided into 3 major areas, namely the human realm, the divine realm, and the immortal realm. There are several realms in the human realm alone, from low to high, physical body, foundation building, sea of suffering, Taoist palace, spiritual bridge, the other shore, and mortal transformation. The Dao Palace realm is nothing in the human realm, let alone the latter 2 realms. Su Chen himself is a person with limited talent, so he can only stay in a small place and be the leader. Su Chen was still a little panicked about this. As we all know, in the fantasy world, the law of the jungle is unchangeable. The strong can travel all over the world, move mountains and fill the sea, and shatter the stars with ease, while the weak are like ants, who can only hide in the corners of the world and cower in fear. Not to mention that he is a cultivator at the Dao Palace level, even the entire Qingxue sect can be destroyed in the blink of an eye in front of a strong man. Well. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the God-level investment system. The novice gift package has been distributed. At this moment, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in Su Chen's mind. God-level investment system? Newbie gift pack. Sure enough, as a time traveler, the system is standard. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Su Chen was delighted and murmured, "System, introduce your functions." Dear host, this system has only one function, to invest in the child of destiny. The host can use this system to discover the future child of destiny and make investments. The host can receive different rewards for each investment. The reward levels are white, yellow, green, blue, purple, gold, and colorful. The rewards for each level also vary accordingly. When encountering a child of destiny that is worth investing in, the system will immediately remind the host. The rewards the host receives are not only system rewards, but also other unexpected surprises. Investing in destiny's child? That's quite unusual. Su Chen's face was filled with joy, and he murmured. The system just said that in addition to the system rewards, I might also get an unexpected surprise. This made Su Chen very confused. What exactly was this unexpected surprise? But since I haven't invested yet, I'm still a little confused about this unexpected surprise. Su Chen took a deep breath, calmed himself down, and then directly opened the novice gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level talent, Eye of the Future. Would you like to merge it? God-level talent? Eyes of the Future. Su Chen's heart was shocked and he repeated in a low voice. The name of this talent sounds awesome, and it's God level. If nothing else, it can at least be compared to having double pupils, right? Thinking of this, Su Chen responded in his mind, fusion. Ding! Fusion in progress. As the system's prompt sounded, Su Chen closed his eyes tightly. A burning sensation surged into his eyes and instantly spread to every part of his body. When he opened his eyes again, two brilliant golden rays of light burst out from the depths of his eyes, like two rising suns. Is Master about to break through? Several disciples who were gaining enlightenment nearby felt Su Chen's changes, opened their eyes, and looked at Su Chen with throbbing hearts. To them now, Su Chen, who is in the late Dao Palace realm, is simply a high and mighty, untouchable existence. At this time, Su Chen had successfully integrated the Eye of the Future. Apart from the warm feeling flowing through his body, he did not have any other feelings. It did not transform him, nor did it greatly increase his strength. Eye of the Future, a god-level talent that can see into the future of others. Su Chen looked at the introduction of the Eye of the Future in front of him and fell silent. That's it? God-level talent? See other people's future? He doesn't want this. What he needs is to improve his strength. But now it seems that there is no hope of improving his strength, and Su Chen can only accept this god-level talent helplessly. Then, he used the Eye of the Future and slowly scanned the disciples in front of him. In an instant, the future information of these disciples flooded into Su Chen's mind. Name, Gu Yang. Identity, disciple of the First Saint sect. Future direction of life, at the age of 20, the sea of suffering is opened up, at the age of 30, the sea of suffering is completed, at the age of 100, the spiritual bridge is successfully built, and the life ends here. Life script, none. Name, Zhan Taimingyu. Identity, second disciple of the Chesheng sect. Future life direction, open up the sea of suffering at the age of 19, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 100, successfully transform into immortal at the age of 500, and ignite the divine fire. Life script, supporting role in a mortal's journey to immortality. Name, Mu Qingxue. Identity, third disciple of the Chesheng sect. Future direction of life, successfully build the foundation at the age of 30, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 100, ignite the divine fire at the age of 800, prove the immortal body at the age of 3000, and achieve the position of the great emperor at the age of 9000. Life script, the protagonist of a mortal's journey to immortality. What the hell? Achieve the status of a great emperor after 9000 years. Among Su Chen's direct disciples. In the future, most of them will stop at the Lingxia realm. It is quite good that the second disciple Zhan Taimingyu can ignite the divine fire and step into the realm of the divine way. But what the hell is this third disciple? Ah? A mortal protagonist? My disciple is actually a future empress who will shock the world? Su Chen looked at the third disciple Mu Qingxue in front of him with a confused look on his face. He would never have thought that there would be a girl of luck among his disciples. It seems that this fantasy world is not simple. It is very likely that it is a world that is a fusion of multiple dimensions. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a purple investor. Would you like to invest? At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. At the same time, Mu Qingxue's delicate body was covered with a layer of purple airflow that only Su Chen could see. Chapter 2. Purple. Su Chen heard the prompt sound of the system in his mind, and a hint of joy flashed in his eyes. But the next second, he looked sad again. Even if I knew Mu Qingxue's future achievements. But so what? With his talent for cultivation, even with the support of the system, it would be impossible for him to live for 10,000 years. Unless the system rewards him with some magical items that can transform him completely. However, Su Chen felt that there was little hope. After all, The system's stinginess can be seen from the eye of the future that comes out of the novice gift pack. By the time Qingxue achieved the status of Empress, he would have already reincarnated countless times. Therefore, this purple investment grade is of no use to him. Well. Su Chen sighed slowly. At this moment, he felt both relieved and complicated. After all, he taught a future Empress. But when I think about not living to see that day, that would be even more painful than killing him. When others bind the system, they all take off with a bang from the start. And he bound the system. The items in a newbie gift pack are all useless. As for the investment reward items, the system does not even provide any prompts. It's outrageous. Bite. Emergency. Emergency. Host, please pay attention. Just as Su Chen was complaining about the system in his heart, a quick prompt sound suddenly came from his mind. The mechanical prompt sound was very chaotic, which made Su Chen stunned for a moment. What's going on? Is this system going to crash? I just complained a few words in my heart, but it shouldn't be that serious, right? The road has narrowed. Su Chen murmured in a low voice. This system has detected a malfunction, causing the host to travel through time incorrectly, traveling 10,000 years too early. This system will automatically repair itself and will take the host through time again in 3 months. The timeline is 10,000 years later. Playing. Su Chen listened to the intermittent mechanical chaos sounds coming from his mind, his face blank. Can the system also make mistakes? Are you sure this system is legitimate? According to the system, it was correct for me to travel to this fantasy world. But there was a problem with the timeline. He was supposed to travel to 10,000 years later, but due to a system failure, he traveled 10,000 years earlier. And after the system is repaired, I will have to travel through time again in 3 months? From the newbie gift package Su Chen, we know that this system is unreliable. But I didn't expect it to be so unreliable. However, he doesn't care if he wears it again. Anyway, there's no hope at the beginning of this life. Wait, something seems wrong. Suddenly, Su Chen seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly contracted. 3 months later, I traveled back through time. Then the only one who has changed is himself. However, the timeline of this fantasy world and the original direction of some events will not change. In other words, when he traveled back in time 10,000 years later, his third disciple Qingxue had already attained the status of the Great Emperor. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly thought of the function of the system, investment. A hidden light flashed in his eyes. Although his talent was poor, by the time he was born 10,000 years later, his disciple had already reached the level of an emperor. With a great emperor standing behind me, there's no need to panic even if my aptitude after retraveling is poor. Isn't that a sense of security? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more excited he became, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Qingxue became strange. This Qingxue is really a treasure. Although he was excited, Su Chen quickly calmed down. Su Chen had some understanding of the existence of the Great Emperor from online articles in his previous life. This type of being is emotionally indifferent and lives a dull life, similar to the way of heaven. Those who can attain the status of a great emperor have generally already slashed through heaven, earth, and me, and have almost no emotions or desires. But there is one thing they cannot cut off, and that is cause and effect. The shallower the friendship, the easier it is to break, the deeper the cause and effect, the harder it is to break. Although he was Qingxue's master, most of the time Qingxue was alone in exploring and practicing, and he, as her master, did not have much time to teach her. Therefore, the relationship between master and disciple is so weak that it is pitiful. In Qingxue's heart, she probably just felt off for Su Chen, and there wasn't much of a deep relationship between them as a master and a disciple. After all, he didn't make any contribution, so how could Qingxue be grateful to him? Since he plans to take advantage of Mu Qingxue's power 10,000 years later, now is the right time to pay. That is what the system calls investment. Deepen the relationship and cause and effect between two people. The deeper the better, so deep that even the emperor would find it difficult to cut it off. Thinking of this, Su Chen suddenly felt that the system seemed to be doing it on purpose. Deliberately wear the wrong time to give yourself time to invest. Master, we disciples have already understood everything. If you don't have anything else to say, we will withdraw. At this moment, several disciples stood up and bowed to Su Chen. Although Wuodao Peak is helpful for cultivators to practice, it is not suitable for long-term enlightenment. If you bite off more than you can chew, and if you cannot integrate what you have realized and it accumulates in your body, it will only affect your practice. Okay, you guys go down first. Su Chen came back to his senses and nodded slightly. Several disciples bowed again and prepared to leave. But Su Chen spoke again, saying, Qingxue, you stay and follow me. Upon hearing this, several disciples looked at Mu Qingxue with confusion in their eyes. Mu Qingxue was also a little puzzled, and looked at Su Chen with surprise in her beautiful eyes. She naturally didn't know that her future had been seen by Su Chen. Therefore, even if she was confused, she could only respond with a salute and whispered, Yes, Master. After one stick of incense, they arrived at the sect's main hall. Master, I wonder what important matter is it that you brought your disciple to the hall? Mu Qingxue stood respectfully behind Su Chen, her pretty face full of nervousness, and spoke. Have you encountered any unsolvable problems recently? There was concern in Su Chen's tone, a concern that came from the heart. He did not lower his posture and flatter the other party in various graceful ways just because the other party was the future emperor, but instead showed his concern as a master to his apprentice. Mu Qingxue was slightly stunned when she heard this, then shook her head and said, Master, I have never encountered any difficulties. Then why has your cultivation stagnated for so many days? Mu Qingxue's heart tightened, thinking that his master was going to punish him. He quickly bowed and said, Master, I'm sorry. It's my fault that I've neglected my cultivation. Please punish me. Among Su Chen's direct disciples, Mu Qingxue's qualifications can be said to be the worst. Others became personal disciples based on their own talents, but Mu Qingxue was different. She had made great contributions to the Chesheng sect, so Su Chen made an exception and accepted her as his personal disciple. Most importantly, Mu Qingxue has no spiritual roots. His physical condition was also very poor, and his cultivation was far behind that of his fellow brothers and sisters. Therefore, in Mu Qingxue's opinion, the reason why her master kept her here today was entirely because her cultivation had stagnated and he thought that she was neglecting her practice and wanted to punish him. She didn't explain, because no matter what, her cultivation had indeed stagnated. But Su Chen's next words made her freeze in place. Chapter 3. Master knows your situation. It's not that you're neglecting your practice, but that you've encountered a problem. Su Chen said with a gentle expression. As the protagonist of a mortal's journey to immortality and a true girl of destiny, Mu Qingxue would never neglect her cultivation. But it is an indisputable fact that she has low talent. Mu Qingxue was stunned when she heard this, and looked at Su Chen with some confusion. Ah! Did I understand this wrongly? Master doesn't want to punish himself? Master, Qingxue's talent is shallow. Even though her physical body is perfect, she cannot sense the existence of spiritual energy. Therefore, she has been unable to establish her foundation. The second realm in the human realm, foundation building, is a realm closely related to spiritual roots. The higher the quality of the spiritual roots, the faster one can sense the spiritual energy and thus successfully build the foundation. Only after successfully building the foundation can one condense the sea of suffering and open up the Taoist palace. If you can't build a foundation, then the path of cultivation will end here. Su Chen nodded slightly when he heard this. He now fully understood the problem that Qingxue was currently facing. Compared to other brilliant and talented children of destiny, the protagonist of the mortal cultivation of immortals is undoubtedly the most ordinary. Both the process of cultivation and the process of breakthrough are relatively difficult. However, their chance was extremely good. Because he is the son of destiny and the protagonist of fate. Su Chen didn't know whether Qingxue had encountered the divine object, but Qingxue's realm was currently stagnant. It's definitely an opportunity for him. Now I just need to find a way to help Qingxue successfully build his foundation. Then, for Qingxue, I will not only be his master, but my mentor. By then, Qingxue will not only respect me, but also be very grateful to me. This is investment. It is also the best time to deepen the causal relationship between the two parties. Maybe you can use this to complete the system's tasks. Su Chen is still looking forward to the system's rewards. Thinking of this, Su Chen said in a deep voice. You are not lacking in talent, it's just that it hasn't been fully tapped yet. Don't be discouraged by your lack of spiritual roots. Practice diligently, and your future achievements will be no less than anyone else's. Qingxue nodded, not quite understanding, thinking that Su Chen's words were just to comfort her. Disciple will follow master's teachings. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, paused, and said again, then today I will help you build your foundation. Qingxue was stunned at first when she heard this, and then her face was full of astonishment. Master just mentioned foundation building? Only now did she realize the purpose of her master calling her over. It turns out that it is to help me build my foundation. But why? Why did master suddenly care about me? Why would he suddenly help me build my foundation? Qingxue couldn't understand it no matter how hard she tried. No matter what the reason was, Qingxue was still very grateful in her heart. Although she is a girl of luck, she is also a human being. Everyone wants someone to help them when they encounter problems. Please wait here for a moment. I will be back soon. Su Chen gave an order, and then disappeared in the hall. Qingxue has no spiritual roots, so naturally she cannot sense spiritual energy. Therefore, he could only rely on external forces and elixirs to make up for the lack of his spiritual roots. Although Su Chen's magic power can forcibly break through Qingxue's realm and allow her to establish her foundation in an instant. But this method is too rough and will only expedite the process and destroy Qingxue's foundation. Soon, Su Chen's figure appeared in the hall again. He walked up to Qingxue with the pot of medicine in his hand, opened the lid of the pot and placed it in front of Qingxue. Is this a spirit gathering pill? Spirit guiding pill? Spirit knowing pill? And foundation establishing pill? Qingxue was a little dumbfounded looking at the pill in the pot in front of her, a look of horror flashing across her delicate face. There are many kinds of elixirs in the pot, and the worst ones are rare treasures. As for the foundation building pill inside, not to mention that the inner disciples are not qualified to take it, even if the leader's direct disciples want to take it, it depends on their qualifications. Originally, with his qualifications, he was absolutely not qualified to obtain the foundation establishment pill. But she didn't expect that her master would give her 3 at once. Master, this. Qingxue looked stunned, her beautiful eyes staring at the foundation establishment pill, somewhat at a loss. She was naturally very tempted by the foundation establishment pill. But Qingxue also knew that with her qualifications, she was not qualified to take it. No need to say more, these are all given to you by the master. You can swallow them and gain enlightenment immediately. Su Chen waved his hand and said lightly. Seeing Su Chen's serious expression, Qingxue knew she had heard correctly. Then, she took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Su Chen. Then she took out a foundation building pill and swallowed it. She sat cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend. Ordinary cultivators cannot sense spiritual energy, so a foundation building pill is enough to solve the problem. Even a cultivator without spiritual roots can solve it. However, after Qingxue took the foundation building pill, it was like a stone sinking into the sea, without causing any waves. Immediately afterwards, Qingxue swallowed the second foundation building pill. But there was still no response. Then came the third one. After swallowing the third foundation building pill, Qingxue swallowed a few more spirit-attracting pills as auxiliary medicine. But there was still no movement. Her body was like a bottomless pit, swallowing up all the pills without dissipating any of the medicinal power. Su Chen frowned slightly upon seeing this, his eyes already deep. It is true that Qingxue has no spiritual roots and her aptitude is mediocre. But don't forget, she is the daughter of luck. As a girl of luck, how could her physique be ordinary? If Qingxue continued like this, even if she finished eating all the pills in the pot, it would not have any effect. So, we have to find other ways. It seems that this is the only way. Su Chen hesitated for a moment, and gradually became angry. Although their Qingxue sect is just a second-rate sect, it was once a glorious existence. As a former top sect, the Qingxue sect has many treasures, among which is a great medicine called Qingxue sword grass. Although it is now in a semi-withered state, the energy contained in it cannot be underestimated. At least the efficacy of elixirs such as the Foundation Establishment Pill and the Spirit Guiding Pill is incomparable. Moreover, the sword grass is extremely precious, and only the leader is qualified to use it. But today, for Qingxue, for the future and the system's rewards, Su Chen couldn't care less. You stay here and continue to swallow the other pills. I'll go out again. After Su Chen left these words, he disappeared in the hall. When he appeared again, there was an extra herb in his hand. The herb is emerald green all over, exuding tremendous vitality and aura. It has a total of 7 leaves, and each leaf is shaped like a small sword. There are extremely complex patterns on it, as if it contains the ultimate truth of swordsmanship. This is one of the most precious treasures in the Qingxue sect, the Qingxue sword grass. Only the other 6 leaves have completely withered. Although they are still green, the spiritual energy within them has completely dissipated and is obviously completely consumed. Take it. Su Chen glanced at the sword grass in his hand, then handed it to Qingxue and said lightly. Chapter 4. Master, what are you doing? Qingxue looked at the sword grass in her hand with a restrained expression. Although this herb looks a little withered, if you feel it carefully, you can discover the powerful medicinal power it contains. In addition, seeing the hesitation in Su Chen's eyes just now, Qingxue dared to conclude that this great medicine was definitely extremely precious to the Qingxue sect. Su Chen smiled, waved his hand to signal Qingxue to come forward, and said, "This is the only great medicine left in the Qingxue sect. I will give it to you today to help you successfully build your foundation." Su Chen knows the protagonist of the mortal cultivation story very well. Although she is a meticulous person who does not do anything without profit in the original novel, she is definitely a person with feelings and righteousness. Because of the intrigues and deceptions in the world of immortal cultivation, she had no choice but to hide her various emotions deep in her heart. Once when he was going through a tribulation, her little brother became his inner demon and trapped him in an illusion. Besides, not being able to see her parents off for the last time left a great regret in her heart, and she felt melancholy every time she thought about it. Qingxue treated her parents and relatives like this, and I spent such a huge price to help her, how could she not be grateful? All Su Chen has to do now is to help her in every possible way. In this way, Qingxue will definitely respect him as a god in the future. As long as the causal relationship between the two continues to deepen, what Qingxue can bring to him 10,000 years later will far exceed the value of a powerful medicine. This may be what the system calls an unexpected surprise. When Qingxue heard what her master said, she was so frightened that her whole body trembled and the medicine in her hand almost fell to the ground. She looked a little frightened. First of all, Qingxue did not make any significant contribution to the sect. Secondly, she has low talent, so how can she be qualified to take such precious medicine? Deep down in her heart, Qingxue even wondered if her master wanted to punish her by accusing her of wasting the precious medicine. No wonder she thought so. She is a thoughtful person, and Su Chen has never been so enthusiastic towards her since she started working there. Now that he suddenly asked her to help build her foundation, she couldn't help but feel a little confused. Thinking of this, Qingxue quickly said, "Master, Qingxue's talent is low, and I dare not waste this great medicinal herb. Master, please take back your order." As he spoke, he knelt on the ground and raised the Chu Sheng sword grass high above his head with both hands. This medicinal herb is so precious that she really doesn't dare to accept it. In addition, the pills that the master gave him just now were not suitable for her to take. Just as Qingxue was about to hand back the first saint sword grass, Su Chen's voice came to her ears. "What I gave you is yours. I always keep my word. Now all you need to do is sit cross-legged and absorb the elixir to break through to the foundation establishment stage." But Qingxue raised her head and wanted to make another excuse, but when she saw Su Chen's majestic expression, she swallowed back the words that were on the tip of her tongue. Under Su Chen's unquestionable gaze, Qingxue put down her hands tremblingly. Seeing that her master did not punish her, Qingxue breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was filled with gratitude. Unexpectedly, "I never cared about my master before, but he has always been silently paying attention to my cultivation." When she thought of this, Qingxue's eyes turned red and a warm feeling passed through her heart. "I also have more respect for Su Chen in my heart. Master, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely succeed in building my foundation today." Her voice was a little choked. Turn out to be. The master did not give up on himself because of his poor qualifications, but was always looking for ways to make a breakthrough. It was not until today that she understood Su Chen's good intentions. "It's good to have this intention." A hint of relief flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "It seems that my efforts have touched the girl of destiny in front of me." Then, Qingxue sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and began to absorb the medicinal power of the first saint sword grass. Su Chen stood aside and looked at Qingxue quietly, ready to take action to clear the meridians at any time. After absorbing the medicinal power of the Chu Shengjian Cao, Qingxue felt the spiritual power in her body surge, and her originally blocked meridians were constantly eroded by the medicinal power of the medicine in her hand. He, who was originally unable to enter the country, felt hope at this moment. Time passed by little, and with the blessing of this powerful medicine with surging spiritual power, Qingxue's cultivation was also growing rapidly. I don't know how long it took. Crack! Along with a crisp sound, a crack appeared in the last blockage of Qingxue's meridians. Click, click, click. Then, a series of crisp sounds rang out. The crack continued to spread in all directions and soon covered the surrounding meridians. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The blocked meridians shattered and turned into countless fragments that disappeared into Qingxue's body. Her meridians suddenly became unobstructed, and the surrounding spiritual energy quickly gathered into her body. Successfully established the foundation. A look of surprise flashed in Qingxue's beautiful eyes. The realm that had been impossible to break through for a long time was broken through in less than half a day. At this moment, she could no longer suppress the joy in her heart, and a smile appeared on her pretty face. While she was delighted, she was also more grateful to her master. If it weren't for her master, Qingxue wouldn't be where she is today. In order to help her break through, the master even gave her the sect's precious medicine collection. Such great kindness and virtue can never be repaid in this lifetime. Qingxue couldn't help but swear silently in her heart. If one day she could reach the pinnacle, she would definitely repay her master 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Master, I. Thinking of this, Qingxue was about to say thank you, but was interrupted by Su Chen's wave of his hand. Put aside all distracting thoughts and calm your mind. The medicinal power in your body has not yet been fully absorbed. Qingxue was deeply moved when she heard this and immediately devoted herself to cultivation. After she had completely digested it, Qingxue stood up, suppressed her joy and excitement, and respectfully bowed to Su Chen, saying, Master's great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten by Qingxue. If Qingxue can reach the top one day, I will repay you 10,000-fold. Looking at Qingxue's grateful expression, Su Chen nodded with satisfaction, knowing that his great medicine was not wasted. But the next second, his brows furrowed slightly. Logically speaking, helping Qingxue successfully build her foundation should be considered as completing the system's task. But why hasn't the system prompted me yet? Could it be that Qingxue still has some difficulties? While I was thinking, a strong wind suddenly blew. Accompanied by several powerful auras, several figures appeared in the hall. When the strong wind died down, their faces were revealed. They were white-haired old men in grey robes, with youthful faces and white hair, looking like immortals. Chapter 5. When Su Chen saw the person coming, he frowned slightly and waved his hand to let Qingxue step aside. Afterwards, he bowed slightly towards the elders and said, Su Chen, greetings to the uncles. That's right. The people who came were none other than the elders of the Qingxue sect. He is also Su Chen's uncle. After the elders arrived, they bowed slightly to Su Chen. Then he set his eyes on Qingxue behind Su Chen. The great elder glanced at Qingxue, frowning slightly, and asked, Master, has the first saint sword grass been used? They have devoted half their lives to the Qingxue sect and are familiar with the scent of their own Qingxue sword grass. Just now, they sensed that the aura of the first holy sword grass was gradually weakening, so they followed the aura and came here. Now the aura of the first saint sword grass has completely dissipated, and it is obvious that it has been absorbed by someone. Su Chen naturally knew the purpose of their visit, and he did not intend to hide it. He nodded and said, That's right, I have already given the first saint sword grass to my third disciple Qingxue to absorb and break through the realm. Upon hearing this, several elders frowned. The Qingxue sword grass is the only remaining medicinal herb in their Qingxue sect, and it is left for the next leader to take. But now, Su Chen actually gave the Qingxue sword grass to his third disciple. Could it be that his third disciple has some extraordinary qualities? Thinking of this, several elders once again turned their gaze to Qingxue and scanned her thoroughly. But the result disappointed them greatly. Such a valuable medicine was actually given to a disciple at the foundation establishment stage? Wrong. Her foundation building stage. The breakthrough came only after absorbing the medicinal power of the first holy sword grass. No. The last great medicine in the entire Qingxue sect was actually used by Su Chen to build the foundation for his disciple. Isn't this nonsense? Why didn't I realize before that our leader was so extravagant? Thinking of this, the elders frowned even deeper. For a moment, the entire hall fell into an eerie silence, and you could hear a pin drop. Qingxue, who was standing behind Su Chen, was a little frightened. Seeing the serious expressions of the elders, it seemed that the big medicine just now was more precious than she had imagined. Otherwise, it would not have attracted so many elders to hold him accountable. Could it be that this great medicine is? Qingxue had a secret guess in his heart, and the next words of the great elder directly confirmed his guess. Master. The first saint sword grass is reserved for the next master. Are you giving it to Qingxue now to train him as the young master? The great elder's tone was very serious, with a hint of doubt in his words. After all, this is about the position of the next leader of the Qingxue church, and they, the elders, have the right to question it. As soon as the great elder said this, the other elders also looked at Su Chen with questioning eyes. Faced with the elders' doubts, Su Chen would naturally tell them about Mu Qingxue's future as emperor. Even if I told them, they wouldn't believe it. Su Chen slowly glanced at the elders present, smiled calmly, and said, I think Mu Qingxue is a good seedling. She is neither arrogant nor impatient and is worth cultivating, so I gave her the first Saint Sword Grass to absorb. As for the next leader of the Qingxue sect, it won't be her. Before he finished speaking, the elders breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't know much about Su Chen's disciples, but they were quite strong and could tell Mu Qingxue's talent at a glance. I can only say, it's just mediocre. There is nothing special about it at all. If Su Chen were to appoint her as the young leader, the Qingxue sect would probably be finished. However, at this moment, Su Chen spoke again and said, because I believe Mu Qingxue will go further. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the hall was stunned. Su Chen's voice was not loud, but it dealt a heavy blow to everyone's heart. All the elders were dumbfounded. They never expected Su Chen to be so optimistic about his third disciple. But no matter how they looked, they couldn't see anything special about Mu Qingxue. I have no talent, no spiritual roots. How far can such a person go? If she didn't have the first Saint Sword Grass, she would probably have stopped at the peak of the physical realm in her life. Mu Qingxue was also stunned, and looked at Su Chen with disbelief on her pretty face. She really didn't expect that Su Chen would think so highly of her. At the same time, her heart was deeply touched. When she heard the word young sect leader from the great elder's mouth just now, she was greatly shocked. According to the great elder, the Qingxue sword grass is related to the training of the next leader of the Qingxue sect. The first holy sword grass is more than just precious. This is a sacred object that concerns the future of the Qingxue religion. But even so, the master still gave it to me to build my foundation. Thinking of this, Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes turned slightly red, and she was deeply moved. She embarked on the path to immortality and came to the Qingxue sect alone. Apart from her parents, who else in her life had ever valued her so much? Before today, perhaps there was no. But, from now on, I have it. Her master was willing to face the questioning of the elders and use the Chu Sheng sword grass to help her build her foundation. This is such a huge favor. For a moment, Mu Qingxue's gratitude and respect for Su Chen increased again, reaching the peak. Mu Qingxue looked at the thin yet tall figure in front of her, her beautiful eyes flushed red, and she whispered, Master, Qingxue will definitely not let you down. I will definitely repay you 10,000 times, 1,000,000 times. Su Chen said that her future will go very far, even further than the position of the leader of the Qingxue sect. He even left the elixir meant for the next leader of the Qingxue sect to himself. How could this be more than just a matter of importance? This is simply gambling with the future of the entire Qingxue church. This is 100% trust in yourself. I believe she will go very far. Mu Qingxue's eyes were red. This was the first time she felt warmth in the cultivation world. For the first time, she knew. There is also warm sunshine in this cold world of cultivation. Well, I hope you can remember what you said today. Su Chen said in a light tone with his back to her. Qingxue will remember this forever. Mu Qingxue said with a serious expression on her pretty face. Su Chen nodded secretly when he heard this. It seemed that his hard work was not in vain. It was worth it to exchange a piece of Chu Shengjian Cao for Mu Qingxue's words. The benefits that Mu Qingxue will bring him in the future will definitely be more than these. Plus, I've been trying my best to find. With the eye of the future and the system, he can easily accept all those geniuses who have the potential to be an emperor as his disciples. Su Chen secretly made up his mind to send these elders away and then go to the church for a walk. Su Chen was very excited when he thought about traveling with 10 or 8 emperors in the future. What a wonderful future it will be! At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment. Since the host has successfully reached the purple level for the first time, the reward will be multiplied 100-fold. The reward is that the host will obtain the forbidden physique, the Hongmeng Dao body. Would you like to receive it? Chapter 6. Hey! Double the reward for your first investment? Forbidden Constitution. Su Chen's breathing quickened when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind. There are many people with special physiques in this world. People with special physiques are the darlings of heaven and earth. Not only do their cultivation speed far exceed that of other cultivators, but they also have other powerful abilities. And these special physiques also have their rankings. As far as Su Chen knows, Hongmeng Dao body can rank among the top 3 among the 3,000 special physiques. Even the innate Taoist body and the ancient holy body cannot compare with it. Su Chen didn't expect that he would get the legendary Hongmeng Dao body on his first investment. All his previous dissatisfaction with the system disappeared with the appearance of Hongmeng Dao body. This system is absolutely amazing. Su Chen raised his eyes and glanced at the elders and Qingxue in the hall. He suppressed his excitement and whispered in his heart, "I won't accept it for now." The other side. Several elders have been looking at Qingxue behind Su Chen. They could never understand why the leader valued Qingxue so much. No matter how they looked at her, they couldn't see any remarkable talent or special qualities in Qingxue. But unfortunately, the Chu Sheng sword grass had already been absorbed by him. No matter what he said now, it was too late. He could only sigh helplessly. Su Chen naturally noticed the worried expressions of the elders, but he couldn't say anything. It is said that Qingxue has the potential to become an emperor in the future? Who would believe it? Even if they believed it, it would take 10,000 years for Qingxue to become an emperor. By that time, the elders before him would have probably been reincarnated for hundreds of times, and the Chesheng sect would have completely disappeared in the long river of history. No one can afford to wait except himself. All right, the sword grass has been absorbed by Qingxue. It's too late to say anything now. Let's disperse. Su Chen interrupted everyone's thoughts and waved his hand impatiently. He doesn't have time to waste here any longer. Now he is only thinking about integrating the Hongmeng Dao body rewarded by the system. Seeing that there was no turning back, the elders could only angrily throw their sleeves and fly away. Seeing the elders leave, Qingxue also bowed and said, "Master, thank you for your hard work. I will take my leave first." Su Chen nodded slightly and said, "Well, go ahead." Looking at Qingxue's departing back, Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He then sat down cross-legged and said excitedly, "System, integrate the Hongmeng Dao body." Buzz. As his words fell, a powerful force descended upon him. Strong winds blew in the hall, and lines of original Dao began to swirl around him. Countless violent spiritual energies within 100 miles of the hall centered on Su Chen and madly poured into his body. Awakening the forbidden physique can attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the body, increase physical strength, and at the same time feed back to one's own cultivation. Under the infusion of terrifying spiritual energy, Su Chen's body and meridians were constantly tempered. The continuously gushing spiritual energy turned into divine light, shining brightly and illuminating the entire hall. The extremely powerful spiritual energy and Tao principles flowed through Su Chen's limbs and bones, causing his body to undergo earth-shaking changes. Boom! A muffled sound came from Su Chen's body, as if some shackles were broken. In a small palace within his body, a purple arch bridge extends towards the Sea of Suffering. Su Chen knew that he had made a breakthrough. Qingxue realm. But this is not the end yet. The spiritual bridge in Su Chen's body extends faster and faster, and his cultivation level also begins to improve rapidly. The early stage of Qingxue realm. Middle stage of Qingxue realm. Late Qingxue realm. The aura in the body is constantly growing stronger, and the degree of awakening of the Hongmeng Dao body is getting higher and higher. On the purple spiritual bridge above the endless sea of suffering in Su Chen's body, a miniature version of Su Chen sat cross-legged, bathed in purple air. Around the miniature shadow, wisps of primordial purple air lingered. With the appearance of the miniature version of Su Chen, the spiritual energy of the entire Qingxue sect began to rush into the hall frantically. A terrifying aura emanated from the main hall, sweeping across the entire Qingxue sect. What's going on? Why is all the spiritual energy disappearing? What a terrifying aura! Is some great terror descending upon us? What happened? There were bursts of exclamations from the Qingxue church. Even the elders of the Qingxue sect who had just left the hall stopped flying and turned to look in horror at the place where the spiritual energy was surging. That's the sect master's hall. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowing towards the direction of the hall? Could it be that the leader has made a breakthrough? For a moment, the entire Qingxue church was filled with exclamations of surprise. Su Chen, who caused all this commotion, was completely unaware of it. At this moment, he was still concentrating on awakening his Hongmeng Dao body. His breakthroughs haven't stopped yet. If this news were to get out, I wonder how many people would be shocked. Half an hour passed. Su Chen's cultivation finally settled at the peak of the Spirit Bridge realm, and he was only one step away from the next realm, the other shore realm. The awakening of the Hongmeng Dao body also ended with the cessation of his cultivation. A golden divine light flickered beneath Su Chen's skin, and the spiritual bridge in his body extended from the Taoist palace, spanning the entire sea of bitterness, and was only one step away from the shore. Moreover, the awakening of the Hongmeng Dao body greatly increased his understanding of the Dao. Now he stood there as if he was an incarnation of the Dao that had integrated countless Daos. The entire hall fell silent. Not long after, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, with a bright light in them. The moment he stood up, his whole body was filled with a mysterious aura. With a thought, Su Chen lightly pointed at a pillar not far away. Swish! A brilliant divine light shot out from his fingertips and hit the giant pillar. With a loud bang, the giant pillar collapsed and dust covered the entire hall. The overall strength of the Spirit Bridge realm is 10,000 times stronger than that of the Dao Palace realm. Su Chen looked at the giant pillar and was deeply shocked. In that casual gesture just now, he used less than 10% of his strength. But this less than 10% of his strength was enough to kill him instantly when he was in the late Dao Palace realm. Hongmeng Dao body, it is indeed the legendary forbidden physique. Su Chen retracted his fingers and took stock of his current situation. At this moment, he is only one step away from the other shore. If he wants, he can step into the other shore at any time. But Su Chen did not want to step into the other shore realm now. In less than half a day today, he broke through a major realm. Although he is now a Hongmeng Dao body, he is still afraid that his foundation is unstable. This realm is enough. With the strength of the Hongmeng Dao body and the Lingxia realm, I am invincible within a radius of 10,000 miles. Su Chen stood in the hall, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking outside the hall, and murmured softly. It's time to look for people to invest in. After saying that, he disappeared in the hall. Chapter 7. The First Holy Teaching. Purple Bamboo Peak. Su Chen stood proudly on the top of the mountain, looking at the Qingxue sect below with a frown. He has come full circle in the first saint religion. As he walked along, his eyes swept over every disciple he met. But without exception, all of them are unable to invest. He had met at least hundreds of disciples along the way, but each of them showed that they were unable to invest. It is a great fortune for the Qingxue sect to have a future emperor. I still dreamed I could find other investors in the first saint church. How ridiculous! Su Chen sighed softly, shook his head slightly, retracted his gaze, and prepared to go back to practice. However, at this moment, a burst of shouting and cursing came from Zizua Peak under his feet. Su Chen frowned, spread out his spiritual sense, and instantly knew what was happening below. Bullying fellow disciples. It seems that tomorrow I have to ask the Great Elder to properly control these outer disciples. Although the outer disciples are raised freely, if this continues, it will ruin the reputation of our holy religion. Su Chen shook his head and murmured softly. Bullying fellow disciples is a common occurrence in the outer sects and happens frequently. In the past, the elders would discipline them. However, with the death of the previous leader, the Qingxue sect placed all its focus on the inner sect, and the outer sect has been in a free-range state. After saying that, he raised his foot and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to care about it. He just needed to talk to the Great Elder about this matter tomorrow. In fact, there is another reason why Su Chen didn't care. That is, it is really unbecoming for him, the leader of a religion, to personally take care of such a trivial matter. But the next second, Su Chen's foot, which had just been raised, froze in place. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have found a blue investor who can invest in a blood chi pill. Successful investment will reward the host with the imperial grade cultivation technique, Chaos Immortal Scripture. The ultimate imperial weapon, Black Abyss Sword. Investment? Or blue? Su Chen stopped, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He originally thought that there was no one left in the entire Qingxue sect who could invest, but he didn't expect that there was still one. Emperor-level technique. A technique that transcends the heavenly realm. Su Chen's attention was attracted by the reward of the imperial-level technique, the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Just by hearing the name, you can tell the extraordinary nature of this technique. The techniques used in the cultivation world can be roughly divided into heaven, earth, Xian, and Huang. The heavenly rank is the highest and the yellow rank is the lowest. As for what level is above the heavenly rank, Su Chen is not sure. Since this Chaos Immortal Scripture is an imperial level technique, it must be extremely powerful. After all, in the fantasy world, words like God and immortal are not ordinary. As for the top-grade imperial weapon, the Black Abyss Sword, it made him even more jealous. The levels of weapons can be roughly divided into 5 levels: ordinary weapons, magic weapons, spiritual weapons, Taoist weapons, and holy weapons. As for the imperial army, Su Chen still hadn't heard of it, but he guessed it should be like the emperor-level skills, transcending the holy weapons. The magic weapon is considered a mid to upper level treasure in the wilderness territory. There are only a few of them in the entire Qingxue sect, and they may not be of the best quality. With the imperial level skills and the ultimate imperial weapon, I can walk freely in the eastern wilderness in the future. Su Chen's pupils flashed with a strange light, and he whispered softly. Then, he looked up following the prompt given by the system. That is the foot of Zizua Peak. Could it be that the people who can invest are the ones who are being oppressed? A possibility suddenly emerged in Su Chen's mind. Then, his eyes gradually turned cold. In broad daylight, in the open, as a decent sect like the Qingxue sect, they actually bully their fellow disciples. This is simply unforgivable. How is this different from the actions of the devil? As the leader of the Qingxue sect, it would have been fine if Su Chen hadn't met him. But since we have encountered it today, we must deal with it no matter what, so that all the disciples know the consequences of bullying their fellow disciples. At the foot of the mountain, in a jungle, several outer disciples gathered together, pointing towards the depths of the jungle and whispering. Alas, Chu Tian is so miserable. Yet, who made him provoke Cao Yun, the outer sect bully? You too should be thankful. If Chu Tian hadn't suddenly appeared, we would have been the ones to suffer. Deep in the jungle, 7 or 8 young men dressed in the uniforms of outer disciples of the Qingxue sect were punching and kicking a young boy. The young man who was beaten was obviously also a disciple of the Qingxue sect, but his strength was only at the 3rd level of the physical body. Facing 7 or 8 disciples who were stronger than him, he had no ability to fight back at all. After only a few rounds, he was kicked out by one of the disciples. Bang! The boy crashed into the big tree, causing the entire tree to shake and leaves to fall. Puff! The young man slid down from the tree, fell to the ground, and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face was extremely pale and his breath was extremely weak, like a dying person. The kick just now was delivered by a disciple at the 5th level of physical strength, who used almost all his strength. Even a disciple at the 6th level of physical body has to take this kick seriously and dare not resist it head-on. However, such a powerful kick landed on a disciple of the 3rd level of physical body. You can imagine how serious his injuries are. Chu Tian, it's time to give me this month's spirit stones, right? A burly young man walked out from behind the crowd, came in front of the young man, slowly squatted down, with his flesh piled up, and said with a fierce look in his eyes. No. Chu Tian, the young man, raised his head with difficulty and spoke in a firm tone. How dare you talk to me like that? Looks like you haven't had enough. The burly young man sneered, then stood up and kicked Chu Tian in the stomach. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Chu Tian hit the tree again and fell heavily to the ground. Puff! He opened his mouth and spat out another mouthful of black blood. Chu Tian supported himself on the ground with his hands and tried to stand up. But after trying several times, he failed to stand up. The opponent showed no mercy in those 2 kicks just now and had severely injured him. It would take at least 3 to 5 years to recover from such an injury. Even if it recovers, there will be hidden injuries. Unless you can swallow a blood pill. But precious elixirs like the blood chi pill are not something an outer disciple can possess. Even among the inner disciples, few possess blood chi pills. If you insist on forcing me to take action, why don't you just hand over the spirit stone obediently? That's really cheap. The burly young man looked at Chu Tian on the ground with disdain, then stretched out his hand. A skinny, wretched-looking boy trotted forward and began to grope Chu Tian's body. After groping for a long time, the wretched-looking boy frowned, turned his head to look at the burly young man, shook his head slightly, and said, Senior brother Cao Yun, we didn't find the spirit stone. Chapter 8. Didn't find it. The burly young man frowned slightly when he heard this, and his eyes fell on Chu Tian. He looked him up and down to make sure that there was no place on his body where the spirit stone was hidden. That's strange. He came here on time today. Today is the day when spirit stones are distributed to the outer disciples of the Qingxue sect. He specifically blocked the way here to steal spirit stones, and dozens of disciples' spirit stones had been stolen by him. It's only a few hundred meters from the spirit stone distribution point to here. Logically speaking, this kid should have the spirit stones on him. But why is it gone now? Could it be that the disciples who distributed the spirit stones withheld them? This possibility is not impossible. The outer sect is now a mixed bag, in a complete mess, with no one managing it. It is no secret that the senior brothers who distribute spirit stones withhold them. Where did your spirit stone go? Cao Yun looked down at Chu Tian with a fierce look. Bah! You want my spirit stone? Dream on! Chu Tian raised his head with difficulty and cursed with hatred on his face. Cao Yun, if you have the guts, kill me today. If you can't kill me today, I, Chu Tian, will repay you 100-fold in the future. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd who were watching not far away were suddenly startled, and looked at Chu Tian with regret in their eyes. Isn't this seeking death? How dare you speak harshly to Cao Yun? Do you think your life is too long? Cao Yun's background is well known among the outer disciples of the Qingxue sect. He has an inner disciple backing him up. In the past, anyone who had spoken harshly to Cao Yun was beaten to a cripple and thrown out of the sect. In the already chaotic outer sect, no one cared about one more disciple or one less disciple. If nothing unexpected happens, Chu Tian will probably follow in the footsteps of those people today. As expected. As soon as Chu Tian finished speaking, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Cao Yun's eyes. "UBD, you still dare to threaten me? Do you think I, Cao Yun, was scared?" After saying that, Cao Yun picked up Chu Tian from the ground and punched him hard in the stomach with his other fist. Bang! A dull sound was heard. Chu Tian opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of black blood. His face became paler and his life force became very weak. "Future. You have a shitty future. I'm right here, ready to pay you back 100-fold. Aside. Several younger brothers crossed their arms, looking like they were enjoying the show. Chu Tian was the most stubborn outer disciple they had ever seen, as he dared to threaten senior brother Cao Yun. It's only right to teach him a lesson. They had even anticipated Chu Tian's fate. Threaten. This is the most intolerable thing for Cao Yun. I'll ask you one last time, where is the spirit stone hidden? Cao Yun's flesh trembled, his eyes fixed on Chu Tian, and he shouted loudly. Chu Tian looked at him with his red eyes, opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of saliva, spraying it on Cao Yun's face, and said word by word. "I won't tell you." Black blood and phlegm mixed together, exuding a fishy smell. A murderous look flashed in Cao Yun's eyes. He grabbed Chu Tian's sleeve and wiped the spit off his face. Then, he grabbed Chu Tian's throat and said ferociously, "You dare to spit on me? You're looking for death." The terrifying force made Chu Tian's face even paler. Chu Tian, who was already on the verge of life and death, was pinched like this and suddenly became breathless, as if he would die at any time. Chu Tian was about to die. At this moment, a clear voice came from not far away. "In broad daylight, in the open, how dare you kill your own fellow disciples? How is this behavior any different from that of the demon sect? Let's put that boy down immediately." "Who is it?" When Cao Yun heard the sound, he immediately became alert and turned to look in the direction where the sound came from. Just see! A man in a black robe was walking towards them. "Who the hell are you? I advise you to stop meddling in other people's business and get out of here." When Cao Yun saw the man in black robe, he was stunned at first, then he showed an unhappy expression and shouted. The reason why he had the confidence to scold this man of unknown origin was because he realized that the other party had no spiritual power fluctuations at all. "Who is this? I don't know him. He looks quite young. Could he be an inner sect disciple?" "Impossible, inner disciples don't wear clothes like this. There's no spiritual energy fluctuation from him. Could he be immortal? There have been mortals who have entered the sect before. No way. A mortal dares to interfere in Cao Yun's affairs? Ignorance is truly fearless. How desperate are you to come here and die?" The appearance of the man in black robe caused a lot of discussion among the people watching outside. Chu Tian raised his eyelids with difficulty and looked at the man in black robe, a hint of hope rising on his face. But when he realized that there was no spiritual power fluctuation from the black-robed man, the hope in his eyes disappeared, and he shook his head desperately at him, signaling him to leave quickly. "Oh, an outer disciple dares to scold me. This shows that you don't even take me, the leader, seriously." "That's right. The man in black robe is none other than the leader of the Qingxue sect, Su Chen." Su Chen looked at Cao Yun and said secretly in his heart. He has not shown up in front of his disciples since he took over the Qingxue church, so it is normal that these people do not recognize him. "You are not qualified to know who I am," Su Chen said in a very calm tone. As he spoke, he walked towards Cao Yun. The pace seems neither fast nor slow. But in the blink of an eye, he was already near Cao Yun and others. "Let him go, and you can leave safely today." Su Chen looked at Cao Yun indifferently and spoke in a flat tone. Cao Yun's pupils shrank at first. The person who could appear in front of me in the blink of an eye could definitely not be immortal. But then he showed disdain. "Anyone who can appear in the outer gate must have only reached the physical realm, Since it is the physical body realm, then there is nothing for me to be afraid of. Even if his realm is higher than mine, does he have as many people as I do? Can't they defeat the enemy in the physical body realm even if they work together? Cao Yun's cold gaze fell on Su Chen, his eyes narrowed slightly, and his voice was icy. What if I don't let go? As he spoke, he winked at the younger brothers around him. Several younger brothers immediately understood what he meant and surrounded Su Chen from all directions. They are all eager to try it out. Seeing this, Chu Tian frantically shook his head at Su Chen and said in a small voice. Don't come over here, just go away. You can't defeat them alone. It's not worth losing your life for me. Although this mysterious man in black robe has cunning movements, Chu Tian does not think he can defeat Cao Yun and his many subordinates. After all, Cao Yun and his subordinates are quite powerful in combat. Everyone's realm is one level higher than his own. Chapter 9. Not letting go. Then I have no choice but to take action. Su Chen glanced at Cao Yun indifferently, then gave Chu Tian a reassuring look. After the words fell, Su Chen slowly raised his hand and pointed lightly at Cao Yun. Boom! A terrifying spiritual power shot out from his fingertips and hit Cao Yun's dantian directly. Crack! A crisp voice rang out. Cao Yun flew backwards like a deflated ball, and the spiritual power in his body disappeared rapidly. Quick! Too fast! Although Su Chen's finger was slow, it was as fast as lightning in the eyes of Cao Yun and other disciples in the physical realm. Almost no one among them saw how Su Chen made that finger move, let alone how he made the move. The disciples who were watching also widened their eyes in disbelief. What's going on? When did he make his move just now? Did you see it clearly? No. I just saw a flash of light, and then Cao Yun flew away. How is that possible? Cao Yun is at the 6th level of his physical body. Who on earth is this person? Bang! A dull sound suddenly rang out. Cao Yun crashed into a big tree and fell heavily. With a wow sound, Cao Yun opened his mouth and spat out large mouthfuls of bright red blood. He raised his head with a pale face, covering his dantian with one hand, and his breath was extremely weak. You destroyed my dantian. Cao Yun felt the spiritual power in his body disappearing rapidly, raised his head in disbelief, and looked at Su Chen, his eyes gradually turning bloodshot. He was used to being domineering in the outer sect. He had always been the one to destroy other people's dantian. He never thought that one day someone would destroy his own dantian. The second rule of the Chusheng sect is that anyone who oppresses fellow disciples will be killed without mercy. I could have killed you, but now I'm just destroying your dantian, and you can't bear it. Su Chen said calmly. He hated to see people bullying their fellow disciples the most. If it weren't for the purpose of establishing authority for the other outer disciples, Cao Yun would have died 800 times already. Not to mention that he bullied his fellow disciples, just for daring to speak rudely to him. Su Chen had 100 reasons to kill him. Do you know who I am? If you dare to destroy my dantian, senior brother Liu Yang from the inner sect will definitely not let you go. Cao Yun screamed loudly like a madman. He knew that he had hit a wall today, so he had to call on the support behind him. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. Is he threatening himself? Inner disciple? I am the leader. Oh, then do you know who I am? Su Chen suppressed his smile, showing a calm expression and asked. I don't give a damn who you are. Come together and kill him. Seeing that Su Chen was not buying it at all, Cao Yun suddenly became furious and roared. Upon hearing this, several of his younger brothers took 2 steps back in fear. Cao Yun was the strongest among them, but even Cao Yun had his dantian destroyed by the other party with just one finger. Can a few of them, whose physical bodies are at the 4th or 5th level, really defeat this mysterious man? Go ahead. What are you guys standing there for? You! Wow! Seeing that several of his younger brothers were clearly showing signs of retreating, Cao Yun shouted loudly with a look of disbelief in his eyes. In a rage, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Don't forget who has been supporting you all this time. If anyone dares to come up today, I will tell senior brother Liu Yang. Cao Yun's face turned pale as he glared at the disciples fiercely and roared. Hearing Cao Yun mention senior brother Liu Yang, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and rush towards Su Chen with swords in hand. If anyone wants to experience the feeling of losing their dantian, come on. Su Chen stood there and glanced at them coldly. Hearing this, several people froze in place. For a moment, it was neither right to go up nor wrong to not go up. Come on, old man. Whoever can kill this guy will be rewarded with 10 low-grade spirit stones. Seeing them frozen in place, Cao Yun roared. On weekdays, this group of people followed me around and acted arrogantly, and I never treated them unfairly. But now when they are asked to join forces to deal with one person, they are so timid. I still say the same thing, just come. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Brother Cao, I'm sorry, I don't want to lose my cultivation. The wretched-looking young man threw away the sword in his hand and said sorry to Cao Yun with a low voice. Brother Cao, I'm sorry. Brother Cao, I'm sorry. With the first person taking the lead, the others also dropped their swords. Seeing this, Su Chen withdrew his gaze and slowly walked to Chu Tian. Cao Yun, who was not far away, was screaming wildly at this moment, but Su Chen ignored him. Compared to a small outer disciple, your own investment is more important. Your name is Chu Tian. Coming to Chu Tian's side, Su Chen smiled faintly and asked. Yes, senior. Thank you very much, senior. Senior, for your help in rescuing me. I will always remember your kindness today. If I have the chance one day, I will definitely repay you with gratitude. Chu Tian's face was pale, and he raised his head with great difficulty, his tone full of awe. He had been beaten by several outer disciples before, and Cao Yun, who had a 6th-level physical body, had suffered 2 serious injuries. It was extremely difficult for him to speak at this moment. When you see injustice, draw your sword and help. When Su Chen heard Chu Tian say that he would repay him in the future, the smile on his face became even more intense. Then he opened the eye of the future. In an instant, Chu Tian's information flooded into Su Chen's mind. Name, Chu Tian. Identity, outer disciple of the Chesheng sect. Future direction of life, successfully build the foundation at the age of 19, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 23, ignite the divine fire at the age of 26, prove the immortal body at the age of 1000, and achieve the position of the great emperor at the age of 5000. Life script, Grandpa Holder. Su Chen was shocked when he saw Chu Tian's message. The one before him was even more gifted than Mu Qingxue, having already achieved the status of great emperor at the age of 5000. But when he saw Chu Tian's life script, he understood everything in an instant. No wonder he could ignite the divine fire at the age of 26. It turns out that he is the owner of the fire, an old grandfather. I'm so lucky. It hasn't been long since I met the second emperor. Su Chen said secretly in his heart. Then, he reached out and helped Chu Tian up, saying, I see that your injuries are very serious. If you want to recover, it will probably take 3 to 5 years. Coincidentally, I have a blood chi pill that can help you. After saying that, Su Chen flipped his hand, and suddenly a crimson pill appeared in his hand. This. Chu Tian looked at the pill in Su Chen's hand, swallowed hard, hesitated for a moment, and finally shook his head. Chapter 10. Senior, I am extremely grateful for your help. If I accept senior brother's pills again, Chu Tian really doesn't know how to repay the senior. Su Chen heard this and shook his head slightly, saying, "It's just a blood qi pill. It's not that precious to me. Take it. Don't let this little injury affect your cultivation." After saying that, Su Chen stuffed the blood qi pill into Chu Tian's hand. "This. I." Chu Tian opened his mouth but couldn't say anything for a long time. He stared at the pill in his hand, feeling touched. This was the first time he felt warmth in the 2.5 years since he joined the First Saint Church. "Senior." Chu Tian took a deep breath and carefully put the blood qi pill into his sleeve. Then, he took a step back, endured the severe pain in his body, bowed to Su Chen, and said in a very serious tone, "I, Chu Tian, will remember your kindness today. If there is anything that senior needs from Chu Tian in the future, just let me know. I will not hesitate. I've been waiting for you to say this." Su Chen heard Chu Tian's words and said secretly in his heart, "Didn't he do so much just for this sentence?" However, Chu Tian and Mu Qingxue are different. Mu Qingxue is his apprentice, and the cause and effect are very deep. But Chu Tian is just an outer disciple. Although a cause and effect has been formed by my helping him today, it is not as deep as that of Mu Qingxue. It seems that I will have to spend more time with Chu Tian in the future to deepen the cause and effect. Thinking of this, Su Chen withdrew his thoughts, looked at Chu Tian and said, "It's a small matter. You don't have to do this. Your injuries are very serious. The most urgent thing is to go back and get treatment as soon as possible. May I ask your name, senior?" Chu Tian heard this, nodded slightly, and said seriously, "Chu Tian always repays kindness with kindness and takes revenge with revenge. Since this mysterious senior saved him today, he naturally wanted to know his name so that he could repay him in the future. The First Saint Sect, the leader, Su Chen." Su Chen looked calm and responded lightly. His voice was not loud, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, many disciples present, including Chu Tian, trembled violently. Chu Tian pays homage to the leader. Chu Tian quickly knelt down and said with a very respectful expression. His eyes were filled with horror. Unexpectedly, the mysterious senior who saved him was the young leader of their Qingxue sect. "Disciple greets the master. Disciple greets the master." The sounds came one after another. Both the disciples watching from the outside and Cao Yun's younger brothers knelt down tremblingly. Not far away, Cao Yun, who was cursing loudly, also stopped, his face full of disbelief and his whole body trembling. It turned out to be the young leader of the Qingxue sect who was elusive. Thinking about what he had just done, Cao Yun wanted to die. What on earth did I just do? Insulting the leader. Even attacked him. Just for these two reasons, it would be worth it if he died 100 times. Not to mention that he bullied his fellow disciples in front of the leader. For a moment, endless regret overwhelmed Cao Yun's mind. His younger brothers all looked ashen at this moment. Su Chen ignored them, stretched out his hand to help Chu Tian up from the ground, and said with a smile, "You are seriously injured, so don't salute. Go back and heal." Chu Tian looked at Su Chen's spring-like smile, and a warm feeling flowed through his heart again. For a moment, I felt admiration for Su Chen. The leader doesn't have any heirs. He felt like a brother next door. "Thank you for the medicine, master. I will practice hard and not let you down." Chu Tian's eyes were a little red, his expression was serious, and he bowed. "I am full of gratitude towards Su Chen. It was the first time for him to feel warmth in this cold and ruthless cultivation world. It's good to have this intention." A hint of relief flashed in Su Chen's eyes. The cause and effect between the two of them has deepened, and this is the effect he wants. Afterwards, Chu Tian limped away. Su Chen stood there and watched Chu Tian's back disappear from his sight. The system's prompt sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your investment. Reward, the Imperial Grade Technique, Chaos Immortal Scripture. Reward, the Imperial Weapon, the Black Abyss Sword. Would you like to receive it? Su Chen glanced around, suppressed his excitement, and said secretly, "Not yet." After saying that, he slowly turned around, his eyes gradually becoming colder. The leader of the sect has not appeared for a long time, and these outer disciples no longer care about the elders or the leader. It's time to reorganize the outer sect, so as not to embarrass the Qingxue sect. Teach. Master. Cao Yun was trembling all over, his voice was hoarse, and he tried desperately to get up. But his injuries were too severe and he couldn't get up despite trying several times. You guys go call Gu Yang over. Su Chen looked up and pointed at the disciples watching outside and spoke. Several disciples trembled all over, stood up from the ground shakily, and nodded quickly. Disciple will go and ask senior brother Gu Yang to come over. They have been in the Qingxue sect for several years, and they have rarely seen the sect leader, let alone the inner disciples. Now that the leader suddenly appeared in front of them, these outer disciples were naturally terrified. Afterwards, they quickly left the foot of Zizua Peak and headed towards the inner gate. You guys go call inner sect member Lu Yang over. Su Chen looked at Cao Yun's younger brothers and said lightly. As soon as these words were spoken, Cao Yun, who was not far away, turned even paler. He knew that his backer, senior brother Lu Yang, would also be doomed today. At this moment, he was regretting it so much. If he had known that the leader would appear today, he would never have tried to snatch the spirit stones. If I had known I would stop being so mean, why would I insult the leader for no reason? Unfortunately, there's no point saying anything now. Yes. Disciple will go right away. Upon hearing this, the younger brothers felt as if they had been granted amnesty. They quickly got up from the ground and ran towards the inner door without looking back. Teach. Master, I know I was wrong. I hope you will be magnanimous and forgive me this time. Disciple promises that there will definitely not be a next time. Cao Yun endured the severe pain and kowtowed to Su Chen repeatedly, hoping to gain Su Chen's forgiveness. Su Chen glanced at Cao Yun lightly and chuckled. You know you're wrong? What's your fault? Didn't you just say that inner sect Lu Yang wouldn't let me go? Then let's wait until he arrives. After saying that, Su Chen waved his hand and a wooden chair appeared out of thin air. He sat down on the chair, closed his eyes, and waited quietly for Gu Yang and Lu Yang to arrive. When Cao Yun heard this, the flesh on his face trembled and he felt extremely regretful. I know I was wrong. I didn't know the identity of the leader before. No matter how he talked, Su Chen never opened his eyes. Chapter 11. Buzz. Not long. A streak of light flew across the peak of Zizua Peak and finally landed at the foot of the mountain. Su Chen's eldest disciple, Gu Yang, quickly came to his side, bowed respectfully, and said, Disciple greets master. Coming. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, his face like a banished immortal was calm, and he spoke lightly. Master, what is your command for me to come here? Gu Yang glanced at Cao Yun, whose dantian was broken and whose energy was weak, and his face was full of confusion. He recognized Cao Yun's identity at a glance and also felt the familiar aura coming from him. He didn't understand why Su Chen would eliminate an outer disciple. Could it be that this outer disciple in front of me has made the master unhappy? But master has always been very kind. For a moment, countless possibilities flashed through Gu Yang's mind. As a senior disciple of my holy sect, you should be very familiar with the sect's rules, right? Master asks you, what is the crime of bullying your fellow disciples? Su Chen didn't know what was in Gu Yang's mind. His tone was still very calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Upon hearing this, Gu Yang's expression suddenly became serious, and he said respectfully, Anyone who bullies his fellow disciples should have his cultivation abolished and be expelled from the first saint sect. Cao Yun felt a chill in his heart when he heard this. In the early holy religion, who doesn't know the name of Gu Yang? Gu Yang is not only the eldest disciple of the leader, he also has another identity that makes the disciples of the Cheshung sect very scared. That is, the head of the law enforcement hall of the Cheshung sect. Except for the elders, most disciples of the Cheshung sect fear entering the law enforcement hall the most. It is said that no one has ever walked out of the law enforcement hall alive. What crime should be committed for scolding the leader, snatching spirit stones from fellow disciples, and abolishing their cultivation? Su Chen looked indifferent and continued to ask questions. Gu Yang was slightly stunned when he heard this. He glanced at Cao Yun and suddenly understood. Master, all crimes will be punished. There was a flash of coldness in Gu Yang's eyes, and he said in a cold voice. Not to mention the other charges, just scolding the leader was enough to make him want to kill. As for Su Chen, these disciples have great respect for him. Unexpectedly, there would be an outer disciple who was so blind as to dare to scold Su Chen. This is simply unbearable for him. Okay, then you handle the rest. Su Chen nodded slightly, stood up, and put away the chair. By the way, there's another inner disciple named Lu Yang who will be arriving soon. You should also take him to the law enforcement hall for processing. Also, interrogate his several younger brothers together. If any of them violate the sect's rules, they will be dealt with according to the sect's rules. I don't want to see the outer gate in such a mess next time. Su Chen glanced at Gu Yang and said slowly. Gu Yang's heart trembled, and his expression became serious. He quickly said, Disciple will definitely not let master down. Su Chen nodded, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Farewell, master. Gu Yang stood where he was, bowed, and shouted in the direction where Su Chen disappeared. In the master's hall, Su Chen's figure slowly appeared, and with a wave of his hand, he closed the door of the hall tightly, and then he couldn't wait to collect the investment rewards. He did not choose to punish Cao Yun personally. First of all, it's unnecessary and too uncool. To him, Cao Yun was just an outer disciple, and it was enough to let Gu Yang handle this small matter. Secondly, it would be shameful for him, the leader of a sect, to personally punish an outer disciple. If it got out, it would be shameful. Of course, the most important point. That is, how can Cao Yun compare to the investment rewards? The world is big, but the biggest reward is from the system. System, receive the Black Abyss sword. As soon as the words fell, a dark light emerged. A black long sword reveals an aura of supreme terror. The hilt of the long sword is decorated with black and gold dragon-shaped gilded patterns extending upwards, which is vivid and lifelike, as if there is a dragon soul roaring. The sword body was shining with silver light and was extremely sharp, as if it could destroy all the tangible things in the world, which was frightening. Su Chen knew at the moment he saw the Black Abyss sword. It is definitely the most suitable weapon for me. Su Chen swore that he didn't think the Black Abyss sword was the most suitable weapon for him just because of its grade. Su Chen's eyes lit up and he reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword. Buzz! In an instant, an ancient and majestic dragon roar sounded. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious and terrifying purple gold dragon with raging demonic flames broke free from the sword, with an astonishing aura, and headed straight towards Su Chen. Roar! Su Chen was not afraid at all and looked directly into the dragon eyes of the purple gold demon dragon. His eyes were burning. The purple gold dragon miraculously stopped when he stared at it. As if frightened by Su Chen's gaze, the majestic dragon eyes looked Su Chen up and down. Then it surrounded his body and penetrated directly into his body. Buzz! The Black Abyss sword trembled slightly and no longer resisted. Black Abyss recognizes its master. When Su Chen saw this scene, the corners of his mouth rose slightly and he was in a good mood. He gently stroked the blade of the Black Abyss sword, feeling the terrifying energy coming from it, and was overwhelmed by the urge to give it a try, so he took it into his sea of consciousness. Next, it's time to receive the Emperor-level technique, the Chaos Immortal Scripture. After putting away the Black Abyss sword, Su Chen prepared to receive the last reward. System, receive the Chaos Immortal Scripture. In an instant, a mysterious aura appeared around Su Chen. I saw golden light emanating from Su Chen's body, and a hot breath came out. The Hongmeng Dao body also began to operate on its own at this moment. Endless chaotic energy was born from his body and turned into Hongmeng purple energy and was absorbed by him. Just as Su Chen was practicing the Chaos Immortal Scripture. The first holy religion, where outer disciples live. In a thatched hut. After Chu Tian swallowed the blood chi pill, his originally serious injuries instantly healed by 70% to 80%. Buzz. His eyes suddenly opened, and 2 rays of light shot out, captivating like lightning. In Chu Tian's mind, an old voice sounded. This time, you can be considered to have turned a disaster into a blessing. Although you suffered a serious injury, with the help of a blood chi pill, you have successfully advanced to the 4th level of the flesh realm. If I continue to practice at this pace, I will be able to establish my foundation within a year. Foundation building. A hint of excitement flashed in Chu Tian's eyes. He had successfully established his foundation before the age of 20. This speed of cultivation was extremely rare even in the entire Chesheng sect. Thanks to the leader's help, if it weren't for his blood and energy pill, I'm afraid I would still be some distance away from the 4th level of the physical body. Chu Tian thought of Su Chen's appearance in his mind and said with gratitude. If Su Chen hadn't helped me, I might have had to spend a lot of time healing myself. Of course, even if Su Chen hadn't helped him, his life would not be in danger. After all, there is a terrifying existence living in his mind. Once his life is in danger, he will never sit idly by. But if that person takes action, it will probably alarm the entire Chesheng sect. He didn't want to appear in front of the top leaders of the Chesheng sect in a high-profile manner. Chapter 12. Yes. The old voice in Chu Tian's mind said with endless emotion in its tone. It's rare to find someone as kind-hearted as the first Saint Sect's leader in today's cultivation world. However, don't underestimate yourself. Your potential far exceeds his. Once you fully grow up, perhaps you can help him. Chu Tian heard this and said with a wry smile. Master, the leader has already become the leader of a sect at such a young age. Is my potential really greater than the leader's? Chu Tian is very clear about his qualifications. His qualifications are actually not very strong, and can only be said to be barely acceptable. The reason why he was able to practice was thanks to the mysterious deity in his mind. Without the guidance of this mysterious master, he would probably never have been able to practice in his life, let alone appear in the Chesheng sect. The leader seems to be not much older than himself, but he has already become the leader of a religion. There is no need to say much about his talent. How dare I be compared with the leader? Master, I wonder how far you think the leader can go in the future. Chu Tian's mind moved, and he asked with some curiosity. Hearing this, the remnant soul in his mind was silent for a moment, and then slowly said. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be able to cultivate to the mortal realm in his lifetime, and at most stand at the pinnacle of the great Chu dynasty. If there aren't any other opportunities later, I'll never make any progress in my life. Having said this, the old voice paused slightly. Immediately, he changed the subject and said. However, you are different from him. The first saint religion is just a stepping stone for you. You will definitely shine brightly in the eastern wasteland in the future. Only the central plains of this desolate continent is your ultimate destination. There are countless stars shining there, and it is also the most suitable stage for you. The realm of humanity is nothing to you. With my teacher here, you will definitely be able to step into the realm of the divine way in the future and experience its splendor. Su Chen opened his mouth, wanting to say something else. But for a moment, he didn't know how to speak, so he could only murmur softly. Master's words, disciple will definitely keep them in mind. The remnant soul in his mind seemed to see through his thoughts and asked. You want to help Su Chen now? Su Chen nodded when he heard this and said quickly. Master, the leader saved my life. Although the blood chi pill he gave you is not precious to you, it has extraordinary meaning to me. I've been with you for 3 whole years, and you know my character. I, Su Chen, am not the kind of person who doesn't repay a favor. As for what Master said about letting me stay and help the Master in the future, I'm afraid that the Master will no longer be alive by then, and I won't be at peace. His tone was a little awkward. He is just an outer disciple now. However, Su Chen is the leader of the Qingxue sect. The gap between the two is huge. Even if he wanted to repay Su Chen, he was unable to do so. Therefore, he could only rely on the mysterious master in his mind. He knew that if his mysterious master was willing to help, he would be able to repay the master for saving his life. However, it was precisely because of this that he was embarrassed to say it out loud. After all, he wants to repay his gratitude himself, so how can he let his master pay for it? But in this situation, he had no other choice but to seek help from his master. Alas, as your teacher, I have been with you for 3 years. How could I not know what you are thinking? The old voice sighed softly and said helplessly. But you have to think carefully. The things I use are all top-notch. If you give them to Su Chen, I'm afraid it will only arouse his greed. Besides, you are originally a disciple of the Qingxue sect. As the leader, he failed to manage the sect well and allowed his disciples to bully their fellow disciples. It was his duty to help you. Actually, if you think about it this way, you don't owe him anything. Instead, he owes you something. Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. He felt that what his master said seemed to make some sense. This cheap master of his had been extremely powerful during his lifetime, so naturally the things he used were extraordinary. If I rashly give the gift to the leader, I might end up in danger. After all, he had only met Su Chen once. As the saying goes, you can judge a person by his appearance but not by his heart. He would never sacrifice his life just because of the good impression he had on someone when they first met. He had promised his master to rebuild his body for him, so how could he die in the Qingxue sect? Thinking of this, Su Chen gave up the idea of repaying Su Chen now. Master, what you said is very true. It was I who neglected it. Let's help the leader again when we have the chance in the future. Well, just figure it out. What you need to do now is to practice hard. When you become powerful in the future, it will be easy to repay you. The old voice said with some approval. No words were spoken that night. The next day, early morning, Su Chen woke up from his training. His whole body was filled with vigor and energy, his entire body was enveloped in chaos, and a faint purple divine light was emanating from him. There was a bright light in his eyes, and 2 rays of brilliance flashed by, extremely dazzling. Su Chen slowly stood up, and a majestic aura emanated from him, shaking the ground of the hall slightly and forming a tiny crack. It's worthy of being an imperial-level technique. It's truly terrifying. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh as he felt the surging energy coming from his body. After specializing in the Chaos Immortal scripture, although his realm still remained at the peak of the Spirit Bridge realm, his strength had increased more than 100 times. This is the horror of the imperial-level martial arts. I possess the Hongmeng Dao body, have cultivated the Chaos Immortal scripture, and wield the Black Abyss sword, an imperial-level divine weapon. Even a peak-level being in the other shore realm might not be my match. Su Chen said with great energy. This is before he even takes into account his martial arts training. If he has the support of martial arts, his strength will probably be greatly improved. Even a being in the mortal realm may not be unable to fight against it. It's time to practice a sword technique. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart. He had never used any sword-like magic weapon before, so he had no plans to practice sword-based martial arts. Now that I have the Black Abyss sword in my hand, it's time to practice a sword technique. You can't just take out the Black Abyss sword and stab a strong enemy when you meet one, right? Ever since this original host took over as the leader, he seems to have been desperately improving his cultivation and teaching his disciples. He doesn't even have a single sword technique in his mind. After searching his memory, Su Chen complained speechlessly. Oh, never mind, let's go to the sutra library and take a look. Just do it. Su Chen immediately stood up, waved his hand to repair the cracks on the ground, and then disappeared from the spot with a flash of his body. Chapter 13. The First Holy Teaching. Sutra Repository. A 7-story attic stands in the center of the First Saint Church. From a distance, it looks like a mountain standing quietly in the Qingxue Church. Buzz. There were waves coming from the surrounding void. Su Chen's figure appeared from the void and came to the sutra library. He looked up at the sutra library, then walked towards its gate. Just then, a wave of fluctuation came from the void. Then, a white-haired old man in a grey robe appeared, with white hair and a youthful face, like an immortal. This person was one of the elders who came to stop him when he invested in Qingxue yesterday. At the same time, he is also the third elder of the Qingxue sect and is in charge of the sutra repository. When Su Chen saw the third elder, he bowed slightly and said, "Meet third uncle." The third elder was startled when he saw him, then showed a look of surprise and said, "Master, why are you here in the sutra library?" Since Su Chen succeeded as the leader, he rarely appeared in places other than Wuodao Peak and the sect master's hall. He was very surprised to see her suddenly appear in the sutra repository today. "I have nothing to do, so I come over for a stroll." "Why? The third elder doesn't welcome you?" Su Chen said with a smile. As soon as these words came out, the third elder's expression suddenly changed, and he said quickly, "This entire Qingxue sect belongs to the leader. I welcome you to the sutra repository. However, Master, your cultivation." The third elder seemed to have sensed something, his expression suddenly changed, and his eyes were full of shock. "I had a little insight and accidentally broke through to the spirit bridge realm." Su Chen's tone was flat, as if he was talking about something very ordinary. But when these words fell into the ears of the third elder, it was like a thunderclap. The strange vision that came from the direction of the sect master's hall yesterday immediately emerged in his mind. No wonder the vision was so terrifying. It turned out that the leader had broken through to the Qingxue realm. Originally, several of their elders and the leader had only broken through to the peak of the Dao Palace realm, but they did not expect that the leader had already broken through to the Qingxue realm. Etc. Yesterday? Breaking through 2 realms in one night. Thinking of this, the third elder looked at Su Chen with even more shock in his eyes. "Is it possible that my Qingxue religion is about to rise?" The third elder couldn't help but feel excited. This news must be informed to the other elders. The third elder said secretly in his heart. Su Chen didn't know what the third elder was thinking. He stood there and saw that the third elder had been silent for a long time. He frowned slightly and said, "Third elder? If there's nothing else, I'll go in first." The third elder came to his senses after hearing this and quickly spoke, his tone unconsciously becoming respectful. "Master, please come in quickly." Su Chen nodded and stepped into the sutra library. Seeing Su Chen's back, the third elder's eyes flashed with excitement, and he murmured, "Go and inform the great elder now." After saying that, he turned and flew towards the residence of the great elder. Because Su Chen arrived too early, there were not many people in the huge sutra library. The first floor of the sutra library is filled with ancient books on alchemy, weapon refining, formations, and strange stories. The original host had already memorized this knowledge before he succeeded the position of leader, so he did not stop for long and walked quickly up the stairs. Soon, he arrived at the second floor. The second floor is different. Here are some cultivation techniques. Of course, the levels are all very low. The strongest one is only of the middle grade of yellow rank. The third level is various magical powers, martial arts, and other means specifically used to fight the enemy. Su Chen casually glanced at the second floor and walked straight to the third floor. His goal was the top-level swordsmanship. The other 6 levels were practiced by inner and outer disciples, and their levels were too low. They were of no use to him at all. The 7th floor can only be opened by the leader, and it contains the foundation of the Qingxue sect. Since Su Chen succeeded the leader, he has never reached the 7th floor. When Su Chen reached the stairs leading to the 3rd floor, he was about to step up. Suddenly, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a yellow investor, investing in a copy of Qingxue Ju. Successful investment will earn you a golden elixir of enlightenment. Investable people. Su Chen was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind. Then he showed a look of joy. Although the investment level this time is yellow, the investment rewards make Su Chen very jealous. Enlightenment pill. Even if you look all over the wild realm, you can't find 3 of this kind of elixir. I didn't expect that the investment reward would be such a miraculous elixir. Where are the people? Su Chen retracted his steps towards the 3rd floor and looked around the 2nd floor. Soon, he noticed a woman dressed in the clothes of an outer disciple walking up from the 1st step. She was enveloped in a yellow light. But unlike Mu Qingxue and Chu Tian, the light on her was very dim. The girl didn't notice Su Chen, but walked straight to a bookshelf, looking back and forth on the bookshelf. Which one should I choose? The girl frowned and looked at the skills in front of her with hesitation. She has been stuck at the 9th level of the physical realm for a whole year and has been unable to establish a foundation. A few days ago, she asked the 3rd elder who was guarding the sutra library. The 3rd elder said that there was something wrong with her martial arts and asked her to change it. So, she took on several sect missions and finally managed to collect enough points to change her skills. Strange. I remember when I first joined the sect, the spiritual root test showed that it was clearly of the wood attribute. Why would the elder ask me to change my cultivation method? Also, where did the 3rd elder go? He hasn't told me what technique he wants to switch to yet. The girl's pretty face was full of distress. She stretched out her delicate jade hand and picked up a yellow grade, mid-grade wood attributed martial arts book from the bookshelf. After pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and put the technique back to its place, looking hesitantly at the many techniques on the bookshelf. Just then, a clear and gentle voice suddenly sounded. Why not try this one? The words fell. A lower grade Xian level martial arts technique appeared in front of her. Is this the lower grade Qingxue Ju of the Xian rank? The girl first glanced at the name of the technique, then her pupils shrank and she looked up. Su Chen, dressed in a black robe, was standing in front of her calmly. Who are you? There was a flicker of vigilance in the girl's crystal eyes. She was sure that she had never seen such a person in the outer sect. I am the leader. Su Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, a hint of vigilance flashed across the girl's eyes. She took a few steps back and said in a delicate voice. You're talking nonsense. How could the leader come to the sutra library? I heard from an inner sect brother that the leader has been teaching Brother Guiyang and others at Wuodao Peak. It's morning exercise time now, so there's no way the leader would be in the sutra library. Tell me quickly, who are you and why are you pretending to be the leader to recommend a technique to me? Chapter 14. Well. Su Chen's face froze. He really didn't expect that this disciple would be so vigilant. I really am the leader. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen spoke slowly. Hearing this, the girl looked Su Chen up and down with a wary gaze, as if to confirm whether he was lying. But after staring at him for a long time, he didn't see any sign of guilt on Su Chen's part. You said you were the leader, so you are. Unless you can produce evidence. If you can't produce evidence, I will report it to the elders. I'll sue you, for impersonating the leader. Having said that, she turned around and prepared to walk downstairs. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head helplessly. It seems that I need to move around more often in the church in the future. This is the leader's order. Su Chen waved his hand, and an ancient token appeared in his palm. The moment the girl saw the token appear, her expression suddenly changed and she looked incredulous. You? Are you really the leader? That's natural. Su Chen smiled faintly and nodded, shaking the leader's order in his hand, and continued, Do you need to take it over for inspection? No. No, disciple greets the leader. The girl shook her head in panic, then knelt on the ground and spoke respectfully. Get up. Su Chen glanced at her and said lightly. This disciple. It's quite interesting. You actually have dual spiritual roots of water and wood. Practicing water-attributed techniques and wood-attributed techniques together should allow you to successfully establish your foundation. Su Chen put away the leader's order in his hand, and then handed the skills in his hand to the girl. Disciple Nangongziu, thank you very much, thank you for the Dharma. The girl was a little flattered as she took the technique from Su Chen and stammered. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing your investment. You will be rewarded with a golden elixir of enlightenment. Would you like to receive it? The moment Nangongziu took over the technique, the system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. I won't accept it. Su Chen responded casually in his heart. Nangongziu. Su Chen was stunned and asked, Are you Nangongziu? Nangongziu nodded and asked nervously, Master, do you know me? Of course I know. Su Chen looked at Nangongziu with a strange expression and nodded. He had heard the name Nangongziu several times. I heard that he was a genius from the outer sect, who successfully broke through to the 9th level of the physical realm in just 1 year. The great elder had suggested to Su Chen more than once that he accept her as his disciple, but Su Chen did not agree. Unexpectedly, the two would meet under such circumstances. Thinking of this, Su Chen's mind moved and he opened the Eye of the Future. Name, Nangongziu. Identity, outer disciple of the Chesheng sect. Future direction of life, open up the sea of suffering at the age of 20, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 30, successfully transform into immortal at the age of 100, and ignite the divine fire, and your life will stop here. Life script, none. No wonder there's an investment reminder. It turns out he's a genius who will be able to enter the realm of God in the future. After reading Nangongziu's future, Su Chen said secretly in his heart. He said that the system would not allow him to invest for no reason. Shinto realm. Although it is not as amazing as Mu Qingxue and Chu Tian, it is still worth deepening the cause and effect. Moreover, the future suggested by the system is not static. If Su Chen is willing to influence the future, Nangongziu might also be able to achieve immortality. Thinking of this, Su Chen made up his mind that if he had the chance, he must train Nangongziu well. Master. At this moment, a trace of embarrassment emerged on Nangongziu's pretty face, and she stammered. Master, this technique is of the lower grade of the Xian level. The points in my hand are not enough. Su Chen came back to his senses after hearing this. He glanced at the token and technique in Nangongziu's hand, shook his head, and said with a smile. This technique is a gift from me to you. You don't need to redeem it with points. I'll tell the third elder later. Ah! This. Thank you, Master. Nangongziu was stunned at first, then excitement appeared on her pretty face, and she quickly bowed to express her gratitude. Su Chen waved his hand, indicating that she didn't need to do so. That. Master, if you have nothing else to do, I will take my leave. Nangongziu said impatiently. She had been stuck at the 9th level of the physical realm for a whole year, and now that she had obtained the technique, she couldn't wait to go back and build her foundation. Good. I'm looking forward to your success in building your foundation. Su Chen said with a faint smile. I will definitely live up to the master's expectations. Nangongziu's expression instantly became serious, and he bowed towards Su Chen and said. Su Chen nodded and said nothing more. After bidding farewell to Nangongziu, Su Chen did not rush to the 7th floor of the sutra library immediately. Instead, he wandered around the 2nd floor, hoping to meet another Nangongziu. Unfortunately, after walking around for a whole circle, he didn't meet a second person worth investing in. Su Chen couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. People like Nangongziu, Mu Qingxue, and Chu Tian who can trigger investment are still too rare in the Chesheng sect. Most of them are ordinary disciples like Gu Yang. Shaking his head helplessly, Su Chen walked towards the 7th floor. The journey was smooth and he soon reached the 7th floor. The 7th floor is different from the other 6 floors. There is a large door at the entrance of the stairs leading from the 6th floor to the 7th floor, separating the 2 floors. This door can only be opened by the order of the leader of the First Saint Church. Su Chen took out the leader's order from the storage space and gently pressed it towards the groove of the door. Boom! A dull voice sounded. The door burst open. Su Chen stepped into it. Unlike the other 6 floors which are extremely spacious, the 7th floor is very small and only has one bookshelf. There are a few books with extremely old covers scattered on the bookshelf. Coming to the bookshelf, Su Chen glanced around casually and found that there was only one book about martial arts and techniques, and the rest were all various ancient records. Su Chen directly skipped the records in the ancient books and took down the skills and martial arts. Purple Star Art. Ground Floor Class. Star-Shattering Sword Technique. Ground Floor Class. The Purple Star Technique is a cultivation technique. Su Chen just glanced at it and put it back in its place. He now has the Chaos Immortal Scripture, an imperial level technique, and has no need for this cultivation technique at all. It was the star-breaking sword technique that attracted his attention. There are 6 styles of the star-breaking sword technique. As the name suggests, when it is mastered, it can shatter stars. But Su Chen felt that this was just an exaggeration. Even a top-grade heavenly rank martial art could not achieve the ability to split stars and cut the moon, let alone a top-grade earth rank martial art. However, Su Chen didn't care. As long as it is kendo martial arts, it will be enough. The level of this star-breaking sword technique is not too low. The top-grade earth grade 1 can exert 1/10 of the power of the Black Abyss sword. Thinking of this, he put the star-breaking sword technique into the storage space. Afterwards, he walked out of the 7th floor, took back the leader's order, and disappeared in the sutra library in a flash. Chapter 15. Wuodao Peak. Waves came from the void, and Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the center and whispered in his heart. System, receive the Enlightenment Golden Pill. Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, a pill the size of a longan, containing endless Taoist rhyme, appeared out of thin air. I hope the effect of this enlightenment elixir will not disappoint me. The effect of the Enlightenment Golden Pill usually lasts for half a day. During this half day, I was able to comprehend anything as if with divine help, and I was able to quickly master ordinary earth-level martial arts. However, Su Chen couldn't guarantee how effective it would be when used on top-grade earth-level martial arts. Taking a deep breath, Su Chen swallowed the Enlightenment Golden Pill in one gulp. At the moment when the golden elixir of enlightenment entered his stomach, Su Chen suddenly discovered that the familiar rules of heaven and earth had become unfamiliar at this moment. Before his eyes, Wuodao Peak was constantly changing. All things wither, flowers and plants die, from movement to stillness, returning to the origin. All things in the world began to evolve and reincarnate in Su Chen's eyes. From the time flowers and plants break through the soil, they experience a period of vigorous life, and then wither. Everything is connected by an invisible thread. And each line seems to be the law between heaven and earth, demonstrating an inexplicable rhythm of Tao. Is this the effect of the Enlightenment Golden Pill? Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. A pill suddenly made him enter a state of enlightenment, as if he had touched the essence of this world. He knew that he was very far away from this step. At the very least, he had to enter the realm of Shinto or even the realm of immortality to touch the essence of this world. Although I can see it now, I can't grasp it at all. Right now, the most important thing is to practice the star-breaking sword technique first. The effect of the Enlightenment Golden Elixir is only half a day. Once half a day is up, the effect of the Enlightenment Golden Pill will completely end. How far Su Chen can cultivate the star-breaking sword technique depends on his comprehension. Thinking of this, Su Chen did not hesitate at all, and his mind moved slightly. Black Abyss. The next moment, pitch-black air currents swirled in his hands. The Black Abyss sword, with its captivating and domineering aura, appeared in his hand. Holding the Black Abyss sword, Su Chen began to comprehend every move of the star-breaking sword technique. The rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth around was madly flowing like the sea, converging into a huge spiritual energy vortex. The entire Wudao Peak is filled with an extremely mysterious aura. Su Chen held the Black Abyss sword and swung it on the Wudao Peak. This moment, his whole body seemed to merge with the heaven and earth. Every time the sword is swung, it seems simple and unpretentious, with no discernible pattern. But if there were someone with a high level of cultivation here, he would definitely be able to see that Su Chen's swordsmanship seemed to be demonstrating his courtesy towards this world. Star-shattering sword technique. This earth-level, top-grade sword technique was originally very obscure and difficult to understand for Su Chen. But at this moment, when I practice, I feel a sense of smoothness and ease. With the help of the Black Abyss sword, Su Chen was able to wield this top-grade earth-level swordsmanship to the point of producing the feeling of a heaven-level martial art. An hour passed. The star-breaking sword technique has been successfully mastered. 2 hours passed. The star-breaking sword technique is perfected. But Su Chen did not stop. He took advantage of the last bit of effect of the Enlightenment Golden Elixir and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. 3 full hours passed. On top of Wudao Peak, Su Chen successfully comprehended the last move of the star-breaking sword technique. Boom! He suddenly opened his eyes, and an extremely bright divine light flashed across them. The eyes are like swords, captivating the heart. With long black hair fluttering like flames, a heroic and majestic figure, and wearing a black robe, Su Chen looked like an ancient god and demon who looked down upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The terrifying power of qi and blood caused the surrounding void to tremble. An extremely terrifying force rose from Su Chen's body. In an instant, the wind swept away the clouds and the waves surged. Su Chen's eyes flashed with divine light, and he took a step into the void. Buzz! Runes containing the mysteries of heaven and earth emerged from under his feet. The Black Abyss sword in Su Chen's hand shone with divine light, and the shadow of the purple-gold demon dragon surrounded his body and bombarded towards the sky. The 6th move of the star-breaking sword technique, star-breaking. Countless purple-gold divine rays exploded from the sky, and the clouds were torn apart by this dazzling and terrifying force. Boom! As the sword was slashed out, the dazzling sword light tore through the clouds, as if it was going to tear the sky apart. As the scorching sun set, the entire Wudao Peak was enveloped in a vast ocean of terrifying sword intent, strangling countless flowers, plants, and trees. When the aftermath of terror dissipated, Su Chen held the Black Abyss sword in his hand and stood proudly above the sky. The gleam in his eyes disappeared at this moment. This star-breaking sword technique, with the blessing of the Black Abyss sword, is comparable to a mid-level heavenly rank martial arts skill. Su Chen's eyes flickered as he looked at the terrifying sword intent below and murmured softly. Everything returned to calm. Su Chen waved his hand and wiped out the terrifying sword intent on Wuodao Peak. Bang! Just then, there was a muffled sound coming from his body. I'm about to break through to the other side. Su Chen's heart moved, and he quickly landed on the ground and sat cross-legged. The other side of the world requires a spiritual bridge to guide him, so he dare not be careless at all. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes and began to practice the Chaos Immortal scripture. Rumble! A series of deafening roars rang out. These roars did not come from the outside world, but from within Su Chen's body. Countless spiritual powers gathered on the sea of bitterness, turning into a vast ocean. The spiritual bridge, which was only a little distance away from the other side, also began to grow at this moment. Boom! Finally, the spiritual bridge crashed onto the other side. Su Chen felt that the strength in his body had increased by more than 10 times. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Su Chen knew that he had successfully broken through the other side. In just a day and a half, he broke through from the late Dao Palace realm to the other shore realm. If this news were to be released to the outside world, it would probably cause endless sensation. Even among the ancient families in the center of the wild and desolate territory, the Supreme Divine Dynasty does not have such a genius. At this moment, Su Chen is completely standing at the top of the pyramid of the Great Chu Dynasty. Half a day has passed, and my cultivation has successfully broken through to the other shore realm, and the star-shattering sword technique has also been perfected. My strength has increased several times at this moment. Su Chen slowly opened his eyes flashing brightly. If he were to face his former self half a day ago, he was confident that he could defeat him in 3 moves. And this is without using the Black Abyss sword and the star-breaking sword technique. This is the difference between the other shore realm and the spirit bridge realm. Just as Su Chen was planning his next move, a gust of wind suddenly blew over. Following that came the appearance of several figures with powerful auras. When the strong wind died down, their faces were revealed. 5 old men in grey robes appeared. The 5 of them are the 5 elders of the Chusheng Church. Master, I heard that you broke through the spiritual bridge. As soon as the great elder appeared, he spoke in a hurry. But before he could finish his words, his expression suddenly changed and he looked at Su Chen in shock. Chapter 16. Su Chen was a little surprised to see the 5 elders, but he quickly reacted. The 3rd elder must have informed the other elders of his breakthrough of the spiritual bridge. Master, why are you here? The great elder, who was originally in shock, came to his senses after hearing this. I heard from the 3rd brother that you have broken through the spirit bridge realm. The great elder's voice was trembling slightly as he spoke. Because he felt a very obvious aura of the other shore realm from Su Chen. How long has it been? It only took half a day from the time the 3rd elder found me and told me that the sect leader had broken through to the spirit bridge realm. In just half a day, the leader actually broke through from the Lingxia realm to the Bian realm. This. Could it be that the leader has been possessed by some immortal creature? In just 2 days. Break through to the other shore realm from the late Dao Palace realm. Even if you look across the entire eastern wilderness, you won't find such a genius. The other elders also looked horrified, as if they were dreaming. Su Chen seemed to sense the shocked expressions of the elders. He slowly withdrew his imposing aura, walked up to the elders, and said, For some reason, I've been having flashes of inspiration in my mind these past 2 days, and I suddenly had a breakthrough. As he said this, he spread his hands helplessly. This was an excuse he had thought of long ago. Epiphany. This must be an epiphany. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders' faces flashed with envy. The state Su Chen describes is no different from the legendary epiphany. In the eastern wilderness, there are indeed people who have broken through several levels in a row while in a state of enlightenment. But their realm is generally very low, so they can make continuous breakthroughs with the help of sudden enlightenment. But Su Chen is different. He broke through from the late Dao Palace realm to the other shore realm. If this news gets out, I'm afraid the entire eastern wilderness will fall into endless madness. It's good to have a breakthrough, it's good to have a breakthrough. Excitement welled up on the great elder's face. Su Chen's breakthrough into the other shore realm is a great thing for their Qingxue sect. The status of the Qingxue sect in the Great Chu dynasty will also be greatly enhanced. I'm afraid that it won't be long before the Qingxue religion will be renamed the Qingxue sect. Oh, right, Master, the Blood Soul Sect's master's direct disciple killed 3 inner disciples of my Qingxue sect. Just then, the great elder suddenly remembered another thing he wanted to do with Su Chen today. Originally, after hearing what the third elder said, he hurried to find Su Chen, wanting to see if he had really broken through to the Qingxue realm. But just when he was halfway there, he heard that the Blood Soul Sect's leader's direct disciple was killing 3 inner disciples of the Qingxue sect. In a rage, he didn't even bother to look for Su Chen, and summoned several elders to rush to the scene of the incident. But when they arrived, they found that the Blood Soul Sect's leader's direct disciple had already run away. In desperation, the 5 of them came to Su Chen to ask for his opinion. After all, Su Chen is the leader. Blood Soul Sect. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly when he heard this. The Blood Soul Sect is a demonic sect within the Great Chu dynasty, and has had many conflicts with the Qingxue sect. I didn't expect that this time it would be the Blood Soul Sect's leader's direct disciple who would take action. What is his cultivation level? Su Chen's voice gradually became colder. 3 inner disciples. These are the future backbones of the Qingxue sect. The Qingxue Church has poured countless resources into it. It should be the foundation establishment stage. The last time he was seen was in the Black Mountain Forest. He had already run away when we rushed over. However, the demon sect has many different methods, so it's normal for them to evade our detection. The 4th elder said with a look of shame on his face. All 5 of them were at the Dao Palace realm, yet they were unable to find a disciple at the Foundation Establishment realm. Foundation Establishment stage? Black Mountain Forest. I understand. I'm going to the Black Forest now. Su Chen pondered for a moment and spoke slowly. He has now broken through to the other shore realm, and his spiritual power is so vast that it is far beyond the reach of the Great Elder and others. The entire Black Mountain Forest can be covered in a single thought, making it easy to find the Blood Soul Sect's leader's disciples. Moreover, Su Chen had long wanted to try his luck and see if he could meet an investor. In fact, there were other reasons why Su Chen personally went to hunt down a Foundation Establishment disciple. Since the other party is the direct disciple of the Blood Soul Sect's leader, he must have a way to contact the Blood Soul Sect's leader. If other disciples and elders of the Qingxue sect went there, they would probably lose their lives. The Blood Soul Sect's leader's cultivation level is only at the late Spirit Bridge realm. With Su Chen's current strength, even if the other party really came, he could easily kill him. Oh, by the way, is there a portrait? Su Chen seemed to have thought of something and spoke. Upon hearing this, the great elder quickly took out a portrait from the storage space. This is the man, his name is Qin Lang. As he said this, he opened the portrait. Su Chen glanced at him indifferently. The portrait shows a young man with a gloomy face. Good. While I'm away, all matters of the Qingxue sect will be subject to the orders of the Great Elder. Su Chen waved his hand, rolled up the large portrait in the elder's hand into his sleeve, looked at the other elders and gave instructions. Several elders nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Uncle Master, while I'm away, remember to let Gu Yang and the others practice well. The Great Elder nodded upon hearing this, and said solemnly. I will definitely remember the Master's words. You should also be careful. Although you have broken through to the other shore realm, the Blood Soul Sect's leader is no ordinary person. The methods of the demon sect are treacherous. Don't mistake him for an ordinary spirit bridge realm expert. Su Chen nodded, gave a few brief instructions, and took out the Black Abyss sword. Buzz! As Su Chen's mind moved, the Black Abyss sword grew longer in the wind. Soon it became wider and thicker. Su Chen stepped on the sword and his mind moved. Boom! The Black Abyss sword suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared into the sky. When did the leader start practicing sword? The Great Elder murmured softly as he looked at Su Chen, who had disappeared without a trace. Just 10 minutes. With the help of the Black Abyss sword, Su Chen has already traveled a full 3,000 miles. The Black Forest that the Great Elder mentioned is now right in front of us. Is this the terrifying aspect of the Imperial Army? Even though Su Chen was mentally prepared, he couldn't help but be shocked by the terrifying speed of the Black Abyss sword. A distance of 3,000 miles would take 30 minutes even for a strong person in the other shore realm to fly at full speed. And it only took him 10 minutes to control the Black Abyss sword. This saves a lot of time. If everything goes well, he will be able to kill Qingxue today and return to the Qingxue sect. Arriving above the Black Forest, Su Chen controlled the Black Abyss sword to move downwards, his eyes searching back and forth in the Black Forest. All that could be seen was the Black Forest, and no human figures could be seen at all. Su Chen frowned slightly and was about to use his spiritual sense. However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly. Chapter 17. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have found a white investor who can invest in a foundation establishment pill. Successful investment will earn you 10 top-grade spirit stones. Su Chen was stunned when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind. Then, a look of joy appeared on his face. Is there such a good thing? Before I even started looking for Qingxue, a potential investor showed up. The reward of 10 top-grade spirit stones. It's dispensable to Su Chen, but a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. As long as Qingxue is still in the Black Mountain Forest, there's no need to rush to find him. Instead, look for someone who can invest. Su Chen stood on the Black Abyss sword and closed his eyes slightly. Boom! The vast power of divine consciousness spread out in an instant, completely covering the entire Black Mountain Forest. Buzz! A cave deep in the Black Mountain Forest flickered with a faint white light. Su Chen urged the Black Abyss sword under his feet and instantly arrived above the cave. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? His expression gradually became strange. Within the range of his spiritual awareness, there was a young man sitting cross-legged in the cave. The white light in the cave was emitted from this young man. It's outrageous to open the door for his mother. It's outrageous to the extreme. Su Chen looked at the young man in the cave with a strange expression, then opened the portrait in his hand and looked at it again and again. No wonder the system asked me to invest in the foundation establishment pill. It turns out that Qingxue hasn't even broken through to the foundation establishment stage yet. However, this system operation is indeed a bit tricky. That's right. The young man in the cave was Qingxue, the direct disciple of the Blood Soul sect's leader who killed the 3 inner disciples of the Qingxue sect. As Su Chen spoke, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but slightly raise, revealing a playful smile. This wave of the system is both murderous and heartbreaking. At the same time, in the cave, a man with a gloomy face was sitting cross-legged in the deepest part of the cave. His eyes flashed with a captivating murderous intent that almost condensed into substance. A tiny First Saint sect dares to hunt me down. Isn't it just that I killed 3 of their inner disciples who were half a step into the foundation building stage? Why did the 5 elders come after me together? If I didn't have the Blood Soul sect's concealment method, I'm afraid I would have fallen into the hands of the First Saint sect this time. Qingxue's tone was full of hatred. After saying that, he took out a blood-red bead from his storage ring. The moment the bead appeared, a strong smell of blood filled the entire cave. The sound of the residual soul crying out for justice in the blood-red beads is creepy. He. Speaking of which, these 3 inner disciples of the Qingxue sect did help me, allowing my soul-devouring pearl to successfully advance to a lower-grade mortal weapon. However, if you want to continue to advance, you will need at least tens of thousands of lives, or 10 cultivators in the Foundation establishment realm to advance to a mid-grade mortal soldier. Qin Lang's gloomy eyes flashed with a tempting luster. He narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured softly. Once I successfully break through the Foundation establishment stage, I will hunt down the Foundation establishment stage disciples of the Qingxue sect. I believe my soul-devouring pearl will soon be able to be promoted to a mid-grade mortal soldier. But, speaking of which, why hasn't Master arrived yet? As the direct disciple of the Blood Soul sect's leader, Qin Lang is naturally not a fool. After killing 3 disciples of the Qingxue sect, he contacted his master immediately. Because he knew that 3 disciples of the Qingxue sect who were half a step into the foundation building stage had died, and the elders would soon notice it. The number of inner disciples in the Qingxue sect is very small, and they have invested a lot of resources in each inner disciple. As far as Qin Lang knew, the Qingxue sect even set up a soul tablet for each inner disciple. If he had not been fast enough to run into the Black Mountain Forest in the first place, he would have died at the hands of the elders of the Qingxue sect. Those 5 elders have been gone for a while now. I guess they've already issued a mission, sending out the Foundation establishment disciples of the Qingxue sect. However, this place is a full 3,000 miles away from the first saint religion. Even with the strength of the Foundation establishment realm, it would take a day to get here. This is enough time for Master to arrive. With Master here, I can definitely kill another Foundation establishment disciple from the Qingxue sect. I wonder what expressions those old and aging elders of the Qingxue sect would have if they knew about this. He. Having said that, Qin Lang stretched out his scarlet tongue and licked the blood-red bead. It would be best if an elder-level expert, a Dao Palace-level expert, could come. Let Master kill him directly, extract his soul and blood essence, and integrate them into my soul-devouring pearl. It will surely be promoted to a top-grade mortal weapon, not far from Master's top-grade spiritual weapon. Once I return to the sect, I can start striving for the position of young sect master. Qin Lang muttered to himself, becoming more and more excited, and his grip on the soul-devouring orb tightened a little. When he thought of the position of young sect leader, his heart became hot. He seemed to have already seen the scene of himself ascending to the position of the leader of the Blood Soul sect. Just as Qin Lang was daydreaming, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly came from the cave entrance. "Master, you're here." When Qin Lang heard the footsteps, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly stood up. According to his expectations, his master should not feel it for another hour or 2. But he didn't expect that it would arrive half a day after his message was spread. Think of this. A warm feeling arose in Qin Lang's heart. It seems that I still have some weight in my master's heart. Qin Lang did not dare to delay at all and quickly stood up and walked out of the cave. But he hadn't taken a few steps yet. A handsome young man in a black robe appeared in front of him. Seeing his clothes, Qin Lang's expression suddenly changed. He quickly took a few steps back and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "The leader of the Qingxue sect, Su Chen." Su Chen showed a warm smile, stared at Qin Lang and spoke. "You are Qin Lang, right? The leader of the First Saint sect." When Qin Lang heard Su Chen's introduction, his nerves suddenly tensed up, and he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Why would the leader of the Qingxue sect go out in person? I just killed 3 inner disciples who were half a step away from building their foundation. How could he attract the leader of the First Saint religion who never shows up? How is that possible? The new leader of the Qingxue sect never comes out of seclusion. How could you be the leader of the Qingxue sect? You are obviously about the same age as me, how could you be the leader of the First Saint sect? Qin Lang's face was full of disbelief. The young man in front of me is about the same age as me. How could it be that he is the new leader of the Qingxue sect who has never appeared in the public eye? You must be lying to me. Who are you? Qin Lang roared at Su Chen. Haha, nothing is impossible in this world. If so, then I can only say that you are too short-sighted. Su Chen chuckled, and the calm voice echoed in the cave. Then, he strode forward and walked towards Qin Lang. Chapter 18. Haha, the leader of the Qingxue sect is a Dao Palace realm expert. He would never come here just for me. You must be an inner sect foundation building disciple sent by the first saint sect, right? You think you can kill me by yourself? A sinister look flashed across Qin Lang's face, and his right hand trembled slightly. Clang! A chain-link broadsword appeared in his hand, flashing with a chilling light. Qin Lang held the big knife tightly in both hands and slashed straight towards Su Chen. The sharp blade cut through the void, making a sharp roar. Su Chen saw this scene, shook his head lightly, without any movement, stood still, sighed slightly, and said, "Well, it's a pity for your name. Such a sexy name and yet you're a knife player? You're pretty clueless. Do you think the aura I carry is that of a foundation establishment realm cultivator?" The words fell. The black abyss sword behind him trembled slightly. Buzz! A brilliant golden sword intent burst out, and the terrifying sword intent swept through the entire cave, like a raging storm, sweeping away everything. The golden sword intent, with its irresistible offensive force, collided with the chain of swords in Qin Lang's hand. Snap! A crisp voice rang out. Under Qin Lang's disbelieving gaze, the chain sword in his hand shattered into pieces. The terrifying sword intent did not stop, but pierced his right arm like a long golden dragon. Puff! The sword's wool pierced his arm, and blood spilled out. Immediately afterwards, a bloody arm flew out, hit the wall, and finally fell to the ground with a thud. Qin Lang suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, and the terrifying power of the sword sent him flying. Boom! With a loud bang, Qin Lang's body slammed heavily into the wall not far away. The huge impact force caused the entire cave to shake violently. Squeak! Qin Lang covered his arm and fell to the ground, looking at Su Chen with pain on his face. The sword intent just now made him completely lose his ability to fight. While piercing his arm, the sword intent also shattered all the bones in his body. It was just a little bit away from shattering his dantian. Su Chen's attack retained 99% of its strength. Otherwise, I'm afraid Qin Lang would have gone to see the King of Hell by now. You are not at the foundation establishment stage. Qin Lang spoke with difficulty, his eyes full of shock. When did I tell you that I'm at the foundation establishment stage? I've already told you that I'm the leader of the first saint religion, but you don't believe it. Su Chen spread his hands and said innocently. Then, he walked up to Qin Lang step by step with a gentle smile on his face. But in Qin Lang's eyes, this smile was like the god of death smiling at him. Half-step foundation establishment realm. Su Chen's mind moved, and a white jade bottle suddenly appeared in his hand. He casually threw the jade bottle in front of Qin Lang and said, "I give this to you as a meeting gift." What? A hint of vigilance flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. But he still raised his hand with great difficulty, grabbed the jade bottle, and bit open the cork with his mouth. In an instant, an extremely strong medicinal fragrance filled the air. Is this the foundation establishment pill? The moment he smelled the fragrance of the medicine, two brilliant rays of light flashed in Qin Lang's eyes. A moment of excitement pulled the wound, and blood spurted out again. But he had no time to care about his injuries and stared at the jade bottle. This is the elixir he has always dreamed of. As long as he swallows this foundation building pill, he will be able to break through the foundation building stage immediately. But he still retained a bit of rationality. After all, the person in front of me is the leader of the Qingxue sect. And he had killed 3 disciples of the Qingxue sect half a day ago. He didn't believe that the leader of the Qingxue sect would be so kind that he would just cut off one of his arms and give him a foundation building pill. Why did he give himself the foundation establishment pill? Could it be that the foundation building pill was poisoned? But he was born in the Blood Soul sect and was very familiar with these unorthodox methods. He didn't smell any poison in the elixir. Moreover, if the person in front of me wanted to kill me, would he have to resort to such means? He knew that Su Chen had held back in that attack. If Su Chen hadn't held back, I'm afraid I would be dead now. Just a sword intent can kill me in an instant, so is there any need to poison the pill? But if that's the case, why did he give me the foundation establishment pill? Could it be that I am too talented and he took a fancy to me? Qingxue felt more and more that his idea was very likely. Are you really going to give me the foundation establishment pill? Qingxue raised his head, his eyes full of vigilance. Su Chen nodded and said lightly, "Do you want it or not?" As he spoke, he slowly raised his right hand, ready to smash the jade bottle. Yes. 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 I want it. Show mercy. When Qingxue saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed and he quickly spoke up to stop it. As he spoke, he held the jade bottle tightly. Just then, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for your successful investment. You have received 10 top-grade spirit stones. Would you like to claim them? Su Chen heard the system prompt sound and sneered. Phew! The next moment, a brilliant sword intent pierced straight through Qingxue's chest. Receive. Su Chen chose to receive it without any hesitation. The words fell. 10 top-grade spirit stones appeared out of thin air and fell to the ground. He waved his sleeve towards the ground and put the 10 top-grade spirit stones and the foundation building pill into the storage ring. Do you think you can survive killing 3 inner disciples of the first saint sect? Su Chen looked at Qingxue, whose eyes were wide open and pupils were dilated, and shook his head slightly. Then, he took off the storage ring on Qingxue's hand and sent out his spiritual sense. Buzz! The storage ring opened instantly. After Su Chen transferred all the spirit stones and items inside to his storage ring, he threw the storage ring away and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a bead emitting blood-red light appeared not far from Qingxue's body. This is... Su Chen frowned slightly and waved lightly. The next moment, a blood-red bead appeared in his hand, emitting a bloody smell. Is this the Blood Soul Sect's soul-devouring pearl? With just one glance, Su Chen recognized the blood-red bead in front of him. This item is the standard treasure of the Blood Soul Sect. Every disciple of the Blood Soul Sect has one such bead. It can be upgraded by devouring souls and blood essence. This thing often appears when some small villages are destroyed. Su Chen exerted a little force with his 5 fingers, preparing to destroy the bead. But just then, the soul-devouring orb suddenly flashed a red light. Is this the positioning function? There should be someone from the Blood Soul Sect within 1,000 miles. There is a connection between these 2 beads. Su Chen immediately thought of another function of the soul-devouring orb. In that case, I will wait for you to come in person. Su Chen smiled slightly and put the soul-devouring orb into the storage ring. Chapter 19. Su Chen looked around and made sure that nothing was left behind. Then he casually released a spiritual fire and burned the cave. Then he turned and walked out of the cave without looking back. Su Chen did not return to the Qingxue sect immediately, but went to a city outside the Black Mountain Forest. Stone City. This is a very small city with a population of only over 100,000. Because it is backed by the Black Mountain Forest, many monks and mercenary groups come and go here every day, entering the Black Mountain Forest to kill monsters in exchange for their inner alchemy. Su Chen was wearing a black robe and walking on the street, his eyes constantly falling on the people around him. Without exception, there is no one to invest in. It seems that the system's investment opportunities are still limited. I should have used the eye of the future to check on Qin Lang earlier. It's outrageous that he can even invest. Su Chen said secretly in his heart. He withdrew his gaze and without wasting any more time, walked straight towards a tall building in the center of the city. Soon, a towering, noble and majestic attic appeared before our eyes. A plaque hangs above the attic. Real treasure building. Zhenbao Tower is a very powerful force, spread across various dynasties and cities in the eastern wilderness. Even some extremely remote cities have their branches. It is said that the power behind the Zhenbao Tower is extremely terrifying, and even the major divine dynasties in the eastern wilderness dare not provoke it easily. What Qin Lang has on him is just some trash from the demon sect, so it's perfect to sell it to Zhenbao. Su Chen secretly made up his mind. Soon, Su Chen entered the Zhenbao building. "My lord, is there anything I can help you with?" The beautiful and sweet female monk came up to him instantly. Those who can work in Zhenbao Tower have very good cultivation. The beautiful female cultivator in front of Su Chen is a cultivator at the 5th level of the physical body realm. A cultivator at the 5th level of the physical realm is serving others in a small city. This shows the heritage of Zhenbao. You know, the 5th level of the physical realm is enough to become an outer disciple in the Chesheng sect. I want to sell these. Su Chen spoke lightly and waved his hand. All the cultivation resources in Qin Lang's storage ring emerged. Then, he threw out another piece of paper and said calmly, "Can these things be put together?" The nun quickly took the paper, looked at it carefully, and a look of shock appeared on her face. This guy is a big customer. Su Chen's paper was filled with all kinds of natural treasures, weapons, formations. It can be said that it has everything. He wrote these on a whim, and he planned to use them to test if he met anyone worth investing in. "Sir, please take a seat. I'll get you something." The female cultivator flashed her big watery eyes, twisted her body like a water snake, came to the reception area, poured a cup of tea, and looked at Su Chen respectfully. Su Chen glanced at her body casually, then retracted his gaze, sat down at the table and chairs, and drank tea leisurely. Soon, the female cultivator came out with something. Qin Lang's cultivation resources can just be exchanged for these resources, so Su Chen can be said to have gotten them for free. He put the things into the storage ring and walked towards the door of Zhenbao Tower. Arrived outside the stone city. Su Chen's mind moved, and the black abyss sword behind him trembled slightly and fell at his feet. Su Chen stepped on the sword and drove the black abyss sword towards the direction of the first saint sect. This time, the black abyss sword moved very slowly, even slower than walking. Buzz! At this moment, there was a vibration in the storage ring. What's going on? Su Chen looked at the storage ring with some confusion and probed his spiritual sense into it. Just see. The storage ring was filled with blood-red light, and a faint breath was corroding the spirit stone in the storage ring. Damn, my spirit stone! Su Chen's face turned pale and he quickly took out the soul-devouring pearl. Are you here? Su Chen murmured softly as he looked at the soul-devouring orb in his hand. Boom! Then, his spiritual consciousness spread out, covering an area of hundreds of miles. At the rear of his spiritual consciousness, a blood-red light was rapidly approaching. The black abyss sword, which was originally moving, suddenly stopped. Su Chen stood on the sword and waited quietly. Soon, an old man in a blood-red robe and with silver-white hair appeared in front of Su Chen. Finally you're here. You've been keeping me waiting for so long. Are you the leader of the Blood Soul sect? Su Chen looked at the old man in front of him calmly and asked. As he spoke, he lightly clenched his 5 fingers, and terrifying spiritual power instantly penetrated into the soul-devouring orb. Boom! A muffled sound was heard. The soul-devouring orb in Su Chen's hand instantly shattered, turning into powder and falling from his fingertips. At the moment he crushed the soul-devouring orb, the old man who had been watching him quietly suddenly turned gloomy, and his fiery red eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You're looking for death." The low and hoarse voice was like thunder exploding out of nowhere, scaring away countless birds and beasts within a radius of dozens of miles. The red-robed old man had a grim expression on his face, and the murderous intent emanating from him had almost become a reality. He just destroyed a few small villages on his way back, but he didn't expect that his apprentice had died at the hands of others. Moreover, the guy who killed his apprentice actually shattered his apprentice's life bead in front of him. This is no longer a provocation. This is clearly a slap in his face. This shows that he doesn't take me, the leader of the Blood Soul sect and a powerful person in the late Spirit Bridge realm, seriously at all. "Who are you?" the red-robed old man asked in a cold voice. With his keen eyesight, he could naturally see that the sword in front of him was no ordinary object. The lowest level is a Taoist soldier. As for the specific level, he couldn't judge. But the only thing that is certain is that the person in front of him is definitely not an ordinary cultivator. It looked like he was waiting for me to come over. "The First Saint Sect, the leader, Su Chen." Su Chen said lightly. Clang! The words fell. A burst of sword sounds was heard, and the void began to tremble faintly. The black abyss sword under his feet flew in front of him, and Su Chen lightly tapped it. A terrifying sword energy flashed out in an instant. The brilliant sword intent completely enveloped the old man. Boom! There was a loud bang. The terrifying sword intent was like a golden dragon, rushing towards the old man. The leader of the First Saint Sect. Isn't the leader of the Qingxue sect a Dao Palace cultivator? How could he be so powerful? The red-robed old man looked at the terrifying sword intent and his eyes twitched suddenly. As far as he knew, the leader of the Qingxue sect was just a cultivator in the late Dao Palace realm. And he never leaves the mountain, so why is he here today? Moreover, the strength he displayed was so terrifying that the aura on his body was even stronger than that of him, a strong man in the Qingxue realm? "Are you at the peak of the Spirit Bridge realm?" the red-robed old man shouted. His hands did not slow down their movements, and he waved his hand to offer up a blood-red bead. Driven by his spiritual power, the bead floated above his head and kept spinning. Chapter 20. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood-red light completely enveloped the old man, turning him into a blood-red turtle shell. Clang! A crisp sword sound was heard. The sword intent, like a giant dragon, bombarded the turtle shell, leaving only cracks but not completely breaking it. Su Chen stood quietly in the void watching this scene. It was not until now that the old man in red robe discovered that something was wrong. "You are not in the Spirit Bridge realm." Su Chen's casual sword intent just now almost shattered his strongest defense. This is not something that a strong person in Qingxue realm can do. Even the peak of Qingxue realm is not enough. Unless he is a strong man in the other shore realm. Thinking of this, the red-robed old man's pupils suddenly shrank, and he began to plan how to escape. "Did I ever say I was in the Spirit Bridge realm?" Su Chen looked at the red-robed old man in front of him indifferently. The sword intent just now was just a casual test on his part. At this moment, he has completely understood the realm of the red-robed old man. Late stage of Qingxue realm. With Su Chen's current strength, he can definitely kill him instantly. He has the Hongmeng Dao body and is a powerful person in the other shore realm. He also has the Black Abyss sword, a magical weapon, in his hand. Facing a cultivator in the late Qingxue realm, he can be killed with just a wave of his hand. "Who on earth are you?" The red-robed old man stared at Su Chen with a gloomy expression. He didn't believe that Su Chen was really the leader of the Qingxue sect. If the leader of the Qingxue sect was in the other shore realm, the sect's power would have surpassed their Blood Soul sect long ago. Moreover, he had not heard of any masters appearing in the Qingxue sect recently. "I told you, I am Su Chen, the leader of the Cheshung sect. Su Chen said somewhat helplessly. How come the Blood Soul sect's leader can't understand what people are saying? He. You still don't tell the truth even when you are about to die. So what if you are a strong person from the other shore realm? It just so happens that my soul-devouring orb is missing a main soul, so I'll use the soul of a strong person from the other shore realm to create the main soul. The red-robed old man suddenly laughed strangely. Then, he lightly pointed at the void in front of him. Buzz! The red bead above his head suddenly shone brightly, and countless souls surged out. At this moment, the blood-red light enveloped the sky and the earth, and the screams of wronged souls were everywhere, as if one was in the 18th level of hell. Every wronged soul was surrounded by countless black mists. It's hard to imagine how many people must have been killed to create such a scene. That's it. Su Chen's expression remained unchanged as he calmly swung out 3 sword energies. Boom! The terrifying sword intent swept out in an instant. Wherever the sword goes, the wronged souls are instantly scattered. Now, when the red-robed old man saw Su Chen take action, he turned into a red light and flew straight into the distance without any hesitation. What he just said and this attack were just a trick of his. The purpose was to make Su Chen take action and have no time to take care of him, giving him a chance to escape. He is a powerful person in the other shore realm, only a fool would really attack him. Do you think you can leave? Su Chen stood in the void, quietly watching the direction where the red-robed old man was escaping, and shook his head slightly. Black Abyss! Buzz! The Black Abyss sword surrounding Su Chen trembled violently and came in front of him. Su Chen raised his hand, grabbed the hilt of the sword, and threw it towards the red-robed old man with great force. Call out! A sharp sound of breaking through the air was heard. The Black Abyss sword seemed to transform into a streak of black light and fiercely stabbed towards the back of the red-robed old man. Boom! Wherever the Black Abyss sword passed, the void seemed to collapse, as heavy as a mountain. Accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, it was like a demon dragon from ancient times descending. Boom! There was a loud bang. The terrifying sword intent tore through the void, covering the sky and earth like a vast ocean, strangling everything. No! Before the red-robed old man could utter a word of "I dare not," he was pierced through the body by the Black Abyss sword and turned into a cloud of blood mist. Several items turned into streams of light and fell in all directions. Su Chen's mind moved, and a terrifying devouring force emanated from his body. He sucked those items back and put them into the storage ring with a wave of his hand. Then, he set his eyes on the blood-red soul-devouring bead. The soul-devouring orb of the Blood Soul sect's leader is obviously more powerful than Qin Lang's, and is a top-grade spiritual weapon. Superior spirit soldier. That's a good thing. Su Chen whispered softly. As soon as he finished speaking, he put the soul-devouring orb into his storage ring. Although he doesn't need it now, it doesn't mean he won't need it in the future. What if you are lucky enough to meet someone who can invest and who needs exactly this thing? If this thing works well, maybe I'll have another great emperor to back me up in the future. After doing all this, Su Chen rode the Black Abyss sword and prepared to return to the First Saint sect. This time he bought a lot of rare treasures from Zhenbeilu, and maybe he would meet someone worth investing in. If there is really no one to invest in, you can also donate these resources to Qingxue to deepen the cause and effect between them as master and disciple. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a purple person worth investing in. Invest in a soul-devouring orb and practice any technique you want. Successful investment will earn you a martial arts advancement talisman. Su Chen, who was about to leave, was stunned. The system prompt just now is purple investable person. Someone with the same purple investment color as Qingxue. But why invest in the soul-devouring orb and practice techniques? Su Chen was a little puzzled. When I first obtained the soul-devouring orb, I was still wondering if I could use it for investment. The results are here now. Without thinking too much, Su Chen directly spread his spiritual sense. The terrifying divine sense instantly enveloped an area of 100 miles. Soon he was attracted by a small village. Su Chen's mind moved, and the black abyss sword under his feet flew straight towards the small village. The sun sets. A small village is quietly nestled in an unnamed mountain range. Logically speaking, this should be the time when smoke from cooking fires rises. But this small village was eerily quiet. Su Chen landed outside the small village, put away the black abyss sword, and stepped in. The houses in the small village were in shattered pieces, the roads were flooded with blood, corpses were piled up, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. With just one glance, Su Chen knew that the tragic situation of this small village was caused by the leader of the Blood Soul sect. It's completely in line with the Blood Soul sect's cruel methods. There was not a single intact body in the entire village, all the blood and essence in their bodies had been drained away. What a beast! It seems that your death was not unjust at all. Su Chen looked at the devastated village and murmured softly. This was the first time he had seen such a tragic scene. Before, he had only heard about the demon sect, but now he saw it with his own eyes. There were at least several hundred people in the entire village, and they were all massacred. Su Chen sighed in his heart and continued walking towards the depths of the village. Soon he stopped and fell silent as he looked at the scene in front of him. Chapter 21. Just see. A young man with an extremely ordinary appearance and a thin body was kneeling on the ground at this moment. His body was covered in blood, his eyes were bloodshot, his fists were clenched tightly, hammering heavily on the ground, and his body was shaking constantly. In front of him were two dried-up corpses. You can vaguely see that they are a couple. Zhang Fan is an ordinary person. He was born in a very remote village. The village is not big, with only dozens of households. Their small village relies on the surrounding mountains for survival. On weekdays, the men go out hunting, while the women stay in the village to weave clothes, raise chickens, and cook. Although the living conditions are not very good, they are very harmonious, without the intrigues and deceptions of the outside world. Zhang Fan's family was not considered wealthy in the entire village, and could only be considered middle class. Fortunately, the relationship between the villagers is very harmonious. If someone has difficulties, the whole village will come forward to help. Zhang Fan is very satisfied living in such an environment. He even felt that the practitioners in the outside world were not as happy as them. According to the custom in the village, his father would find a marriage for him in a few days. If all goes well, he will get married next month. If nothing unexpected happens, he will have children like everyone else, and like his father, he will work from sunrise to sunset in this extremely remote village. Until the last moment of his life. But what caught him off guard was that all the beautiful things were completely broken by the appearance of one person. That was an old man in a red robe. He stood in the void like a high and mighty god, without any words or unnecessary movements, and casually threw out a blood-red bead. He treated the lives here as worthless, as if they were all ants. With the appearance of the blood-red bead, the entire village was plunged into blood red. The terrifying devouring power continued to absorb their blood and souls. In less than 3 minutes, the originally peaceful village turned into an endless purgatory. Zhang Fan watched with his own eyes as his parents slowly fell into a pool of blood. He watched the person he loved fall down with his own eyes. He was angry and unwilling. But more of it is helplessness. He roared with all his might towards the red-robed old man who was high above the sky and looked like a god. But in the eyes of the other party, his actions were like an ant-provoking god. Just a wave of the hand. A breath of death completely enveloped him. For a moment, he even thought he was dead. But after an hour, he miraculously came back to life. As soon as he opened his eyes, he was faced with the cold and cruel reality. He didn't know whether the devil had left or not, so he could only kneel on the ground, not daring to get up. Crackling. Heavy rain began to fall from the sky at some point. Bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground, washing away the bloodstains on the ground. Zhang Fan lowered his head, motionless, letting the rain wash over him. If it weren't for the strong purple light emanating from his body, Su Chen would have thought he was dead. I am sorry for your loss. A gentle voice sounded. Buzz. Zhang Fan, who was kneeling on the ground, trembled violently and turned around slowly. What caught my eye was a pair of clean boots standing in the rain, spotless and spotless. His eyes slowly moved upwards, and a pure black robe came into view. The other person's fingers were slender and smooth like jade, with a ring on each slender finger. The moment Zhang Fan saw the ring, his pupils suddenly shrank, his eyes turned red instantly, and hatred took over his consciousness. He would never forget that the red-robed old man who destroyed their entire village also wore the same ring. I have avenged you. This bead is the best proof. Su Chen spoke lightly and took out the soul-devouring orb from the storage ring. The moment he saw the soul-devouring orb, Zhang Fan, whose eyes were originally bloodshot, suddenly stood still. The bloody smell of rain mixed with tears and slowly flowed down his face. Are you an immortal? Zhang Fan's hoarse voice sounded in Su Chen's ears. Su Chen was slightly startled when he heard this, but he quickly reacted, shook his head slightly, and said, yes and no, but you can call me that. Once you embark on the path of spiritual practice, you are destined to be very different from ordinary people. Only by stepping into the legendary realm of immortality can one truly be called an immortal. At present, Su Chen's strength can only fly into the sky and hide in the ground, shake the mountains and rivers, but he cannot achieve immortality. May I ask if the immortal can be resurrected? Zhang Fan's eyes lit up when he heard this and he spoke quickly. As he spoke, he set his eyes on the two bodies in front of him. But then, he glanced around the dilapidated village, took a deep breath, and said, may I ask if the immortal can revive them? Su Chen was silent for a long time after hearing this. After a long while, he shook his head and said, I can't do it. However, Zhang Fan did not despair after hearing this, and still asked with hope on his face. May I ask, immortal, is there any method in the cultivation world that can bring the dead back to life? Have. Su Chen nodded. As far as he knew, as long as one stepped into the legendary realm of immortality, one could be brought back to life. Zhang Fan's eyes, which had been colorless at first, gradually lit up with a spark of hope when he heard this. He looked deeply at the corpse in front of him, took a deep breath, and said in a serious tone, I will definitely bring you back to life. Then he kowtowed deeply to Su Chen. Bang! The head hit the rain, splashing water everywhere. I beg the immortal to accept me as his disciple. This. Zhang Fan's sudden action made Su Chen stunned. Su Chen saw his qualifications at first sight. A once-in-a-millennium opportunity. That's right. I'm afraid there has never been such poor qualifications in 10,000 years. Originally, Su Chen thought that if Zhang Fan's qualifications were good enough, he could bring him to the Qingxue sect and accept him as a disciple, thus deepening the cause and effect relationship between the two. But now it seems that his idea is almost impossible to work. Thinking of this, Su Chen opened his eyes to the future. Buzz! In an instant, Zhang Fan's information flooded into Su Chen's mind. Name, Zhang Fan. Identity villager of Wuming village. Future life direction, successfully build the foundation at the age of 25, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 30, ignite the divine fire at the age of 35, achieve the immortal body at the age of 100, and successfully achieve the position of the Great Emperor at the age of 1000, and achieve the position of the Demon Lord. Life script, the loser's counterattack. 1,000-year-old Emperor. When Su Chen saw Zhang Fan's message, his pupils shrank suddenly. This talent. Even Chu Tian and Mu Qingxue are not as good as the one in front of him. Demon Lord. Su Chen's attention quickly fell on the last line of the words about his future life. Chapter 22. No wonder the system wants me to invest in the soul-devouring orb. It turns out he will fall into the devil's way. Su Chen quickly understood why the system asked him to invest in the soul-devouring orb. No wonder his future realm will improve so quickly. Even Chu Tian, who has an old grandfather, cannot compare to him. Fallen into the path of evil, how can the speed of cultivation not be fast? I can't accept you as my apprentice. Su Chen looked at Zhang Fan, shook his head slightly, and spoke. When Zhang Fan heard this, a hint of disappointment flashed across his face. He lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. At this moment, Su Chen changed the subject and said, "But I can give you 2 books of skills and martial arts." The words fell. He flipped his palm, and 4 yellowed books suddenly appeared in his palm. One of them was the blood soul art practiced by the leader of the blood soul sect, and the other was a mid-grade yellow-level martial arts technique he bought in the Zhenbao Tower. Immortal. Zhang Fan suddenly raised his head and looked at Su Chen, hope appearing on his face again. Don't overthink it. It's not that I don't want to take you in as my disciple, but I'm not qualified yet. Su Chen said slowly with a faint smile on his face. A future emperor who could attain enlightenment in 1,000 years, with his current strength, was indeed not qualified to be accepted as his disciple. Moreover, Zhang Fan is destined to follow the path of evil, and he can't teach much. There are 2 cultivation methods here. One can quickly improve your strength, while the other requires you to follow a step-by-step process, which will only improve you very slowly. The former belongs to the demonic sex technique, which is also the technique practiced by the red-robed old man who massacred your village. If you choose it, then your future is destined to be an enemy of the righteous path, and you will become a figure that everyone wants to kill. The latter belongs to the righteous cultivation method, but the speed of improving your cultivation is extremely slow. If you choose it, you may be able to achieve some success in the future. It's up to you to choose. As he spoke, Su Chen placed 4 books in front of Zhang Fan. This object is called the soul-devouring pearl. I believe you have seen its function. I will give it to you as a gift. If you choose the magic technique, you will be able to control it. Then, he handed the soul-devouring orb in his hand to Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan bows to thank the immortal. Zhang Fan pursed his lips, knelt on the ground and kowtowed heavily. Then, he set his gaze on the 4 books and the soul-devouring orb, his expression somewhat awkward. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head slightly, and with an idea in his mind, he took out a cloth bag from his storage ring. There were 100 low-grade spirit stones in the cloth bag. Su Chen placed it next to Zhang Fan and said, "The path of cultivation is not easy. I give you these spirit stones today. I hope you can cultivate well. Perhaps we will have the chance to meet again in the future." Since the system gave him a purple investment grade, Su Chen didn't mind giving him 100 low-grade spirit stones to deepen the cause and effect between the 2. This is also for my own plans 10,000 years from now. After saying that, Su Chen waved gently. Boom! A black light shot out from behind him and landed in front of him. Su Chen took a step forward, stood on the black abyss sword, turned his back to Zhang Fan, and waved gently. "See you again if we're lucky." As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen was about to ride the black abyss sword away. At this moment, Zhang Fan suddenly spoke, raised his head and looked at Su Chen's back, and said loudly, "May I ask the immortal, how should I choose?" Su Chen paused slightly, waved his hand, and said, "Act according to your heart." Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the black abyss sword under his feet trembled slightly, instantly cutting through the rain curtain and disappearing into the nameless mountains. Zhang Fangong sends the immortal away. When Zhang Fan saw this scene, he immediately prostrated himself in the rain, facing Su Chen's departing back and shouted loudly. Afterwards, he kowtowed 3 times, staring at the 4 yellowed books and the soul-devouring pearl in front of him, without getting up for a long time. On the black abyss sword. Su Chen looked at Zhang Fan kneeling in the rain, shook his head slightly, and said softly, "System, receive the reward." The words fell. A piece of purple talisman paper appeared in front of him. The talisman paper is only the size of a palm, and it is filled with a strong Taoist charm. You can tell at a glance that it is not an ordinary item. Martial Arts Advancement Talisman. This is probably a product unique to the system. There is nothing so incredible in this world today. At least I've never heard of it in the eastern wilderness. Su Chen added silently in his heart. His slender fingers stroked the martial arts advancement talisman and asked, "System, are there any restrictions on this martial arts advancement talisman?" Ding! Martial arts advancement talismans are only available for martial arts below the heavenly rank. Martial arts above the heavenly rank cannot use purple advancement talismans. Host reminder, each advancement talisman can only be advanced once, and each time it can raise the martial arts to a higher level. I see. Su Chen murmured in a low voice. To be honest, he was still a little disappointed. If there were no restrictions on the martial arts advancement talismans, he would have planned to get 2 more to advance the star-shattering sword technique to the imperial level. However, being able to advance only to the heavenly rank or below is also very powerful. The star-breaking sword technique meets the requirements of the advancement talisman. Once advanced, it can instantly become a low-grade heavenly martial art. However, Su Chen has no plans to advance to the star-shattering sword technique for the time being. In his opinion, this martial arts advancement talisman must be used well. It would be best to advance to a top-grade earth-level martial art so as to maximize the benefits. Moreover, the current star-breaking sword technique in his hands can also unleash the power of a lower-grade heavenly rank martial art, so there is no need to force advancement and waste advancement talismans. After pondering for a moment, Su Chen put the martial arts advancement talisman into the storage ring. Afterwards, he concentrated on controlling the Black Abyss sword and flew towards the Chusheng sect. 10 minutes later, Su Chen arrived at Wuodao Peak, and night officially fell. The Great Elder was currently practicing on a huge rock on Wuodao Peak. When he heard some movement, he suddenly opened his eyes. Teach. Master. When he found out that the person coming was Su Chen, a look of surprise flashed across his face. Didn't the leader go to hunt down the direct disciple of the Blood Soul sect's leader? Why are you back? Didn't you find it? Or has Qin Lang been killed? Uncle Master. Su Chen fell from the Black Abyss sword and looked at the Great Elder, nodding slightly. Master, why did you come back so soon? The Great Elder asked with a confused look on his face. Qin Lang and the Blood Soul sect's leader have been completely defeated. Su Chen said this as he inserted the Black Abyss sword into the scabbard on his back, his tone extremely calm, as if he was narrating a trivial matter. Qin Lang and who? Upon hearing this, the Great Elder showed a look of disbelief on his face. Blood Soul sect leader? He is a strong man in Qingxue realm. Even if Su Chen had successfully broken through to the other shore realm, it would be impossible for him to kill the Blood Soul sect's leaders so quickly, right? Master of the Blood Soul sect. Su Chen glanced at the Great Elder and said in a calm tone. Isn't it just killing a newbie from Qingxue realm? Is the Great Elder so shocked? Boom! These words sounded like thunder in the ears of the Great Elder. Blood Soul sect leader. A strong man in Qingxue realm died just like that? Su Chen killed it in less than half a day? And seeing Su Chen was calm and composed, it seemed that he had no losses at all. Heaven will revive our first holy religion. The Great Elder sighed after a long time. Chapter 23. Well. Su Chen looked at the elder who looked up with emotion and was speechless. You are over 100 years old, can you please act a little more normal? There's really no hope. Su Chen shook his head slightly, glanced at the great elder, and said, "Uncle Master, if there is nothing else, I will go back first." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't care whether the great elder had other things to do or not, and directly controlled the Black Abyss sword to leave Wudao Peak and fly towards the sect master's hall. The elder looked at Su Chen's departing back and couldn't help but murmured, "I've long known that the leader is extremely talented and has the potential to be a powerful person." At the same time, in the nameless mountains, Zhang Fan knelt on the ground, staring at the 4 yellowed books and the soul-devouring orb in front of him, and finally made up his mind. Strength. I want to improve my strength quickly. Act with your heart, act with your heart. Zhang Fan gritted his teeth and picked up the Blood Soul art, the technique practiced by the leader of the Blood Soul sect, and stuffed the soul-devouring pearl into his pocket. After doing all this, he began to bury the bodies of the villagers one by one. After burying the bodies of the villagers, Zhang Fan sat down cross-legged and began to practice according to the instructions of the martial arts. But after practicing for several hours, he didn't feel anything at all. It seemed as if the martial arts technique before him was fake, and he couldn't find the Qingxue recorded on it no matter how hard he tried. What's going on? Could it be that I'm practicing incorrectly? But I'm clearly practicing according to the method. Under the cover of night, Zhang Fan sat cross-legged, looking down at the Blood Soul art in front of him with a frown. There's no way an immortal could lie to me. There is absolutely no problem with this technique. Zhang Fan closed the Blood Soul art in front of him, a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured softly, "Since there's nothing wrong with the technique, then the problem must be with me. No wonder the immortal refused to accept me as his disciple. He must have seen that I have ordinary talents and am not suitable for cultivation at all." After figuring out the key, endless despair surged in Zhang Fan's heart. "I finally see a glimmer of hope. Is this going to end?" If Su Chen were here, he would definitely cry out for justice after hearing what Zhang Fan said. "It's obvious that you are too talented and you are on the path of evil, so I can't teach you anything." Ah! Zhang Fan let out a burst of anger and punched the ground. Bright red blood slowly dripped down his fist, instantly staining the ground red. But Zhang Fan didn't feel any pain at all. At this time, there is nothing more painful than having a cultivation method right in front of you but being unable to practice it. No. I can't give up just like that. Father and the others are still waiting for me to come back to life. I absolutely cannot give up. Zhang Fan murmured in a low voice. The harmonious scenes of his parents and the villagers in the past kept flashing in his mind. Resurrecting his parents and villagers has become his obsession, and he will never give up until his obsession is achieved. That's right. Before leaving, the immortal gave me a bag of white jade. This must be something good. It will definitely help me. Zhang Fan suddenly thought of the cloth bag that Su Chen had given him before he left. As he spoke, he turned around and picked up the cloth bag, preparing to take out a spirit stone for cultivation. But before he could touch the spirit stone, he suddenly froze in place, staring at the strange scene before him. Just see! A ray of black and red light rose up from the place where he had just hit. The light is very dim, and it is impossible to detect it at night without careful observation. What is this? Zhang Fan murmured with some doubt. Driven by curiosity, he reached out and began to dig at the ground. Soon, a short stick about 2 feet long, made of neither gold nor iron, but dark green in color appeared before his eyes. The short stick had a murderous aura and was dark red in color, as if it were solidified blood, which was very ugly. But because he had just hit the ground, the blood fell and landed right on the short stick. After absorbing his blood, the short stick began to show its extraordinary side. A stick. Zhang Fan was stunned and reached out to take out the short stick. Buzz. At this moment, the soul-devouring orb in his pocket suddenly vibrated. Immediately afterwards, the soul-devouring orb flew out of his pocket and directly merged into the short stick. Zhang Fan, who didn't know what was happening, suddenly had dilated pupils and felt as if his soul had been stripped away. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and Zhang Fan fell straight back. At the same time, the outer sect of the Qingxue sect. Chu Tian walked out of the mountain gate covered in blood, and wherever he passed, he caused exclamations. After returning to his thatched hut, he collapsed on the bed. After fighting with the ferocious beast for a whole day, there was no intact place on his body. However, he also gained a lot from leaving the Qingxue sect this time. 5th level of the physical realm. Chu Tian raised one hand and gently clenched it in the air. Boom! Suddenly, sonic booms were heard in the void. At this moment, he felt as if a bit of strength was rising in his body again. After only one day away from the Qingxue sect, his strength suddenly leaped to a whole level. From the 4th level of the physical realm to the 5th level of the physical realm. This speed is no different from riding a rocket. You have to know that he just broke through the 4th level of the physical realm the day before yesterday. If this news were to spread, it would shock the entire Qingxue sect. You're very lucky. The first time you left the First Saint sect, you came across a 700-year-old blood dragon fruit. It saved you half a year. An old voice echoed in Chu Tian's mind. There was a hint of relief in his voice as he said. You haven't fully refined the energy of the blood dragon fruit yet. If you can fully refine it, you will be able to break through the 9th level of the physical body within a month. A month. Chu Tian murmured softly when he heard this, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Originally, he thought it would take him at least a year to reach the 9th level of the physical realm. Now the time has been shortened to 1 month. If this gets out, I'm afraid no one will believe it. Looking at the entire Qingxue religion, there are not many people who can have such a wonderful experience. To be precise, there is not one. As far as he knew, there had never been a demon in the Great Chu dynasty who could cultivate so quickly. Everyone's cultivation is accumulated bit by bit, there is no shortcut. Only someone like Chu Tian would be lucky enough to come across a blood dragon fruit, which would allow his strength to improve by leaps and bounds. But, Master, the 3-year agreement will be the day after tomorrow. Chu Tian seemed to have thought of something, a trace of loneliness flashed across his face, and he spoke in a low voice. As soon as these words were spoken, the voice in his mind fell silent. Chapter 24. Chu Tian was originally the young master of the Chu family, the controlling family of Tianyang City in the Great Chu dynasty. Since childhood, he had been engaged to Nangang Meng, the daughter of the Nangang family, the controlling family of another city, Qianyuan City. But Chu Tian did not have any talent for cultivation. After knowing that Chu Tian was a waste, Nangang Meng went to the Chu family in person to negotiate a marriage proposal and severely humiliated Chu Tian. The young and energetic Chu Tian naturally would not give in. After all, divorcing one's husband is a great shame in the eastern wilderness. Chu Tian made a 3-year agreement in a rage, vowing to fight Nangang Meng in 3 years. Nangang Meng scoffed at this. At that time, she had already joined the most top Taoist sect in the Great Chu dynasty and became the sect leader's personal disciple. She was very famous for a while. She readily agreed to Chu Tian's request. Because, in her mind, it was impossible for Chu Tian to surpass her in just 3 years. Trash, will be trash all your life. When Chu Tian thought that he would be pushed to the pillar of shame again 3 years later, a mysterious voice suddenly appeared in his mind. After learning that the other party was the remnant soul of a great man who almost stepped into the realm of immortality, Chu Tian worshipped him as his master on the spot. Later, he came to the Qingxue sect and became an outer disciple. And the day after tomorrow is the day of the 3-year agreement. Nangang Meng had already established his foundation 3 years ago. With the support of Dao sect's resources during these 3 years, going back with your current state would be tantamount to committing suicide. The old voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. If it really doesn't work, don't go back for now. Wait a year until your power is fully enhanced, then go and pay a visit to Nangongming. Chu Tian's expression froze when he heard this, and he quickly said, Master, if I don't go back, I'm afraid the Chu family and I will become the laughing stock of the great Chu dynasty. I can temporarily take over your body and fight for you, but you need to think carefully. Once I take action, I will fall into a 3-year slumber. Besides, your body is too weak. Even if I control it, I can't exert much strength. The old voice said with some heaviness. Chu Tian fell into endless silence after hearing this, lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. Actually, there is another way. At this moment, the old voice in my mind sounded again. Chu Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he quickly said, Master, is there any other way? The old man was silent for a moment, with a hint of helplessness in his voice, and said, You can go find Su Chen. Master. Chu Tian murmured in surprise. What can the leader do? That's right. Go find Su Chen. Ask him to go back with you, and then ask him to extend your 3-year agreement by 1 year in his capacity as the leader of the Chesheng sect. Within this year, Master promises to make you surpass Nangongmeng completely. The old voice was sonorous and powerful. Chu Tian sat on the bed, hesitated for a long time, and finally gritted his teeth and walked towards the master's hall. At this point, this is all we can do. Inside the master's hall. At this moment, Su Chen is pondering how to deepen the cause and effect of the people he has invested in. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Boom! 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 Master, outer disciple Chu Tian requests to see you. Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, and murmured in confusion. Chu Tian? Did something happen to him when he came to see me? No, he is the holder of the grandfather. If he is in doubt, he can summon the grandfather. He has no use for me at all. Su Chen thought about it for a long time, but couldn't figure out Chu Tian's intention in looking for him. He shook his head slightly, decided not to think about it anymore, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already outside the master's hall. I saw a disciple wearing outer sect clothes standing not far away, walking back and forth. Occasionally, he would look over here, as if waiting for someone. This person is Chu Tian. Before Su Chen could speak, Chu Tian had already noticed him and looked towards him. After confirming again and again that it was Su Chen, a look of joy appeared on his face and he quickly knelt on the ground. Disciple greets the master. Chu Tian, long time no see. Su Chen smiled kindly, took 2 steps forward, helped Chu Tian up, looked him up, and asked, How is your injury? Upon hearing this, Chu Tian immediately revealed a look of gratitude and said, Thanks to the sect leader's help, a blood chi pill not only restored my injuries to their original state, but also helped me turn a disaster into a blessing, leaping 2 realms and entering the 5th level of the flesh realm in one fell swoop. Blood chi pills have a wide range of uses. They can not only help recover from injuries, but also strengthen chi and blood. It is no exaggeration to say that this pill is the most precious pill in the physical realm. This was the excuse Chu Tian had thought of before he came. He certainly wouldn't be so foolish as to directly mention such a rare treasure as the blood dragon fruit. Good. Su Chen praised him generously, and then asked, Why did you come to see me so late? Is there something important? Chu Tian took a deep breath after hearing this, knelt on the ground again, and said, To be honest, Master, I have something to ask of you. Oh! Su Chen's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. He was just worrying about how to deepen the cause and effect of these investments, but he didn't expect that Chu Tian would be the first one to come to him. But are there any outer disciples bullying you? Su Chen looked calm on the surface and asked calmly. Master, I have an engagement with Nangongmeng, a disciple of the Dao sect master and the Nangong family of Jianyuan city. As soon as Chu Tian opened his mouth, Su Chen immediately knew what he was going to say next. Really? Wherever there are old men, there are broken engagements. Cough cough cough. Su Chen suddenly coughed lightly, interrupting Chu Tian's words, and looked at him and said slowly. Did you make a 3-year agreement with her? And the 3-year agreement is about to be fulfilled. Chu Tian stood there in a daze upon hearing this, his eyes full of disbelief. How could the leader know? Only the Chu and Nangong families knew about the 3-year agreement. How did the leader know this? Did he investigate himself? For a moment, Chu Tian's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. Haha, you don't have to wonder how I know that. You just need to tell me, what is the cultivation level of the Nangong family master? Su Chen chuckled and stared at him with a smile. Early stage of Dao Palace realm. Although Chu Tian didn't understand what Su Chen meant by asking this, he still told him the truth. When do we leave? Su Chen spoke again and asked lightly. Tomorrow. Chu Tianxia answered subconsciously. Okay, I understand. I'll go back with you tomorrow. Su Chen nodded slightly, left this sentence and disappeared from the spot. Only Chu Tian was left standing there in a daze, feeling a little confused. Leader. Is this a promise? Chapter 25. On the way back to the thatched cottage, Chu Tian heard the old voice that had been silent for a long time in his mind. I never thought that one day I would be wrong. Chu Tian's heart moved, he stopped, and asked curiously. Master, what did you see wrong? The old voice was silent for a while, then slowly said. Do you remember the day Su Chen saved you? You asked me what Su Chen's future achievements would be. What was my answer? Of course I remember. Chu Tian nodded. It had only been 2 days since this happened, but he remembered it very clearly. I remember that my master commented that my potential far exceeded that of the leader. If nothing unexpected happened, the leader would at most stand proudly at the pinnacle of the great Chu Hang Chao. The Chusheng sect is just a stepping stone for him. In the future, he will compete for supremacy in a wider area. Although the leader can stand at the pinnacle of the great Chu dynasty, looking at the entire world, and even the entire eastern wilderness, he seems a little inferior. Just remember it. There was a hint of confusion in the old voice, and he said slowly. After meeting young Master Su Chen today, I have to admit that I was indeed wrong that night. There was a strong sense of confusion in his tone, as if he was doubting his own abilities. Chu Tian became more and more curious about this and quickly asked, Master, where did you go wrong? His master said twice in a row that he had made a mistake. This was the first time he had seen this in the past 3 years. In the past, Master's evaluation of a person was almost a microcosm of that person's life, and there would basically be no other result. But unexpectedly, it didn't work on the leader today. That night, Master didn't carefully examine this young friend Su Chen. I only gave him a cursory inspection and didn't discover anything about his physical condition. What kind of constitution? Chu Tian became more and more curious. The physique that could cause Master to lose his composure like this is probably not an ordinary body. I don't know exactly what kind of physique my master has, but he must be one of the best among the 3,000 physiques. If nothing unexpected happens, his future achievements will be even greater than yours. When the old voice said this, there was obviously endless solemnity in its tone. Hiss! Taller than me. Chu Tian took a deep breath when he heard this, his eyes widened in shock. You know, the master has high hopes for him, saying that his future achievements will definitely be at the top of the Shinto realm, or even step into the immortal realm. And master said that the master's future achievements will even surpass his own. Doesn't that mean that the leader will definitely enter the realm of immortality in the future? The realm of immortality. That is a legendary existence. Master, what is the current level of the sect leader? Chu Tian asked with a look of disbelief and shock on his face. The old man was silent for a moment, and said in a serious voice. I am not afraid of hitting you, my friend Su Chen has already entered the other shore. It can be said that at this moment, he has already reached the pinnacle of the great Chu dynasty. Even the leader of the Dao sect may not be as good as him. If nothing unexpected happens, with Su Chen's talent, I'm afraid he will enter the mortal realm within 3 years, and he's only one step away from the divine realm. The other shore. Chu Tian's eyes suddenly widened. A strong man from the other shore realm. I didn't expect that the leader would be a powerful person in the other shore realm. You know, even the number 1 master of the great Chu dynasty, the leader of the Dao sect, is only at the peak of the Qingxue realm. Judging from the leader's appearance, he is definitely no more than 25 years old. A 24 or 25-year-old expert in the other shore realm. What kind of freak is the leader? Not long ago, he was still feeling proud of himself for breaking through the 5th level of the physical realm. But now after hearing Su Chen's realm, he suddenly felt like a waste. The leader was only 5 or 6 years older than him, but he was already a powerful being in the other shore realm, standing at the pinnacle of the great Chu dynasty. The gap is really too big. In fact, there was one thing his master hadn't told him. That's it. That night, Su Chen was only at the Qingxue realm, but after just 2 days of not seeing him, Su Chen had already broken through to the other side. Even though he was once the pinnacle of the Shinto realm and a powerful man who almost set foot in the immortal realm, he couldn't help but be shocked. Such talent! Even in Zhongzhou where there are so many geniuses, it is enough to sweep across the land. The reason why he didn't tell Chu Tian was that he was afraid of hurting his Tao heart. Not to mention Chu Tian's Dao heart, even his own Dao heart was a little unstable. It's really evil. Disciple. You must keep in touch with your leader. He might be able to help you in the future. At this moment, the old man's opinion of Su Chen changed drastically. Are you good friends? Chu Tian heard this, pondered for a moment, nodded solemnly, and said, Master, I will definitely remember this. By the way, Master, since the leader is going to accompany me back this time, shouldn't we also show some appreciation? By the way, I can also thank you for saving my life last time. Chu Tian seemed to have thought of something and spoke quickly. It's a must. How about this? I will pass on to you a sword manual of destroying the world, which is of the upper grade of earth rank. I can give it to your leader as a token of my gratitude. The slaughtering sword scripture. Chu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard this. As far as he knew, the entire Chusheng sect did not have any earth-level martial arts or techniques. And if he could gift the leader a top-grade local martial art, not only would it be a way to thank him for the blood chi pill, but he could also thank him for accompanying him back to the Chu family this time. After all, top-grade earth-level martial arts are extremely precious in the eastern wilderness. After taking a quick look at the contents of the slaughtering sword scripture, Chu Tian spoke. Disciple thanks Master. It's a small matter. The old man said calmly. But the voice was obviously weaker than before. After all, he is only in the form of a residual soul and cannot appear for a long time every day. Today, Chu Tian was given a martial art, which made his already fragile soul even worse. Master has fallen asleep. You can wake me up tomorrow when you arrive in Tianyang City. The old man spoke weakly. Master, please rest assured. I will definitely find a way to get more spiritual medicine during this period of time. Chu Tian said in a deep voice. The words fell. The voice in my head was completely gone. Chu Tian knew that his master had fallen into a deep sleep. Master's soul is becoming increasingly fragile. After the 3-year agreement is over, I must enter the inner sect as soon as possible. This way, I can receive more sect missions and earn more spirit stones. Chu Tian stared at the darkness in front of him with burning eyes and murmured softly. At the same time, a sense of urgency inexplicably arose in his heart. He quickly returned to the thatched hut and found a blank book. Without much hesitation, he walked quickly to the front, recalled his memories about the world-slaying sword sutra in his mind, took a pen from the side, and began to write quickly on it. Chapter 26. The next day, early morning. After Su Chen simply washed up, he walked out of the sect master's hall and flew towards Wuodao Peak. As soon as they arrived at Wuodao Peak, several figures gathered from all directions. "Greetings, Master." Gu Yang stood at the front and saluted Su Chen respectfully with several of his fellow apprentices. "No need to be polite, just take your seats." Su Chen glanced at everyone indifferently, and finally set his eyes on Qingxue. "Yes, Master." All the disciples sat cross-legged. "I will be away for a few days, so I will let Gu Yang take over as your teacher and supervise your cultivation." Su Chen spoke again. Several disciples looked at Su Chen with some confusion. "You know, their master hasn't left the Chu Shengjiao for a long time." "No, he never even left Wuodao Peak on weekdays. If there was any problem, he would just let Gu Yang handle it. He was completely a hands-off boss. Why does he seem like a different person these days? I didn't even see him yesterday." Although they were extremely confused, no one dared to ask. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing this, Gu Yang quickly stood up and bowed to Su Chen. "Qingxue, please come forward." Su Chen nodded slightly, then looked at Qingxue and beckoned her over. Upon hearing this, several disciples looked at Qingxue, their eyes full of envy. Qingxue has always been inconspicuous among Su Chen's disciples. But in recent days, Su Chen has paid more and more attention to him. 3 days ago, Su Chen even helped Qingxue successfully build her foundation. To be honest, they still feel a little unfair. As both are Master's disciples, why is it that Qingxue is respected by Master and even helps him to build his foundation? Even when senior brother Guiyang was building his foundation, Master did not help him. But in front of Su Chen, they didn't dare to reveal anything. "Master." Qingxue came to Su Chen respectfully and spoke very respectfully. 3 days ago, Su Chen helping her build her foundation was still vivid in her mind. Every time she thinks of it, she is deeply moved. "Here are some cultivation resources for the foundation establishment realm. You must not slack off during the few days when Master is away. I came back hoping that you would be a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building." Su Chen smiled kindly and waved gently. Buzz! In an instant, a large number of cultivation resources floated in the void. These are the cultivation resources needed for the foundation establishment stage that Su Chen found in the storage ring of the Blood Soul sect's leader. It can be used to deepen the cause and effect between himself and Qingxue. Hiss! The disciples gasped as they looked at the cultivation resources floating in the void. "Master! What a big deal! All these cultivation resources combined can even allow a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building to cultivate to the late stage of foundation building. Master, this..." Qingxue looked at the many cultivation resources in front of her in shock, and her body trembled. "Master, you should give these cultivation resources to your senior brothers and sisters. Using them on me will only be a waste." Qingxue's Adam's apple rolled, and she quickly knelt on the ground and said respectfully. The cultivation resources in front of her were so precious that she really didn't dare to accept them. In addition, Master wasted all of Third Sister's foundation building pills and a piece of First Saint sword grass in order to build his own foundation. Now that she has been given so many cultivation resources, she really doesn't dare to accept them. What is given to you is yours. Master always keeps his word. Since these things are given to you as gifts, they are yours. Just accept them with peace of mind. As for your senior brothers and sisters, I will make arrangements for them. But... Qingxue was about to say something, but as soon as she raised her head, she saw Su Chen's majestic expression, and she swallowed the words back. Under Su Chen's unquestionable gaze, Qingxue tremblingly put away the cultivation resources. Her beautiful eyes turned red in an instant, and a warm feeling passed through her heart. Admiration for Su Chen also reached its peak in an instant. "Master, I will definitely not let you down. I will definitely enter the middle stage of foundation building as soon as possible." Her voice was a little choked. "Master is so good to me. Well, the teacher is looking forward to your performance." A hint of relief flashed in Su Chen's eyes. "It seems that giving away resources yourself is still very effective. Doesn't this deepen the cause and effect?" Then, Su Chen glanced at Gu Yang and others calmly and said, "This is a gift from the master to you." The words fell. 5 storage rings flew out instantly and landed in the hands of several people. "Master has always been fair and impartial. The resources inside are what you need for your current realm. I hope you will not let me down." After saying that, he disappeared from the spot with a flash of his figure. "Farewell, Master." Several disciples looked towards where Su Chen left and said respectfully. The cultivation resources Su Chen gave them were no less than those given to Mu Qingxue, and the original resentment in his heart disappeared in an instant. The area for outer disciples of the Cheshung religion. Chu Tian was standing outside the thatched hut, pacing back and forth, waiting for Su Chen to arrive. Buzz! Waves came from the void. Su Chen's figure suddenly appeared. "Master!" When Chu Tian saw Su Chen, he immediately knelt on the ground. Su Chen waved his hand lightly, and a terrifying spiritual power shot out, lifting his body up, and said, "You won't have to do that in the future. Let's go." As he spoke, he took out the Black Abyss sword. "Master, I have something to give you." Seeing this, Chu Tian spoke quickly, took out a book from his arms without any hesitation, and said in a sincere manner. The cover of the book is very new and looks like it has just been printed. The writing on the cover still had a hint of ink scent. "Master, this is a top-grade local martial art called the World-Slaying Sword Scripture. I give this to you as a gift to repay a portion of my kindness." Su Chen was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked Chu Tian up and down. "Is there such a good thing? A top-grade earth-rank martial art is extremely precious throughout the entire eastern wasteland. Are you sure you want to give it to me?" Su Chen looked at him with a half-smile. Chu Tian was shocked when he heard this, and quickly said, "Master, don't worry, this martial art was discovered by my disciple from an ancient tomb. I specially copied a copy last night." He. Su Chen smiled slightly when he heard this. "Ancient tomb? I'm afraid this must be something from my grandfather?" However, he did not point it out. What he wanted was Chu Tian's favor and to deepen the cause and effect between the two. When he gives me something, it can also deepen the cause and effect between the two of us in disguise. This. Su Chen looked embarrassed. "Master, please keep it. This is a token of my disciple's love," Chu Tian said very seriously. As he spoke, he handed the world-slaying sword scripture to Su Chen. The attitude is very sincere. Chapter 27. This. Su Chen looked at the world-slaying sword scripture in his hand, then looked at Chu Tian, looking very embarrassed. "But in fact, my heart was already filled with joy. This wave of investment is definitely worth it." This martial arts book was taken out by Chu Tian or by the grandfather in his mind. For Su Chen, this was like timely help. He happened to have a martial arts advancement talisman in his hand, and was worried about where to get a local level top-grade martial arts. Unexpectedly, Chu Tian turned around and sent it over. Although it is a sword technique, Su Chen thought that the knife and the sword are actually similar. Now with the world-slaying sword manual and the star-breaking sword technique, his combat power can be greatly improved. Soon, this top-grade martial art of the earth level will become top-grade of the heaven level. As the leader, it's my duty to help you. You don't have to be so polite." Su Chen said this with some reproach, but his hands did not slow down at all. Quickly put the world-slaying sword sutra into the storage medium. Although all practitioners are powerful, in the final analysis, they cannot escape the scope of being human. Before stepping into the realm of Shinto or even the realm of immortality, one cannot avoid all kinds of human relationships and worldly affairs. As the saying goes, cultivation is not about fighting and killing, but about human relationships and worldly wisdom. Since I helped Su Chen, it is reasonable for him to repay me by giving me a top-grade local martial art. If he refuses, he will seem hypocritical. If you put yourself in their shoes, you will inevitably feel that you are too arrogant. If you don't even want a top-grade local martial art, then what exactly do you want? There is no such person who gives without expecting anything in return. As long as the leader is satisfied. Seeing this, Su Chen felt relieved. Although Earth-level martial arts are very rare in the Eastern Wasteland, they are not rare for Su Chen in the other shore realm. As long as he is willing to show his strength, I am afraid that countless powerful forces will try to win him over. It is not easy to obtain Earth-level martial arts. Okay, let's go. Su Chen said seriously. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and let Su Chen stand on the Black Abyss sword and fly towards Tianyang City. Tianyang City was not far from the Chusheng sect, and with the speed of the Black Abyss sword, it only took 10 minutes to arrive there. Su Chen piloted the Black Abyss sword and stopped outside Tianyang City. At this moment, Su Chen's face was pale and his legs were trembling. The master is too fast. Wrong. The leader's sword is too fast. Before he could even react, he had already arrived outside Tianyang City. As expected of a powerful person in the other shore realm. Su Chen glanced at Su Chen, put away the Black Abyss sword, and said lightly, "Lead the way." Upon hearing this, Su Chen nodded quickly and took Su Chen towards Tianyang City. Looking at the tall walls of Tianyang City, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. 3 years ago, he suffered the shame of a broken engagement here and became the laughing stock of the entire city. The name of waste is known to everyone in the city. Now that he has returned, he has reached the 5th level of the physical realm. Although not very strong, at least he has embarked on the path of cultivation and is no longer a waste. As soon as he stepped into Tianyang City, many people on the street recognized Su Chen. Look! Isn't that the good-for-nothing young master of the Chu family? Hey? Didn't he suffer the humiliation of having his engagement broken off and leave Tianyang City? He's heading towards the Chu family. Could it be that he wants to return to the family? Haha, he's just a loser, and he's suffered the humiliation of having his engagement broken off. Now that he returns to the Chu family, I'm afraid no one will let him go. Come on, let's follow and see. Everyone quickly put down what they were doing and followed Su Chen towards the Chu family. They all wanted to see what the good-for-nothing young master of the Chu family, the shame of Tianyang, was doing when he came back today. Su Chen didn't care about what everyone was saying and let them follow him. Su Chen was wearing a black robe and followed Su Chen with a calm expression, his head lowered. The news of Su Tian's return spread throughout Tianyang City in an instant. Rumble. Dark clouds covered the sun. Raindrops began to fall from the sky above Tianyang City. Su Chen walked towards the Chu family with a calm expression, and more people followed him. Soon, they arrived in front of a huge mansion in the center of Tianyang City. When the 2 guards at the door saw Su Chen, they looked at each other with an expression of disbelief on their faces. A guard on the right rubbed his eyes, looked at Su Chen carefully, and said tentatively with a hint of uncertainty in his tone. Young master. Su Tian's appearance has not changed much from 3 years ago, except that he has become a little more mature. It's me. Su Chen nodded slightly, looked at the guard who recognized him, and said. Are you Ade? Su Chen still had some impression of this guard. He was one of the few people in the Chu family who was kind to him. Young master, is it really you? Didn't you go out and explore? Why are you back? Ada asked excitedly. Come to fulfill the 3-year appointment. Su Chen said lightly. Boom. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a thunderclap. The two guards' expressions suddenly changed. The other people in Tianyang City didn't know about the 3-year agreement, but they, the Chu family, knew it very well. When Atta heard that Chu Tian was here to fulfill a 3-year appointment, he quickly said, "Young master, please leave. Nangong Meng came to the mansion the day before yesterday. I heard from the elders that she has reached the peak of the foundation establishment realm. You are no match for her at all." Chu Tian raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this and said, "She's here already." After saying that, he began to call out to his master in his mind. "Master!" The words fell. The old voice sounded. "To fight or not to fight, it's your choice." The old man's voice sounded tired, as if he might fall asleep at any moment. Hearing this, Chu Tian looked a little struggling. If he fights, his master will fall into a deep sleep and it will be unknown when he will wake up. If he doesn't fight, Chu Tian will be nailed to the pillar of shame in Tianyang City forever and will never be able to turn over. For a moment, he struggled. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a blue investor who can invest in a plant of soul-restoring grass. Successful investment will be rewarded with a Zigong Dan. At this moment, Su Chen, who was watching this scene quietly from the side, heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Blue investment. Hearing the prompt sound in his mind, Su Chen raised his eyebrows. The last time I encountered blue investment seemed to be Chu Tian. I didn't expect that this time when I returned to Tianyang City with Chu Tian, I would meet another blue investor. The reward was even more precious than the last time. Palace Casting Pill. This is the elixir that can allow a cultivator who has reached perfection in the Sea of Bitterness realm to directly break through to the Dao Palace realm. Its preciousness is no less than that of Earth-level martial arts. I didn't expect to encounter such a good thing. Su Chen raised the corners of his mouth slightly and looked for someone to invest in. As soon as he raised his head, he saw a layer of blue airflow on Chu Tian's body that only Su Chen could see. Chapter 28. Chu Tian again. Su Chen looked at Chu Tian, who was filled with blue airflow, and murmured in a low voice. Soon, he figured out the system's intention of asking him to invest in the soul-restoring grass. It must be because the spiritual power of the old grandfather in Chu Tian's mind is getting weaker and weaker. Chu Tian had to fulfill the 3-year agreement with Nangong Meng, and the old man's spiritual power was not enough to support the completion of the battle, so the system asked him to invest in the soul-returning grass to help the old man restore his spiritual power. The other side. Chu Tian was still struggling. He looked up at the huge mansion, gritted his teeth, and said, "No more fighting. I'll tell the leader right now to delay it for a year." The old man was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Good disciple, I promise that within a year, your cultivation will surpass Nangong Meng's." Chu Tian nodded secretly without saying anything. He turned his head to look at Su Chen, pondered for a long time, and then slowly said, "Master, I have something to ask of you." Su Chen was delighted when he heard this. "Here we come." But his expression remained unchanged. He looked at Chu Tian and said calmly, "Put your things aside for now. I have something to give you." Chu Tian was slightly stunned when he heard this, and looked at Su Chen with confusion, not understanding what he meant. "I see that your spirit is weak. Is there any damage to your spirit? I happen to have a soul-restoring herb here. Take it first to restore your soul, so as not to lose face for our Cheshung sect in the battle later." Su Chen said lightly. After he finished speaking, he waved his sleeves lightly. Swish! A dark green herb emitting a strange fragrance appeared in front of Chu Tian. Su Chen had found this soul-restoring grass from the storage ring of the Blood Soul sect's leader. He had never expected that it could be used as an investment here. "Master, this..." Chu Tian was a little hesitant. I am a cultivator in the physical realm, and I haven't even built a Taoist palace. Where does my soul come from? Could it be that the leader discovered master? Suddenly, a terrible thought popped up in Chu Tian's mind. Otherwise, why would the leader give himself, a physical body realm, an extremely precious soul-returning grass? Only your master can use the soul-returning grass. Don't panic, he hasn't discovered you, master. Just then, an old voice sounded in Chu Tian's mind. It must be a coincidence. You should accept the soul-returning grass. It will come in handy. This soul-returning grass is enough for me to recover some of my spiritual power, enough to fight Nangong Meng. Hearing that it could help his master recover his spiritual power, Chu Tian no longer hesitated. After accepting the soul-returning grass, he bowed slightly to Su Chen and said seriously, "Thank you, master, for gifting me the soul-returning grass. I will definitely live up to your expectations." Su Chen nodded lightly and said no more. As long as the cause and effect deepen, nothing else matters. Chu Tian immediately swallowed the soul-returning grass. Boom! The moment he swallowed the soul-returning grass, a terrifying aura rose from Chu Tian's body. His breath began to rise. The 6th level of the physical realm. The 7th level of the physical realm. Yea in the flesh. The 9th level of the physical realm. Soon, he reached the half-step foundation building stage and was only one step away from building the foundation. But at this point, he stopped, waved his sleeve lightly, and a common weapon appeared in his hand. He looked coldly at the huge mansion in front of him and shouted, "Chu Tian of the First Saint sect has come to keep the appointment. Nangong Meng, come out and die." Su Chen stood there, watching Chu Tian's aura soar, as if he had become a completely different person, and said secretly in his heart, "This old man has something." He could clearly feel that Chu Tian at this moment. Oh no! It should be said that the grandfather version of Chu Tian can step into the foundation building stage at any time if he wants, but he did not step into it and deliberately suppressed it. If I were not here, I am afraid he would have entered the foundation establishment stage without any scruples. Buzz! Soon, a stream of purple light rushed out from the Chu family mansion and landed steadily in front of the Chu family mansion. When the purple light faded, a woman with skin as white as cream and delicate features appeared in front of everyone. As she appeared, the people following Chu Tian exclaimed, "Look! This is Nangong Meng from Qianyuan City." Hiss! This is Nangong Meng. She's really beautiful. It is said that she has entered the late stage of foundation building. No, judging from Chu Tian's appearance, is he going to challenge Nangong Meng? She is Chu Tian's fiancée. Don't you know? They broke off their engagement a long time ago. There was a constant stream of discussion among the crowd. Nangong Meng, who was standing at the front, remained calm as she stared at Chu Tian in front of her, her red lips slightly parted. Half a step to foundation building. I didn't expect you to reach the half-step foundation building stage within 3 years. This really surprises me. Chu Tian stared at her without saying a word. Boom! A terrifying pressure emanated from Nangong Meng's body. Rumble! There were bursts of thunder in the sky above Tianyang City. Black clouds covered an area of hundreds of miles, making everything seem oppressive. An invisible sense of oppression constantly hovered in everyone's heart. The center of the oppressive feeling is Chu Tian and Nangong Meng. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head slightly and took a few steps back to give them space. Chu Tian slowly raised the sword in his hand, pointed it at Nangong Meng, and spoke again. This battle is a matter of life and death. You, dare you? Nangong Meng frowned slightly and was about to speak when a loud shout came from the Chu family mansion. Chu Tian, who told you to treat my distinguished guest of the Chu family like this? Put away your sword. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man walked out of the gate and looked at Chu Tian with a gloomy expression. None of your business, go away. Chu Tian, No, to be precise, the old man frowned slightly, pointed his sword at the middle-aged man, and spoke slowly. As soon as these words came out, the middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned cold. Chu Tian, I am the head of the Chu family. As a disciple of the Chu family, is this how you treat your elders? Ha ha ha. Chu Tian suddenly smiled up at the sky, looked at the middle-aged man and Nangongmeng in front of him, and said, a disciple of the Chu family. He he. I've stopped being a member of the Chu family 3 years ago. I came here today as a disciple of the Qingxue sect. What does this have to do with your Chu family? Su Chen, who was standing aside, heard this and looked at Chu Tian silently, thinking in his heart. This old guy is really good at taking advantage of the situation to show off. Right from the start, he revealed his identity as a member of the Qingxue sect, hoping to use this to threaten the head of the Chu family not to intervene. It really deserves to be called an old yunbai who has been alive for many years. The first saint religion. The middle-aged man was stunned when he heard this, and stood there in a daze. Then he looked at Chu Tian and asked in a low voice. When did you join the First Saint Church? Chapter 29. Although the Qingxue sect is nothing compared to Daozong, its weight is still very heavy in this area within a radius of thousands of miles. At the very least, it is an existence that the families in these cities cannot afford to provoke. After hearing Chu Tian's words, the middle-aged man finally set his eyes on the badge on Chu Tian's chest. The moment he saw the badge, his expression suddenly changed. Unexpectedly, a useless young master of their Chu family in the past could become a disciple of the Qingxue sect, and was already half a step away from building the foundation. 3 years. From immortal to a half-step foundation building cultivator. When did this kid's talent become so strong? Isn't it true that he cannot practice cultivation? For a moment, several thoughts flashed through the mind of the head of the Chu family. Snort. He's just an outer disciple of the Qingxue sect. As far as I know, the Qingxue sect hasn't cared about the lives of its outer disciples for a long time. I advise you to retreat obediently, otherwise don't blame me, your uncle, for being ruthless. Chu Tian remained unmoved, his expression indifferent, and he said again. Nangongmeng, do you dare to have a life and death battle? Seeing that Chu Tian was unmoved, the head of the Chu family also took a step forward. Boom! An astonishing aura of the Dao Palace realm burst out and pressed towards Chu Tian. After all, he is the patriarch of the Chu family, so of course he has strength. He is in the early stage of Dao Palace realm. He could even become an elder in the Qingxue church. Seeing this, Su Chen frowned slightly, took a step forward, and blocked all the pressure. The head of the Chu family looked gloomy, looked at Su Chen, and whispered. May I ask who you are? Why are you helping Chu Tian? Su Chen looked calm, glanced at the head of the Chu family, and said calmly. You're not qualified to know. Presumptuous. Upon hearing this, the head of the Chu family's face turned gloomy. He took a step and rushed out suddenly. However, he changed his stance midway and slapped Chu Tian directly with his palm. Obviously, he wanted to get rid of Chu Tian before that. After all, the Chu family's current talents are terrifying, and they have even joined the Qingxue sect. Although he is only an outer sect disciple, he is already half a step away from building a foundation. I am afraid that he will be promoted to an inner sect disciple after returning. His future is limitless. If they can't deal with him quickly, their Chu family won't be able to withstand his revenge in the future. 3 years ago, how they bullied Chu Tian was still fresh in his mind. Su Chen snorted coldly, stood where he was, and waved his hand lightly. Bang! A crisp voice rang out. Immediately afterwards, the head of the Chu family flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall. This is a matter between the two of them. If you dare to move again, I guarantee that you will die instantly. Su Chen's figure flashed and came in front of the head of the Chu family. He lowered his head to look at him and said lightly. The sound was not loud, but it was heard by everyone present. For a moment, the whole place was dead silent. The head of the Chu family looked at Su Chen with horror, opened his mouth to say something, but finally closed it obediently. Chu Tian glanced at Su Chen in surprise, but quickly retracted his gaze and looked at Nangong Meng, saying, "Nangong Meng, are you ready to die?" Nangong Meng's expression also changed, and he said in a deep voice, "You don't deserve it." Upon hearing this, Chu Tian didn't say anything else. He put one hand behind his back and stepped forward. Buzz! The sword forces turned into invisible swords and slashed straight towards Nangong Meng. Nangong Meng saw the invisible swords coming from all directions, sneered and slapped out with one palm. Boom! The purple spiritual power bombarded the invisible sword, shattering it instantly. Seeing this, Chu Tian took another step forward. The terrifying sword energy spread all over his body and shot towards Nangong Meng. The power was so astonishing that it terrified the onlookers. Nangong Meng's expression changed when she saw this. She let out a cry, stretched out her hands, and slapped out. He actually struck out a series of palm prints. However, under the astonishing power of those sharp sword energies that seemed to cut through space, the two palm prints shattered in the blink of an eye. Nangong Meng's face turned pale and he retreated rapidly. The palm prints kept coming out, and it was hard to keep up. "Elder, save me!" Nangong Meng was shocked to see that he was defeated, and shouted towards the mansion behind him. She couldn't understand why Chu Tian, who was only half a step into the foundation building stage, could force her to be completely powerless to fight back. "I am the genius of the Taoist sect's leader." Boom! The terrifying aura of the late palace realm rose from the mansion. Immediately afterwards, an old man with grey hair appeared in front of Chu Tian and dissolved Chu Tian's sword energy with a wave of his hand. "You dare to touch my Dao sect disciples, you are seeking death." The old man's eyes narrowed slightly, a murderous look flashed across his face, and he raised his dry hand and slapped Chu Tian. "Did I ask you to touch my disciples of the first saint sect?" At this critical moment, Su Chen's voice came faintly. As soon as he finished speaking, he appeared in front of Dao Zong Elder and raised his hand to slap him. Bang! A crisp voice rang out. Elder Dao Zong flew backwards instantly and landed on the head of the Chu family. "I said, this is a matter between the two of them, no one can interfere." Su Chen stood where he was and looked coldly at the Dao sect elder. "You? Who are you?" The Dao Zong elder got up from the ground and looked at Su Chen with horror on his face. "Even the leader of Dao sect couldn't slap me away with one slap, so how could this young man in front of me do that?" His intuition told him that the cultivation level of the young man in front of him was at least at the Qingxue realm. Even a strong person from the other shore realm. However, it has been a long time since the Great Chu dynasty had a strong person in the other shore realm. Even the leader of the Dao sect is not a strong person in the other shore realm. This young man looks to be only in his 20s, how could he be a master of the other shore realm? Could it be that he is the son of another major force in the eastern wilderness? Thinking of this, his expression became somewhat respectful, and he said, "Sir, I am the elder of Dao sect. Could you please give me some face and let me take her away?" Dao Zong. Face. Su Chen looked up and down at the elder and said with some disdain. Even if the Dao sect master himself were here today, he wouldn't be able to stop this life and death battle. "Chu Tian, you fight." "Disciple. I obey your orders." Chu Tian was stunned at first, then he bowed slightly to Su Chen and approached Nangong Meng step by step with his sword in hand. "Aren't you afraid of offending my Dao sect by doing this, Your Excellency?" Dao Zong elder's expression instantly darkened to the extreme, and he spoke. "Although you are a powerful person in the other shore realm, if she dies today, you will not be able to leave Dachu." Using Dao Zong to threaten this leader. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at the Dao sect elder with his eyes fixed. Then I'll kill you before she dies. The words fell. A black streak of light passed across his neck. Bang! The next moment, a round human head fell to the ground. Chapter 30. For a moment, the whole audience was silent. The head of the Chu family and Nangongmeng were trembling when they saw this scene. A powerful man in the late Dao Palace realm is gone just like that? Chu Tian also took advantage of Nangongmeng's brief distraction and slashed with the sword in his hand. Ah! Accompanied by a miserable scream, Nangongmeng covered his arms with his hands so deep that the bones were visible, and kept backing away. Seeing this scene, the onlookers looked at each other in surprise. A thought arose in everyone's mind. Is this still the useless young master of the Chu family? He was actually able to injure Nangongmeng, the direct disciple of the Taoist sect leader and a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building, so badly. However, compared to these, they were more curious about Su Chen's identity. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that Nangongmeng was afraid of the fear brought to her by the deaths of Su Chen and the elder, which was why Chu Tian seized the opportunity. Otherwise, with Chu Tian's strength, it would be impossible for him to pierce her arm with one sword. After stabbing Nangongmeng, Chu Tian did not stop there. He walked straight towards Nangongmeng, and the sword energy lingering on the sword did not diminish at all. Obviously, Chu Tian didn't intend to let Nangongmeng go. To be precise, it seems that the old man is not going to let Nangongmeng go. You can't kill me. I'm the direct disciple of the Dao sect master. Nangongmeng kept backing away, her pretty face full of fear. Chu Tian looked indifferent, as if he didn't hear her words. He raised the sword in his hand high, his body shot out, and slashed at Nangongmeng with the sword. The face of the Chu family's patriarch changed drastically. However, at this critical moment, an old figure appeared in front of Chu Tian, holding his sword between his fingers. The old man sighed slightly, looked at Chu Tian with a very complicated expression, and said, "Xiao Tian, have you almost vented all the resentment in your heart? Now it's time to let Nangongmeng go. After all, she is a disciple of Dao sect." Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere in the field became weird. The whole street was silent, and everyone was looking at the mysterious old man. His eyes were cloudy, his arm was slightly raised, and his two old and dry fingers easily clamped Chu Tian's sword. Chu Tian's face darkened, and he pressed the sword in his hand forward again, bursts of pure spiritual power bursting out. The brilliant sword energy burst out, wanting to destroy everything. But the old man still held the sword tightly between his fingers. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the old man in front of him. Qingxue realm. The old man in front of him was actually a cultivator at the Qingxue realm. It's just the early stages, and it looks like a breakthrough has just happened not long ago. I didn't expect that the Chu family would have a cultivator at the spiritual bridge realm. Su Chen murmured in a low voice. But he did not choose to take action. He stood there quietly watching the confrontation between Chu Tian and the old man. He really wanted to see what this Qingxue realm cultivator would say. The old man sighed helplessly, looked at Chu Tian in front of him, shook his head gently, and said, "Don't try again, you are no match for me." After saying that, he waved his hand gently. Boom! The next moment, Chu Tian was struck by lightning and retreated violently. The Chu family's patriarch also got up from the ground, walked to the old man with a serious expression, lowered his head and said in a deep voice, "Ancestor." As soon as these words were spoken, the onlookers were shocked. Unexpectedly, this mysterious old man who suddenly appeared turned out to be the ancestor of the Chu family. The strongest of the Chu family. It is said that this old ancestor has been in seclusion and has not appeared for many years. The people of Tianyang City had only heard of him but had never seen him in person. Chu Tian was stunned. No. To be precise, it was the old man who was stunned. He had heard Chu Tian mention this ancestor to him, but Chu Tian had only heard about it from others and had never seen him. I just heard that he was in seclusion in the Chu family, trying to reach a higher level. Chu Tian even thought he was dead, but he didn't expect that he was still alive. The Chu family ancestor looked at Chu Tian and said in a leisurely tone, I know you were upset when Nangongmeng broke off the engagement 3 years ago, but now that an elder of Dao sect has died, your anger should have subsided, right? Let's end it all here. His tone was extremely calm, yet it made people dare not question it. Su Chen glanced at the Chu family's ancestor and shook his head slightly. It seems that the ancestor of the Chu family is on Nangongmeng's side. He would rather help an outsider than favor his own descendants. This Chu family ancestor. How cold-blooded! Chu Tian's expression remained unchanged. He looked at the Chu family ancestor calmly and said, This is my business. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with the Chu family. Upon hearing this, the Chu family ancestor's cloudy eyes flashed with displeasure, but he continued to speak. But you are a disciple of the Chu family, the young master of the Chu family after all. If you kill Nangongmeng, our Chu family will suffer the endless wrath of Dao Zong. Everyone in the Chu family may even die because of your momentary pleasure. As the young master of the Chu family, you must put the overall situation first. The big picture. Chu Tian looked at the Chu family ancestor, suddenly laughed and said, If she were to kill me today, would you come forward? If I were to die today, would anyone from the Chu family come forward? The overall situation? I, Chu Tian, never talk about the overall situation. You would rather lend a helping hand to an outsider with no blood relationship than to offer even a little support to your own descendants. Is this the overall perspective you keep talking about? Chu Tian's words were like pearls of wisdom and his voice was sonorous and powerful. The Chu family ancestor glanced at Nangongmeng behind him and couldn't help but sigh. For the future of the Chu family, I have to help her, and you have to understand me. What's more, you've been away from the Chu family for 3 years and don't have any sense of belonging to the Chu family. Chu Tian sneered when he heard this. If it were in the past, he would risk his life for the Chu family. But now he won't. 3 years ago, Nangongmeng came to the Chu family to break off the engagement, but no one in the Chu family came forward to persuade her. They even mocked him as a waste, that's just how it is. Some even asked him to get out of the Chu family. He alone endured endless abuse, humiliation, and ridicule. At that time, this ancestor did not come out. For him at this moment, the life and death, prosperity and wealth of the Chu family have nothing to do with him. For the future of the Chu family, please bear with it. The ancestor of the Chu family looked at Chu Tian quietly and said, Bear with me for a moment. I've been wronged for 3 years. You still want me to feel wronged? Dream on. Today, Nangongmeng will definitely die. Buzz. As Chu Tian's voice fell, the Chu family ancestor's turbid eyes suddenly opened. Boom. An irresistible pressure swept directly towards Chu Tian. To him, Chu Tian was just a genius who had not grown up. Faced with such a genius who harbors hatred towards the Chu family, it is natural to wipe him out before he can fully develop his wings. Otherwise, when he grows up, the Chu family will be in irretrievable ruin. Chapter 31. Boom. However, at this moment, Su Chen, who was standing aside, waved his hand. In an instant, an even more terrifying pressure was transmitted, blocking the pressure from the Chu family's ancestor. Who is your excellency? This is our Chu family's private matter and has nothing to do with you. It's better for you to stay out of it. The Chu family ancestor turned his head to look at Su Chen, his eyes narrowed slightly. Haha, you are not qualified to know who I am. Su Chen glanced at the old man and sneered. Chu Tian, continue your work. Then he turned his head and looked at Chu Tian and said softly. Su Chen nodded slightly when he heard this, and wisps of sword intent rose from the long sword in his hand. Su Chen, you are so outrageous. The ancestor of the Chu family felt the astonishing sword intent, shouted loudly, raised his hand and slapped Su Chen. Su Chen sneered and waved his sleeves. Boom! His palm print instantly dissipated in the air. I said, whoever interferes in their fight will die. If you dare to move again, I guarantee that your end will be even more miserable than his. Su Chen stared at the Chu family's ancestor quietly, and a terrifying pressure rose into the air. Then, he pointed at the elder of Dao sect and spoke slowly. You. The Chu family's ancestor was extremely sensitive to danger. When he felt the aura coming from Su Chen, his expression suddenly changed. For the first time, he felt a fear that penetrated deep into his soul. Who are you? The Chu family ancestor retreated violently, looking at Su Chen in front of him with a horrified expression and said. You are a powerful person from the other shore realm. He was originally a strong man in Qingxue realm, and he knew that the aura in Qingxue realm was not so terrifying. Even the aura at the peak of the Qingxue realm is not so terrifying. But the aura emanating from Su Chen made him feel endless fear. He could sense that the young man in front of him was definitely above the peak of the spirit bridge realm. Su Chen didn't say anything, just stared at him quietly. Buzz! Behind! Su Chen raised the long sword in his hand high, and waves of sword intent rose up. The terrifying sword intent began to fill the streets. Stop! Stop it right there! The ancestor of the Chu family watched Su Chen raise his sword, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Nangong Meng must not die. As far as he knew, there was a prince in the Great Chu dynasty who had been pursuing Nangong Meng. Once Nangong Meng dies, their Chu family will face the slaughter of the two top forces, the Great Chu dynasty and the Dao sect. Think of this. The ancestor of the Chu family didn't care about Su Chen, who was emitting a terrifying aura in front of him, and slapped Su Chen with one palm. Compared to the mysterious young man in front of him, he was more afraid of the massacre by the Great Chu dynasty and Dao zone. Boom! This palm was so powerful and carried endless murderous intent as it struck Su Chen, as if it wanted to kill him with one palm. Su Chen frowned slightly and was about to raise his hand to disperse his attack. However, at this moment, Su Chen's voice suddenly sounded. Master, let me do this myself. Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard this and glanced at Su Chen behind him. He faced this palm strike without retreating or avoiding, without dodging or giving way, and his body was enveloped by endless sword intent. Su Chen nodded and moved aside. At this moment, Su Chen's sword intent was soaring into the sky. If he were to help him block this palm strike, his sword heart would probably be tarnished. Seeing Su Chen move aside, Su Chen bowed slightly to Su Chen. Then, he gripped the hilt of the sword with both hands and took a deep breath. Boom! Waves of sword intent shot up into the sky, and the entire Tianyang city could feel the horror of this sword intent. It was extremely sharp, as if it could split everything in half. The sword intent swept across, transforming into swords that could cut through the sky and earth, slashing straight towards the incoming palm print. Buzz! The fiery sword intent slashed out, instantly submerging the palm print. Boom! A loud bang echoed throughout the street. The huge gate of the Chu family also shattered at this moment. Some spectators with low cultivation levels couldn't even withstand the aftermath and flew backwards. At the same time, cracks appeared on the huge palm print, as if it would shatter at any time. The Chu family's ancestors' expression changed. This is a blow from a powerful person in the Qingxue realm. He was actually blocked by Su Chen, who was half a step away from building his foundation. Bang! The palm print shattered. The terrifying sword intent moved forward and slashed towards the ancestor of the Chu family. The Chu family's ancestor roared and raised his hands to try to resist this terrifying sword intent. But at this moment, Chu Tian's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of Nangong Meng. Under Nangong Meng's horrified gaze, a sword was thrust out. Puff! A bloody hole appeared between Nangong Meng's eyebrows. No! Chu Tian! The Chu family's ancestor's eyes suddenly turned bloodshot. He looked at the dead Nangong Meng and roared, his face as gloomy as water. He knew that their Chu family was finished. With Nangong Meng's death, the Chu family will soon be destroyed by the army of the Great Chu dynasty and the Dao sect masters. You deserve to die. The ancestor of the Chu family roared angrily and rushed straight towards Chu Tian. Chu Tian, who had killed Nangong Meng, had become much weaker. It was obvious that the old man could no longer hold on. Faced with this attack, he didn't even have the strength to dodge and could only stand there blankly. Did this leader ask you to do it? At this moment, Su Chen flashed in front of Chu Tian and slowly stretched out his hand. Boom! Dazzling spiritual power emanated from his arm and transformed into a stream of light. The terrifying attack fell on the ancestor of the Chu family. He flew backwards instantly, hit the wall heavily, and fell to the ground. Who the hell are you? You know that Chu Tian has already offended the Great Chu dynasty and Dao sect. Even if you are a strong man in the other shore realm, it is difficult to escape the pursuit of these two major forces. Kill Chu Tian, and both my Chu family and you will be fine. The Chu family ancestor spat out a mouthful of black blood, looked up at Su Chen and spoke. The Great Chu dynasty? Dao zone. Just let them try. Su Chen looked calm and spoke in an indifferent tone. It seems that he doesn't take the Great Chu dynasty and Dao zone seriously at all. That's true. He is now a powerful being in the other shore realm, possessing imperial-level skills and magical weapons, and also a Hongmeng Dao body. To be honest, he is invincible in the Shinto realm. And it is obvious that there are no strong people in the Shinto realm in the Great Chu dynasty. So, he is not afraid at all. You. The Chu family ancestor raised his hand and pointed at Su Chen, his face flushed. I remember I told you that if you dare to interfere again, I will make sure you die a more miserable death than that Dao sect elder. Now I come to fulfill my promise. Su Chen said lightly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the black abyss sword behind him lightly moved. Buzz. A terrifying sword energy flashed out in an instant, and a brilliant white light burst out. For a moment, the whole street was as bright as day, and the dark clouds in the sky were shaken away. Bang! The next moment, the body of the Chu family's ancestor exploded instantly. Let's go! Su Chen glanced at the body of the Chu family ancestor calmly, then grabbed Chu Tian and flew away on the black abyss sword. Chapter 32. Dark clouds are pressing down on the city, threatening to destroy it. Tianyang city was shrouded in dark clouds, and the atmosphere was extremely depressing. A chilling sense of oppression lingered for a long time. The center of this oppressive feeling is Tianyang city and the Chu family. Now, the atmosphere on the street outside the Chu family's gate was extremely weird. Everyone present was immersed in the scene just now and couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. Chu Tian, the good-for-nothing young master of the Chu family in the past, has returned as a king today. Talent is restored, strength is incredible, and style is even more magnificent than before. He forcefully killed Nangong Meng, the direct disciple of the Dao sect leader and the daughter of the Nangong family of Qianyuan city. How can such a record not shock people? Not only that, even the ancestor of the Chu family was killed by the leader of the Cheshung sect. For a time, the people watching the game couldn't help but sigh. I'm afraid that the future of the Great Chu dynasty will change. At this moment, the subject of everyone's discussion has become Chu Tian. In the past, Chu Tian was the #1 prodigy in Tianyang city. But for some reason, his cultivation level regressed overnight, and the Nangong family broke off their engagement, making him a disgrace to Tianyang city. But who would have thought that when they met again, he would be the king's return. Chu Tian has always been a hidden dragon, but the Nangong and Chu families were unaware of it. Now that he has taken off overnight, I'm afraid the world of the Great Chu will completely change from now on. A golden scale cannot be confined to a pond. Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The Chu family is probably going to cry their hearts out now. Not only did they send away a true genius in vain, but they also lost the protection of their ancestor. Who told them to be so short-sighted? They deserve it. And the Nangong family, they all deserve it more than the other. But I have to say, the strength of the first Saint Sect's leader is truly terrifying. He killed the Chu family's ancestor with a snap of his fingers. I'm afraid he must be a powerful being in the other shore realm. Hiss. I heard that the leader of the first Saint Sect is only 20 years old now, right? A 20-year-old in the other shore realm. I thought Chu Tian was terrifying enough, but I didn't expect the leader of the Cheshung sect to be even more terrifying. What a pity. They have offended Dao Zong. I'm afraid they won't live much longer. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present fell silent. Dao Zong, the most powerful force in the Great Chu dynasty. It is rumored that the sect leader is a powerful person at the peak of the mortal realm, and has already stepped half a foot into the realm of the gods. Nangong Meng was the only direct disciple of the Taoist sect leader, but today he died at the hands of the Cheshung sect leader. The leader of Dao sect will never let this go. Thinking of this, everyone immediately dispersed and spread everything that happened today. Only the Chu family had gloomy expressions and stood there in a daze, dazed and distracted. Soon, the news of the return of King Chu Tian, the death of Nangong Meng, the disciple of the Taoist sect leader, and the death of the Chu family's ancestor spread out of Tianyang City at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, Tianyang City is thousands of miles away. A pitch-black sword cut through the void. A tall and handsome young man stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Chu Tian sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. "Master, are you okay?" Chu Tian felt the extremely weak soul fluctuation in his body and said with some worry in his tone. The old man in his body became extremely weak after leaving Tianyang City, and has not fully recovered until now. This not only made Chu Tian a little worried. You know, the reason why he can get to where he is today is thanks to the grandfather in his body. If the old man fell into a coma, he wouldn't even know what to do next. Master is fine for now, but my soul is a little weak. I need a lot of natural treasures to replenish my soul power. Inside Chu Tian's body, the old man's extremely weak voice sounded. Hearing this, Chu Tian breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Master is okay, that's all that matters. As for the treasures of heaven and earth that replenish the soul in large quantities. Chu Tian slowly opened his eyes and looked at the back of the young man in front of him with a hesitant look. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a blue investor who can invest 10 soul-restoring pills. Successful investment will reward you with the Imperial Grade skill, Great Divine Art. Another blue investment. Su Chen, who was standing in front of the Black Abyss sword, raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind. It's Chu Tian again. Although the investment level triggered by Chu Tian is not as high as Mu Qingxue, the number of times is really large. It has only been a short time, and it has already triggered 3 investments. And without exception, they are all blue investments. Most importantly, the rewards are getting more valuable each time. The Great Evolution Divine Art. Emperor level skills. If he remembered correctly, this technique mainly focused on the spirit and soul. Nowadays, he has the Chaos Immortal scripture for cultivation, and if he can add the Great Evolution Divine Art to his soul, this wave of people may be strong in the Shinto realm, he can even touch them. Chu Tian is truly a lucky star. Su Chen turned his head slightly and looked at Chu Tian, who was full of blue airflow, and couldn't help but sigh. 10 soul restoring pills in exchange for an imperial level spiritual practice, it's a huge profit. Thinking of this, Su Chen turned around and looked at Chu Tian calmly. Although you successfully defeated Nangongmeng in this battle, I see that your spirit is weak and must have been damaged. Here are 10 soul restoring pills. Take them first to recover your soul and spirit, to avoid any hidden injuries. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen raised his hand and waved. In an instant, 10 soul restoring pills floated in the void. Chu Tian? Master Chu Tian? The two of them were completely stunned as they looked at the 10 soul restoring pills floating in front of them. Especially Chu Tian, his pupils suddenly contracted, and there was horror in the depths of his eyes. No. Why does it feel like the leader can predict the future? He was considering whether to ask the leader for help and ask for some rare treasures to restore his soul. But before he could open his mouth, Su Chen took out 10 soul restoring pills. It was as if, in front of Su Chen, he had no secrets in his heart. Could it be that the leader really discovered Master? He knew that there was an ancient soul within him. Otherwise, why did the leader send the soul-restoring grassroot and soul-restoring pill twice in a row when Master needed to recover from the damage to his soul? Thinking of this, Chu Tian couldn't help but feel panicked. You know, the old man inside him is his biggest secret. Now, this secret is known by Su Chen. Master, what should we do now? Did the leader really discover your existence? Chu Tian appeared calm on the surface, but he was already extremely panicked in his heart. He asked his master for help. The old man in his body pondered for a long time before speaking. It must be another coincidence. In my previous life, my master was a powerful being who had stepped into the realm of immortality. Not to mention the eastern wasteland, even in central Daxia, no one would be able to detect my existence unless I intentionally revealed my presence. What's more, he is only in the beyond realm now. Chapter 33. Master, what you said makes sense. After hearing this, Chu Tian gradually calmed down. During his master's prime, he was the most powerful person who had ever set foot in the realm of immortality. Not to mention that the leader is now in the other shore realm, even if he sets foot in the divine realm, as long as the master is unwilling to reveal his aura, he will not be able to detect it. It seems that I was overthinking it, everything was just a coincidence. These 10 soul restoration pills are just the right amount to help me recover. Please accept them. An old voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. Yes. Chu Tian no longer hesitated. Now, the most important thing is to help Master recover his spiritual power. Thank you, Master, for the elixir. I will repay you 100-fold one day. Chu Tian bowed respectfully to Su Chen, his eyes full of emotion. He owes the leader too much. He gave him the blood chi pill and the soul-restoring grass successively, saving his life. Not only that. Now he is even given 10 soul-restoring pills directly. I don't know how I can ever repay such kindness in the future. Chu Tian looked at the 10 soul-restoring pills in his hand with an extremely complicated expression. In this world, apart from his master, the leader has been the one who helped him the most. Okay, then I will wait for your future rise to repay you. Su Chen spoke with a faint smile. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully investing and obtaining the imperial level technique, Great Evolution Divine Art. As Chu Tian swallowed the soul-restoring pill, the system's prompt sounded at the right time. Listening to the system prompt sound coming from his ear, the smile on Su Chen's face became even more intense. The cause and effect have deepened a bit. Master, the leader has helped us so much. Chu Tian whispered in his heart. Yes. The mysterious old man in his mind also sighed. In this world of immortal cultivation today, people with a kind heart like Su Chen are truly rare. It can be said that such a kind person is hard to find in the world. He was very powerful during his lifetime. Having been struggling in the cultivation world since childhood for many years, I have met countless people and witnessed countless open and covert struggles, intrigues, and deceptions. He has witnessed countless incidents where fathers and sons turned against each other, and brothers killed each other because of a chance encounter. But he had never seen someone as kind-hearted as Su Chen. Seeing it now, even he was filled with emotion. If he had such an elder, how could he have fallen into such a situation? Master, I want to gain experience and improve my strength so that I can repay you and the leader in the future. Chu Tian said in a firm tone. After this battle with Nangong Meng, he found that he was still too weak after all. If it weren't for the leader and the master, I'm afraid he would be the one who died today. Therefore, he needs to improve his strength. Experience a real bloody battle. Only in this way can I repay my master and the leader in the future. Only then can we live up to their expectations of ourselves. The old voice in my mind paused for a moment after hearing this, and remained silent for a long time before saying, "All right. If a young eagle wants to soar into the sky, it must indeed grow through life and death. With these 10 soul restoration pills, your spiritual power will be further restored. Even in the Dao Palace realm, I can still keep you safe. Tell Su Chen, my friend, that within 3 years, I will help you break through the sea of bitterness." Chu Tian's eyes lit up when he heard this. Yes. Soon. He looked at Su Chen in front of him with a respectful expression and said, "Master, I want to go and gain some experience on my own. Please." However, before he finished speaking, Su Chen in front of him smiled and waved his hand, saying, "Go. It's good to have more experience." He knew what Chu Tian wanted to do without Chu Tian even having to speak. According to the classic routine of the previous life, after the protagonist has avenged his previous shame, he should go to the major mountains to kill monsters and gain experience to improve his strength. It can be said that from now on, Chu Tian's road to rise officially begins. Basically, all the way, I will kill any god or Buddha that stands in my way. All the Taoists and saints will become the background for his rise. And Su Chen only needs to wait for 10,000 years to reap the rewards. Among all the geniuses he invested in, Chu Tian was the only one who officially started his career. Chu Tian looked at Su Chen and said, "Master, don't you want to ask me why I want to gain experience and improve my strength?" Su Chen was a little surprised when he heard this and said, "Why should I ask? Since you want to go and train on your own and improve your strength, you must have your reasons." Chu Tian nodded slightly, his eyes firm, looking at Su Chen, and said in a deep voice, "I will work hard to cultivate and improve my strength, so that I can repay you well in the future." Hearing this, Su Chen's heart moved. Cause and effect are established. Although he was very happy in his heart, his facial expression remained unchanged. "Go ahead. This leader is looking forward to the day when you rise to prominence." Chu Tian bowed slightly to Su Chen, then jumped off the black abyss sword and entered a mountain range. Su Chen looked at Chu Tian's departing back, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he murmured, "It seems that I need to prepare more natural treasures and elixirs to restore my spiritual power. Oh, and I also need to deepen Mu Qingxue's cause and effect. Those cultivation resources are enough for her to cultivate to the late stage of foundation building, but it is still far from enough. Let's go to the Zhenbao building ahead first. By the way, let's see if there are any people in this city who can be invested in." Soon, he determined his next goal and looked up at a city not far away. Buzz! The next second, the black abyss sword under his feet turned into a stream of light and flew towards the city. After one stick of incense, we arrived in Luokeng. Su Chen was wearing a long robe and walking on the street, his eyes constantly wandering around the people around him. It was not until half an hour later that he looked away with disappointment on his face. No. In such a huge city like Los Angeles, there isn't even one person worth investing in. This is too abnormal. Could it be that I don't have what Destiny's Child needs? After confirming that there was no one worth investing in Luokeng, Su Chen did not waste any time and walked straight towards Zhenbao Tower. Since he couldn't find it, he wouldn't force it. Soon, a loft that was even more majestic than the Zhenbao Tower in Shishan appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen looked up at the plaque and stepped inside. As soon as you step in, you will be greeted by a sense of nobility. My lord, what do you need? A servant dressed in black quickly ran up to Su Chen. When he saw Su Chen's clothes, an eager smile suddenly appeared on his face. A member of the Chusheng sect. This identity may not be a big deal in the major central cities of the Great Chu dynasty. But in this small city of Los Angeles, he is a super customer. Help me get these things together. Su Chen casually threw out a piece of paper and said in a calm tone. The servant took the paper respectfully, glanced at it carefully, and suddenly showed a look of shock. At the same time, he was also very grateful in his heart. As expected, I was not mistaken, the person in front of me is indeed a big customer. Just based on the various natural treasures, skills, and weapons on this piece of paper, you can then form a medium-sized force in this Los Angeles city. Sir, please take a seat first. I'll go get something for you right away. The servant suddenly had an idea and quickly took Su Chen to the reception area and respectfully poured him a cup of tea. Okay, go ahead. Su Chen sat down by himself, nodded calmly, and sipped tea leisurely. However, just then, a noisy sound came from outside the Zhenbao Tower. Chapter 34. I've told you so many times, my Zhenbao Tower only accepts spirit stones, not poems. Do you think you're a Confucian sage? Do you think you can exchange a piece of poetry for a magical elixir? I saw. In front of Zhenbao building, a guard with an indifferent expression stood in front of a young man in rough linen clothes. Although his tone was bad, he did not use any violence. From this, it can be seen that the quality of the guards in Zhenbao Tower is quite good. If it were any other small business, I'm afraid those guards who looked down on others would have taken advantage of their status as cultivators to attack ordinary mortals long ago. I have spirit stones, please let me in. The young man, dressed in coarse linen clothes, was not very old. Judging from his appearance, he is only 15 or 16 years old. The slightly childish face was full of pleading. He was wearing a coarse linen shirt that looked tattered, and he was carrying boxes on his back, but he didn't care about the strange looks around him. He stood at the door and cried and begged to the guards. As he spoke, he took out 3 spiritual stones filled with spiritual power from the box and handed them to the guards. Spirit stone. I have 3 spirit stones here, I'll give them all to you. Please let me in, my mother is in urgent need of spiritual medicine to save her life. When the young man said this, his body bent and he was almost kneeling down and kowtowing. However, the guards at the door just glanced at the 3 spirit stones in his hand, shook their heads, and said, "This amount of spirit stones is not enough to buy a spiritual medicine. Young man, listen to my advice. Go home now while not many people are paying attention to you. If you are late, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave." One of the guards reminded with a look of pity. The world of cultivating immortals is extremely dark, full of intrigue and deception, and people's hearts are unpredictable. Murder and robbery are common occurrences. Not to mention a mortal boy, even a cultivator in the physical realm would not dare to show off his wealth for fear of being targeted. The young man in front of me is just a mortal. For a mortal like him who has no strength and power, it would be a disaster for him if he revealed that he had spirit stones. After all, this is not a sect's holy land, nor is it the imperial capital of Great Chu. Luo City is a mixed crowd, with many practitioners just waiting to kill people and steal treasures. 3 low-grade spirit stones, although not precious. But for those independent cultivators who have no power background, it is risky enough. Not to mention, the other party is just an ordinary boy. Although this young man looks pitiful, those who kill people and steal treasures don't care about that. All they care about is cultivation resources. If this young man is targeted by some people with ulterior motives, I am afraid that he will be left dead in the wilderness within an hour. Really? The moment the young man took out the spirit stone, greed flashed in the eyes of several people in the crowd. I only have so many spirit stones. Please give me a spiritual herb in exchange. My mother really needs a life-saving elixir. As long as you are willing to give me a magical herb in exchange, I am willing to work like a slave for Genbeilu. Sorry, Genbeilu has its own rules. However, several guards still refused expressionlessly. When the young man saw this scene, his face gradually became full of despair. The next second, he suddenly rushed towards the Genbeilu tower, trying to break in by force. But before he could enter, the guards stopped him. If you were here, don't blame us for being ruthless. The guard's expression gradually grew colder, and he said in a deep voice, please be flexible. As the Buddhists say, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. My mother is in imminent danger. Can't you please be flexible? The boy begged again. But the guards of Genbeilu Tower stood there like statues and ignored them. And at this time, the servant from before came to Su Chen respectfully, holding a storage ring in his hand. Sir, everything you need has been prepared. Please have a look. Su Chen glanced at the servant indifferently, took the storage ring and probed his spiritual sense into it. Soon, he nodded and put away the storage ring. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a purple person worth investing in. Invest in 1 plant of purple sun grass. If the investment is successful, the host will receive rewards, Tao Te Ching, Confucian laws, and the heavenly bottle. However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded from Su Chen's ears. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Chen was stunned. Purple investable person. Another purple investable person. You know. From the time he obtained the system until now, there have been only 2 people in purple who can invest. Mu Qingxue and Zhang Fan. A future empress, a future demon lord. Even the grandfather who owns it, Chu Tian, is only blue. And now, there is another purple investable person appearing. And this reward. Apart from the Tao Te Ching, the book is simply too rich. Confucian and Taoist rules. The heavenly bottle. Each one is an extremely terrifying existence. Especially the palm of heaven bottle, which is Mu Qingxue's natal golden finger. If he could invest it in Mu Qingxue, the cause and effect relationship between them as master and disciple would definitely deepen to an extremely terrifying level. Thinking of this, Su Chen's eyes gradually brightened. As for the purple sun grass. Exactly. Among the supplies he just purchased, there happened to be this pearl spirit medicine. According to the current situation, there is no need to think too much about the person who can be invested in purple. It must be the young man at the door. No need to look for it. The young man at the door is the perfect template of destiny. Su Chen looked up and saw that it was true. I saw. The young man outside the Genbeilu Tower was shrouded in extremely rich purple aura. The next second, the Eye of the Future is activated. In an instant, the young man's information flooded into Su Chen's mind. Name, Fang Yun. Identity, Confucian scholar. Future direction of life, at the age of 16, he gained enlightenment through reading, stepped into the sea of suffering, ignited the divine fire at the age of 20, entered the realm of immortality at the age of 100, achieved the status of the great emperor at the age of 1000, and ascended to the position of a Confucian sage. Life script, the rise of Confucianism and Taoism. Su Chen? Ah? No. What's going on? At the age of 16, he attained enlightenment through study and became an emperor at the age of 1000. The last time he saw such an outrageous talent was in Zhongfan. But the speed at which this force breaks through the realm of the gods and the realm of the immortals. Not to mention Mu Qingxue, even Zhongfan would have to kneel if he came. It's outrageous. Soon, Su Chen's attention was attracted by the last line of words about his future life. Ascend. The position of Confucian sage. Who the hell said that studying can't lead to the great emperor realm? Good, good, good. A Confucian sage, right? That's normal. After all, he's a pure cheater. Chapter 35. This is a purple sun grass. You, help me give it to that young man. Su Chen retracted his gaze, took out a piece of purple sun grass from the storage ring, handed it to the servant beside him, and said lightly. According to the conventional routine, Fang Yun's mother could not be saved. If she could be saved, I'm afraid he would not have been able to attain enlightenment through studying at the age of 16. But this does not affect Su Chen's investment. Just let this boy give the Xiang grass to Fang Yun when he is in despair. Then I will step forward and take him in as my apprentice. The cause and effect increased dramatically. Ah! The servant standing next to Su Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then, a strange look appeared on his face. He glanced at the young man at the door and then lowered his voice and said, Sir, you are. However, before he could finish his words, Su Chen interrupted him coldly, just do your part. Are you going or not? The servant was startled when these words came out, and then he respectfully took the elixir and said, Don't be angry, sir. I will deliver it right away. Finished. He took the elixir and hurried towards the door of Zhenbao Tower. Soon, he arrived outside the Zhenbao Tower, handed the elixir to the young man, and said, This is the elixir you requested. Hurry and put it away. Go back and save your mother. Ah! The young man, who had fallen into despair and was ready to completely accept his fate, suddenly raised his head when he heard this. A glint of clarity flashed in a pair of confused eyes, and his face was full of hope as he looked at the elixir in front of him. This. I won't take your spirit stones. Keep them away so others don't see them. The servant stuffed the elixir into Fang Yun's hand, then pointed at Su Chen in the Zhenbao Tower and said, You are lucky, kid. You were noticed by that master. He gave you this purple sun grass. Upon hearing this, Fang Yun suddenly looked up at Su Chen. At the same time, Su Chen also walked out of the Zhenbao building, nodded slightly at him, and showed a kind smile. Direction. Fang Yun thanks the benefactor. Fang Yun will never forget the kindness of the benefactor who gave me the medicine today. Once my mother is cured, Fang Yun is willing to follow the benefactor and work like a slave. The moment Fang Yun saw Su Chen, he had almost no hesitation. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Su Chen 3 times. Su Chen. Fang Yun started from 0 frame and was unable to do anything about it. I'm like a slave to you. Let a future Confucian saint, a powerful emperor, work like a slave for me, right? I think too highly of him. When I travel back in 3 months, I will still need your help. I've made you work like a slave, who will I rely on when I travel back in time? Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment. Rewards, Tao Te Ching, Confucian laws, and the heavenly bottle. May I ask if the host has integrated the principles of Confucianism and Taoism? I won't accept it. Su Chen shook his head and said secretly in his heart. Soon. He looked at Fang Yun with a gentle expression, reached out and helped him up, and said, You get up first. I don't need to be treated like a slave, but are you willing to be my disciple? Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, Fang Yun was shocked. He looked up slowly as if struck by lightning, looking at Su Chen with disbelief in his eyes. His words were somewhat incoherent. Kindness. My benefactor wants to take me as his disciple. The next moment, Fang Yun reacted, knelt down again, kowtowed respectfully to Su Chen, and said, "Willing disciple Fang Yun, I pay my respects to master." "Good." Su Chen looked at Fang Yun in front of him with satisfaction. "This guy is very smart." Su Chen smiled and nodded, gently waved his hand, and a stream of pure spiritual power lifted Fang Yun up. "I am the leader of the Qingxue sect. Since you have accepted me as your master today, I will give this to you." After that, he waved his hand. The next second, an extremely ancient book appeared in the air and landed in front of Fang Yun. This book is the Tao Te Ching. You can think of it as a method of cultivation. If you study it carefully, you can enter the realm of Confucianism and Taoism. You are a scholar, and your cultivation follows the path of Confucianism. I have nothing to teach you, so I can only give you the Tao Te Ching. Take the purple sun grass and go back to save your mother. Everyone has his or her own way of cultivation. Fang Yun was born to be a Confucianist, so he couldn't teach anything. The major is not suitable. Therefore, Su Chen did not intend to bring it back to the Qingxue church. Instead of bringing him back to the sect, it is better to let him gain experience outside. After all, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. For Fang Yun, the best way to improve his strength is to gain experience in this world. Fang Yun reached out and took the Tao Te Ching in front of him, carefully opening it and taking a look. Just one glance made his heart tremble, and resonance began to spread through the meridians in his body. It seemed as if the Tao Te Ching was tailor-made for him. "Thank you, Master." Fang Yun held the Tao Te Ching in his hand with some trembling, his heart filled with excitement. This thing is not ordinary. Until now, he felt like he was dreaming. He had tried to find a magic medicine but failed, and he was completely desperate. But who could have thought that the turning point would come so quickly? In just a moment, he not only obtained the elixir, but also became the disciple of the leader of the Qingxue sect, who was famous throughout the area. Indeed, there is always a way out. There is always light at the end of the tunnel. Oh, by the way, this item contains a sword energy left by my master. If you encounter danger, you can use this item to resolve the crisis. It also contains a channel for connecting me with your senior brothers and sisters. At this moment, Su Chen casually threw out another token. "Okay, I'll leave now. You should quickly return with the elixir to save your mother. I look forward to seeing you next time." After that, Su Chen did not stay, turned into a sword light, and disappeared directly on the spot. Since the investment has been completely completed, there is no need for him to stay. If you have this much time, you might as well go back to the Qingxue sect, practice the divine art, and refine the Confucian and Taoist principles. Certainly. The most important thing is to invest the Palm of Heaven bottle and the divine art in Mu Qingxue as soon as possible. After all, his time is precious. Just 3 months. Within these 3 months, he will invest heavily in those who will be able to become emperors in 10,000 years. The suffering now will only last for 3 months at most. If you travel back in the future, you can just lie down. But if it's not hard now, I'm afraid that when he travels back to 10,000 years later, he won't survive more than 3 days. Everything is for the future. As for Fang Yun's danger? What a joke! The conversation between the two of them just now did not avoid anyone. Everyone watching around could hear it clearly. The leader of the first saint religion. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to touch the direct disciple of the leader of the Qingxue sect, the overlord of thousands of miles. Not to mention, Fang Yun still had the token he had just passed on in his hand. It can be said that, in the realm of Shinto, whoever touches it will die. Chapter 36. Original place. Fang Yun looked at the stream of light with a complicated expression. He originally thought that the world of cultivating immortals was extremely dark, but he never expected that there was such a kind-hearted person as his master. He then left Zhenbao Tower with the Xiang grass and the Tao Te Ching. The people watching around were all frightened when they saw this scene. The several physical realm cultivators who had previously targeted Fang Yun and were ready to kill him for his treasure also chose to give up with some reluctance. If Fang Yun had no one behind him, and was just an ordinary mortal, then they will definitely not let it go. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. But this moment is different. Fang Yun has now become the direct disciple of the leader of the Qingxue sect. If they want to attack Fang Yun, they must carefully consider whether they can withstand the wrath of the leader of the Qingxue sect. In addition, now Fang Yun has the token left by Su Chen. At the same time, Su Chen also rode the Black Abyss sword and descended upon the Qingxue sect's enlightenment peak. System, receive the heavenly palm bottle. He came to a huge rock and sat down cross-legged, and without any hesitation, he directly received the reward. As his words fell, I saw an extremely small, exquisite, and mysterious bottle appeared in his hand. This is the greatest golden finger of his destiny as the protagonist among mortals cultivating immortality, the heavenly bottle. The Zhongtian bottle is very small, even smaller than some ordinary medicine bottles used to store elixirs, but one can clearly feel its heaviness when holding it in the hand. The entire bottle emits a light green light, giving people an extremely mysterious feeling. As the sunlight poured down and was absorbed by the palm of heaven bottle, white spots of light instantly began to move around. Is this the heavenly palm bottle? Su Chen looked at the palm of heaven bottle in front of him, his eyes flickering. He was deeply impressed by this incredible artifact, which could not only ripen elixirs but also allow for time travel. Judging from its function alone, the power of this palm of heaven bottle completely surpasses that of the imperial level divine weapon. We have to find a suitable time to trigger the system investment and give this thing to Qingxue. Su Chen played with the palm of heaven bottle with his slender fingers and pondered for a moment. The next moment, his eyes suddenly lit up and he said, yes. Before the system triggers investment, I can use this palm of heaven bottle to ripen the elixir. In this way, with the assistance of a large number of ancient spiritual medicines, Qingxue's strength will be able to improve as quickly as possible. Similarly, with this large amount of ancient elixirs, it will definitely trigger more system investments. Thinking of this, Su Chen couldn't contain his excitement, and immediately activated the palm of heaven bottle in his hand and threw a large amount of spiritual medicine bought from Zhenbao Tower into it. After doing all this, he put away the palm of heaven bottle. Then, with excitement flashing in his eyes, he said, System, continue to receive the great evolution divine art. Buzz. The moment he finished speaking, a stream of profound martial arts mantras poured into Su Chen's mind like a torrent. The great evolution divine art. The supreme soul refining method. When one has achieved great success in cultivation, one can transform the soul into the primordial spirit, leave the physical body, and travel around the world. It is indeed extraordinary. Su Chen comprehended the great evolution divine art in his mind and said secretly in his heart, I saw. In the depths of his sea of consciousness, a magnificent and golden palace emerged. This is his Taoist palace. As he practiced the great evolution divine technique, in an instant, his soul power began to surge wildly and poured into the Taoist palace. After just a little exercise, Su Chen felt that his soul power had increased several times compared to before. Such a rapid increase is extremely terrifying. You know. Humanitarian field. What is cultivated is the strength of the body and magic power. Only by stepping into the realm of Shinto can one officially embark on the path of cultivation. Because the Shinto field specializes in cultivating the spirit and soul to make the soul thrive. When Su Chen truly steps into the realm of Shinto one day, a true spirit will be born in his Taoist palace. And now, As he began to practice the great evolution divine art, his soul power surged, and the embryonic form of a true spirit began to slowly condense in the Taoist palace. This situation is extremely rare. But after Su Chen practiced and became familiar with it, he decisively chose to take the next item. For him, it doesn't matter how much his strength improves now. Anyway, once the 3 months were up, he would leave this time and space and travel to 10,000 years later. According to the nature of the system, it is highly unlikely that he would be able to travel back with his cultivation. So, it doesn't matter how much your strength improves. The important thing is the great evolution divine art. As long as I learn the technique, I can travel back in time. As long as the resources are in place, his cultivation speed will take off. By then, even if the people he invested in forget him, he still has a certain ability to protect himself in this world of immortal cultivation. Su Chen is trying to have the best of both worlds. No matter what, he will still be alive after traveling back 10,000 years in 3 months. Ding! Does the host have the ability to integrate the principles of Confucianism and Taoism? At this moment, the system prompt sounded. Hearing the system prompt sound, Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "System, if I integrate these Confucian and Taoist principles, and travel back 10,000 years in 3 months, can I bring them back with me?" The power of law. This is a true treasure of heaven and earth. Only by stepping into the realm of Shinto can one comprehend the power of the law. Anyone who can comprehend the power of the laws in the realm of Shinto is a monstrous genius. Because the power of this law is the key to entering the realm of immortality. If you cannot comprehend the power of the laws, it means that you are not qualified to enter the realm of immortality. And these Confucian and Taoist laws are among the top ones among the 3,000 laws. If you can comprehend it to the extreme, you can become a Confucian sage. That is Fang Yun's future. His path is basically completely determined. If you master the principles of Confucianism and Taoism, you can have the righteousness to suppress the enemy with just one word. Su Chen thought, if this Confucian and Taoist principle cannot be carried into the future, it would be better not to waste it on himself. When he leaves in 3 months, he will give it to Fang Yun. This will also greatly reduce the time it takes for him to rise. But if he could bring it back, he would understand it directly. Anyway, Fang Yun doesn't need his own help. It is a foregone conclusion that he will comprehend the principles of Confucianism and become a Confucian sage in the future. Ding! Once the power of the law is comprehended, it can be regarded as a part of the host himself and can be brought back to the future. Reminder to the host, except for items that have truly become a part of the host, nothing else can be brought back to the future. I see. I can actually bring it back. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. To be honest, the system's reply surprised him a little. He originally thought that according to the nature of the system, it would be impossible to bring it back. But who would have thought that he had misunderstood? Really? The prejudice in people's hearts is a mountain. Su Chen took a deep breath and said in a deep voice. System, Integration. Chapter 37. Ding! Confucianism and Taoism are integrating. Ding! The fusion of Confucianism and Taoism is complete. 2 system prompt sounds rang out in succession. I saw. The next second, endless white aura lingered in Su Chen's body. A gradually clear path emerged in his mind, and countless Confucian and Taoist texts washed his heart like a vast ocean. All around him, a mighty aura surged, as if transforming into a mighty real dragon, circling around him. Countless sacred and brilliant golden words floated densely in the depths of his sea of consciousness, vast and unfathomable. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to blend together. The power of the law spread and turned into golden divine text that fell into Su Chen's body. The Tao is complete. Su Chen shouted in a low voice. Rumble. The next moment, the heaven and earth shook, and brilliant golden light shone across the heaven and earth. He seemed to be holding the wool of heaven in his mouth. With a single word, the principles of Confucianism and Taoism were completely integrated into him and mastered by him. The fusion of Confucianism and Taoism is complete. However, this doesn't stop there. I saw. As the Confucian and Taoist principles completely merged with Su Chen, a huge amount of law energy erupted from his body. Rumble. An ancient roaring sound came from Su Chen's body. In an instant, his realm began to skyrocket wildly. The early stage of the other shore realm. The middle stage of the other shore realm. Late stage of the other shore realm. The peak of the other shore realm. Su Chen broke through several small realms in succession, and in just a blink of an eye he had broken through to the peak of the other shore realm, and was only one step away from the mortal realm. It's just one step away, but it has trapped countless geniuses. From the other shore to the mortal world, this is the most difficult bottleneck in the human realm. However, this bottleneck is nothing to Su Chen, a cheater. Continue. Su Chen's eyes flickered, but he did not stop at breaking through. The fusion of Confucian and Taoist principles and the practice of the great evolution divine art made it impossible to suppress his cultivation. To be precise, although he is still in the human realm, his foundation is enough to fight against the strong ones in the divine realm. Even the strong ones who have just entered the Shinto realm are not his opponents. Because he is blessed by the power of law. Boom! There was another roar in the body. The next moment, Su Chen once again broke through the peak of the other shore realm and reached the mortal realm. The state of transformation into immortal is the state of returning to simplicity and nature. Transform into a mortal, comprehend the mundane world with a mortal body, and always bear in mind the fact that you were once immortal. Only in this way can you truly transform into immortal. True humanity. Only by truly understanding humanity can one break free from constraints and reach the realm of the divine. But these don't exist at all for Su Chen, a cheater. I saw. The energy in his body surged rapidly. The early stage of the mortal realm. Mid-term transformation. Late stage of the mortal realm. The peak of the mortal realm. In just a few breaths, Su Chen's cultivation level broke through drastically and reached the peak of the mortal realm. If other people saw this, they would probably be shocked to the point of being stunned. All three views will be completely shattered. You know. Once you step into the mortal realm, if you want to reach a smaller realm in the future, you must gain insights in the mortal world. People with extraordinary comprehension may be able to break through to a small realm after 1 or 2 years of enlightenment. However, some people with extremely poor comprehension talent cannot break through that small realm even if they comprehend it for a lifetime. Throughout the ages, countless people have been trapped in the mortal realm their entire lives, without making any progress in their cultivation. Others practiced step by step, just like climbing a mountain, but when it came to Su Chen, it's like riding a rocket. Even if some peerless geniuses saw this speed of cultivation, they would probably start to doubt whether they were useless. No. I'm afraid they will simply classify themselves as trash. This kind of cultivation speed is simply unheard of and unseen. At the same time, outside of Luo City, on an extremely remote path, Fang Yun, wearing a coarse linen shirt, was running at full speed, holding the purple sun grass in his hand, his face full of excitement. He ran wildly, muttering, "Mother, with this pearl elixir, you will definitely survive. Once you have fully recovered, I will take you to see Master." Speaking of this, Fang Yun's pace became faster. Soon, he came to an extremely simple thatched house. "Mom, I'm back. I met an immortal master who accepted me as his disciple and gave me a magical herb. With this magical medicine, you won't have to suffer from the cold poison anymore." Fang Yun looked at the thatched hut in front of him, a smile on his face, and pushed open the door excitedly. However, the moment he opened the door, An extremely cold air rushed out from the thatched hut. Seeing this, Fang Yun's expression suddenly changed. He rushed into the thatched hut regardless of the cold air and roared, "Daughter!" When he stepped into the thatched hut despite enduring the cold, he saw a middle-aged woman with grey hair who was surrounded by cold air and had been frozen into an ice sculpture. Seeing this, Fang Yun could no longer hold back, his eyes instantly turned red, and he rushed to the bed. "Daughter! Yuner is back! I'm back with the elixir! Open your eyes and look at me! Daughter!" No matter how Fang Yun called out, the woman in front of him remained unresponsive. He knelt in front of the bed in a daze, crying loudly. After a long time, the cold also began to erode Fang Yun. His eyebrows were covered with ice, his lips were frozen purple, and his tears were completely frozen into ice. No. There's still hope. At this moment, Fang Yun, who had been silent, suddenly had a gleam of brilliance in his eyes. "And the Tao Te Ching that Master gave me. The Tao Te Ching is not an ordinary thing. There must be a way to save my mother in it." As the words fell, Fang Yun took out the Tao Te Ching from the box and opened it silently. As he opened the Tao Te Ching, countless golden rays of light burst out, dazzling beyond measure. The next moment, the terrifying golden divine light directly dispelled the surrounding coldness and turned into streams of light that flowed into Fang Yun's body. The Tao that can be told is not the eternal Tao, the name that can be named is not the eternal name. The Tao can be spoken of, but it is not always the Tao. The name can be named, but it is not always the name. Looking at the first page of the Tao Te Ching that came into his sight, Fang Yun's heart was suddenly shocked. A majestic voice sounded from his mind, reciting the contents of the Tao Te Ching. Fang Yun closed his eyes and carefully felt the magic in it. And at this time, in the Tao Te Ching, each character transformed into golden light and poured into Fang Yun's body. Pure white aura of righteousness was shining between his eyebrows. A road slowly unfolded in his mind, and boundless white aura rushed into his soul, as if welcoming their master. But Fang Yun's soul took the initiative to avoid these white auras. Two thoughts slowly arose in his mind. What is Tao? What does the Dao in the Tao Te Ching refer to? Fang Yun couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Chapter 38. What is Tao? This is an extremely profound question. Fang Yun had never thought about these things, nor had he ever thought in this direction before. He was just an ordinary man, and his daily routine was to study, pass the imperial examinations, and give his mother a good life. But now, his mother died. He lost the purpose of studying. Because, only now did he realize that the sage books could not save his mother. Only by cultivating immortality and achieving greatness can he save his mother. What is the Tao? What is the Great Way? Fang Yun fell into deep thought, thinking about this problem carefully. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye it was night, but Fang Yun still didn't figure it out. Why are you reading? At this moment, in the Tao Te Ching, thousands of golden divine texts poured into his mind and transformed into a loud voice that resounded throughout his mind. This voice was extremely vast and majestic, as if the gods in the sky were asking questions. It was deafening. Hearing this, Fang Yun, who was originally deep in thought, was slightly stunned. Why study? In order to pass the imperial examination and give my mother a good life. 4. Between heaven and earth, all things are equal, there is no distinction between high and low. But, these were just his previous wishes. Now, he doesn't want to pursue these anymore. He just wants to resurrect his mother. This is his way. Heaven and earth are unkind and treat all things as straw dogs. Since the way of heaven is unfair, I will take its place. Boom! The moment Fang Yun said this, bursts of thunder were heard from the sky. It was as if the heavens were angry at his rebellious words and wanted to bring down divine punishment. But Fang Yun had his eyes closed and his expression was extremely calm. Buzz. The great energy in his body was vibrating. A figure in a Confucian robe slowly emerged, with his back to Fang Yun, and said, "Good. What is your Tao?" For some reason, Fang Yun always felt that the man in Confucian robes in front of him looked extremely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere. But he couldn't remember exactly what was familiar about him, he just felt that he was somewhat similar to the master he worshipped. My Tao is to establish a mind for heaven and earth, to establish a destiny for the people, to carry on the lost knowledge of the ancient sages, and to bring peace to the world for all eternity. If I enter the Dao, I will use the book in my hand to educate the world and bring peace to the world. The majestic words came out of Fang Yun's mouth. As soon as the words fell, boom! Above the sky, a golden divine light scattered down and directly enveloped Fang Yun. The power of merit. But this power of merit is different from other powers of merit. This is the power of merit bestowed by Confucianism and Taoism among the 3,000 great ways. The merits bestowed by ordinary heavenly ways cannot compare to this at all. The power of countless merits directly transformed into a golden wheel, appearing behind Fang Yun, making him look like a Buddha. When merits are bestowed, responsibilities are also bestowed. If Fang Yun's actions in the future deviate from what he said, his path will completely fall apart. But Fang Yun was not happy. On the contrary. At this moment, he was still dumbfounded and confused. To be honest, what he just said was not what he wanted to say at all. Those words were completely contrary to what he had in mind. But I don't know why. Just at that moment, the golden divine culture in the Tao Te Ching made him say that sentence involuntarily. Then a huge amount of merit descended. He is still confused until now. No. What is going on here? You've been set up by the Tao Te Ching, right? It can be said that the current situation is completely different from what he expected. Originally, he just wanted to use the Tao Te Ching to see if he could resurrect his mother. But now, his mother has not yet been resurrected successfully, but he owes the great Dao a huge amount of merit and power. It is very likely that he will need to spend his entire life to repay this merit. After all, this is his ambition. In the future, he will have to spend his whole life practicing the words he was forced to say. Fang Yun. Sometimes I'm speechless. Boom. At this moment, the great energy and power of merit turned into streams of light and flowed into his danshan. The next second, the great spirit and the power of merit condense. The heart of Tao is forged. Fang Yun enters Taoism through Confucianism. And it hasn't stopped yet. Rumble. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth began to vibrate, transforming into streams of pure energy that surged towards him. Then, Fang Yun, who originally had a mortal body, began to rapidly increase his cultivation. Physical realm. Initial. Midterm. Late stage. Peak. Build the foundation. His realm began to skyrocket wildly, and the Tao Te Ching also completely transformed into a stream of light and merged into his body at this time. In just a breath, Fang Yun has successfully broken through the peak of foundation building and is one step away from the Sea of Bitterness realm. But his rapid advancement in realm has not stopped yet. Boom! The next moment, there was a roaring sound in his body. The barrier between the foundation building stage and the sea of suffering was completely broken. A large amount of spiritual energy from heaven and earth transformed into great righteousness in his body, poured into his danshan, and opened up the sea of suffering. The early stage of the sea of suffering. The middle stage of the sea of suffering. A moment of time. Fang Yun successfully reached the peak of the sea of suffering. Only then did the energy in his body begin to gradually recover. This rocket-like breakthrough is exactly the same as Su Chen's previous one. But compared with the two, Fang Yun is still better. Once you realize the truth, you will be filled with righteousness and great merit. With just one step, he broke through from a mortal body to become a peak cultivator in the Sea of Bitterness realm. Such a terrifying breakthrough speed, even if some ancient emperors were reborn, it would not be more than this. But realm is so superficial to Fang Yun. Because he entered Taoism through Confucianism. Realm is an illusory thing to him. According to the normal cultivation system, what every cultivator needs to do is to cultivate the physical body, magic power, and soul power. But he is different. This is equivalent to lending the power of merit and virtue, as well as the unique Confucian cultivation system. He doesn't need to practice cultivation in the future. He just needs to complete his ambitions step by step, and his great spirit will surge. When he has completely fulfilled his ambition, then you can step into the realm of the great emperor in one step. It can be said that, although his current cultivation level is only at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm, but in the realm of the gods, a breath of great energy can kill thousands of geniuses. After a long time, Fang Yun restrained the breath in his body and looked like an ordinary person. He was not happy or excited about breaking through the realm. Daughter. My son will read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles from now on. A gentleman keeps his word. Since I made this wish, I will complete it. One day, when the world is united, you will appear by my side again. Fang Yun bowed deeply to the middle-aged woman on the bed. Then he dug a grave next to the thatched hut and buried him. After doing all this, then, accompanied by the afterglow of the setting sun, he carried his book box on his back and walked away into the distance. Chapter 39. The First Holy Teaching, the Peak of Enlightenment. Su Chen was sitting cross-legged, spiritual energy surging in his body, and the great evolution divine art was running on its own. In his hand, a green palm sky bottle emerged, and the moonlight fell, turning into star-like white light and pouring into it. Eventually, these white rays condensed into drops of mysterious green liquid. Su Chen controlled the mysterious green liquid and dripped it into the elixir. Buzz. The next second, the void vibrates. I saw. The magical medicine underwent earth-shaking changes in an instant. The original 100-year year suddenly became a 10,000-year year. Su Chen? Ah! Looking at the scene in front of him, he was a little dumbfounded. The power of this palm of heaven bottle is beyond his imagination. I remember that in the world of mortals cultivating immortals, when the protagonist of destiny just obtained the palm of heaven bottle, a drop of mysterious green liquid could only increase the growth rate of the spiritual medicine by 200 years. Moreover, the mysterious green liquid is extremely difficult to collect. It takes 7 days to barely collect one drop. But now that the palm of heaven bottle is in his hands, he doesn't even bother to act anymore. This green liquid increases every second, and one drop can make a 100-year-old elixir suddenly increase to 10,000 years old. It's worthy of being a system product. It's a fully equipped artifact right from the start. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little emotional. However, the next second, he felt something in his heart, frowned slightly, and immediately closed his eyes. Then, Su Chen only felt the great energy in his body vibrate. The Confucian and Taoist principles that had already been completely integrated were now surging within his body, as if leaping for joy. This. Why does it feel like the principles of Confucianism and Taoism have met a new master? Su Chen felt the strange movement of the Confucian and Taoist principles in his body, and his expression was a little strange. But soon, a look of realization appeared on his face. Inferring by time, Fang Yun's mother is probably passed away. The last concern of the destined protagonist completely disappeared. What awaits him will be the baptism of the Tao Te Ching. The one who could trigger the changes in the Confucian and Taoist principles in his body was probably Fang Yun, the future Confucian saint, who had officially condensed his Taoist heart and embarked on the path to becoming a Confucian saint. Su Chen smiled and murmured, "Okay, okay. They are all starting to rise one after another. My investments are really worth it. What I have to do next is to deepen the cause and effect, and wait for the reward 10,000 years later. Saying. He looked down at the palm of heaven bottle in his hand. Now with the support of the heavenly bottle, in these last 3 months, he can increase the strength of these future emperors who have invested in him by several levels. Directly break the prediction of the eye of the future. Try to help them achieve enlightenment as emperors as soon as possible, so that when he wears it back, he can enjoy it directly. However, it's still a bit unsafe to have only these few. There are still too few people. I guess we need to find more opportunities. Su Chen's eyes flickered, and he began to think about how to find more destiny protagonists. According to the speculations of the eye of the future, the next 10,000 years will be a real golden age. Any destined protagonist with a golden finger will become an emperor in the future. And now, there are so many golden fingers, but he only encountered these few. According to the routine of previous online novels, there should be something like being dug out bones and reborn. A bunch of destined protagonists. It's a pity that he hasn't met it yet. For a moment, I didn't know where to look. Thinking of this, Su Chen became a little worried. 3 months is still too short. If he were given a little more time, he could directly invest in all the destined protagonists with golden fingers in the entire continent. Now it seems that we can only let nature take its course. Suddenly, Su Chen's eyes flashed with brilliance, and his face was filled with excitement. Etc. Where the protagonists of destiny gather. Isn't that the secret realm of opportunity for all parties? Judging from the online writing routines of the past life. Whenever there is a great opportunity and the secret realm left behind by the ancient strong men appears, the destined protagonist will definitely appear. Instead of aimlessly searching for the destined protagonists, it is better to directly inquire where the secret realm is. Or follow Qingxue, Chu Tian, and others. The reason why the destined protagonist is the destined protagonist is because they are born to be the favorites of heaven. Wherever they appear, there will either be a super opportunity or a particularly awesome secret realm. Thinking of this, Su Chen was completely excited. It seems that in the next less than 3 months, he can do a lot of things. Is someone coming? At this moment, Su Chen frowned slightly and looked up at the stairs leading to Wudao Peak. As he practiced the great evolution divine art and successfully broke through the mortal realm, his spiritual power became stronger and stronger. It can be said that when his spiritual sense reaches out, he can immediately see what is happening within a radius of 1,000 miles. Even if he withdrew his spiritual sense, he could still sense if someone approached. This is the horror of the great evolution divine art. So, he sensed it the moment the other party stepped onto the Wudao Peak. Who would come to Wudao Peak so late at night? Su Chen was a little curious, and sent out his spiritual sense. Very few people can come up to Wudao Peak on ordinary days. There are only a few of his direct disciples and elders. But the elders rarely come here. Buzz. As Su Chen's consciousness swept over, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Is it her? As expected of the protagonist, he comes here to practice in the middle of the night. He's truly diligent and hard-working. Su Chen sat cross-legged on the huge rock of Wudao Peak, looking at the purple figure on the stairs. A hint of relief flashed in his eyes. That's right. The person who came was his direct disciple, Qingxue. Future Empress. As soon as Qingxue stepped onto the Wudao Peak, she found a place to sit down and started practicing the skills, not wanting to miss a single minute. Before Su Chen left, he left her a lot of resources. This shows how much I value her. At the same time, this is also Qingxue's pressure. Because she must break through to the middle stage of foundation building before her master comes back, only then can she be worthy of her master's painstaking efforts. I must not let my master down. I must break through to the middle stage of foundation building before he returns. Mu Qingxue murmured in a firm tone while practicing her skills. She is the least talented among Su Chen's disciples. If it weren't for his good luck and the great contributions he made to the Qingxue sect, it would have been impossible for him to become Su Chen's direct disciple. Even though she became Su Chen's personal disciple, Mu Qingxue couldn't be happy. Because compared to her senior brothers and sisters, her talent is too poor. Among Su Chen's disciples, he is completely inconspicuous. She originally thought that she would live an ordinary life and would never reach the threshold of the foundation establishment stage until her death. But who would have thought? One day, she could attract Su Chen's attention, and he would not hesitate to waste the only great medicine of the Qingxue sect to help her break through the foundation. Not only that, she was also given a lot of resources to help her practice. Even the senior brother Gu Yang doesn't get these treatments. Therefore, the fearful Mu Qingxue cherishes all of this very much. Ever since Su Chen left behind that batch of cultivation resources, she works harder and is more diligent than anyone else. I am desperately trying to seize the time, just wanting to break through the middle stage of foundation building as soon as possible. In order not to let Su Chen down. This little girl. Su Chen looked at Mu Qingxue shrouded in moonlight, shook his head and laughed. All I can say is, he is indeed the destined protagonist of the mortal cultivation of immortality. Although my talent is worse than that of ordinary people, I really work hard. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a purple investor. Invest in a copy of the Great Evolution Divine Art. Successful investment will earn you a reward, God-level elixir, Heaven and Earth Creation Pill. Chapter 40. Really? Listening to the system prompt sound ringing in his ears, Su Chen's expression was calm. From the moment he got the Great Evolution Divine Art, he knew that it would definitely trigger investment. After all, for mortals cultivating immortality, the Great Evolution Divine Art is the most important technique in the early stages. So, Su Chen was not surprised that this time the system investment was triggered. This investment reward. This made Su Chen a little stunned. Heaven and Earth Creation Pill. He had seen this elixir in an ancient book. It is rumored that this elixir is a real magic elixir, a legendary existence, and extremely precious. The pill of creation of heaven and earth. A magical pill that truly seizes the fortune of heaven and earth. But the living dead are nothing but bones. Once you take this pill, not only will you have an extra life, but your aptitude and bones will also be upgraded in all aspects. The effect is extremely terrifying. Ancient books record that in the last extremely glorious golden age, a pill of creation appeared. Once it appeared in the world, it triggered a fight between several powerful emperors. Even a powerful emperor cannot resist the temptation of the heaven and earth creation pill. This shows how terrifying its effect is. The explosion rate of this system is simply unbeatable. Su Chen was also a little shocked. The explosion rate of this system is really invincible. Investing in a Great Evolution Divine Art will directly reward you with a divine level elixir, right? But the point is, he has no use for this heaven and earth creation pill. In less than 3 months, he will travel back in time. By then, it would be absolutely impossible to bring the heaven and earth creation pill back. But if I take it now, it would be such a waste. Never mind. Su Chen shook his head and murmured. Let's invest first and see who can trigger the investment of this heaven and earth creation pill later. Since he couldn't use it himself, Su Chen planned to keep the heaven and earth creation pill and see who among these investors could trigger the investment. Maximize the value of this heaven and earth creation pill. Thinking of this, Su Chen stood up and walked towards where Mu Qingxue was. Far away, Mu Qingxue sat cross-legged, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into stars and poured into her delicate body. The silvery moonlight made her look like a fairy descending to earth. Her 3,000 black hair was simply tied up, and her fair face was full of determination. However, at this moment, a calm voice sounded from her ears. Qingxue, your efforts have been seen by your master, but you must not be too impatient on the path of cultivation. You need to combine work and rest, and take it slow. The voice is not loud, but the tone is very gentle, making people feel like spring breeze. Hearing this familiar voice, Mu Qingxue's delicate body trembled suddenly. Then, she opened her eyes, and a flash of light flashed in her beautiful eyes. Division. Master. Qingxue greets Master. Mu Qingxue's beautiful eyes fell on Su Chen, a look of panic appeared on her face, and she quickly stood up and saluted. No need to be polite. Su Chen looked indifferent. He raised his hand and lifted Mu Qingxue up. Master, why are you back so soon? Mu Qingxue looked at Su Chen in front of her with a look of uneasiness on her face. Originally Su Chen said he would be away for several days, but now he's back in less than a day? Master has given her so many cultivation resources, but she still hasn't broken through to the middle stage of foundation building. Su Chen noticed the uneasiness on Mu Qingxue's face, so he smiled and said, I'll be back now that the matter is resolved. Why, you don't want Master to come back? Mu Qingxue, ah. Hearing this, she became even more uneasy, shaking her head repeatedly, and said in a soft voice, No, it's just. Master, I may not be able to live up to your expectations. I didn't break through to the middle stage of foundation building before you came back. Mu Qingxue's voice became softer and softer. By the end, Su Chen couldn't even hear clearly anymore. Looking at Mu Qingxue who was so serious in front of him, Su Chen smiled helplessly. This mortal protagonist who is destined to become an immortal is good in every way except that he is too serious. Su Chen smiled and said, Master, I told you that because I thought the matter was quite difficult and would take several days to deal with. Who knew it would be resolved in less than a day? It was an accident. You don't need to feel too guilty, just practice well. Can. Mu Qingxue heard this, the guilt on her face did not diminish at all, and she was about to speak. But Su Chen raised his hand to interrupt her. Okay, whatever the master says is what it is. You are so hard-working, day and night, not wasting a single minute or second in your practice. I am very pleased with your diligence. Since you've worked so hard, I'll give you a set of exercises this time. I hope you can practice well. Mu Qingxue. Deliver. Sending you a technique. Another chance. Hearing this, Mu Qingxue suddenly became a little panicked and said anxiously. Master, no. How could I have done this? I have already wasted the sect's only great medicinal herb and a lot of cultivation resources. This technique. I can only practice ordinary ones. This is a bit unfair to the other brothers and sisters. Mu Qingxue was really panicked this time. In just 2 days, Su Chen had not only wasted the sect's most precious medicinal herb in order to help her build her foundation, but he had also given her a ton of cultivation resources. Now I have to teach her a set of skills. How can she repay such kindness in the future? If she was a genius, that would be fine. But the problem is, her qualifications are really hard to describe. Without even a spiritual root, wasting so many resources. She was afraid that her future achievements would let down her master. It's a waste of his kindness. Most importantly, the leader imparts the skills, which is a sign of being appointed as the young leader in the Qingxue sect. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this scene. No. You don't accept. Then how can I invest and get rewards? How can the causal relationship between us be deepened? Shaking his head, Su Chen continued. Qingxue, your master understands your concerns, but you are the only one who can practice this technique in the entire eastern wasteland. Don't worry, this technique has nothing to do with the sect. It is what I gained during this trip. You can practice it without worry. Even if there is no system reward for this great evolution divine art, Mu Qingxue will be able to obtain it through other opportunities one day. It can be said that this is a set of skills tailor-made for Mu Qingxue. So she is the only one who can practice it, and there is absolutely nothing wrong with it. And this great evolution divine art was a system reward and indeed had nothing to do with the Qingxue sect. Mu Qingxue looked half believing and half doubting when she heard this. But before she could speak, she saw Su Chen's serious expression and said, "Don't refuse." As the words fell, Su Chen raised his hand and placed it on Mu Qingxue's jade-white forehead, transmitting the great evolution divine art to her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment, and receive the reward, God-level elixir, heaven and earth creation pill. Chapter 41. The great evolution divine art flooded into Mu Qingxue's mind like a torrent. I saw. The mysterious characters of the great evolution divine art were like a crescent moon, shining brightly and emitting brilliant golden light. It seemed as if it was drawn from the long river of time, covered with traces of time, and with a loud bang, it turned into streams of light that flowed into Mu Qingxue's limbs and bones. Then, deep in her sea of consciousness, an extremely pure soul force vibrated out, constantly allowing her soul to grow stronger and more solid. A technique that specializes in cultivating soul power. Mu Qingxue felt the unusual movement deep in her sea of consciousness, and a hint of shock flashed in her beautiful eyes. You know, the soul can only be touched by entering the realm of the gods. The skills that specialize in cultivating the soul are extremely precious throughout the entire continent. Even Mu Qingxue had only seen the legends of the martial arts techniques that specialized in cultivating the soul in ancient books. In the entire eastern wilderness, only the top few forces possess such heaven-defying skills. But now, Su Chen actually gave her such a precious technique. Master, what virtue and ability do I have? After knowing the horror of the great evolution divine art, Mu Qingxue suddenly became terrified. It would be such a waste to give her such a top-notch skill. For someone like her who has neither the qualifications nor the spiritual roots, it would be a complete waste to let her practice such a precious technique. Instead of giving it to her, it would be better to give it to the other senior brothers for cultivation. Master, I am truly unworthy of practicing such a top-level technique. Qingxue remembers all your kindness to me, but I really don't dare to accept this technique. Mu Qingxue immediately knelt on the ground, looked at Su Chen sincerely, and said, "She wasted so many resources. 3 foundation building pills, the only great medicine from the Qingxue sect, and a bunch of items needed for the foundation building stage. With so many resources, any disciple under Su Chen would have their strength increased dramatically. At the very least, it can help them step into the Sea of Bitterness, or even the Dao Palace realm. But so many resources were wasted on her, but she only managed to break through to the foundation establishment stage. Now Su Chen is going to give her such a top-notch technique. She really couldn't accept it. Such a kindness cannot be repaid even if she is made to work like a slave." Although she couldn't accept the great evolution divine art, Su Chen's actions really moved her deeply, and she couldn't help but strengthen her mind. I must practice even harder in the future so that I can better repay Master in the future. It can be said that in the whole world, apart from her parents, no one else treats her as well as her Master. Su Chen's kindness to her is so great that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he is her adoptive parent. Consciously comprehend this technique and don't talk about anything else. Su Chen finished transmitting the great evolution divine art, waved his hand and interrupted Mu Qingxue's hesitation, saying, "Can." Mu Qingxue wanted to say something after hearing this. But Su Chen's eyes narrowed and his tone was stern. "I'm giving this technique to you. If you refuse, then don't be my disciple and leave the Qingxue sect." Mu Qingxue. When these words came out, Mu Qingxue was stunned, her beautiful eyes were full of fear, and she shook her head repeatedly. "Master! I'll accept it. I'll accept it. Please don't expel me from the sect. Qingxue still wants to serve you for the rest of her life. After that, She quickly closed her eyes and began to comprehend the great evolution divine art. Seeing this scene, Su Chen withdrew his gaze with satisfaction. It's really tiring to teach a martial arts skill. Fortunately, the result was good. Qingxue accepted the great evolution divine art, and the system's reward arrived as promised. As for what Qingxue said about clothing for a lifetime, Su Chen shook his head and said secretly in his heart, "Wait 10,000 years, when you become the emperor, I will travel back in time and you can serve me again." This wave of cause and effect has deepened to the extreme. Among the many geniuses that Su Chen has invested in, the causal relationship between him and Qingxue is the deepest. When Su Chen thought about a female emperor serving him 10,000 years later, his mood suddenly became extremely good, and he stood aside to protect Qingxue. At the same time, the first holy religion is 100 miles away. In the Monster Mountain Range. Tianyuan sword technique. Only a cold shout was heard. Then, a sword beam shot out from the side of a towering tree, swept across the void, and emanated an extremely cold sword intent as it killed forward. In an instant, hundreds of sword energies burst out, directly crushing a monster into pieces. Blood rained everywhere, and the flesh and blood of the monster turned into blood mist and disappeared between heaven and earth. A young man in a black robe slowly walked out from beside the giant tree, his handsome face full of coldness. This person is Su Chen. A day has passed since he left Su Chen and started training alone. He spent the entire day fighting with monsters in this monster mountain range. The black robe was soaked in blood. Good. Only one day has passed, and your Tianyuan sword technique has improved even more. You are indeed a good disciple taught by me. Beside Su Chen, the sole shadow of an old man appeared, wearing a white robe and with white hair and beard. This person is Su Chen's mysterious master. He looked at Su Chen with eyes full of admiration. Not to mention the Chusheng sect leader Su Chen whom he met, the talent of his good disciple Su Chen is at the level of a dragon and phoenix among humans. With his guidance, we will be able to fight against some top geniuses in the future. It can be said that, if nothing unexpected happens, Su Chen will definitely become a famous figure in the continent in the future. Although compared to the achievements of Su Chen, the leader of the first saint sect, it might be a little worse. Su Chen did not show any joy on his face when facing the praise from his mysterious master, but instead showed a hint of determination. It's not enough. Master, my goal is to catch up with the leader in the future. Even if we can't stand shoulder to shoulder with him, at least we can see his back. If the leader doesn't show up this time, I'm afraid you and I won't be able to leave the Chu family alive. So I have to practice hard and strive to catch up with the leader as soon as possible. Only then can I repay his kindness. Su Chen was full of vigor, high spirits, and determined eyes. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's mysterious master stared at Su Chen for a long time, his expression complicated and his eyes revealing a look of reminiscence. After a long time, he smiled and sighed. Ha 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 ha. Good. He is so kind and righteous. I was right in choosing him. Su Chen seemed to sense his master's complex emotions and said solemnly. Master, don't worry. Once the master enters the realm of immortality, I will ask him to help you build a physical body. As for your revenge, once I have enough strength, I will personally help you avenge it. Just as Su Chen finished speaking, there was a noise in the distance. Xiao Tian, there's movement over there, be careful. The soul shadow flashed and instantly returned to Su Tian's body, transmitting the message. Chapter 42. Inside the Monster Mountain Range. Su Chen raised his eyebrows when he heard this, and immediately showed a look of vigilance, and moved away carefully. It's not that he's being overly cautious. But, Nangong Meng, the disciple directly taught by the Dao sect leader, was killed by him today. There is absolutely no way that the Nangong family and the Dao sect will let him go. So, in this Monster Mountain Range, he must always be extremely careful to avoid encountering people sent by the Nangang family and Dao sect to hunt him down. Chu Tian walked cautiously towards the depths of the monster mountain range. He looked up, and the next moment his eyes narrowed slightly. I saw. In the distance, a young girl in a silk dress was running desperately with a child who looked only 2 or 3 years old in her arms. Behind her, several powerful men exuding the aura of the Dao Palace realm were chasing her. Amon, I advise you not to struggle in vain. Just take Shi Hao with you and go back with us. The mistress might spare your life. The Dao Palace realm master who took the lead said sternly. You don't really think his parents will come back, do you? To tell you the truth, their whereabouts are still unknown. I'm afraid there's no chance they'll come back alive. If you're smart, come back with us. The mistress will give you a very generous reward. Yes. Amen, we are all servants. Everyone's salary is fixed, only 3,000 spirit stones a month. There is no need to risk your life for the boy in your arms. If you persist in your delusion, I'm afraid that the people chasing you won't be us Dao Palace ants anymore. Come back with us obediently. If you attract the strong men in the clan to attack, I'm afraid that neither you nor he will even have a complete corpse left. Several other Dao Palace realm cultivators who were chasing after him also spoke up and gave advice. Hateful. Young master, it's all my fault that I'm not strong enough. I got poisoned by them, causing my cultivation to regress. Otherwise, I would definitely be able to take you to a safe place. The girl named Amon gritted her teeth and looked at the child in her arms, her eyes full of guilt. Young master, a man may not have the chance to accompany you from now on. Whether you can survive depends on your luck. As the words fell, she waved her hand, and a gentle spiritual power wrapped up the child in her arms and threw him away. Then, she turned and looked at those Dao Palace realm people, her eyes became unfriendly, and she raised her hand and slapped them. Don't even think about taking the young master back today, unless you can step over my body. Boom! As soon as she finished speaking, the blood and essence in her body began to burn rapidly. Then, a terrifying pressure from the peak of the spirit bridge realm instantly poured out and killed the people behind him. Master, this seems to be an internal struggle among some faction. Surname Shi. I don't think I've ever heard of a powerful force named Shi in the Great Chu dynasty. Have you heard of it? Behind a bush, Chu Tian bent over, secretly watching the battle in the distance, and asked with curiosity on his face. Several Dao Palace realm, one Lingxia realm peak. Such an existence is merely a servant of that mysterious force. This shows how terrifying the strength of this force is. Even if you look at the Great Chu dynasty, you can't find anyone who can make the Taoist palace and Lingxia realm cultivators serve as servants. You know, even for a family as powerful as their Chu family, the strongest ancestor is only at the Dao Palace realm. The Chu family, which owns the Dao Palace, can secretly control a city of the Great Chu dynasty. It can be said that if these people were placed in any city of the Great Chu dynasty, they could be called kings and ancestors. However, what responded to Chu Tian was the endless silence of his mysterious master. Master? What's wrong with you? Chu Tian didn't get a response from his master for a long time, so he continued to ask in his heart. The mysterious master in his body came back to his senses after hearing this, and muttered in disbelief. How could it be? Why would that force appear in the eastern wasteland, in such a backward place? Chu Tian? Hearing this, Chu Tian's eyes suddenly lit up. Master, do you recognize this force in front of you? In my mind, the voice of the mysterious master sounded. I know them. They're from Qingxue. They're the immortal power of Qingxue, the ancient Shi family. As soon as these words came out, Chu Tian's pupils suddenly contracted, and his eyes showed an expression of disbelief. He seemed to be greatly shocked and cried out in surprise. Qingxue. Qingxue. Immortal forces. The ancient Shi family. These three extremely unfamiliar words made Chu Tian's brain confused. Yes, they are from Qingxue. In my mind, that old voice sounded again, but the tone was full of solemnity. The immortal force, the ancient Shi family, is an extremely powerful force in Qingxue. They are practically at the pinnacle of Qingxue. Because, among their ancestors there was a powerful emperor. Boom! As these words fell, Chu Tian's body shook violently. He was completely shocked and speechless, his voice almost trembling. The Great Emperor. Such existence only exists in legends. Only those who have cultivated to the peak of the immortal realm are qualified to step into that realm. Then why are they here? It was a long time before Chu Tian came back to his senses. He looked at the battle in the distance in shock and asked the question he wanted to ask most. As far as he knows, the eastern wilderness is hundreds of millions of miles away from the central plains. Even for those who truly step into the realm of Shinto, it takes years to reach it. And these people in front of me, although they are all very powerful, everyone who has entered the realm of Shinto, how did they come to the eastern wasteland? This is the question Chu Tian is most curious about. It's normal for a top force like them to have transmission channels across various domains. The old voice replied. It looks like a fight has broken out between two factions within the Shi family, and there are actually two factions within the main branch. If I'm not mistaken, the reason they're fighting is because of that child. The child. Upon hearing this, Chu Tian subconsciously looked towards the distance. Previously, the maid named Amon took the child to a place not far from him. From his perspective, he could see the child's entire appearance clearly. However, just one glance and Chu Tian's pupils shrank. He took a breath of cold air and an expression of disbelief appeared on his face. I saw. The child, who looked only 2 or 3 years old, was wrapped in a red cloth. On its chest, there was a huge bloody hole. The pile of white bones inside had disappeared, leaving only traces of being dug out by force. The child has fallen into a deep sleep at this moment, and the life essence in his body is rapidly dissipating, as if he may die at any time. Chapter 43. Hiss. So cruel. Chu Tian looked at the scene in front of him and took a breath. The person in front of me is just a 2 or 3-year-old child. He was actually having his chest cut open and his bones dug out while he was still alive. He really couldn't imagine who could be so cruel and ruthless as to kill a 2 or 3-year-old child. You know, even the magic path is no more than this. There is absolutely no humanity at all. From the conversation between those people just now, Chu Tian could also hear that this child should be the young master of the immortal imperial clan, the main branch of the ancient stone family. That means the child in front of us had his chest cut open and his bones dug out by his relatives? Thinking of this, Chu Tian couldn't help but shudder. Is this the internal struggle among the major forces? Not even letting go of your closest relatives? Even a tiger won't eat its own cubs. Master, can we save him? Chu Tian looked at the child whose life essence was rapidly fading away, and a hint of compassion flashed in his eyes. The battle between the maid named Amon in front and those Dao Palace realm masters has reached a fever pitch. Neither side has gained any advantage, and they are almost both injured in the fight. He was almost on the verge of death, and it was basically impossible to save the child in front of him. He is the only one who can be saved now. To be honest, Chu Tian saw his former self in the child in front of him. Even the situation of this child in front of him is much worse than his. If he had not met the mysterious master in his body, his fate would probably not be much better than that of the child in front of him. Because he himself had been caught in the rain before, he now wanted to hold an umbrella for the child in front of him. The mysterious master in Chu Tian's body was silent for a moment after hearing this, and said, "Xiao Tian, you may be overestimating me. The vitality in his body is almost completely exhausted. Even if my master, at the peak of his previous life, could attack him, there would be no way to save him. Only the legendary heaven and earth creation pill, or the blood essence of the great emperor, can save him. When Chu Tian heard this, a look of disappointment immediately appeared on his face. But then, the old voice sounded again in his mind. But I can guarantee that he will not die for 3 days. You can take him to find friend Su Chen. When you first joined the Qingxue sect, I sensed there was a powerful medicine there. Although it's not very high grade, if this little fellow could take it, it would at least keep him alive for a month. Chu Tian asked, then, what about a month later? This little fellow is a disciple of the immortal imperial clan. If my intuition is correct, the bone dug out of his body should be the strongest talent of the top 10 in the 3000 physical constitution, the immortal bone of longevity. In 1 month, it will depend on whether he can achieve nirvana and be reborn, allowing the immortal bone of longevity to be reborn a second time. If Chongsheng Xiangu can be reborn again, he will not only survive, but his talent will also be even better than before. He will surely become an emperor in the future. If not, in a month, he will still die. Of course, who knows, maybe the little guy's parents will come back in a month. You never know. It's up to you whether to save him or not. Chu Tian was silent. Even if the master takes action, combined with the only great medicine in the Qingxue sect, can it only last for a month? Oh, right. At this moment, his master spoke again, his tone solemn. If you save him, you'll be caught up in the internal strife of the immortal imperial clan. You'll have to shoulder all the consequences. I'm afraid your future path will become increasingly difficult. Because, you will face the pursuit of the immortal emperor clan. Chu Tian fell into deep silence. The immortal imperial clan is hunting us. These 6 simple words actually mean being hunted by the entire continent. The power of the immortal imperial clan is truly terrifying. Its reputation alone is enough to scare people. But Chu Tian is now just a cultivator in the physical realm, and he hasn't even established his foundation yet. So far, the strongest force he has come into contact with is just the Dao sect, which has a mortal realm master. The immortal imperial clan, especially the ancient Shi family, has an extremely powerful foundation. There are countless powerful people in the realm of immortals. But, so what? Boom! At this moment, the battle in the distance also came to an end. The maid man looked back at the child with a sad face and murmured, "Young master, take care. A man will be with you in the next life." As soon as she finished speaking, her whole body sublimated to the extreme and exploded on the spot. In an instant, the void shook, and an extremely terrifying power exploded. The entire monster mountain range was as bright as day at this moment. The violent spiritual power directly enveloped the Dao Palace cultivators, turning them into blood mist that disappeared between heaven and earth. The area within 100 miles is devastated. All this happened so quickly that even Chu Tian didn't react. When he came to his senses, those Dao Palace realm masters and Amon had turned into a bloody mist. "Master, please help." Chu Tian looked at the place where Amon blew himself up, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Have you thought about it?" The master in his body didn't seem surprised at all by Chu Tian's choice. Chu Tian nodded and said, "I've thought about it. Even if the immortal emperor clan is hunting us, you still want to save us." Even with the great medicine of the first saint sect, he can only live for a month. Is it worth it to exchange a month for your entire life being hunted by the immortal imperial clan? Worth. Chu Tian's expression was resolute and his eyes were shining. Danger brings motivation. The immortal emperor's pursuit is just the right thing to hone me and allow me to grow rapidly. This is actually a good thing for me. When these words came out, his master was slightly startled. Then he laughed out loud. "Very good, very good. You are indeed worthy of being my valued disciple. You have used the immortal imperial clan to hone yourself. With such a state of mind, you are comparable to the top geniuses of this continent. In that case, I will help you. Buzz. The void is rippling. Qu Tian's mysterious master transformed into a phantom of soul, appeared in the void, and waved his hand. An extremely gentle soul power penetrated into the child's body. The child, who had originally had a weak breath and whose vitality was rapidly fading, now miraculously stabilized. But his eyes were still closed, and he showed no signs of waking up. All right. Take him now and go find friend Su Chen and ask for the elixir. He will wake up after taking it. After doing all this, the soul shadow looked tired, and its soul power also weakened a little. Master needs to take a good rest. After that, he turned into a stream of light and fell into Qu Tian's body. Thank you, Master. Qu Tian murmured softly, then he stepped forward and picked up the child. The spiritual power of the physical realm surged, and with the help of the silvery moonlight, it rushed rapidly towards the Chusheng sect. Chapter 44. The next day. The first holy teaching, the peak of enlightenment. The rising sun cuts through the sky, and thousands of purple airs hang down, turning into strands of pure energy that merge into the world. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a huge rock, holding the palm of heaven bottle in his left hand and a spiritual medicine in his right hand. As his mind turned, a drop of green liquid flew out of the palm heaven bottle and fell into the elixir. Buzz! In an instant, the myriad purple auras between heaven and earth transformed into tiny stars, sinking into them, and divine light flashed. 10,000-year-old elixir. Okay. During this night, we condensed dozens of 10,000-year-old elixirs and 3 heavenly grade top-grade elixirs. All preparations have been completed. Now we just have to wait for investors to appear. Su Chen put away the palm of heaven bottle and the 10,000-year-old elixir, his face filled with excitement. After he taught Mu Qingxue the great evolution secret last night, Mu Qingxue fell into a state of enlightenment and has shown no signs of recovery until now. Su Chen, who was extremely bored, took out the palm of heaven bottle and started to increase the age of the dozens of elixirs and pills he bought from the True Treasure House. At the beginning, he wanted to add years to the creation of heaven and earth. After all, the heaven and earth creation pill is a true god-level pill. If it grows for a few years, Su Chen doesn't dare to imagine how great it will be. Imagination is beautiful, but reality is very bleak. He injected 10 drops of the mysterious green liquid from the palm of heaven bottle into the heaven and earth creation pill, but nothing happened. Immediately, he completely gave up this idea and started to improve those spiritual medicines and pills. After all, that thing is a god-level elixir, and it shouldn't be a product of this continent. Therefore, it is normal that the palm of heaven bottle cannot improve its properties. Su Chen looked at Mu Qingxue and murmured. Looks like it will take some time to complete the reception. Mu Qingxue is different from him. He was taught directly by the system, so he learned it quickly. But Mu Qingxue is different. She needs time to comprehend this most powerful soul refining method. In addition, Mu Qingxue's aptitude was originally very poor, so it was normal that it took her a long time to comprehend. Then there's nothing to do today. Looks like I can go around the sect or around here to see if there are any wild investors. When he left, he told Gu Yang and others that it would take several days. Therefore, during this period, there is no need to teach them how to practice. Su Chen was also happy to have some free time. After all, for him, nothing is more important than finding investors. This concerns whether he can lie down smoothly 10,000 years later. Having made up his mind, Su Chen prepared to leave Wudao Peak to look for potential investors. But at this moment, Su Chen had just stood up when his expression suddenly paused, a little surprised. Qu Tian. Within the range of his spiritual consciousness, he saw Su Chen holding a child in his arms and running towards the Wuodao Peak at a very fast speed. Didn't he go out for training? Why is he back so soon? Logically speaking, for a destined protagonist like Su Chen, who has a grandfather's golden finger, it usually takes at least 3 years to go out for training. At least that's how Emperor Yan was in the online novels of the previous life. It is basically their destiny to gain experience outside and then rise up. If it weren't for a disaster that threatened genocide or extermination of the clan, they wouldn't have shown up. But Su Chen had only been out for training for less than a day when he rushed back in such a hurry. Could it be Dao Zong and the Nangang family, or maybe the prince of the great Chu dynasty who took action? Su Chen raised his eyebrows. He had been confused before, because Nangang Meng was the direct disciple of the Taoist sect leader, had a high status in the Nangang family, and was pursued by a prince of the great Chu dynasty. Such a being died in such an unclear manner, and these 3 forces would definitely not give up. Logically speaking, the news should have reached the ears of the 3 forces long ago, but they did not make any move, which made Su Chen a little confused. But now it seems that they have already set out. Okay. Since you 3 forces dare to take action, don't even think about settling this peacefully. I think you are tired of living if you dare to touch the people I invested in. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes. For him, this is a good opportunity to deepen his karmic relationship with Su Chen. There is no way he would miss such a good opportunity. But why is Su Chen still carrying his child when he is being hunted? Su Chen is so young, this can't be his illegitimate child, right? But looking at the child's age, it doesn't seem to fit. I haven't heard of it either. This is the routine where the old man is the destined protagonist and has gone out to gain experience and saved a child. Su Chen looked a little strange. Never mind. When he comes over, he will understand. Su Chen waved his hand, then returned to his previous position, sat cross-legged, and waited for Su Chen to arrive. Soon, Su Chen arrived at the top of Wuodao Peak panting. Disciple Su Chen pays homage to the leader. Master, please help save them. As soon as Su Chen reached the top of Wuodao Peak, he saw Su Chen at a glance and shouted at the top of his lungs. Save people. Hearing this, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes, looking puzzled. But his gaze immediately fell on the child again, and he suddenly showed a look of realization. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a blue person worth investing in. Invest in soul-restoring elixirs or spiritual medicines. Successful investment will earn you rewards, imperial level skills, heaven-swallowing demonic skill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for finding a golden person to invest in. Invest in a heaven and earth creation pill. Successful investment will earn you a reward, a drop of the Emperor's blood. 2 consecutive system prompts sounded in Su Chen's ears, making him stunned. Su Chen? Oh shit! Golden Legend! Hearing the system's prompt, his breathing became rapid almost at that moment. Golden investable person. This is the first time he has encountered this since he bound the system. The highest level of the others was only purple, but now it came directly in gold. He even doubted whether the so-called golden investable people in the system were a scam. After all, a future empress like Qingxue is only purple. He really couldn't imagine how terrifying the talent of the golden investable person was. I didn't expect that I would actually encounter it now. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressed the excitement in his heart, and looked up at Su Chen. I saw. Su Chen was shrouded in a blue airflow that only he could see. The golden airflow, so dazzling that it made it impossible to open one's eyes, was now covering the child. Hiss! Eye of the future, open it for me. Su Chen directly chose to open the eye of the future. He wanted to see how monstrous this child was, that he could surpass Qingxue and Zhang Fan and become a golden investable person. What's so special about it? As the eye of the future opened, the information of the child in front of him also appeared in front of Su Chen. Chapter 45. Name, Shi Hao. Identity, Immortal Imperial Clan, young master of the ancient stone family. Future direction of life, reborn with immortal bones at the age of 3, step into the ultimate realm of physical body at the age of 5, open up the sea of suffering at the age of 8, break through the mortal realm at the age of 18, feel the world of mortals, realize the truth at the age of 20, ignite the divine fire, become the supreme being and fight in foreign lands at the age of 100, prove the truth of true immortal after 1,000 years, and rule the world for eternity after 10,000 years. Life script, the Emperor of Heaven who rules the world for eternity. Su Chen? Looking at the information displayed by the eye of the future, he was completely stunned. Ah! The future Emperor of Heaven who will rule the world forever. Oh shit! No wonder it's called Golden Legend, it turns out to be this script. To be honest, according to this script, the Golden Legend is still a bit low. Su Chen looked at the child's chest again, then raised his hand to stroke his chin and murmured softly. This routine. He's a complete replica of Emperor Huang Tian. He didn't even need to ask Xu Tian what happened. This thing. One look at Ding Zhen. And even the name of this destined protagonist is only one character different from the arbitrary and eternal Emperor Huang Tian in the online novel he had read in his previous life. Good, good, good. I want to invest in a heavenly emperor who will rule the world forever in the future, right? No wonder the system's previous reward was the heaven and earth creation pill. It turns out that everything was arranged in advance. Oh shit! Why do I always feel that all this is deliberately arranged by the system? Su Chen had never thought about it carefully before. Now that he thought about it carefully, it felt like from the time he traveled through time to the time he met the protagonists of destiny and then made investments. I always feel that this is all arranged by the system in advance. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence? Not to mention the other regions, just take the Eastern Wilderness as an example, its territory is extremely vast. The Great Chu dynasty is the weakest among the many forces in the Eastern Wilderness. But in such a small place. In less than 3 days, he invested in several future protagonists. And each one is more outrageous than the other. According to his experience of reading online novels in his previous life, the protagonists of destiny all have good luck. As long as a destined protagonist rises, it means that the luck of at least one continent or a large domain will be exhausted. But now, there are several destiny protagonists around a small Chusheng church. This is unreasonable. Even if the Chusheng sect has incredible luck, at most there will be a Mu Qingxue or Chu Tian. Most importantly, every time the system rewards something, it happens to be what the destined protagonist needs. Oh no, I'm not being set up by the system, am I? A terrifying thought arose in Su Chen's mind. He now seriously suspected that his traveling through time to the wrong time was definitely not a system error. This must be intentional by the system. But what is the purpose of the system doing this? Su Chen couldn't figure it out. He was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, no matter what, it's a good thing for him. He now wishes the system would set up a big game, assign him a bunch of destined protagonists, and then invest in him. In this way, he won't have to work hard at all 10,000 years later. Master. I met this child while training in the Monster Mountain Range. His bones were dug out alive, and he was hunted down. He's so pitiful. Now his life is in danger. Chu Tian dares to ask the leader to help him survive. At this moment, Chu Tian spoke. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen's thoughts were immediately brought back to reality. Su Chen raised his eyes to look at Shi Hao in Chu Tian's arms and said, "If I'm not mistaken, this child should have had an extremely strong bone in his body, but it was dug out by someone, causing his essence to be damaged and the blood in his body to be unable to flow. If we want to save him, I'm afraid only the legendary miracle medicine, or the personal presence of a powerful emperor, can completely save him. Of course, if he's lucky, the sacral bone in his body can regenerate, but the chance of that happening is very small. What Su Chen said was basically the same as what Chu Tian's mysterious master said. Master, I heard that there is a great medicine in the section. I wonder if I can. Chu Tian heard this and spoke quickly. He had learned all this from his master before, so he didn't expect Su Chen to come up with a legendary magic medicine or invite a powerful emperor. You know, nowadays, there hasn't been a powerful emperor in this continent for 10,000 years. Even if there is, Su Chen cannot invite him with his status. Even when his master was at his peak, he was not even qualified to meet a quasi-emperor. Not to mention Su Chen, a small leader of the Qingxue sect in the eastern wasteland. His purpose in coming to Su Chen for help this time was very clear, which was to ask him to use the great medicine of the Qingxue sect to extend Shi Hao's life for 1 month. This child has suffered so much. At such a young age, he was killed and his bones were dug out. There isn't even a close relative. So, he wanted the child to live a happier life in the limited time he had. Only then will my trip to this world not be in vain. Certainly. It would be even better if his biological parents could be found within this month. Even if there's only a glimmer of hope. Maybe we can hold on until the child's biological parents come and find him. Chu Tian spoke again, his tone full of sincerity. However, Su Chen sneered in his heart when he heard this, and complained. Biological parents? He. If we follow the Heavenly Emperor's scenario, I'm afraid the so-called biological parents won't be able to find us. They've probably already found a place to practice their trumpet. As for Shi Hao, he should be dead in their eyes. The life script that Shi Hao is holding in front of him is the script of that Emperor of Heaven. Therefore, Su Chen had already guessed the ending. Although Su Chen felt disdain for Shi Hao's parents, he did not show it. He did not rush to take out the heaven and earth creation pill and immediately invest in Shi Hao, but looked at Chu Tian calmly and said, "You're late. I've already given the medicine away." As his words fell, Chu Tian's body suddenly stiffened. Big medicine. It's gone. So is there any way to save this child? Could it be that we really have to go looking for the legendary miracle medicine, the pill of creation of heaven and earth? But there are only 3 days. Where could he find it? But he was unwilling to let the child in front of him die like this. Chu Tian took a deep breath, and said in a somewhat decadent tone. Okay, then I'll think of other ways. After that, he then turned around and prepared to leave with Shi Hao in his arms, looking for a new solution. Wait. However, Chu Tian just turned around and took 2 steps when he was interrupted by Su Chen. I said the medicine is gone, but I didn't say I can't save the child. Chu Tian paused slightly when he heard this. He was a little suspicious, wondering if he had heard it wrong. But when he turned around, he saw Su Chen's expression was calm and he didn't look like he was lying at all. 2 rays of light instantly shot out from his eyes, and he looked at Su Chen with great energy. Could it be that the leader has other ways to treat it? Chapter 46. Su Chen did not answer Chu Tian's question. He slowly stood up from the boulder, walked to Chu Tian, and looked at Shi Hao in his arms. As he raised his hand, a pill emitting white divine light and surrounded by thousands of Taoist principles appeared. Then, he put it into Shi Hao's mouth. Master, no. When Chu Tian saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed. Shi Hao's current condition is too fragile. At this time, he can only take some healing pills and cannot be affected by any other forces. Any elixir that is even stronger could potentially kill him. By then, even if Hu Tian's mysterious master took action, he would not be able to save him. However, the next scene made Chu Tian stunned. Rumble. I saw. as Su Chen put the pill into Shi Hao's mouth. The next second, the small body in Chu Tian's arms suddenly burst out with extremely bright divine light. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and thousands of golden lights burst out from his body. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth surged like a vast ocean, and thousands of laws flashed, brilliant as a rainbow. The endless rhythm of Tao transformed into thousands of strands of green light, enveloped him, and began to flow in his body. Shi Hao, who was in danger of dying at any moment, began to recover at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his pale face instantly became rosy. Even the heartbeat that had been almost stopped began to beat at this moment, and it was very strong. As good as a grown man. This. What's going on? How is this possible? Before Chu Tian could come to his senses, the mysterious master in his body let out a series of exclamations. His voice was almost trembling, and his tone was full of disbelief. Shi Hao's life force also surged rapidly at this time, gradually becoming stronger. Master, this. What's going on? Chu Tianren was numb. What kind of elixir did the leader just feed Shi Hao? How come after taking one pill, Shi Hao, who was originally dying, suddenly came back to life? This, Su Chen. What Su Chen just fed him, that's the legendary miracle medicine, the heaven and earth creation pill. The master in Chu Tian's body was now somewhat incoherent. The pill of creation of heaven and earth. A real miracle drug. In the past, once a pill was released, it would attract countless emperors to fight for it. Even the current immortal imperial clan does not have such a miraculous medicine. Can Su Chen took it out so casually? This completely shattered his three views. Oh shit! What kind of monster is this? How come what he casually took out was the heaven and earth creation pill? This thing. Are you sure it should appear in the hands of a monk in the humanitarian field? Heaven and earth creation pill. Chu Tian was completely stunned when he heard this. Although he had only heard of this miraculous medicine from his master, he also knew how precious it was. That is something that even the emperor would fight for. How did it end up in the leader's hands? This is unbelievable. Could it be that the leader is a quasi-emperor who has been hiding from the world? Is he pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger now? Chu Tian's mind was completely confused. What the hell is going on? His mind couldn't keep up anymore. First it was the immortal imperial clan, and now it is the heaven and earth creation pill. It is really hard to digest. But no matter what, the child's life has been saved. At least he can grow up safely. Although his mind was in a mess, Chu Tian was still very happy to see Shi Hao being rescued. Although no one knows where the leader got the heaven and earth creation pill from, and no one knows whether the leader is a top-level hidden power, these are no longer important. For him, no matter what, the leader would not hurt them. Teacher. I'm afraid I've made a mistake again. At this moment, the old voice said with emotion. I'm afraid your leader is no ordinary person. He even has a magical medicine like the heaven and earth creation pill. His future achievements are probably beyond the imagination of a mortal like me. Most importantly, he knew exactly how precious this heaven and earth creation pill was, yet he used it to save this child. Such a state of mind. Even the ancient emperors can't compare to him. I used to be so presumptuous as to judge his future. Now it seems I was just looking at the world from a well. He now realized that he had underestimated this little leader of the Qingxue sect. Divine items like the heaven and earth creation pill can be given away at any time. Chu Tian didn't say anything after hearing this. His eyes fell on Su Chen, his eyes flickered, and it was unknown what he was thinking. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've completed your investment and received the reward, Emperor's Blood Essence. The system prompt sounded, proving that Su Chen's investment was complete. But Su Chen was not in a hurry to collect the Emperor's blood. If he guessed correctly, according to the nature of this system, this Emperor's blood essence. It shouldn't take long to trigger investment. But it doesn't matter. Even if he refined the Emperor's blood essence himself, he would not be able to bring it back in the future. It can be used for investment and can also deepen the cause and effect. The future rewards will be much greater than the Emperor's essence and blood. He has now invested in so many Emperors, and wants to refine the Emperor's blood essence, and wait for 10,000 years to recognize them one by one. By then, if someone gave him 10 drops, it would be enough for him to refine it until the end of time. Oh, right. There's another investment. Su Chen glanced at Shi Hao, who was rapidly recovering, and then looked away. He was previously busy investing in Shi Hao, the golden legend, and forgot about Chu Tian, the blue investment. Chu Tian. Su Chen looked at Chu Tian, with a smile on his face, and said, "You've worked hard all the way here. Here are 2 pills. One can restore your spiritual power, and the other can restore your soul. Take them quickly." After that, Su Chen raised his hand and waved. In an instant, the 2 pills turned into streams of light and fell steadily into Chu Tian's hands. Seeing this, Chu Tian came to his senses. He looked down at the pill in his hand with a complicated look. The leader is still so careful. Every time they met, she would give him pills. Most importantly, every time he received a pill, it was exactly what he needed. So touched. Chu Tian's heart moved slightly. If he had not already worshipped the existence in his body, he would definitely worship Su Chen as his master. "Thank you, master." Chu Tian hardly thought about it and bowed slightly to Su Chen. He immediately swallowed the 2 pills, sat down cross-legged, and began to refine the medicinal power. Both investments are complete. When Su Chen saw this scene, a look of satisfaction suddenly appeared in his eyes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a successful investment. Reward, Imperial level technique, Heaven swallowing demonic art. Would you like to receive it? Chapter 47. Not yet. Su Chen was not in a hurry to collect the reward, because what he had to do next was more important than the system reward. Rumble. At this moment, a roar came from Shi Hao's body in Su Chen's arms, like thunder, extremely terrifying. Then, I saw. At the place where his bones were originally dug out, miraculously, endless chaotic energy was born. Countless divine lights emerged from the body, and countless chaotic energies exuded a breath of destruction, spreading madly in all directions. In his body, a milky white and crystal clear precious bone slowly emerged, replacing the bone that had been dug out from his chest. With the birth of this bone, the entire Wuodao peak began to shake at this moment. What happened? Chu Tian, who had just finished refining 2 pills, opened his eyes and looked at the scene in front of him, feeling a little at a loss. If this master is not mistaken, this should be the beginning of the creation pill for that child to shape his bones. He originally possessed immortal bones and possessed incredible talent. As long as he could survive, he would have undoubtedly entered the realm of immortality. Although he was poached, there are now miraculous medicines like the Heaven and Earth creation pill. It's hard to imagine how incredible his bones will be in the future. Inside Chu Tian's body, his mysterious master slowly spoke, his tone filled with excitement. This is the Heaven and Earth creation pill that can transform your bones. Even among the ancient emperors, few could witness such a scene. Now, he was going to witness it. How could this not excite him? In addition, Shi Hao is naturally gifted and has terrifying qualifications. It is hard to imagine to what extent this Heaven and Earth creation pill can shape his bones. The more Chu Tian's master thought about it, the more excited he became. Today he is going to witness history. Xiao Tian, I have an idea. I want to take this little fellow as my disciple. What do you think? Chu Tian's mysterious master spoke. The Heaven and Earth creation pill and Shi Hao, who already has extraordinary talent. It can be said that His path to becoming an emperor is basically secure. As long as he can be allowed to grow safely, he will become an emperor within 10,000 years. If he accepted such a being as his disciple. Just thinking about it made him excited. The great emperor's teacher. However, Chu Tian's next words made him silent. Master, first of all, I have no intention of belittling you. I think it's inappropriate for you to accept this little guy as your disciple. Someone like him should worship the leader as his master. Besides, it's all thanks to the leader that this little guy was able to live again. Letting him become his disciple is the best choice. Just think about it. The leader can easily pull out a magical medicine like the heaven and earth creation pill, which you have never seen before. If this little guy becomes the leader's disciple, his future achievements will definitely be higher than if he became your disciple. Chu Tian opened his eyes, looked at Shi Hao in Su Chen's arms, and said slowly. He had no selfish motive in saying this. Without Su Chen's help, this little guy could only survive for 3 days at most, and it would be impossible for his bones to improve to a higher level. It can be said that Su Chen is Shi Hao's reborn parent. In addition, Su Chen's background is unfathomable, and he can even take out legendary things. Letting Shi Hao become his disciple is the best choice. Sure enough. As soon as these words came out, his master fell into deep silence. What Chu Tian said makes sense. If Shi Hao could become Su Chen's disciple, his future achievements would definitely be higher than those of his teachers. A seedling that could become an emperor. The resources required are basically massive, although he can't see through Su Chen. But judging from the fact that the other party casually took out the heaven and earth creation pill, Su Chen is definitely not simple. At least, there is absolutely no way that the other party is just the leader of a small sect in a small place. Perhaps it is just as Chu Tian guessed, the other party is a top-level powerful person. The cultivation level displayed now is just to confuse people. From the first time they met Su Chen until now, every time he desperately needed elixirs to restore his spiritual power, Su Chen always delivered them in time. One time can be considered a coincidence, but if it happens every time, that's not a coincidence. It is very likely that the other party has already discovered my existence. He hadn't thought much about it before, but now if he thinks about it carefully, it's really terrifying. Thinking of this, Chu Tian's master became more and more certain of this idea. The Su Chen in front of him is definitely a top-level powerful person. Su Chen was unaware of the conversation between Chu Tian and his master. At this moment, his attention was all on Shi Hao. He was also very curious about the level of talent that this future Emperor of Heaven would have after taking a heaven and earth creation pill. Besides, now that he has the heaven and earth creation pill that he invested in, will the speed of his future rise be greatly reduced? Endless chaotic energy wandered in Shi Hao's body like a spirit snake, and then quickly washed over his bones, flesh, blood and meridians in an incredible way. His entire body was enveloped in a strange chaotic aura, and the surrounding void collapsed, forming a vacuum zone. There was a faint roar of the avenue, which was extremely terrifying. Chaos bone and chaos divine body. Su Chen looked at Shi Hao with some surprise. Chaos bone, chaos divine body. 2 top talents. The 2 combined are enough to collide with Su Chen's Hongmeng Dao body. Hiss. Chaos bones, chaos divine body. Master Chu Tian was completely boiling with anger at this time. With his keen eyesight, it was not difficult to see Shi Hao's transformed talent. The first thing that comes up is the chaos bone and chaos divine body. His qualifications are simply incredible. To put it bluntly, with such qualifications, even Shi Hao's previous immortal bones are not worthy of carrying shoes. It is absolutely certain that he will break through to become an emperor in the future. Even it is possible to go even further and step into the legendary fairyland. It's worthy of being called the heaven and earth creation pill. It's simply heaven-defying. Chu Tian's master's words were full of envy. When he was at his peak, if someone could give him a heaven and earth creation pill, he might be able to get a glimpse of the immortal realm and step into the legendary realm of the Emperor. Xiao Tian, you saved an incredible being this time. Although he cannot become your junior apprentice, just because of your life-saving grace this time, with such karma, as long as he doesn't die in the future, you can have a glimpse of the realm of immortality. Chu Tian didn't say anything when he heard that. He just looked at Shi Hao quietly, wondering what he was thinking about. It seems that the heaven and earth creation pill has completely completed its transformation. Then let me take a good look at what his future will be like after the heaven and earth creation pill's transformation. Su Chen stood there with a burning gaze, looking at Shi Hao. The next second, 2 golden rays of light flashed in his eyes. Then, the eye of the future opened, and Shi Hao's information slowly appeared before his eyes. Only, compared with the last time, this time there have been earth-shaking changes. Chapter 48. Name, Shi Hao. Identity, Immortal Imperial Clan, Young Master of the Ancient Stone Family. Future life direction, condensed Chaos Bones and Chaos Divine Body at the age of 3, stepped into the extreme realm of physical body at the age of 3, opened up the sea of bitterness at the age of 4, broke through the mortal realm at the age of 10, felt the world of mortals, realized the truth at the age of 16, ignited the divine fire, became the supreme at the age of 20 to fight in foreign lands, proved the true immortal after 18 years, broke through to the great Emperor at the age of 100, and ruled the world alone. Life script, the Emperor of Heaven who rules the world for eternity. Su Chen, what the hell? What the hell? What the hell? No, buddy. Su Chen looked at the information given by the Eye of the Future and was completely dumbfounded. At the age of 16, he reached the realm of God. At the age of 100, he broke through to become a great emperor, ruling the world alone for eternity. Oh shit! Is this person still human? 100-year-old emperor-level expert. Even if you were to ask a powerful emperor to be reborn, it would be impossible for him to return to the peak in 100 years. This wave is really against the will of heaven. What is Golden Legend? This is the FG Golden Legend. A heaven and earth creation pill can instantly unlock the hidden version, right? This wasn't just a remake of the desolate heavenly emperor, the speed of his rise was even more outrageous than the desolate heavenly emperors. Okay. This hidden edition, it's just one word, awesome. If Mu Qingxue and Chu Tian were not here, Su Chen would have laughed out loud. Shi Hao's life script is based on the template of Emperor Huangtian. As everyone knows, Emperor Huangtian values friendship the most. It can be said that, with Shi Hao here this time, when he travels back in 3 months, there's no need to look for anyone else. You can completely rely on Shi Hao alone to support yourself in your retirement. A heaven and earth creation pill in exchange for an emperor who will rise in 100 years, it is a huge profit. At this moment, the delicate child slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like black gemstones, and at this moment they were twinkling as he looked at Su Chen. Little one, are you awake? Su Chen smiled and spoke, reaching out to touch Shi Hao's little head and said. At this time, Chu Tian also walked over and looked at Shi Hao with a smile on his face. Big brother, did you save me? An extremely childish voice sounded. Then, the little guy climbed up from the boulder, raised his porcelain doll-like face, and looked at Su Chen with a pair of black eyes full of admiration. Although he had fallen into a coma before, he was aware of everything happening around him. So he knew that it was Su Chen who fed him the heaven and earth creation pill, which allowed him to be reborn. Su Chen smiled and nodded. After hearing Su Chen's words, the little guy tilted his head and looked thoughtful. He pondered for a moment, then stretched out his fair little hand, took off an exquisite jade pendant from his neck, handed it to Su Chen, and said. Big brother, thank you for saving me. I can feel that the pill you gave me is not simple, so I'm giving this to you. This is. Su Chen took the jade pendant and took a closer look at it, and instantly saw its special feature. Although the material of this jade pendant is very simple, he can feel that there is a terrifying energy in it, which should be the full strength attack of a strong man who has entered the realm of immortals. If Su Chen guessed correctly, this was something Shi Hao's so-called biological parents left for him to save his life. Once it is activated, no one can stop it within the realm of immortality. Good, good, good. As expected of someone from a big family, the things he casually takes out are enough to support countless forces in the entire eastern wilderness for a lifetime. It's a good thing, but it's a pity. He can't use it now. If it can be used, it will probably be thousands of years later. But the problem is, he can't take this thing back. Otherwise it is also a very good way to save your life. Little guy, I appreciate the kindness, but I won't accept the gift. I have no use for this item. If you really want to repay me, then work hard on your cultivation. This way you will definitely be able to help me in the future. After that, he turned to look at Qu Tian and said, he also saved you, so why not give him this jade pendant? Okay. The little guy nodded when he heard this, and a look of determination appeared on his slightly childish face. Big brother, I will definitely practice hard and help you in the future. Su Chen showed a look of satisfaction. With these words, he was completely relieved. Then, he handed the jade pendant to Qu Tian and said, please accept this. Qu Tian is different from Shi Hao. Shi Hao became an emperor after 100 years. He was invincible and basically impossible to kill. Qu Tian's path is destined to be one of gaining experience outside, which will attract the pursuit of countless forces. Although there is a mysterious existence in Qu Tian's body, it is always good to have an extra way to save his life. He didn't want the people he invested in to die before they could fully rise. This. When Qu Tian heard this, a look of hesitation appeared on his face. This jade pendant was given by Shi Hao to Su Chen as a token of gratitude for saving his life. He really didn't know how to collect it. Although he saved Shi Hao's life, he did not make any special contribution other than bringing Shi Hao back. Xiao Tian, take it. This thing can save your life at a critical moment. At this moment, the master in his body spoke. That little guy and fellow deist Su Chen can't use it either. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen also spoke. Take it. Seeing that his master and Su Chen both advised him to accept it, Qu Tian no longer hesitated and put the jade pendant away. Little one, would you like to be my disciple? Seeing the jade pendant in Qu Tian's hand, Su Chen turned his gaze back to Shi Hao and said what he wanted to say most. Although he saved Shi Hao's life, the cause and effect were already very serious. But for Su Chen, the deeper the cause and effect, the better. Moreover, after accepting a disciple, perhaps more investment opportunities can be triggered. Shi Hao was slightly startled when he heard this, and excitement flashed in his gem-like black eyes. He quickly said, willing. Big brother, I do. Good. Su Chen nodded and said, since you have accepted me as your master, you don't need to call me big brother. You should call me master. Yes, master. Shi Hao bowed awkwardly towards Su Chen. Seeing this scene, everyone present couldn't help but laugh. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the golden investment. Invest in the Chaos Immortal Scripture. Successful investment will earn you a reward, Confucian Sage Pen. As Shi Hao officially became Su Chen's disciple, the system's prompt sounded. Really? Hearing the system prompt's sound, Su Chen's heart moved. This dog system is full of links. Just waiting for him to deepen the cause and effect crazily and then trigger investment, right? The most abstract is. The rewards are all planned by this dog system. Good, good, good. Now Su Chen was completely certain. He was able to invest in so many destiny protagonists in a short period of just a few days. It must be the dog system behind the scenes that was fanning the flames, trying to make up for taking him through the wrong time, right? All I can say is, the goal was achieved. Su Chen liked it very much. Better order more. Chapter 49. 10 days later. The first holy teaching, the peak of enlightenment. Boom! A huge roar resounded through the sky, and the void shook. I saw. The little Shi Hao sat cross-legged, and waves of terrifying fluctuations came from his body, sweeping in all directions. This is a kind of divine energy that can suppress everything. The terrifying power makes Chu Tian and Mu Qingxue on the Wuodao peak look solemn. Fortunately, at this critical moment, in the depths of the Chesheng sect, a stream of light passed by, blocking Shi Hao's breath and preventing it from spreading further. The ultimate state of the physical body. Inside Chu Tian's body, his master's voice trembled. Extreme. That is the manifestation of cultivating a realm to the extreme. Only the one and only genius in the ages can step into it. And any existence that can reach the pinnacle of a realm is invincible in the same level. He truly is worthy of being a genius at the chaos bone and chaos divine body level, transformed from divine medicines like the heaven and earth creation pill. This talent. Even in Zhongzhou, where there are so many geniuses and evildoers, this is still the most proud of the world. Chu Tian's master couldn't help but sigh. Yes. Chu Tian nodded in agreement, with a somewhat sad look on his face. This considerable talent is truly terrifying. It's only been 10 days since the leader bestowed upon him the technique, and he's already broken through to the 9th level of the physical realm, entering the legendary ultimate realm. Comparing yourself to others is simply infuriating. Chu Tian's mentality has completely collapsed at this moment. Shi Hao's talent was beyond his imagination. In just 10 days, he cultivated to the 9th level of the physical realm and entered the ultimate realm. This kind of cultivation speed. It's almost a small realm every day, which is unbelievable. The most important thing is, Shi Hao had only practiced for 10 days and he had already surpassed him. If Chu Tian's mentality wasn't good enough, I'm afraid his heart would have been broken by now. On the side, Mu Qingxue stood, staring at Shi Hao with her beautiful eyes, her eyes full of envy. 10 days ago, she woke up almost immediately after Su Chen finished teaching Shi Hao the Chaos Immortal Sutra. After she understood the whole story, she stayed and observed her master's new junior disciple at Wuodao Peak. I thought the other person was a loser like her, but Shi Hao's practice almost broke Mu Qingxue's defense on the spot. It took her several years to go from being immortal to entering the realm of flesh and blood. It took her several more years to advance from the 1st level of the physical realm to the 9th level. All in all, it took almost 10 years. But Shi Hao, it was done in just 10 days. No matter who comes here, they will be defeated on the spot. At the beginning, Su Chen was also there to provide guidance. When Shi and Chu Tian were amazed at Shi Hao's cultivation speed, Su Chen just smiled calmly, as if he was used to it, and said, "This is just the beginning. There will be many things that will happen to this little thing that will exceed your imagination." Su Chen had seen Shi Hao's future life path in advance. With the template of that heavenly emperor, fast cultivation speed is nothing. After all, judging from the direction of Emperor Huangtian, Shi Hao might be able to open up a brand new cultivation system in the future. When Shi Hao truly develops a new cultivation system, by then, it won't just be Chu Tian and Mu Qingxue who will be shocked. I am afraid that by then all the creatures in the heavens and all the worlds will be shocked. But the only thing that puzzled Su Chen was, logically speaking, shouldn't Shi Hao, a model of the Emperor of Heaven, have a terrifying existence by his side in the early stages? The Eye of the Future did not mention the terrifying existence around Shi Hao. Su Chen even had some doubts, could the terrifying existence beside Shi Hao be himself? But as Shi Hao began to practice, he no longer thought about these things. Su Chen took advantage of Shi Hao's time in cultivation to go back into seclusion and frantically improve the age of the herbs. After all, he doesn't have much time left. Before leaving, he would frantically improve the strength of those he had invested in and his disciples. Although the disciples under his tutelage were of average talent, they could at most enter the Shinto realm in the future. But Su Chen firmly believed that as long as he provided enough resources, and waited for Shi Hao to become an emperor and rise to prominence 100 years later, and with the support of various people, his disciples would still be able to hold on until the day he traveled through time. Shi Hao meets senior sister Mu and senior brother Chu Tian. Just then, Shi Hao finished his training, stood up and bowed slightly to Mu Qingxue and Chu Tian. Then, his pair of black eyes like gemstones rolled around. "Brother, sister, when will Master come out of seclusion? I have now reached the ultimate realm of my physical body. Next, I should prepare to break through to the foundation establishment realm. At such an important moment, Master should be able to come out of seclusion to witness it, right?" Shi Hao remembered what Su Chen said earlier. It can be said that the reason why he cultivated so quickly, in addition to his talent, was that he always kept Su Chen's words in mind. Practice well and help Master in the future. Don't worry, little one. I'll take you to find Master in a moment. Mu Qingxue looked at Shi Hao in front of her with a smile and said. Really? When Shi Hao heard this, his eyes suddenly lit up. I can't wait to see Master's shocked expression. Let him be truly shocked by my talent. Good. Master will definitely praise you when he sees how fast you are improving. Mu Qingxue smiled and rubbed Shi Hao's little head, then took his little hand and prepared to take him to find Su Chen. Rumble. However, just then, a series of loud roars rang out. Then, only seen above the sky, a gigantic pitch-black dragon broke through the void and appeared across the sky, its body bathed in divine light and swaying with endless divine radiance. It swooped down towards the Qingxue sect from the end of the sky at a very fast speed. As the pitch-black dragon rushed over, it slammed heavily into the Qingxue sect's protective formation. The formation vibrated and a deafening roar was heard. The next moment, terrifying and overwhelming magical power spread out. The entire Qingxue sect began to shake at this moment, and the earth on the Wuodao peak was also shaking. Countless buildings where the outer disciples lived were the first to be hit and collapsed at this moment. The many outer disciples of the Qingxue sect did not even have time to scream before they turned into a cloud of blood mist. It's just a momentary skill. Thousands of outer disciples of the entire Qingxue sect died. However, this hasn't stopped yet. Click. A crisp sound was heard in the sky above the Qingxue sect. Then, the void was shattered, and the sect protection formation turned into ashes in this impact. Under the powerful impact, hundreds of outer disciples disappeared into the void without even a scream, as if they had never appeared in this world. This is Chapter 50. This is a powerful figure in the Shinto realm. Master Chu Tian said in a serious tone. Hearing this, Chu Tian's expression also froze and he looked up. Just see. Above the sky, on the pitch-black dragon, several tall figures stood side by side, looking down at the Qingxue sect below with disdain. Each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura, like a high and mighty god, with a burly figure, and the faint pressure emanating from them seemed to crush the world. And one of them spoke, looking down at the Qingxue sect below, with indifference in his eyes. It was as if the thousands of outer disciples of the Qingxue sect who had been killed earlier were like ants in their eyes, which could be trampled to death at will and were not worth mentioning at all. No. To be precise, for them, crushing the entire Qingxue church would only dirty their feet. The first saint religion, right? Where is the leader here? Come out and meet him immediately. The super strong man who spoke earlier was a young man. He shouted impatiently, with an expression of arrogance to the extreme. His words were full of condescending attitude, as if the people of the Qingxue sect below were pariahs. If they didn't have something to ask, they would probably never want to talk to these untouchables in their entire lives, as it would simply lower their status. And that extremely arrogant young man is only the weakest among these people. The other four didn't even raise their eyelids, their eyes were tightly closed, and they seemed unwilling to pay attention to the people below. As expected of a member of an ancient family, he's already reached the early stage of the divine palace realm at such a young age. The other three are all stronger than the last. The strongest one has even reached the peak of the divine palace realm and is only one step away from entering the second realm of the divine Dao, the divine sea realm. Qu Tian's master spoke and introduced to Qu Tian the strength of those people on the sky. If one successfully transforms into a mortal and enters the realm of the gods, then he will enter the realm of the palace of gods. And after the divine palace realm, it is the divine sea realm. There are several more great realms to come. This is the realm division of the Shinto realm. Even though the opponent is only in the first realm of the divine Dao, if he attacks with all his strength, a cultivator in the early stage of the divine palace realm can kill countless cultivators in the mortal realm. This is the gap between the human realm and the divine realm. After all, no matter what, the humanitarian field ultimately belongs to the human level. When one reaches the realm of Shinto, the level of life will undergo a complete and drastic change, breaking away from the scope of being human and possessing divinity. It can be said that humanity and Shinto are two completely different levels. Only by cultivating to the extreme in the realm of the gods and possessing 30% of complete divinity can one step into the realm of immortals. Master, can you defeat these people? Qu Tian stared at the four people on the dragon and asked in his heart. He doesn't care what realm the other party is in or what field he has entered. He only knew that the Qingxue sect was his home and that the sect leader had done him a great favor. He couldn't just sit back and watch the Qingxue sect being destroyed by these people. Master Qu Tian. Qu Tian's words immediately made his master silent. Beat. There are four powerful men in the Shinto realm on the opposite side. How can he, a mere remnant soul, fight them with their heads? If it comes to running away with Qu Tian, he can do it. But if it comes to actual combat, it's totally a pipe dream. But he didn't want to lose points in front of his apprentice, so he said. This. When I was at the peak of my master's power, I could kill even the strongest realm in the divine realm, the supreme realm, let alone a few divine palace realm cultivators. But now, let's not talk about the fact that I'm just a spirit body and have just revived. My strength hasn't started to recover yet. Even if I did recover and I had the strength to fight these people, your physical body wouldn't be able to withstand it. Upon hearing this, Qu Tian nodded slightly without saying anything more. Since the master is unreliable, we can only wait for the leader to take action. In his heart, Su Chen is now certain to be a hidden and powerful being. It should be easy to deal with these four powerful people in the Shinto realm, right? Just. You can also take this opportunity to see the true strength of the leader. I wonder who is more powerful, the sect leader or master at his peak. Qu Tian said silently in his heart. Who are these people? Why are they destroying innocent disciples of the first saint sect? How presumptuous! They don't even take our first saint church seriously. Is it possible? If they dare to be so arrogant, they must have the capital to be so arrogant. If they are not afraid of the first saint religion, then aren't they afraid of the great Chu dynasty? Where's the leader? They killed thousands of disciples of the Qingxue sect as soon as they arrived. Isn't the leader going out to seek revenge? I remember that our Qingxue sect hasn't offended any other forces recently. Who on earth is this person who is so ruthless? Don't be afraid, the leader and the elders will protect us. In the Qingxue sect, all the disciples were terrified at this moment. As soon as the other party appeared, they killed thousands of disciples of the Qingxue sect with extremely cruel means, as if in front of them, the thousands of disciples of the Qingxue sect were just ants that could be killed at any time. Although the people of the Qingxue sect hated it, they did not dare to show it. I was afraid that if I revealed it, I would become the ghost of the other party. And under the attention of all the disciples of the Qingxue sect. Soon, from the Qingxue religion, 5 streams of light flew out and landed above the religion. It's the 5 elders. They bowed respectfully and asked. I'm waiting for you seniors. I didn't know that you, the seniors, came to my first saint sect today. I am sorry for not welcoming you. I hope you will forgive me. The 5 elders were extremely frustrated at this moment. The other party had destroyed thousands of disciples of the Qingxue sect. They were extremely angry and were ready to kill and teach these 4 people a lesson. But when they felt the unfathomable aura in each other's bodies, they immediately became obedient. Each of the 4 people in front of me is a powerful person who transcends the realm of humanity. Even the dragon under their feet was in the early stage of the divine palace realm. They are definitely not to be provoked. Therefore, they simply suppressed their anger, lowered their posture, and compromised. Among the 5 of you, which one is the leader? The young man standing on the dragon glanced at the 5 elders with contempt and spoke in an arrogant tone. It's indeed a small place. The entire sect cannot even gather a strong person in the Shinto realm. Although these 5 old guys are all in the other shore realm, they are only in the early stage. Judging from their appearance, they will never be able to reach the mortal realm in this lifetime, let alone get a glimpse of the divine realm. He looked down on such ants from the bottom of his heart. Communicating with them is simply lowering your own status. Upon hearing this, the 5 elders looked at each other and then shook their heads. Then, the great elder came out and said respectfully to the few people. Senior, my sect leader is somewhere else right now and hasn't returned yet. I wonder what the seniors' names are? If you want to talk to our leader, please tell us. When the leader comes back, we can pass on the message for you seniors. Chapter 51. Our names. Hee. How can you, a bunch of ants from the beyond shore realm, know our names? Are you worthy enough? As soon as the great elder finished speaking, the young man opposite him sneered and glanced at the 5 elders with disdain, his eyes full of contempt. The 4 of them are truly powerful people in the Shinto realm. Not to mention this small Qingxue sect, even the ruling power to which the Qingxue sect belongs, the emperor of the great Chu dynasty himself has to show them the utmost respect. What are their names? To put it bluntly, given their identity and status. In this eastern wilderness, few people are qualified to know. As soon as these words came out, the 5 elders couldn't help themselves any longer. These people really don't take them seriously. But when he thought about the other party's strength, he had to be cautious. We are in a hurry. Since your boss is not here, it will be the same if we ask you. Have you seen these 2 people? The young man spoke lightly and waved his hand. Moment. A light curtain composed entirely of spiritual power appeared in the void before his eyes. On the light curtain, a woman holds a child in her arms. It was Amon and Shi Hao. This. The 5 elders carefully looked at Amon and Shi Hao on the screen before them, then they looked at each other, shook their heads, and said. Senior, I have never seen. The 5 of them have been in seclusion recently, trying to reach a higher realm, fearing that Su Chen would come from behind and surpass them. Therefore, they still don't know about Su Chen accepting a disciple, let alone meeting Shi Hao. Good. I've never seen anything like it. The young man carefully observed the 5 elders and found that they were not lying. He nodded in satisfaction and said coldly. Remember their appearance. If you see them, you can use this to send a message to us at any time. Saying. He casually threw out a jade pendant. There is a golden word stone engraved on the jade pendant, which looks extremely extraordinary. The great elder took the jade pendant, lowered his head to glance at the stone characters, and a hint of doubt flashed in the depths of his eyes. Stone? I haven't heard of any powerful force in the eastern wilderness with the surname Shi. I advise you not to think of anything else. If you encounter these two people but don't report it, the consequences will be disastrous. No one in the entire eastern wasteland will dare to protect you. At this moment, the young man spoke again, his tone full of threats. As he finished speaking, his eyes turned cold. Don't question what I say. The young man glanced at the elder coldly, turned around and prepared to leave. Yes. The great elder suppressed his anger and spoke in a deep voice. The 5 of them are second only to the first person in the Qingxue sect and above 10,000 people. Although he only has the cultivation level of the other shore, he is also a well-known existence in the Great Chu dynasty. When has he been treated like this? But there is no way, the gap in strength is there. If he dared to lose his temper, the young man would definitely not let him go, nor would he let the Qingxue sect go. After all, the other party is a powerful person who has entered the realm of Shinto. Let's go. The young man turned around, looked at the other 3 people, and spoke. Then he glanced at the Qingxue behind him with a gloomy face, as if he didn't want to stay here for another second. The others opened their eyes, nodded, and were about to ride the dragons under their feet away. However, just then, the strongest among the 4, who was at the peak of the divine palace realm, frowned slightly and raised his hand to take out a golden jade talisman from the storage space. The golden jade talisman burst out with brilliant light at this moment. A drop of blood appeared on it, and it trembled slightly, as if cheering. The beast's blood is moving, which means he is here. The peak-level expert at the Divine Palace realm lowered his head and looked down at the Qingxue sect below. His eyes looked extremely deep and his voice was low. His gaze swept across the many hilltops of the Qingxue sect, and finally slowly looked towards the Wuodao peak. The young man raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. How dare you lie to me? He slowly turned around and looked up at the 5 elders. His eyes gradually became colder and his tone was so cold that it made people shudder. Didn't you just say that you had never seen these 2 people? So, what's the situation now? Boom! As he finished his last words, the pressure of the early stage of the Divine Palace realm burst out from his body, and his eyes were fixed on the 5 elders. In an instant, the pressure from the early stage of the Divine Palace realm was like the power of heaven, pouring out and pressing towards the 5 elders. The 5 elders felt the pressure, their expressions suddenly changed, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, their legs became uncontrollable, and they were about to kneel down. Forward! Senior! We don't know what you're talking about. No one in our Qingxue sect has ever seen any trace of these 2 people. The great elder spoke in panic under the pressure of the powerful Divine Palace realm cultivator. He is really scared. These people don't look like good people. I will now give you 3 choices. First, hand over those 2 people. Second, I will personally find those 2 people and destroy your first saint church. Third, this first saint religion and those 2 people will be destroyed together. Time is limited, I hope you can make your choice quickly. The young man ignored the words of the great elder, and murderous intent surged through his body. He stared at the great elder and said coldly. For them, it doesn't really matter whether those 2 people are alive or dead. Of course, if we can capture him alive, we will definitely capture him alive. But if we can't capture them alive, we can only send them to die. If these 5 old guys were sensible, they might give the Qingxue sect a chance to survive. If you don't know what's good for you, then die with those 2. It's just killing some ants anyway, which is not difficult for them at all. 3. 2. The young man didn't give the 5 elders any chance to react and started counting directly. As his words fell, the murderous intent in his eyes grew stronger. Anyone who dares to shield those 2 is simply courting death. Every time he uttered a number, the murderous atmosphere around him intensified. When he spit out the second number, rumble! The sky gradually darkened, and the murderous atmosphere around had condensed into a vast ocean. His expression became increasingly cold. The untouchables of a small place. This is simply a challenge to his divine power. Just when he was about to lose his patience and prepare to destroy the Qingxue sect. On the side. The strong man at the peak of the divine palace realm suddenly spoke at this time. Found it. This little BD is hard to find. He's hiding on a mountain that can block the divine consciousness of the divine palace realm. If you're not careful, you really won't be able to find him. Boom. A word fell. 3 terrifying divine palace pressures swept across, like a surging ocean, like 4 gods descending to the earth, wanting to destroy everything in the world. The eyes of the other 2 divine palace realm masters and the young man were fixed, flashing with murderous light. Chapter 52. Swish. The 4 people's cold gazes gathered together and fell on Wuodao Peak at the same time. At the top of Wuodao Peak, they saw an extremely young figure, a child standing there. Beside him, a young woman and a young man stand side by side. It's really hard for me to find it. Amon is missing, but it doesn't matter. As long as we find Shi Hao, that's all that matters. The young man smiled and spoke, his eyes full of excitement. Then, he looked at the other 3 God Palace Realm Masters and said, "Thank you all for bringing him back. It's a small matter." The powerful man at the peak of the Divine Palace Realm waved his hand. "Call out." After saying that, he raised his hand. Rumble. A giant white jade hand stretched out from nowhere, carrying unparalleled divine power, pressing down towards the Wuodao Peak, intending to lift the entire Wuodao Peak up from the ground. Wuodao Peak. When the 5 elders saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. This Wuodao Peak is the leader's favorite place. Since the child appeared at Wuodao Peak, it means that he has an inseparable relationship with the leader. The leader has not appeared yet, and they cannot stand by and watch others touch the leader's people. Thinking of this, the great elder gritted his teeth and immediately dodged to block the front of Wuodao Peak. "Seniors, please show some mercy. There are disciples of our sect leader on Wuodao Peak." Then, the other 4 elders also flashed to the front of Wuodao Peak and stood side by side with the great elder. Are the 5 elders going to take action? What's the use? Didn't you see how the 5 elders groveled before those people? The strength of those people is higher than that of the 5 elders. What's the point of them taking action now? Are they just throwing their heads at others? Where is the leader? Yes. If the leader doesn't show up, my holy church will be finished. Haha, it's useless even if the leader comes out. I guess the opponent's strength should have stepped into the realm of God. Not to mention the leader, even if you look at the entire Great Chu dynasty, no one can be their opponent. For a time, the disciples of the Qingxue sect were talking about it and were worried. They were afraid that the actions of the 5 elders would anger the 4 powerful men, thus leading to the destruction of the entire Qingxue sect. Because the opponent's strength is too terrifying. It's so terrifying that it makes me despair. Interesting. The peak-level expert at the Divine Palace realm who had made the move, upon seeing this scene, said with a playful expression. 5 ants from the Beyond Shore realm dare to stop me. Do you think that you 5 can stop me? Innocent. Boom. As the words fell, the huge white jade hand shook suddenly, and the terrifying aura shook the sky, and it went straight towards the 5 elders. The young man's face was extremely gloomy at this moment, and murderous intent was emerging. Oh! What if I, the leader, am included? However, at this critical moment, a calm voice sounded from the void. Then, the void split open, and a handsome young man in a white robe and black hair slowly walked out with a faint smile on his lips. He just stood there quietly, his aura restrained, like an ordinary person. But there was an astonishing sword intent flashing in his pair of dark eyes, like a sharp sword that had not been unsheathed, so sharp that people dared not look at it. "Master!" the 5 elders exclaimed when they saw Su Chen appear. "Finally! It's finally out!" But then, their expressions darkened. What if Su Chen appears? He is only at the other shore realm, and even if he comes out, he will not be able to reverse the trend. It would be better not to come out and just run away, then rebuild the Chusheng church in the future and avenge them. "Thank you for your hard work, elders. Leave the rest to me." Su Chen turned around, smiled slightly, and said, "Master, the other party is 4 powerful masters in the realm of God, and you have just broken through to the other shore realm." The great elder looked at Su Chen and reminded him. However, before he could finish his words, the young man opposite interrupted him. "He. Another one looking for death." Boom! Next second, there was a loud noise. Then, a pitch-black sword appeared out of thin air above his head. The long sword stood across the sky like a blue dragon, emitting shocking sword intent, and slashed out with one sword. "Bold! Master, no!" 2 voices rang out. A sound came from the young man, his eyes full of disbelief, as if he had not expected Su Chen to dare to be the first to take action. Moreover, the first move was a killing move, leaving no room for maneuver. This sword was swung with the determination to kill him. He never expected that a mere ant in the humanitarian field would dare to attack him. Moreover, he didn't even notice when the opponent's sword reached his head. This made him extremely angry. The first one to exclaim was the great elder. He did not expect Su Chen to take action without saying a word. "You know, the one opposite is a strong man in the Shinto realm. Although the young man is the weakest among the 4, he is truly at the divine stage realm. The gap between the Shinto realm and the human realm is like a chasm." As far as he knew, Su Chen had just broken through to the other shore realm. How dare he attack a strong man in the Shinto realm? The most important thing is, when Su Chen strikes out with this sword, that matter. But there is absolutely no room for negotiation. However, Su Chen seemed not to have heard what the 2 said at all, and controlled the black abyss sword to chop down. "Okay, okay." The young man said yes 3 times in a row and was completely enraged. He took several steps back, raised his hand slightly, and pointed his finger like a sword, and slashed out with the same sword energy. However, a surprising scene appeared. "I saw." The sword energy that the young man slashed out was instantly destroyed by Su Chen's sword energy, and it had no effect at all. The black abyss sword did not stop, and fell straight down like a black divine light, carrying a sharp sword intent. The young man could no longer remain calm at this moment. This person is extraordinary. Although I can't see the specific cultivation level, the power of this sword. At least he is a strong man in the Shinto realm. He really didn't expect that in this small place, there would be a powerful person in the Shinto realm. Moreover, his realm is above his. But he had no time to think now, so he raised his hand and took out a shield to block Su Chen's sword. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. The black abyss sword collided with the shield, and the sound of golden swords clashing broke out. Snap! But the next second, the shield shattered instantly and turned into powder. The black abyss sword is an imperial-level divine weapon. How can it be resisted by ordinary things? How dare you? When the young man saw this scene, his pupils suddenly shrank and he cried out in surprise. Chapter 53. Snort! You're taking action in front of me. Aren't you showing me too little respect? At this critical moment, when Su Chen's black abyss sword was about to chop down the young man, the strongest person at the peak of the divine palace realm with the highest cultivation level snorted coldly at this time, with a cold look in his eyes. After saying this, he took a step forward and appeared directly in front of the young man, stretching out his withered hand. In an instant, The giant white jade hand that had previously grabbed Wu Dao Peak spun back and met Su Chen's sword. And with his other hand, he gently pointed towards Su Chen. Laugh! A divine light shattered the void and headed straight towards Su Chen. His combat awareness was very strong, and it was obvious that he had experienced countless wars. While he was blocking Su Chen's sword, he also attacked directly to kill Su Chen. However, what he didn't expect was that Su Chen faced his attack with a calm expression, showing no sign of panic, as if he didn't take the attack seriously at all. He opened his lips slightly and said, "This place is invulnerable to all kinds of attacks." Buzz! A word fell. The principles of Confucianism and Taoism are activated, and a righteous spirit emerges. The strange thing is, the attack of the peak-level Divine Palace Realm expert miraculously stopped when it was a few meters away from Su Chen, and eventually turned into pure energy and disappeared between heaven and earth. And this is not quite over yet. The Black Abyss sword directly shattered the giant white jade hand of the strongest man in the Divine Palace, just like cutting melons and vegetables. The young man originally thought that a powerful person at the peak of the Divine Palace realm could help save his life. But unexpectedly, Su Chen could use other strange means to withstand the attack of a peak-level Divine Palace realm expert. At this time, he had no time to think about what strange methods Su Chen used. Because the Black Abyss sword was about to chop down. Seeing this, he was completely panicked. Horai! The young man stretched out his hand and a red spear appeared. The spear trembled and pointed obliquely at the sky. In his hand, it revealed an extremely terrifying murderous intention. From the moment he picked up the spear, the young man's eyes suddenly changed, an endless murderous intent rose from his body, as if he had become a different person, shaking the void and making people terrified. As he got the spear in his hand, his expression returned to normal, and he looked arrogant again. Hee. And, do you think you can defeat me by using some crooked methods? Today, I will use my strength to tell you that if you dare to attack me, it will be the worst thing you have ever done in your life. With the spear in hand, his attitude became arrogant again. Facing Su Chen's Black Abyss sword, he was no longer afraid. When the other three people present saw the spear appear, they instantly gave up the idea of taking action. They stood where they were, looking at Su Chen with a playful look on their faces. Hey! This is a Taoist soldier. Su Chen looked at the spear in the young man's hand, his eyes lit up and a look of surprise appeared on his face. It seems that this young man's background is a bit unusual. Just take out a Taoist soldier. You know, Dao soldiers are something that only those who have stepped into the second level of the Divine Dao realm and are strong in the Divine Sea realm can possess. Looking at the entire Great Chu dynasty, it is said that only Dao Zone, whose ancestors had a powerful warrior in the Divine Sea realm, has a low-grade Taoist weapon. Even the royal family of Great Chu does not have Taoist soldiers. This shows how precious this weapon is. And the young man in front of him was using a mid-grade Taoist weapon as soon as he attacked. A treasure that only a third-level strong person in the Shinto realm can possess. Okay. What a generous boy. A Taoist soldier delivered to your door, why not refuse him? Just collect it directly and use it for investment when the time comes. Su Chen had already made up his mind when he saw the spear in the young man's hand. He immediately recalled the Black Abyss sword, fearing that the Black Abyss sword was too powerful and would chop the Taoist weapon into pieces. Are you going to give up resistance? The young man saw this scene and said with disdain. After saying this, he turned into a divine rainbow, the spear in his hand flashed, bursting out with a brilliant blood-red light, and rushed straight towards Su Chen. Behind him, the shadow of a white tiger appeared and disappeared, lifelike and revealing a murderous aura. A spear thrust out, the void shook, and the sky and earth changed color. This spear almost completely condensed all his spiritual power. It can be said that The power of the early stage of the Divine Palace realm is now all concentrated on this spear. He wants to use this spear to wash away his shame. Shen Hong carried a spear and instantly pierced through thousands of miles of void and killed Su Chen. And Su Chen in front of him had a calm expression, as if he had completely accepted his fate. Seeing this, the young man suddenly grinned. But the next second, Su Chen activated the spiritual power in his body, and his Hongmeng Dao body rotated, extending his palm surrounded by Hongmeng purple energy. He raised his hand slightly and punched the spear directly. Although Su Chen is only at the peak of the mortal realm now, his physical body is blessed by the Hongmeng Dao body. It can be said that he can easily kill a strong man in the Divine Sea realm with the strength of his physical body alone. If he really gets serious, he can kill even a strong man in the third level of the Shinto realm in seconds. On the other hand, this young man was only in the early stage of the Divine Palace realm, so it would be easy for Su Chen to kill him. But the reason why he was reluctant to kill the other party was because of the precious treasure on his body. He was afraid that if he used too much force, all his treasures would be shattered. By then, he won't even have a place to cry. In his eyes, these things are all treasures that can be used for investment. Bang! The purple fist and the blood-red spear collided with each other, causing a loud bang. The terrifying aftermath spread out, creating ripples. When the young man saw this scene, he immediately sneered in disdain. Use the strength of the physical body to confront his mid-grade Taoist weapon? People in small places are really stupid. This is a mid-grade Taoist soldier. Even the strongest people at the peak of the Divine Palace realm don't dare to fight head-on. Who gave Su Chen the courage? At this moment, he seemed to have seen the scene of Su Chen being pierced through the fist and palm by the spear and completely nailed to death. But just when he was about to be proud, Su Chen was not hurt at all. He changed his fist into a palm and directly grabbed the spear. Then he smiled slightly and said, "This spear is great, I want it. Bring it here." Boom! The next moment, the Hongmeng Dao body in his body exploded, and before the young man could react, he snatched it away. Buzz! As he took the spear, a mark of the soul emerged. But Su Chen didn't care at all. He activated the Great Evolution Divine Art, and a vast spiritual power descended, directly blasting the spiritual mark into pieces. Then, the red spear burst out with brilliant divine light, like the scorching sun, and was held in Su Chen's hand. Chapter 54. Wuodao Peak. Senior sister, are they here to arrest me? Shi Hao stood beside Mu Qingxue. A pair of small hands tightly grasped the corner of Mu Qingxue's clothes. The tender little face was full of tension. Looking at the battle in the sky, the expression was a little gloomy. Previously, he experienced the pain of bone digging, and then was hunted down. He wandered all the way and fled from Zhongzhou to Donghuang. Although he came back to life thanks to Su Chen's heaven and earth creation pill, his natural physique was even better than before. However, he also lost a lot of memory. Those were extremely painful memories, which he actively rejected. But he could still vaguely remember some of it. Looking at the fighting figures in the sky, he didn't hear clearly the conversation between those people and the Great Elder. But his intuition told him that the reason these people came to the First Saint Church was all because of him. They are here to catch me. They have a great deal to do with the memories they don't want to recall. Especially the young man who fought with Su Chen. Looking at the other person's back, Shi Hao always had a very familiar feeling. That should be the case. Mu Qingxue was a little unsure. Although she knew Shi Hao's situation, she didn't know his identity. Chu Tian only told Su Chen about Shi Hao being hunted. But, little one, you can rest assured. With Master here, no one can take you away. Senior sister will always stand by your side. Mu Qingxue patted Shi Hao's little hand and comforted him with a smile, her tone firm and full of confidence. No matter what realm the other person is in her heart, he is not as good as her master. In Mu Qingxue's heart, Su Chen has become synonymous with invincibility. No matter what, as long as Su Chen is there, she will feel at ease. Okay, I believe in master and senior sister. When Shi Hao heard this, his dark eyes flashed with trust. In his heart, Su Chen is also synonymous with invincibility. Like Mu Qingxue, he had great trust in Su Chen, as if his master could protect them even if the sky fell. If Su Chen could hear the conversation between the two of them at this moment, he would probably be moved to tears and say that his recent efforts were not in vain. Senior sister, then tell me, when can I be as powerful as master is now? At this moment, Shi Hao, who was watching the battle, looked at Su Chen, who was like a god in the sky, his eyes flashing with admiration. He turned to look at Mu Qingxue and asked. Well. When Mu Qingxue heard this, she was stunned. But she quickly came to her senses and subconsciously wanted to say, Master is so powerful, I guess we will never be able to catch up with him in this lifetime. But she changed her mind and carefully considered Shi Hao's terrifying training speed, and she adjusted her thinking. If I continue to practice at the speed she's doing, I probably won't be able to catch up in my lifetime. But this little guy. Then we need to weigh everything carefully. Mu Qingxue pondered carefully for a moment, then opened her red lips and said. With our limited qualifications, it will probably take 17 years. Shi Hao is only 3 years old now, but he has already reached the pinnacle of physical realm and is about to break through to the foundation building stage. Although Mu Qingxue didn't know Su Chen's specific cultivation level, judging from the cultivation level of the young man in the sky, he was most likely a strong man in the Shinto realm. 17 years later, Shi Hao was exactly 20 years old. According to Shi Hao's qualifications, it should not be a problem for him to break through the Shinto realm in 17 years. If he could really break through the Shinto realm at the age of 20, he would be even more monstrous than Su Chen now. 17 years. When Shi Hao heard this, his dark eyes dimmed slightly, he shook his head and murmured. No, it's too slow. I will practice even harder and become a strong person when master needs my help. When Mu Qingxue heard this, her expression froze slightly, and a hint of guilt appeared on her face. Shi Hao is incredibly talented and works so hard just to help his master as soon as possible. And although he is also very diligent and hard-working, he is still far behind Shi Hao. Since her talent is not as high as Shi Hao's, she has to work harder. Thinking of this, Mu Qingxue secretly said in her heart, after the dust settles on things here, I must go back to retreat. This time, I will not come out until I reach the late stage of foundation building. Practice hard and help master as soon as possible. I should work harder too. On the side, Chu Tian looked at the two people in front of him and secretly made up his mind. Shi Hao came from behind and became a powerful man who had reached the pinnacle of physical strength at the age of 3. He was 16 or 17 years old, and with the guidance of a mysterious master, he was only at the 8th level of the physical realm. When Chu Tian thought of this, he couldn't wait to go and gain experience and improve his strength. But rather than practicing, he wanted to know more about Su Chen's current strength. Then he asked. Master, who do you think will win between the leader and that guy? The victory is already decided. There's no need to even consider it. None of these 4 people can be a match for fellow deist Su Chen. Although I can't fully understand his strength right now, I can guarantee that even if a strong man from the Divine Sea realm came here, he wouldn't be able to defeat fellow deist Su Chen in a single blow. Chu Tian's master's tone was extremely firm, and he was full of confidence in Su Chen's strength. Although he has not yet returned to his peak, his previous vision is still there. Although the situation in the field seemed that Su Chen and the young man were equally matched, only Chu Tian's master knew that Su Chen was holding back. If he really gets serious, even the 4 opponents together will not be his match. The leader is truly a top-level powerful being in seclusion. When Chu Tian heard this, he was startled and immediately became firm in his mind. Above the sky, Su Chen held the red spear in one hand, looked calmly at the young man opposite him, and said, "A mid-grade Taoist weapon would be a waste if it fell into your hands. Come, let me teach you how to use this treasure today. Call out." As Su Chen finished speaking, the blood and energy in his body vibrated and he threw out a spear. Rumble. The power of the mid-grade Taoist soldier erupted completely at this moment, and the terrifying pressure directly shattered the surrounding void. The red spear turned into a bloody ray, pierced through the void, and killed the young man. "And, you're bullying me too much. Today, I will make you wish you were dead." The young man's eyes were bloodshot at this moment, and he looked at the spear thrown by Su Chen with gritted teeth. Su Chen is just an ant from a small place in the barren East Wilderness. Not only did he fail to kill the opponent with one strike, but his most precious mid-grade Taoist weapon was taken away by the opponent. This is tolerable, but what he can't tolerate the most is. Su Chen even wanted to personally teach him how to use that mid-grade Taoist weapon. This shame is simply impossible to wash away. He must kill Su Chen, only then can he feel at ease. Chapter 55. You want to seize my Taoist weapons? Are you an ant from the eastern wasteland worthy of that? The young man shouted angrily and stretched out his hand, with strange divine patterns flashing in his palm. Obviously, he was planning to follow Su Chen's example and take back his mid-grade Taoist weapon. If he fails to snatch the mid-grade Taoist weapon from Su Chen today, I'm afraid his Taoist heart will never be stable in the future. Shame. Must be scrubbed hard. However, just as his palm was about to touch the red spear thrown by Su Chen, a terrifying divine power swept over him. Bang! The next second, a blood-red divine light burst out from the red spear and directly pierced through his palm. The spear's power remained undiminished. After piercing through the young man's palm, it turned around and headed straight for his chest. The power of the mid-grade Taoist soldiers was fully demonstrated at this moment. The young man was stunned when he saw this scene. Fear flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Su Chen in disbelief. No. Impossible. How is this possible? He's just an ant in the eastern wasteland. How could he possibly unleash the full power of a mid-grade Taoist soldier? Could he be a true God realm expert? The young man roared softly, unable to accept it for a moment. True God realm. The third level of the Shinto realm. Even in Qingxue, a strong man in the true God realm can be considered a strong man. But how could such a strong man appear in this small eastern wilderness? Being under the rule of the great Chu dynasty, which does not even have a strong person in the Shinto realm. The other three powerful men in the Divine Palace realm gasped when they saw this scene. The original intention of going forward to help the young man completely disappeared at this moment. Are you kidding me? The opponent's strength is unknown, but he can still mobilize the mid-grade Taoist soldiers with all his strength. What are they going up there for? To die? Su Chen didn't give them much time to think. He simply extended a finger and waved it towards the mid-grade Taoist soldier. Call out! In an instant, boundless power erupted at this moment, breaking through the void and trying to pierce through the young man's chest. No. You can't kill me. I am from the Water Tribe, one of the top forces in Qingxue. If you dare to kill me today. However, Su Chen didn't even give him a chance to speak. The mid-grade Taoist weapon pierced his chest and nailed him to the void. What power are you, the head of this sect? If you dare to attack the first saint sect, you must be prepared to die. Su Chen withdrew the red spear with an indifferent expression, and his extremely cold tone echoed in the void at this time. In fact, the young man didn't need to reveal his identity at all, he could guess it. After all, you can guess it by looking at the script of the Emperor of Heaven template. As for the so-called this tribe and that tribe, Su Chen didn't care at all. He would be traveling back in 2.5 months anyway. From the moment he comes back to the world, I'm afraid that all the water tribes and stone tribes will be killed by the destined protagonists he invested in. Next, if the water tribe or the stone tribe are coming, Su Chen will help to resolve it first and deepen the cause and effect relationship between him and Shi Hao. But if you don't come, the rest of the mess will be left to Shi Hao. As long as he is given 100 years, he will send the immortal imperial clan of Qingxue to hell. Anyway, the destined protagonists he invested in were least afraid of being hunted down, which was just the right opportunity to hone their rise. Below is Wudao Peak. The Qingxue Water Tribe. Shi Hao listened to the young man's last words with a complicated expression, and some vague memories came to his mind. But he did not choose to receive these memories, because he knew that those memories were extremely painful. So, he was unwilling to accept it. I, Shi Hao, will remember today's grudge. When I rise again in the future, I will be the first to settle accounts with you. Shi Hao said secretly in his heart. The young man not only wanted to capture him, but also showed murderous intentions towards his master. This is intolerable for Shi Hao. Therefore, this aquatic creature was directly put on his kill list. The leader has indeed hidden his strength. Chu Tian looked at the figure in the sky that looked like a god or demon, and said in his heart. Su Chen acted too calmly and easily when he killed the young man from beginning to end. This further confirmed his guess. And at this time, above the sky, Su Chen stood in the void, his black hair flying, and he looked like a god of war, slowly looking at the other three people. Boom! An unstoppable aura burst out from his body, as if he could suppress the heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. Now, whether it was the disciples of the Qingxue sect below, or the three powerful Shintoists from Qingzhou, they were all silent and petrified. They looked at Su Chen's figure and had already forgotten to breathe. Master, this. The great elder looked at Su Chen, horror flashing in his eyes. Even they were a little confused about Su Chen's strength. He had just broken through to the other shore realm a few days ago. How can he kill a strong man in the Shinto realm in an instant? What happened in the past few days? Why did Su Chen's strength improve so quickly? The elders of the Qingxue sect were puzzled. This. I'm not dreaming, am I? This is fake, right? The leader killed a powerful figure in the realm of God. Hey? I remember that the leader's cultivation level wasn't as high as that of the elders. Even if he was incredibly powerful, it should only be within the realm of humanity. How could he have crossed over and killed a powerful being from the realm of God? This is absolutely fake. I'm already dead. This might just be a dream. No? When did the leader become so powerful? Ah? All the powerful people in the Shinto realm were killed by the leader? Doesn't that mean that the most powerful force in the Great Chu dynasty is our Qingxue sect? The leader, he really doesn't take action until he makes a move, and once he does, it's a stunning success. It was unknown how much time had passed before the disciples of the Qingxue sect below came to their senses. They looked at the powerful Shinto figure who was nailed into the void by a spear. Strands of blood flowed down. This is simply a godlike achievement. Although they didn't know why Su Chen's strength had increased so much all of a sudden, it didn't matter now. All the disciples and elders of the Qingxue sect present in the field had expressions of joy on their faces and were extremely excited. Today's battle. From now on, their Qingxue religion will rise completely. In the future, it will firmly sit on the throne of the number one power in the Great Chu dynasty. And they will also become disciples and elders of the number one force in the Great Chu dynasty. Oh shit! Who could have imagined that the day before, their Qingxue sect was still a mid to lower level force in the Great Chu dynasty? After today, they will become the number one force in the Great Chu dynasty. It's like a dream. When they thought of this, everyone was very excited and shouted. Long live the leader! Long live the leader! Chapter 56. The First Holy Teaching. Above the sky. Su Chen stepped into the void, took a step forward, and instantly came to the side of the young man. Then, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the red spear directly, with a calm expression, and said in one word: "Destroy!" Bang! In an instant, the opponent's body turned into a blood rain. What you say is what you do. This is the law of Confucianism. Amidst the blood rain, Su Chen raised his hand and collected the other party's storage ring and some valuable treasures. He has been coveting the wealth of this Qingxue master for a long time. Although Su Chen is the leader of the Qingxue sect, the property he has is still too little. Even if you meet someone worth investing in, you won't be able to trigger the system if you don't have anything in your hands. But this guy from Qingxue is different. The young man came from a top power in Qingxue, and the resources he held. To put it bluntly, the resources they carry with them are enough for Su Chen to form a Dao sect. Su Chen extended his spiritual sense, directly wiping out the remaining spiritual sense of the young man, and stepped into the storage ring. You don't know until you see it, and you'll be shocked when you see it. Damn, he's worthy of being the master of Qingxue, he's so rich. With so many goodies, I wonder how many times I can trigger the system. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the millions of mid-grade spirit stones and countless natural treasures in the other party's storage ring. Next, he finally had enough resources for investment. With this money, he can buy spiritual medicine crazily and then improve it through the palm of heaven bottle. Then I'll invest like crazy. Then he looked at the blood-red spear in his hand. Mid-grade Dao soldiers, but I don't know if I can invest in them. He was very satisfied with this bloody spear. Although he doesn't use a spear, it is a mid-grade Taoist weapon. Maybe it can trigger investment, even if not, it can be left to the Qingxue church. At least after he left, the Qingxue church would have some means of self-protection. Soon. He put away the blood-red spear and storage ring, then looked up at the other three people. The three powerful God Palace Realm Masters trembled when they felt Su Chen's gaze. Oh shit! What kind of monster had they provoked? Although each of these three people is stronger than the young man before. Among them there is even one who is at the peak of the Divine Palace Realm, and is only one step away from entering the Divine Sea Realm. But they still didn't have the courage to take action against Su Chen. Really? The strength that Su Chen just displayed was too terrifying. They all knew the young man's strength. After all, the other party is a famous genius in Qingxue, and he also has mid-grade Taoist soldiers. His strength is enough to fight against the middle-stage Divine Palace Realm. But so what? In Su Chen's hands, he didn't even have a chance to fight back. Not only was his mid-grade Taoist weapon taken away, but he was also killed by his own Taoist weapon with one blow. Throughout the whole process, Su Chen acted extremely relaxed, as if chopping melons and vegetables. Fellow Daoist, we have no intention of getting involved in this incident. It's just that the Water Tribe gave us too much money. As long as you are willing to let the three of us go, we are willing to offer the reward given by the Water Tribe. Please let us live. In a flash. The strongest among the three, who was at the peak of the Divine Palace Realm, thought for a moment and bowed slightly towards Su Chen. The three of them were not from the Water Tribe, but were hired by the Water Tribe. If they had known that they would encounter a pervert like Su Chen, they would never have come here. I just gave them 100,000 spirit stones each, why would they risk their lives for it? Although they would offend the Water Tribe if they left like this and returned to Qingxue, it didn't matter anymore. At least it's better than losing your life. In their hearts, Su Chen was at the Divine Sea Realm, or even a powerful person in the realm of true God. Until now, they have not been able to see through its depth. This shows how terrifying Su Chen is. Give you a way out. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Oh shit! When you were being so arrogant just now, why didn't you say that you would give those thousands of disciples of the Qingxue sect a chance to live? Now you just give me some spirit stones and expect me to let you go? What are you thinking about? Even if I kill you, the spirit stones will be mine. What if among those thousands of disciples, there is a destiny protagonist that he has not triggered? These are all losses. The most important thing is that he gives the impression of being a protective person to all the destined protagonists. If we let them go now, what will happen if the destined protagonist feels insecure? Thinking of this, Su Chen's mind moved, and the black abyss sword appeared directly. Since you're here, don't leave. Accompanied by a whistling sound, the black abyss sword turned into a stream of light and rushed out, killing the 3 divine palace realm monks. No, fellow deist you. When the 3 divine palace realm monks saw this scene, their expressions suddenly changed. They didn't expect Su Chen to be so decisive and ruthless. He just started fighting without giving me any chance to react. And this time, Su Chen's attack on them was different from that on the young man. This time, Su Chen's first move was a killing move. After all, there was nothing on the 3 of them that was worth Su Chen's caution. So it's better to kill him early and get it over with. He is still waiting to find Shi Hao and others to see if he can trigger the system investment. Okay. Fellow deist, you forced me to wait. Seeing Su Chen taking action, the 3 of them did not sit still and wait for death, and took action one after another. In an instant, the 3 giant hands, carrying the might of the divine palace realm, joined forces to slap Su Chen's black abyss sword. But how could these 3 of them know that the black abyss sword is a true imperial level divine weapon? How could the 3 of them, at the divine palace realm, be able to shake it? I saw. The black abyss sword easily broke through the attacks of the 3 men, and its power remained undiminished as it continued to kill them. Outrageous! When the 3 of them saw this, they immediately had a bad feeling in their hearts. Su Chen's sword was really too outrageous. You know, the 3 of them have practiced together for thousands of years, and their fusion skills have reached the pinnacle. With the combined efforts of the 3, they can even defeat someone at the Divine Sea realm. However, now, he couldn't stop Su Chen's sword. But they had no time to complain, as the black abyss sword appeared before them. The power of the imperial divine weapon was unleashed, piercing through the bodies of the 3 of them one after another. Puff puff puff. Moment. 3 pillars of blood flew up, and the black abyss sword directly pierced them together. The 3 of them didn't even have time to react before they completely lost their life force. Now, it's time to see if there's any investment. After doing all this, Su Chen raised his hand to recall the black abyss sword, put away the storage rings of the 3 people, and erased his spiritual consciousness. 3 people combined, not even one person is rich, right? Su Chen glanced at the storage rings of the 3 people with his spiritual sense, and a look of disgust appeared on his face. As powerful warriors in the Divine Palace realm, the combined assets of these 3 people are not as much as that of the young man alone. But something is better than nothing. Chapter 57. Wuodao Peak. Hiss. Fellow deist, Su Chen's cultivation is truly unfathomable. Chu Tian's master couldn't help but exclaim in amazement as he watched Su Chen kill 3 powerful God Palace realm warriors with one sword. Ever since Su Chen voluntarily released his cultivation last time, he has been unable to detect his specific strength. But now think about it carefully, the cultivation level that Su Chen released on his own initiative last time was definitely concealed. And now, although he couldn't see through Su Chen's specific cultivation level, from Su Chen's actions just now, it is very likely that the other party's cultivation has already reached the realm of true God. It may even be stronger. No matter which one it was shocking enough for him. Especially since the other party could easily take out a magical medicine like the Heaven and Earth Creation Pill, he even suspected that Su Chen was already a powerful person at the top of the Shinto realm. Therefore, he changed from calling Su Chen little friend to fellow Taoist. The pinnacle existence in the Shinto realm. Even in his prime, it wasn't much different. Master, I never thought that within this small Chusheng sect in the eastern wilderness, there would be such a powerful person like fellow deist Su Chen. Oh my god! Practice hard. With master and fellow deist Su Chen here, you will surely ascend to the grand stage of Zhongzhou in the future. Chu Tian's master encouraged. Hearing this, Chu Tian nodded slightly and secretly made up his mind to practice hard. Whether it is to help the master regain a physical body or to promise to help the leader in the future, sufficient cultivation is required. And he could vaguely guess Su Chen's strength from his master's words. He must be the pinnacle of the Shinto realm. I, Chu Tian, always repay kindness with kindness and revenge with revenge. The Hierophant has been a great help to me, and I must not let him down. No matter what he says he will help me with in the future, I must work hard. Chu Tian secretly encouraged himself in his heart. As Shi Hao's cultivation level improves, he now feels a sense of urgency. Right now, I'm already at the 8th level of the physical realm, and I'm about to enter the 9th level. I don't have Shi Hao's incredible talent, so I don't need to worry about reaching the ultimate realm. I will soon establish my foundation, but I still don't know where the foundation building pill is. It seems I can't slack off anymore. I need to go into the monster mountain range to continue hunting monsters and collecting materials for the foundation establishment pill. I'll ask Master to help me refine it when the time comes. Chu Tian's eyes were burning as he began to think about his next path of cultivation. During the 10 days of accompanying Shi Hao in cultivation, his cultivation had also improved, but he was still some distance away from the 9th level of the physical realm. Therefore, he planned to continue entering the monster mountain range to hunt monsters and improve his cultivation. As for the foundation establishment pill, the mysterious master in his body was once an alchemist. As long as the materials are in place, he can use his body to refine it. In fact, at the beginning, Chu Tian was planning to ask Su Chen for a foundation building pill. But on second thought, he already owed Su Chen enough. If I owe another foundation establishment pill, what if he is unable to repay the favor in the future? That was a huge blow to his spiritual heart. Therefore, Chu Tian planned to refine the foundation building pill by himself. This kid. The mysterious master in Chu Tian's body shook his head slightly when he heard this. In his opinion, instead of wasting time collecting materials for the foundation establishment pill, it would be better to ask Su Chen for one. This not only greatly reduces the practice time, but also saves a lot of effort. But there was no way. Chu Tian's principles were there, and even his advice was useless. He also gave up the idea of persuasion. Buzz. Just as Chu Tian and his master were thinking, waves came from the void. Then, Su Chen was seen walking out of the void step by step, with a calm expression. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the blue investment opportunity and investing in a foundation establishment pill. Successful investment will be rewarded, Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Su Chen, who had just stepped into Wuodao Peak, heard the system prompt sound coming from his mind and raised his eyebrows slightly. Blue investable person? Now all 3 people in Wuodao Peak are eligible for investment. But the only person Lan can invest in is Chu Tian. Su Chen glanced sideways, and sure enough, Chu Tian was shrouded in a faint blue aura. Foundation building pill. He looked at Chu Tian and murmured softly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Chu Tian's cultivation level was not much different from the 9th level of the physical realm. It is indeed time to need the foundation establishment pill. Okay. Luckily, I purchased a batch of foundation building pills last time, and they're just right for use now. Su Chen was delighted, but his expression did not change at all. Greetings, Master. Meet the Master. Seeing Su Chen coming, Chu Tian, Mu Qingxue and Shi Hao all bowed. Master, Senior Sister Qingxue just told me that I only need a dozen years to reach your current level. Is that true? When Shi Hao saw Su Chen coming, a light flashed in his dark eyes and he said excitedly, "Ah!" After hearing this, Su Chen was slightly stunned. It took him more than 10 years to achieve his current achievements? There are so many. According to the eye of the future's life trajectory, this little guy will only live for 7 years at most. If we add in the various 1,000-year-old elixirs he left behind before he left, I'm afraid this time will be greatly shortened. After more than 10 years, I am afraid that Shi Hao will have reached the pinnacle of the Shinto realm. But he didn't say it because there were too many uncertainties in the future. Of course it's true. Su Chen smiled and rubbed Shi Hao's little head, saying, "With your aptitude, if you practice hard, you will definitely be able to reach the same level as my master in a dozen years and help me." "Good. I will definitely practice hard." Upon hearing this, Shi Hao nodded very seriously. Now he completely obeys Su Chen's words. Well. Su Chen looked at Shi Hao, who was full of fighting spirit, and shook his head slightly, with a hint of pity in his eyes. Why did such a good child suffer such a tragic fate? What a pity. I guess his biological parents have already found a place to open a brothel. When I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will definitely repay Master. Master, don't worry. If my parents find me in the future, I will definitely return the resources I gave you. At this moment, Shi Hao continued. When he talked about his parents again, his dark eyes were full of anticipation. Su Chen. Hearing this, he sighed again. Come back to find Shi Hao? I'm afraid that the next time we meet, he'll be with his younger brother Shi Hao. After all, according to the Emperor of Heaven's script, this is the case. But he shook his head and didn't say it, cutting off Shi Hao's hope. At his age now, he misses his parents very much, and Su Chen doesn't have the heart to tell him and upset Shi Hao. Good. Su Chen smiled and said. Then go and practice, and break through the foundation as soon as possible. With Shi Hao's qualifications, breaking through the foundation building stage is a sure thing, so there is no need for Su Chen to invest in foundation building pills. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao nodded and pulled Qingxue to the side to practice. Chapter 58. Su Chen stood on Mudao Peak, watched Shi Hao and Qingxue start practicing, and then looked away. Immediately, he looked at Chu Tian beside him. Chu Tian felt Su Chen's gaze and his heart was restrained. He was just about to say goodbye to Su Chen and go to the Monster Mountain range to practice and collect materials for the Foundation Establishment Pill. However, before he could speak, Su Chen took out a foundation building pill from his storage ring and handed it to him. Although you are not my disciple, you are also an elite of my holy church. I see that you are not far from the 9th level of the physical realm, and you will soon be preparing to build your foundation, so I will give you this foundation building pill. I hope you can practice well, successfully build your foundation, and help me better in the future. Su Chen twisted the foundation building pill in his hand, his tone sincere. When Chu Tian saw this scene, he was stunned where he stood. This. He looked at Su Chen's extremely gentle smile, and his heart moved. Why is it that the leader always comes to the rescue? When he needs something the most, the leader always notices it and gives it to him. Chu Tian was incomparably moved. His talent was mediocre, but the leader was able to directly give him a foundation building pill. How much trust do you have in him? It doesn't matter if you fail. Just consider it a trial and error. If you need the foundation establishment pill, feel free to contact me. Take it. At this moment, Su Chen continued to speak. Then, he directly stuffed the foundation building pill into Chu Tian's hand. The Great Elder and the others are still waiting for me, so I'll leave first. After that, Su Chen turned into a stream of light and walked towards the sect hall. The cause and effect have deepened, and there is no point for him to stay here. But this scene looked different in Chu Tian's eyes. The leader. Chu Tian stared at Su Chen's departing back for a long time. Su Chen is so nice to him. A foundation building pill. I gave it to him right away, and also told him that it didn't matter even if he couldn't break through. If I can't break through successfully, I can always ask Su Chen for a second one. This is the foundation building pill. Not to mention other forces, just within the Qingxue sect, the value of a foundation building pill is extremely high. As far as he knew, only the most gifted disciples among the leader's direct disciples were qualified to take it. He is an outer disciple, yet he can have such an honor. Xiao Tian. You've really joined a good sect and met a good leader. The old voice sounded in Chu Tian's ears. How long has it been since a kind-hearted person like fellow deist Su Chen appeared in the entire world of immortal cultivation? When I was weak, if I could have met a leader like this who could give me the resources to cultivate, I would have gone through fire and water for him without hesitation. If that doesn't work, you should also take Su Chen as your master and become a nominal disciple. I won't be jealous. Otherwise, I know you feel bad about Su Chen treating you like this. Su Chen's actions made Master Chu Tian feel deeply moved. Good. That's too good. He knew the status of the Qingxue sect in the eastern wilderness, and also knew the importance of this foundation establishment pill to a small sect. But Su Chen didn't say anything and just picked one up. Coupled with Su Chen's previous performance, Su Chen is simply too nice to Chu Tian. He is even better to Chu Tian than his master. Therefore, he came up with the idea of letting Chu Tian worship Su Chen as his master and become a registered disciple. Oh shit! To be frank, even Su Chen's biological father couldn't do what he did. He is now truly impressed by Su Chen's big picture. Especially if he guessed Su Chen's cultivation level correctly. In a world where the weak are treated like worthless, Su Chen, a top-tier cultivator, could actually invest so much in someone who wasn't even his own disciple, but merely an outer sect disciple. It's something I've never heard of or seen before. In the eyes of ordinary strong people, they would not even pay attention to ants like Chu Tian. Not to mention investing. Chu Tian's master asked himself. If he were Su Chen, standing at the top of the Shinto realm, facing an ordinary genius like Chu Tian, he wouldn't even glance at his bladder. I will definitely not let the leader down. Within a month, I, Chu Tian, will break through to the foundation building stage. Chu Tian held the foundation establishment pill in his hand, his eyes gradually became firm, and he murmured in a low voice. After that, he then left Wudao Peak with the foundation establishment pill and returned to his outer thatched hut to practice in seclusion. Not far away, Mu Qingxue, who was practicing, opened her eyes leisurely, looked at Chu Tian's departing back, and murmured thoughtfully. Is he also someone that master values? Then I'll have to work harder. After that, she looked at Shi Hao beside her again and felt the pressure soar. Su Chen has invested so many resources in her, she doesn't want to disappoint Su Chen's expectations. Then, Mu Qingxue took a deep breath and closed her eyes. Inside her body, the technique was operating automatically. And deep in the sea of consciousness, the great evolution divine art was also constantly rotating. Really? Chu Tian's future direction has also changed. In the void of Wudao Peak, Su Chen stood there, looking at Chu Tian's back. Before his eyes was the information emerging from the eye of the future. Chu Tian's current future direction is completely different from what he saw when he used the eye of the future when they first met. Name, Chu Tian. Identity, outer disciple of the Qingxue sect. Future life path, at the age of 18, he saved the future Emperor of Heaven and successfully established his foundation. At the age of 20, he built the spiritual bridge. At the age of 22, he ignited the divine fire. At the age of 1000, he attained the immortal body. At the age of 5000, he achieved the status of the Great Emperor. Life script, Grandpa Holder. Although the time of entering the immortal realm and achieving the status of the Great Emperor did not change, it was not as great as the change of Shi Hao. But Chu Tian's foundation building time, the time he stepped onto the spiritual bridge, and the time he ignited the divine fire all underwent drastic changes. Several years ahead of schedule. Okay. It seems we need to work harder and invest more resources early. Then the time for each of them to attain enlightenment as an emperor will be advanced by thousands of years. It would be best if they all attained enlightenment at the same time, and now is the opportunity to guide them to understand. To prevent them from becoming enemies for various reasons when I travel back in time, it would be a very difficult situation. Su Chen put away the information on the eye of the future and thought in his mind. Each of these destined protagonists is blessed with great luck, and there must be a lot of overlapping opportunities. What if a war breaks out by chance and they become enemies? Then it will be really difficult to end it. Su Chen couldn't even imagine that these destined protagonists he invested in would become his enemies, and when he traveled back in time. Not to mention lying down and enjoying myself, I'm afraid going anywhere would be a problem. If you are not careful, it will lead to a battle between the two emperors of destiny. So in order to avoid this situation, he decided to try to get the several destined protagonists to get to know each other better in the next period of time. Chapter 59. The First Holy Teaching. The sect's main hall. System, receive the reward. Su Chen sat cross-legged in the center of the hall, his eyes flashing with brilliance, muttering in his heart. He came here directly after leaving Wuodao Peak, ready to collect several previous investment rewards from the system. Originally, the Great Elder and the others were planning to find Su Chen and ask him what had happened in the past few days and how he had suddenly become so much stronger, but Su Chen simply ran away and announced that he would go into seclusion. Because he doesn't have much time left. He wants to help the destined protagonists of his investments grow within this limited time. At the same time, find a way to get them acquainted with each other. So, he didn't want to waste his time on other things. Moreover, he didn't know how to explain it to the Great Elder and the others, so it would be better not to explain it at all. Ding! Detected host's current rewards: Great Emperor's Blood Essence, Heaven-Devouring Magic Art, Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger. Which reward does the host need to claim? The system's prompt sounded, and then a light screen that only Su Chen could see appeared. Above it are the 3 awards Su Chen received for his investment. Of these 3 rewards, except for the Great Emperor's Blood Essence, the other 2 are not exclusive. That means I can practice both the Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Art and the Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger, and invest in them later when I meet a Destiny protagonist who's worth investing in. As for the Great Emperor's Blood Essence, let's put it aside for now and see if Shi Hao can trigger investment later. Su Chen looked at the 3 rewards on the screen in front of him, pondered for a moment, and finally made a decision. According to the nature of the system, he should keep the unique thing, the Emperor's Blood, for investment, which will be more cost-effective. Anyway, he is not in a hurry to improve his strength in this time and space, as long as he can protect himself for 3 months. By the time he travels back, all the destined protagonists he invested in will have become emperors. Then won't he be able to have as much of the emperor's essence and blood as he wants? As for the other 2, one is a technique and the other is a supernatural power. He can completely practice these 2 things, and they will be of great use even if he travels back in time, and will not affect the investment destiny protagonist. System, receive the Heaven-Swallowing Demonic Art and the Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger. Su Chen withdrew his gaze and made up his mind. This technique, this magical power, are both of the imperial level. Moreover, in his previous life, these 2 were also well-known figures. A set of techniques for the ruthless emperor to become the emperor of enlightenment, and a set of exclusive magical powers for the martial ancestor. I still remember a joke. Su Chen still remembers it clearly. Wu Zia was illiterate throughout his life, and only knew the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger. I never thought that one day I would be able to become like the martial ancestor. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. Ding! Successfully received. Integration. As Su Chen finished speaking, Two pieces of information flooded into his mind like a torrent. Immediately afterwards, the heaven-devouring demonic art and the great wilderness prisoning heaven finger were integrated with him. Hiss! The heaven-swallowing demonic art is indeed the technique of the ruthless emperor. Su Chen savored the heaven-devouring demonic art carefully and couldn't help but be amazed. The power of the heaven-devouring demon art is extremely overbearing, even comparable to the chaos immortal scripture. Absorb the heaven and earth, swallow the sky and devour the devil, and refine all things. Moreover, the heaven-devouring demonic art has another extremely special feature. That is, it can bounce back 100% of the magical power it absorbs. This is something. The heaven-swallowing demonic art can not only improve one's cultivation, but can also be used as a kind of magical power. Su Chen pondered it carefully, then slowly raised his hand. Rumble. As the spiritual power surged, a small black vortex appeared and floated above his palm. As soon as the small vortex was formed, it emitted a terrifying devouring force, swallowing up all the matter around it. As these substances were swallowed, the aura in Su Chen's body also slowly increased. Devil power of devouring heaven. If I'm not mistaken, this thing should be able to trigger system investment in Zhongfan. Su Chen looked down at the small dark vortex on his palm and murmured in his heart. Now he can identify investors by the type of items. The key to the heaven-devouring demonic art lies in the word demon. Among the many destined protagonists invested by Su Chen, only Zhongfan will become the demon lord or demon emperor in the future. I just don't know when will I see Zhongfan next time. Zhongfan's figure flashed before Su Chen's eyes, and he couldn't wait to invest the heaven-devouring demonic art in him. Zhongfan's talent is the strongest among all the people he invested in, except Shi Hao, the Emperor of Enlightenment for 1,000 years. If we can invest this heaven-devouring demonic art in the other party, I believe the speed of his rise will be even faster. Also, Zhongfan's future path will be that of a demon. Shi Hao, Chu Tian, and the others are on the right path. They must get to know each other as soon as possible, otherwise, there will be chaos in the future. Su Chen's thoughts turned, pondering what he should do in the next 2 months. According to the routine, the righteous path and the evil path cannot coexist. If Su Chen had not guided Zhongfan to get acquainted with the other destiny protagonists, a war between the two sides would surely have broken out in the future. Su Chen doesn't want these destined protagonists to fall into chaos after he leaves. Finally, when he traveled back, he got the news that both sides suffered heavy losses and died together. Su Chen, alas, I can only suffer for these 2 months. Everything is for the future. After that, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger. At the same time, 1,000 miles away from the Chusheng religion is Qingyang town. Beside a stream, a young man in a black robe sat cross-legged. In front of him, an object that looked like a fire stick was suspended, and bursts of blood-red color emerged from it, turning into streams of light that flowed into his brow. It turns out that the blood-soul technique requires the blood-evil energy to practice. But it's not too late for me to discover it. At least now I have entered the 9th level of the physical realm. We are only 1 step away from building our foundation. The young man in black robe slowly opened his eyes, and a scarlet light flashed in his eyes. This person is Zhongfan, whom Su Chen had previously invested in. More than 10 days had passed since he dug out the fire stick at home. Over the past 10 days, he has been thinking about the fire stick and practicing the blood-soul technique. It was not until a few days ago that Zhongfan, who had no food to fill his stomach, killed a pheasant. The fire stick suddenly appeared and absorbed the blood, and then the change occurred. Zhongfan was surprised to find that this fire stick could actually transform blood into blood-evil energy for him to absorb. After discovering the use of the fire stick, Zhongfan resolutely embarked on the path of hunting monsters and improving his cultivation through their blood in order to resurrect his parents. The fire stick was also very powerful. In just a few days, it raised Zhang Fan's cultivation to the 9th level of the physical realm. The speed of cultivation is quite fast. Chapter 60. Father, Mother. Wait for me, I will definitely embark on the path to immortality and bring you back to life. Zhang Fan held the fire stick in his hand, his eyes determined, and muttered. In his mind emerged images of the harmonious lives of his parents and villagers in the past, and the scene of their tragic deaths in front of him. Resurrecting his parents and the villagers of Wuming village has become Zhang Fan's obsession. For this obsession, he is willing to sacrifice his life as long as he can embark on the path to immortality. And the immortal. I, Zhang Fan, will remember your kindness for the rest of my life. A figure flying away on a sword in the rain flashed before Zhang Fan's eyes. If it weren't for that immortal, he would probably never have been able to embark on the path to immortality in his lifetime. He will definitely repay such kindness if he has the chance in the future. The blood of a 5th level demon beast is still too slow to improve. Now that I have broken through to the 9th level of the physical realm, it is time to hunt higher level demon beasts to improve my strength. Zhang Fan retracted the fire stick, slowly stood up, and prepared to enter the monster mountain range to hunt higher level monsters. However, just as he stood up, the fire stick behind him shook violently, and the blood-red light on it became brighter, turning into a stream of light that penetrated into Zhang Fan's eyebrows. He. You actually used this soul-devouring rod as a blood sacrifice weapon, using monsters to increase your strength. What a waste! Let me lend you a helping hand. Destroy the mortals and use their blood and souls to forge your future. An extremely creepy and old voice came from the pitch-black fire stick. The next second, Zhang Fan, who had originally had a calm expression, suddenly became ferocious. His pair of pitch-black eyes also gradually turned scarlet at this time, and streams of demonic energy rushed out of his body. What's going on? Zhang Fan felt his control over his body gradually declining, and his expression was full of panic. He struggled desperately, trying to gain control of his body. But it was of no use at all. The waves of evil energy coming from the fire stick directly suppressed his soul. After a few seconds, Zhang Fan's soul was completely suppressed. His pair of pitch-black eyes turned scarlet, and his body was surrounded by demonic energy, just like a demon lord. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, Zhang Fan was like a puppet, his sea of consciousness was invaded by evil spirits, and his mind was filled with only killing. Finally he rushed towards a thatched hut in the distance. Thatched roof. A boy of about 17 or 18 was lying on it, holding a black stone in his hand. The black stone looked ordinary, but it shone with a faint light. The young man's name is Chen Dong, and he is a disciple of the Chen family, one of the 3 major families in Qingyang town. His father was a prominent figure among the younger generation of the Chen family in Qingyang town. He even practiced under the Dao sect, the greatest power in the Great Chu dynasty. But in a family martial arts competition, Chen Dong's father was defeated in public by the young master of the Chen family, his cultivation was abolished, and he was expelled from the Chen family. Over the past decade, Chen Dong's father's health has been getting worse and worse, but they don't even have the money to buy elixirs to prolong his life. Chen Dong has also been practicing hard, wanting to embark on the path to immortality, extend his father's life, and defeat the young master of the Chen family to avenge himself. But for some reason, no matter how he practiced, he was still unable to embark on the path to immortality. Gradually, Chen Dong gave up the path of cultivation, but he was actually unwilling to give up in his heart. Until 3 days ago, he accidentally fell off a cliff and saw this black stone in a pool of water. Seeing that this black stone was extremely extraordinary, Chen Dong put it away and prepared to study it carefully to see if it could help him embark on the path to immortality. But no matter how he studied it, the black stone did not respond. Well, does it really mean that I, Chen Dong, don't have the qualifications to practice? Chen Dong played with the black stone in his hand, a flicker of unwillingness flashed in his eyes, and he murmured. Why? Why can a villain like Chen Langtian embark on the path to immortality, but I, Chen Dong, can't? Heaven is so unfair. Cough cough cough. Just then, a light cough was heard from the thatched hut below. My father's health is getting worse and worse. If I can't embark on the path to immortality, I may have to watch my father die. When Chen Dong heard the light cough coming from below, the resentment on his face became even stronger, and a deep feeling of powerlessness rose in his heart. If I can't embark on the path to immortality, it means I can't save my father. Damn Chen Langtian! He didn't give me the spirit stones to treat my father. Otherwise, how could my father have fallen to this point? Forget it, let's go make medicine for father first. As Chen Dong spoke, he shook his head and jumped down from the thatched roof. He skillfully went to the side and started to boil medicine. Kill, kill, kill. At this moment, a slightly hoarse growl sounded. Then, a young man in a black robe, with bloodshot eyes and a demonic aura lingering around him, came flying from a distance at high speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already near the thatched hut. Is this the devil's way? Chen Dong, who was originally cooking medicine, suddenly changed his expression when he saw the young man in front of him. A look of fear appeared on his face, and he collapsed to the ground as he looked at the young man approaching. Although Chen Dong had never embarked on the path to immortality, his father was once a disciple of the Dao sect. Therefore, he knew the difference between good and evil since he was a child. His father had told him before that the demonic monks killed people like crazy and it was common for them to massacre an entire village. What they like most is to destroy mortals, absorb their qi and blood, and thus improve their own cultivation. But Chen Dong did not expect that the evil sect would appear in Qingyang town, which was protected by the Chesheng sect. The first time Chen Dong saw a living demon appear in front of him, he was so frightened that he stood there dumbfounded, unable to move at all. Even his thoughts stopped, and he sat there stupidly. Kill! The black-robed young man's scarlet eyes suddenly flashed the moment he saw Chen Dong, and his whole body was like a wild beast. At this moment, the fire stick suddenly flashed, emitting a monstrous demonic energy, and directly enveloped Chen Dong. A terrifying devouring force emanated from the fire stick, as if it was going to suck out Chen Dong's soul. Chen Dong was already frightened silly at this moment. Feeling the terrifying devouring power, he even forgot to resist and let the soul-devouring bead on the fire stick pull his soul. And then, all his energy and blood turned into bursts of blood light and gradually poured in. Just as Chen Dong was about to be completely devoured by the devouring power from the soul-devouring pearl, the black stone in his pocket flashed with light, wrapped Chen Dong up, and resisted the devouring power. However, the black stone was ultimately no match for the soul-devouring pearl, and its spiritual power was exhausted in just a moment. The soul-devouring orb continued to devour, and most of Chen Dong's soul and blood power disappeared, and he was about to be devoured. At this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 61. Stop! If you want to touch my son, you'll have to step over my dead body first. A sharp voice came. Then, in the thatched hut, a middle-aged man with a hunched body, pale face, and weak expression walked out step by step, looked at the young man in black robe and shouted. Although his voice was not loud, his tone was extremely serious. As his words fell, Chen Dong trembled suddenly and came to his senses in an instant. He looked at the not-so-tall figure outside the thatched hut, tears welling in his eyes. He shook his head and shouted. Father, don't come over here. This is the devil's way. Compared to the blood, qi, and soul of mortals, the devil likes monks the most. Although Chen Xiao is not a cultivator now, his cultivation has been abolished and his blood and qi are declining, but his soul and blood power are much stronger than Chen Dong's. As expected, the possessed young man in black robes, upon seeing Chen Xiao's appearance, immediately stared at him with his scarlet eyes, a trace of greed surging in his eyes. Kill. Then, he threw Chen Dong to the ground with his backhand, turned into a phantom, and rushed towards Chen Xiao. Donger, run! Run as far as you can and don't come back. This person is probably just possessed and unconscious, so you must seize the opportunity and run as far as you can. Your father can't accompany you on the rest of the journey. Chen Xiao saw the young man in black robe rushing towards him and immediately shouted to Chen Dong. Immediately, a look of relief appeared on his face. Donger, your father should have died long ago. I have been a burden to you for more than 10 years. Now that I am no longer a burden to you, I hope you can embark on the path to immortality soon and go further. And don't even think about avenging your father. You're no match for Chen Langtian. I just hope you can live in peace. The words fell. His originally hunched back gradually straightened up, burning his essence and blood, forcibly raising his strength to the 5th level of the physical realm. Buzz! A stream of pure spiritual power surged out of his body, and then he slapped the black-robed young man in front of him. Don't want. Father! When Chen Dong saw this scene, his expression suddenly changed and his eyes instantly turned red. Walk! Go to the first saint religion and tell them that a demon has appeared here. They will protect you. Chen Xiao looked back at Chen Dong who was still standing there, shook his head and said. If you don't leave, my father's death today will be in vain. Chen Dong remained unmoved after hearing this. But at this moment, a bright light suddenly flashed from the black stone in his arms. Then, a clear voice sounded beside Chen Dong's ears. Boy, let's go. Don't let this opportunity go to waste, which your father worked so hard to create for you. Escape first, and wait for Master Cat to teach you how to practice. Then come back and take revenge when you are strong enough. Who are you? Hearing the sound coming from his ear, Chen Dong's expression changed and he suddenly became alert. I'll tell you later. Now let Master Cat take you away. The words fell. The black stone in Chen Dong's arms flashed with light, wrapped him up, and turned into a stream of light, rushing straight into the distance. The first holy teaching. The sect's main hall. After Su Chen finished comprehending the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, he ended his cultivation. At this moment, he was using the palm of Heaven bottle to madly improve various elixirs and pills. These elixirs and pills were all found from the storage ring of the young man earlier, and some of them even had pills that could help people break through to the mortal realm. After several hours of improvement, Su Chen finally upgraded all the elixirs and pills. With this batch of elixirs, the strength of the Qingxue sect will increase greatly in the coming period. There are at least several more powerful mortals, and there are also divine realms. The 5 elders of the Qingxue sect have all reached the realm of the other shore, but they are actually not far from the realm of transformation into a mortal. What they lacked were resources. Now that the resources are in place, their strength will inevitably increase greatly in a short period of time. By then, when he travels back 2 months later, he won't have to worry about the Qingxue sect being wiped out. As long as the 5 elders can hold on until Shi Hao rises, it will be fine. That young man is indeed worthy of being the master of Zhongzhou. He has 1,000,000 spirit stones in his storage ring. These spirit stones are of no use to me. Maybe I can use them to exchange for some fire seeds to stay in the Qingxue sect, and then use them to help others break through the realm of the gods. Su Chen looked at the young man's storage ring, pondered for a moment, and said. If the human realm wants to cross into the divine realm, it must ignite the divine fire. In order to ignite the sacred fire, you must have a spark. This is the only possibility for ordinary monks to enter the realm of Shinto. Certainly. Some geniuses with extraordinary talents can condense the fire by themselves and ignite the divine fire. But the qualifications of the 5 elders are far from enough to condense the fire on their own. To be precise, the only ones in the entire Qingxue sect who can condense the fire and ignite the divine fire on their own are probably the destined protagonists invested by Su Chen. Therefore, Su Chen planned to exchange all the limited spirit stones in his hands for fire seeds before he left, leaving them for the 5 elders to break through later. After making up his mind, Su Chen left the Qingxue sect and prepared to go to the capital of Dechu to exchange for fire. Fire is only sold in the Zhenbao Tower in the imperial capital of the Great Chu dynasty, and the quantity is extremely scarce. My backup plan is almost ready. Next, I can look for investment opportunities while planning for the future. Su Chen stepped on the void, and said secretly in his heart as he walked. He has almost prepared the backup plan of the Qingxue sect. According to the resources he has left behind, after he leaves, even if more people from the Zhongzhou Stone clan come, the entire Qingxue sect will not be destroyed. At least they still have the power to resist. And now, the most important thing for him is to make plans. Although there are enough destiny protagonists to invest in, Su Chen still has to keep some plans. Because according to his experience of reading online articles in his previous life, these destined protagonists he invested in are very likely to break through the void and ascend to the upper realm in the future. Don't be afraid of one thing, just be afraid of 10,000. Su Chen must make full preparations within this limited time. It is always better to keep a few more escape routes. Not only does he want to be the Emperor's teacher, he also wants to be the mastermind behind the eternal plan. Only in this way, when you travel back in time, can you show off better. Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement when he thought of the Dragon King's routine of disappearing for 10,000 years and returning one day, with the Emperor surrendering and kneeling to welcome his return. While thinking, Su Chen has already arrived outside the Qingxue church. Ding! A purple person with investment potential has been detected near the host. Invest in the Great Wilderness Prisoner's Sky Finger. Successful investment will earn you a reward, Blue Sky Transformation Dragon Technique. However, at this moment, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Chapter 62. What the hell? Purple investment? Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger? Blue Sky Dragon Transformation Technique. Hearing the system prompt sound coming from his ear, Su Chen was slightly stunned and stopped. No, buddy. This wave of purple investors is Wuziu, right? Right from the start, you invest in the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger, and then you are rewarded with the Blue Sky Dragon Transformation Art? Good, good, good. This is purely to pave the way for the martial ancestor. I don't even want to act anymore. However, there are no disciples with the appearance of a martial ancestor in the Qingxue sect. Where does this investment come from? Su Chen looked pensive. In the past 10 days, he was not only in seclusion to improve the quality of spiritual medicines and pills. At the same time, he also found the information of every disciple in the entire Qingxue sect. He checked all the disciples with surnames such as Xiao, Lin, and Tang. There are also some disciples who were born in humble circumstances and have suddenly risen to prominence in recent years, but they have gained nothing and none of them is worth investing in. We've just come out of the first saint religion and we've already encountered one? Who is it? Su Chen's eyes swept around him, and his spiritual sense also expanded at this moment. Soon, he saw that not far from the gate of Qingxue Church, a boy of about 17 or 18 years old was lying on the ground, in a coma, and his life or death was unknown. And on his body, Su Chen also saw the long-lost and familiar purple aura. The purple investor, is that him? He looked at the unconscious boy with some surprise. This person is 17 or 18 years old and has not yet embarked on the path to immortality. This shouldn't be the case. Never mind, let's use the eye of the future to check the information first. But immediately, Su Chen shook his head, opened the eye of the future, and prepared to check the boy's information. What made him invest in the Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven? I wonder if his life script is the template of the martial ancestor. Buzz. Su Chen's eyes flashed with a golden light, and then the young man's message appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Dong. Identity, disciple of the Chen family in Qingyang town. Future life direction, step into the immortal path at the age of 18, successfully build the foundation through the guidance of Zhufu Ye Mao at the age of 19, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 22, ignite the divine fire at the age of 25, prove the immortal body after 500 years, achieve the position of the great emperor after 3000 years, and achieve the name of martial ancestor. Life script, Wuzu template. Su Chen? Good, good, good. It's really the template of the martial ancestor. Su Chen looked at the information on the eye of the future and felt familiar. So damn familiar. This taste. That's so true. No wonder it can trigger the investment of the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. No wonder the reward for investment return is the Qingxue Hualongju. So, this martial ancestor probably hasn't risen yet and hasn't officially started training yet. But investing in him with the great desolate prisoner heaven finger now, isn't that too soon? If we calculate it this way, Chen Dong has already cultivated the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger and the azure sky dragon art in the physical realm. How big will the changes be in the future? Su Chen looked at Chen Dong, who was lost in thought, his eyes wandering, and he thought secretly in his heart. He knew the power of the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. After all, it is an imperial level magical power. According to Chen Dong's current state, it's very difficult to master. Is the system triggering this investment so early because he doesn't have much time left? So we need to speed up the progress and let the destined protagonist grow as quickly as possible? If this is true, then the fact that Chen Dong appears here now must be due to the system behind the scenes fanning the flames. And the ancestral symbol. It seems that Chen Dong doesn't have any special treasures on him. Su Chen immediately scanned Chen Dong's body with his spiritual sense, and soon he found a pitch-black stone in his pocket. The so-called ancestral talisman should be this thing. He sensed the subtle soul fluctuations coming from the ancestral talisman and nodded slightly. The soul fluctuations coming from this ancestral talisman should be the so-called heavenly demon cat. Whatever, let's just invest. Anyway, according to the routine, there shouldn't be any problems. Just invest directly and then deepen the cause and effect. But immediately, Su Chen shook his head, prepared to save Chen Dong, and began to invest in the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger. Then, Su Chen took a step forward and came directly to Chen Dong's side. He took out a healing pill from the storage ring and put it into his mouth. The system is really not even trying to act in order to invest in these destined protagonists within this limited time. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong, whose color was gradually returning, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. In the past, this healing pill could trigger a reward once. But now, the system simply stops acting. He invested in the great wilderness prisoner of heaven finger right from the start and cancelled all investments in elixirs. This system is becoming as bad as the capitalists. Just as Su Chen was complaining, a light hum sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, Chen Dong, who was originally in a coma, slowly opened his eyes. Where is this? Am I not making medicine for my father? Chen Dong showed a bewildered look, looked around, and muttered softly. However, the next moment, his expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock. Wrong. Father, father. No, I have to go back and save my father. Saying. He got up from the ground, ignoring Su Chen beside him, and limped towards Qingyang town. Boy, stop struggling. You've been unconscious for 3 hours. Your father has most likely been refined by that evil wielder. Thanks to your Lord Cat, who brought you to the first saint religion, you were able to survive. Before Chen Dong took 2 steps, a weak voice came from his mind. It's you. Chen Dong listened to this voice, his expression suddenly changed, and he said. Who are you? I am the heavenly demon cat. I am currently inside the black stone in your arms. Of course, none of this is important. I will explain it to you in detail later when I have time. What you need to do now is to find the young man who saved you. He seems to be from this small sect. See if you can join this sect through him. When the time comes, I, your cat master, will teach you how to practice. When you have gained strength, you can seek revenge on that demon. Master Cat, I don't think that demon is very strong. He is probably only at the 9th level of the physical realm. With Master Cat here, plus the ancestral talisman and the resources of this sect, you will probably be able to take revenge on your own in 3 months. On the contrary, if you go now, it would be tantamount to committing suicide. Inside the ancestral talisman, the heavenly demon cat spoke several sentences in succession. Chen Dong listened to the words of the heavenly demon cat with a dazed look on his face. Father! Is he dead? On the side, Su Chen did not stop Chen Dong's steps. He stood there quietly, looking at Chen Dong's back, a thoughtful look on his face. Looking at this soul fluctuation, it's likely that Chen Dong's cheat code has been activated. But what about Chen Dong's father? I've never heard of a martial ancestor offering a sacrifice to the heavens with his father at the beginning. Chapter 63. No, this opening tactic of the father offering sacrifices to the heavens and possessing boundless magical powers, could it be that this is also being manipulated by the system? Suddenly, Su Chen's expression changed, and a possibility came to his mind. Could it be that Chen Dong's father was offering sacrifice to the heavens at the beginning because the system wanted him to appear here? Good, good, good. Is that how you play it? The hatred is full, and the target of becoming stronger is full. Send it to him and the investment will be maximized. Based on Su Chen's understanding of the nature of the system, this is definitely the work of the system. Alas, it's a pity that I don't know who has become the enemy of this destined protagonist. Let's observe a few seconds of silence. When Su Chen thought about the man who killed Wu Ziu's father and that he would soon face Wu Ziu's reckoning, he immediately felt sympathy. As everyone knows, Wu Ziu is the one who holds grudges the most. It's so sinister. Means. Comparable to the devil. That person was targeted by the martial ancestor, and it can be said that he was really finished. Strength. Chen Dong still doesn't know what Su Chen is thinking. Now he listened to the words of the sky demon cat, clenched his fists tightly, and hatred surged in his eyes. Before, he really wanted to embark on the path to immortality. But now, when he really set foot on the path to immortality, he couldn't be happy. For him, if he didn't have a father, what would be the point of him embarking on this immortal path? Boy, at my peak, I was at least the young master of the Northern Territories Sky Demon Cat clan, and I once entered the realm of immortality. Just listen to me, I will avenge your father within 3 months. With my guidance, within a month you will be able to make a name for yourself in this small sect, become the most dazzling genius, and obtain countless resources. After you have avenged yourself, I, your Lord Cat, will take you to explore the secret realm. Within 1,000 years, you will be able to enter the realm of immortality, and there will be a chance to resurrect your father in the future. Seeing that Chen Dong was a little shaken, the Sky Demon Cat immediately started to make promises crazily. Resurrection. When Chen Dong heard this, his expression changed. Are you serious? I can resurrect my father by simply entering the realm of immortality. Certainly. The Sky Demon Cat nodded and said, with the ancestral talisman, as long as you can enter the realm of immortality, wouldn't it be easy to resurrect someone? Although it said this on the surface, it shook its head slightly in its heart, feeling a little guilty. Because even if you step into the realm of immortality, it is impossible to bring people back to life. Only by stepping into the legendary realm of the Great Emperor can one achieve this. The reason why it wanted Chen Dong to enter the realm of immortality was because only when Chen Dong steps into the realm of immortality can he merge with the ancestral talisman, and only then can it leave the ancestral talisman. When he thought of this, the Sky Demon Cat couldn't help but curse in his heart. Oh shit! This ancestral destruction talisman is really a scam. After all, I am a rare genius that the Sky Demon Cat clan only sees once in 1,000 years, but this ancestral talisman doesn't recognize me as its master and has sealed me away. What's most infuriating to me is, what kind of bad taste does this Ziafu have? He actually fell for this kid? No, what makes him so talented? In terms of talent, is he as good as me, Master Cat? I'm really impressed. Although he complained, Tian Yao Mao didn't dare let Chen Dong hear it. Father, wait for me. I, Chen Dong, will practice diligently. When I enter the realm of immortality one day, we will definitely meet again. Chen Dong looked at Qingyang town in the distance, his fists clenched tightly, his sharp nails almost digging into the flesh, and bright red blood flowed out. Ha ha ha, good boy, don't worry, Master Cat is here. Hearing Chen Dong's firm words, the Sky Demon Cat burst out laughing. At the same time, it began to think about how to teach Chen Dong. Chen Dong greets the senior. At this moment, Chen Dong suppressed the hatred in his eyes, turned around and bowed slightly to Su Chen beside him, and said, "Thank you for your help, senior." Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he saw this. This Chen Dong is indeed worthy of being the martial ancestor. It is indeed difficult to deepen the relationship between cause and effect. If it were Shi Hao, Chu Tian, and others, this would be a life-saving grace. But Chen Dong just wanted to thank him for his help. But it doesn't matter, Su Chen has plenty of ways to deepen the cause and effect between the two of them. It's a small matter, not worth mentioning. Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently, "Senior, are you an immortal from the Qingxue sect? I wonder if I can join the Qingxue sect." Chen Dong didn't act pretentiously and went straight to the point. Although he was influenced by hatred before, he could also hear it from the words of the Sky Demon Cat. The Sky Demon Cat is unreliable. At least it doesn't have the resources for cultivation, otherwise it would not have allowed him to join the Qingxue sect first. Therefore, he has to fight for cultivation resources on his own. Su Chen heard this and said thoughtfully, "Joining the First Saint Church? This is not impossible, but there is a condition. I wonder if you can agree to it." Chen Dong was slightly stunned. "Condition? I wonder what conditions you are talking about." "Please take me as your master," Su Chen said calmly. After hearing this, Chen Dong became even more confused. "Become his disciple? The person in front of me looks not much different in age from him. What is his status in the Qingxue church? Is he qualified to be accepted as a disciple?" As far as he knew, anyone who could accept disciples in a sect had to be at least an elder. But the Su Chen in front of him was too young and there was no way he could be an elder of the Qingxue sect. Even the Sky Demon Cat was a little dazed at this moment. Although the Qingxue sect is just a small sect in its eyes, the young man in front of it is only 20 years old at most. Can he accept disciples in the sect? What kind of cultivation? He can't be an outer disciple, right? If you are a disciple, you cannot worship this master. Because the one you are worshipping is not a master, that is a trap. Thinking of this, the Sky Demon Cat sent out a trace of spiritual consciousness, wanting to check Su Chen's background. However, the next second, the expression on its face froze. What the hell? Why can't I see through the cultivation level of this person in front of me? The Sky Demon Cat was somewhat doubting his life at this moment. At its peak, it was a powerful being in the realm of immortality, although it is now sealed in the ancestral talisman. But below the realm of immortals, no matter what realm the other party is in, it can know it with just one thought. But unfortunately, it couldn't see through the cultivation level of the young man in front of it. Damn it, what kind of concealment technique can block my cat's perception? The Sky Demon Cat cursed in his heart. But Su Chen didn't know what Tian Yamao was thinking at the moment. He only wanted to complete his investment in Chendong as soon as possible and then deepen the cause and effect. And choosing Chendong to become his disciple is the fastest way to accomplish all these. Oh, let me introduce myself to you first. I am the leader of the Qingxue sect. If you accept me as your master, you will be my direct disciple. You will never lack resources for your cultivation. Seeing Chendong's alert expression, Su Chen introduced himself directly. What a destined protagonist like Chendong lacks most is cultivation resources. So, he used this as bait. Chapter 64. The leader of the First Saint sect. When Chendong heard Su Chen's words, his expression changed and he stared at him with an expression of disbelief. He never expected that the young man in front of him, who was not much older than him, would actually be the leader of the Qingxue sect. What he didn't expect was that Su Chen, the leader of the Qingxue sect, was willing to accept him as his personal disciple. Senior. Are you really willing to accept me as your disciple? Chendong looked at Su Chen in front of him and said with a somewhat uncertain tone. It all seemed like a dream, I couldn't believe it. He had come to the Qingxue sect once, wanting to join and practice there, but in the end he was rejected because his qualifications were too poor. But he didn't expect that today he could not only join the Qingxue sect, but also become the leader's personal disciple. Nature. Su Chen nodded slightly, his tone firm. This leader always keeps his word. He is the leader of this small sect. In the ancestral talisman space, the sky demon cat looked at Su Chen outside with a look of disbelief in his eyes. No. Whose sect's leader isn't an old guy? Even though the Qingxue sect was very small, so small that he could destroy it with just a glance during his peak period. But he had never seen a young man become the leader of a sect. To be able to become the leader of the Qingxue sect at this age, he must either be extremely talented and his cultivation is far stronger than that of the elders of the Qingxue sect, or he is just an old guy pretending to be young. But Tian Yamao was very sure that Su Chen was indeed only in his 20s. Then there is only the former possibility. Gifted? The sky demon cat thought that it could not find out the other party's background, and its heart moved slightly. No way? How could a peerless evildoer appear in a small place like the Eastern Wasteland? While the heavenly demon cat was thinking, Chendong had already knelt down and became his disciple. Chendong, I wish to become your disciple. Chendong looked sincere, staring at Su Chen, and spoke. This smooth combo was so fast that even the sky demon cat couldn't react for a moment. No, are you really worshipping me? You don't need to do that since I have your master cat to teach you. Chendong listened to the voice of the heavenly demon cat coming from the ancestral talisman, shook his head slightly, and ignored it. Compared to this unknown guy in the black stone, he would rather believe Su Chen in front of him. After all, from the fact that Su Chen was willing to rescue him earlier, it can be seen that the leader of the Qingxue sect is definitely a kind person. Although Chendong had never truly embarked on the path to immortality, he had learned about the world of immortal cultivation from his father. The world of immortal cultivation is an extremely dark place. For some opportunities, a group of monks, even brothers and biological fathers and sons, may eventually become enemies. And someone like Su Chen, willing to help a stranger. It's something I've never heard of or seen before. At least, Chendong could feel the rare kindness from Su Chen. This is also the reason why he knelt down and became Su Chen's disciple after learning his identity. Good. From now on, I, Su Chen, will be your master. Su Chen looked at Chendong, who was kneeling in front of him to become his disciple, and a look of satisfaction flashed across his face. Since you have accepted me as your master, I will teach you the techniques. Saying. Su Chen raised his hand and placed it on Chendong's forehead. The next second, he directly taught the Chaos Immortal scripture to the other party. Except for some specific destined protagonists, such as Zhang Fan and Chu Tian. They are not suitable for practicing the Chaos Immortal scripture. When Su Chen faced other destiny protagonists, he taught them the chaos immortal scripture. After all, this is an imperial level technique, it's purely a cheat. Their practice can greatly shorten the time it takes to rise. This. Chen Dong felt the information coming from his mind and couldn't help but follow it. Soon, he keenly captured the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. I saw that the spiritual energy was rushing towards him like an ocean, entering his body and nourishing his flesh. Boom! The next second, a roar came from his body. The first level of the physical realm. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? No, how is this possible? How could a small place like Eastern Wasteland have such a heaven-defying technique? And he broke through the first level of the physical realm right after practicing. With Chen Dong's breakthrough, the heavenly demon cat and the ancestral talisman could no longer sit still. Although he didn't know the specific content of this technique, judging from the speed of Chen Dong's breakthrough, this technique is very likely the legendary heavenly grade technique, or it could be a saint's technique. Only this level of skills can allow an ordinary person to sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within seconds and break through directly. But how could such a high-level martial art appear in a small place like Donghuang? The Sky Demon Cat began to doubt life. You know, even in the Northern Territory, among their Sky Demon Cat clan, there is only one martial art of this level. Only the clan leader can practice. Despite its terrifying talent, as the young master of the Heavenly Demon Cat clan, it only practiced top-grade heavenly rank techniques when it was alive. Because of this, after hearing that the ancestral talisman contained a sage's skills left by a great emperor, it entered the ancestral talisman without hesitation and eventually ended up here. As a result, the thing it had been pursuing all its life was in the hands of a small cultivator in the eastern wilderness. The Sky Demon Cat felt as if the sky had fallen on him. However, Su Chen's shock to it went beyond that. Good. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong, who had made a direct breakthrough, and nodded slightly. Although the talent of this future martial ancestor is not very strong, he can only sit at the same table with Chu Tian. But there is no way, who can blame Chen Dong for his strong martial arts. It can be said that after practicing the Chaos Immortal Scripture, Chen Dong's practice speed is definitely faster than Chu Tian's. This is the difference between imperial level skills and ordinary skills. Am I embarking on the path to immortality? Chen Dong felt the subtle changes happening in his body, and he was still a little confused. Turn out to be. Is cultivating immortality so simple? The physical realm that he had longed for before was now easily entered by him. All this gave Chen Dong a very unreal feeling. But the facts were right before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. I will now teach you another magical power. You should practice diligently. This magical power will be enough to benefit you for the rest of your life. But please do not bring disgrace upon its reputation. Seeing that Chen Dong has now reached the level of physical cultivation, Su Chen chooses to teach him the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger to complete the investment and deepen the cause and effect. Ah! After hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Dong came back to his senses. But when he looked at Su Chen in front of him, his eyes were still a little confused. No. Is this master so good? He just got started and he was given martial arts techniques and supernatural powers? A newbie gift pack, right? Then, Su Chen pointed lightly at Chen Dong. In an instant, the great wilderness prisoner heaven finger turned into streams of light and poured into Chen Dong's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment and receiving the reward, Qingxue Hualongju. Chapter 65. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Chen Dong looked at the 5 golden characters in his sea of consciousness, and felt his blood boiling. A familiar feeling grew in his heart. It was as if this magical power was born for him. The strong sense of adaptation made Chen Dong a little dazed for a moment. Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger. This magical power is simply tailor-made for me, Chen Dong pondered carefully and murmured softly. It's not that he is confident, but that this great wilderness prisoner of Heaven Finger is really suitable for him. Having just received the magical power of the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, he was already able to use it initially, and it was as easy as using his own arm. As expected of the martial ancestor template. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong, who was in deep thought and couldn't help but sigh. The great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger is extremely suitable for Chen Dong. He can use it just by practicing it. Who would believe this if it gets out? Oh shit! The great wilderness prisoner Sky Finger, an imperial level magical power, feels no different from a yellow level 1 to Chen Dong. This breath is. In the ancestral talisman space, the Sky Demon Cat had never seen the practice method of the great wilderness prison Heaven Finger. But it couldn't help but feel a little nervous when it heard the faint aura coming from Chen Dong. Damn it, what level of magical power did you teach this kid? Why does your aura alone make me, Master Cat, a little scared? At this moment, the Sky Demon Cat wished it could get into Chen Dong's sea of consciousness and take a good look at that magical power. In his prime, he was a powerful figure in the realm of immortality. Even in Zhongzhou, where there are so many geniuses, he can still be ranked among the top in the field of immortals. But now, just the aura of a magical power made this former powerful figure in the immortal realm feel a little nervous. No. Is this scientific? It can't be an imperial level magical power, right? However, as soon as this thought arose, it was directly suppressed by the Sky Demon Cat. Are you kidding me? There hasn't been a powerful emperor in the entire continent for tens of thousands of years. The great emperor's skills and magical powers are the trump cards of every top force. Even the Sky Demon Cat clan does not have the great emperor's skills and magical powers. Not to mention this small force in the eastern wasteland. Disciple Chen Dong, thanks master. At this moment, Chen Dong had already learned the cultivation method of the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger. Then, he kowtowed 3 times respectfully to Su Chen again. At this moment, the previous vigilance was gone in his eyes when he looked at Su Chen, and it was replaced by endless respect. Although he didn't know the specific level of the skills and magical powers that Su Chen taught him, judging from the power described, it is definitely not an ordinary skill or supernatural power. Such kindness is no less than rebirth. He Chen Dong must keep it in mind. Master, rest assured. Disciple Chen Dong will study hard and practice diligently. I promise not to let you down. Chen Dong spoke again, his tone extremely sincere. Su Chen listened to his words and smiled slightly, but shook his head in his heart. Not hearing what he wanted to hear proved that the cause and effect between them had not yet deepened enough. But he was not in a hurry. After all, that was Chen Dong's personality, and it could only deepen slowly in the future. Anyway, there are still 2.5 months left, Su Chen is confident. The most urgent task now is to see how much the future direction of Chen Dong's life will change after he has practiced the Chaos Immortal Scripture and the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Eye of the Future, open. Su Chen immediately opened the Eye of the Future, and soon Chen Dong's information appeared in front of him. Name, Chen Dong. Identity, disciple of the Chen family in Qingyang town, direct disciple of the host. Future life direction, break through the foundation at the age of 18 and open the ancestral talisman space, build the spiritual bridge at the age of 20, become immortal at the age of 21, ignite the divine fire at the age of 22, guard the Chu Shengjiao alone and strengthen the Shengjiao, achieve the immortal body at the age of 50, achieve the emperor at the age of 500, and achieve the name of martial ancestor. Life script, Wuzhu template. Su Chen, what the hell? He thought that after practicing the Chaos Immortal Scripture and the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger, Chen Dong's future life would change greatly. But he didn't expect the change to be so big. The 3,000 years to become an emperor were shortened to 500 years. If he were to invest in the Qingtian Hualongju, wouldn't the time be further shortened? Okay, okay, you have Shi Hao's talent, right? Su Chen glanced at Chen Dong and thought to himself. Chen Dong's speed of change is completely like the second Shi Hao. Get up and follow me. Su Chen waved to Chen Dong, and then prepared to take him to the Chesheng sect to meet Shi Hao and others. As for buying fire, step back a little. His most important goal now is to help Chen Dong get along well with the other destiny protagonists, improve their favorability, and deepen the cause and effect. Thinking of this, Su Chen's mind moved, and he looked at Chen Dong and asked as he walked. By the way, what did you mean by going back to save your father? What kind of danger did your father encounter? If Chen Dong's father really encountered any danger, Su Chen would be ready to help. This is the fastest way to bring him and Chen Dong closer and deepen the cause and effect relationship. When Chen Dong heard this, his eyes darkened and he whispered. Master, my father. He might have died at the hands of the demonic section. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly. Qingyang town is only 1,000 miles away from their Chesheng sect, how could a demonic cultivator appear here? Good, good, good. I think this evil path is the way to death. Immediately, Su Chen showed a righteous look and said. The devil? Explain it to me in detail. How dare a mere demon sect destroy mortals in my Chesheng sect? I think they are tired of living. I want to see which demon sect is so bold. Chen Dong looked at Su Chen's face full of righteousness and was deeply moved, so he told Su Chen the whole story. By the time he finished speaking, the two of them had already arrived at the gate of the Chesheng church. However, Su Chen's expression became more and more strange as he listened, and finally he couldn't help but interrupt Chen Dong. Etc. You mean, that demon is a man about your age, dressed in a black robe, holding a short stick similar to a fire stick? Chen Dong nodded, his eyes flashing with hatred. That's right. Are you sure you're seeing right? Su Chen stared at Chen Dong with a strange look on his face and said. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong shook his head and said firmly, Master, I will never forget his appearance in my life. Su Chen. That shouldn't be the case. Listening to Chen Dong's description, Su Chen looked into the distance and murmured. How could it be? It definitely can't be his. Master, do you know that demon? Seeing Su Chen in this state, Chen Dong fixed his eyes on him and asked. Su Chen. Chapter 66. Should, probably, maybe, possibly. I don't know him. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong strangely, his tone full of uncertainty. Black robe, demon cultivator, fire stick. Isn't this Chun Zhang Fan? But that doesn't make sense. Although Zhang Fan follows the path of evil, he does not kill innocent people indiscriminately. At least not according to the script. So, what went wrong? Su Chen was a little confused for a moment. His world is really falling. His original plan was to let the several destiny protagonists he invested in get to know each other before he left this time and space, so that they could help each other in the future. Only in this way can he travel back in time and avoid chaos in the future. But after hearing what Chen Dong said, Su Chen didn't know what to do for a moment. If the demon that Chen Dong mentioned is really Zhang Fan, then it is the revenge for his father's murder. The hatred for killing one's father cannot be resolved at all. In the future, let alone letting them help each other, it will be impossible for them to even sit together. It can be said that there is a mortal feud between the two. Depend on. Stupid system, you're trying to trick me, right? I'm really focused on bringing together a few key players in Destiny to help each other, and you're setting this up for me. Su Chen was really angry this time and started cursing the system in his heart. If that demon is really Zhang Fan, then all this is a setup by the system. However, what responded to him was the endless silence of the system. Master, you really don't know him? Chen Dong asked, looking at Su Chen's strange expression. I don't know him. Su Chen shook his head and said righteously. But I know about this. I will tell the mission hall later that if they find any trace of that demon, I will personally avenge you. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Dong immediately took a favorable impression of him. Thank you, Master. Such a great favor, Chen Dong will definitely repay it handsomely in the future. Chen Dong looked serious and bowed respectfully towards Su Chen. He now truly recognized this master. It's a small matter. Su Chen waved his hand and said indifferently. Then, he waved his hand and took Chen Dong to fly towards Wudao Peak. At the same time, he secretly said in his heart. Damn it, please don't let it be Zhang Fan. If it really is Zhang Fan, then things will be very tricky. At the same time, outside Qingyang town, in front of the thatched house, a young man in a black robe was squatting beside a medicine furnace. His spiritual power surged, catalyzing flames as he boiled the medicine. Next to him was an extremely weak middle-aged man who was currently practicing internal energy to heal his injuries. This middle-aged man was none other than Chen Dong's father, Chen Xiao. The young man in black robe is the future demon lord invested by Su Chen, Zhang Fan. Previously, Zhang Fan was controlled by the soul-devouring rod and became possessed. He came here and almost killed Chen Dong and Chen Xiao. But shortly after Chen Dong left, Zhang Fan suddenly woke up during the battle with Chen Xiao. Because he saw the shadow of his father in Chen Xiao. When the Wuming village was wiped out by the leader of the Blood Soul sect, his father protected him in the same way. Scenes from the past flashed before his eyes, and Zhang Fan woke up from the control of the soul-devouring rod. When he saw that he almost killed Chen Xiao by mistake, he could no longer control his emotions and burst into tears. Chen Xiao also noticed his abnormality, so the two of them talked a lot together, including the incident where Zhang Fan's entire village was massacred by the demons. After understanding the cause and effect of the matter, Chen Xiao also knew that it was not Zhang Fan's wish for him to become a demon. Finally, Zhang Fan used some of the blood and energy in the soul-devouring rod to forcibly treat Chen Xiao. What is surprising is that Chen Xiao, who was treated with the blood of the soul-devouring rod, miraculously recovered his meridians that were originally destroyed by Chen Langtian. Uncle Chen, the medicine will be ready soon. I'll give you some qi and blood later. I believe you'll recover soon. At this moment, Zhang Fan, who was boiling medicine, suddenly spoke. In a trance, Zhang Fan seemed to have returned to the nameless village. Okay, okay. Thank you, Xiaofan. Chen Xiao nodded when he heard this and looked at Zhang Fan with a smile. I wish my little Dong could be as sensible as you. I just wonder if that brat has gone to the First Saint sect now. Saying. He looked up in the direction of the First Saint Church, his eyes full of reluctance. The First Saint religion. Zhang Fan raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this, and thought to himself. The Chusheng sect is not far from Wuming village. I wonder if the immortal is a member of the Chusheng sect. Maybe I should go take a look, maybe I can find some trace of the immortal. Since leaving Wuming village, Zhang Fan has not only been looking for ways to practice, he has also been looking for Su Chen's traces, wanting to see the immortal again. After all, if there were no immortals, Zhang Fan might not be able to embark on the path to immortality in this lifetime. Now, the soul-devouring rod in his hand is extremely unstable, and there is a risk of him being controlled and possessed by demons at any time. Therefore, he also wants to seek help from Su Chen to see if there is any solution. He really didn't want to be controlled by the soul-devouring rod and become possessed by it to harm innocent people. Things like that, he can't do it. Although he knew the consequences of embarking on the path of evil, he was actually still very kind in his heart. Because he had been caught in the rain before, Zhang Fan was even more reluctant to let others get caught in the rain. If he could resolve the potential danger of the soul-devouring rod, his future path to immortality would be smoother. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan temporarily suppressed the thoughts in his heart, looked at Chen Xiao, and said, "Uncle Chen, don't worry. Brother Chen Dong should have arrived safely at the Chusheng sect now. I believe he will be able to embark on the path to immortality in the future." They had talked before, and Zhang Fan also knew about Chen Dong's affairs. "If Uncle Chen is worried, we can go to the first saint religion together." Upon hearing this, Chen Xiao looked hesitant. He must go to the first saint church. After all, his son went to the first saint church. He wanted to go to the Chusheng church to see if Chen Dong was safe now. But he was hesitant because although Zhang Fan was now awake, he was still at risk of becoming possessed by the devil at any moment. If the two of them were together. Zhang Fan looked at Chen Xiao's expression and guessed his concerns. "Uncle Chen, with my current strength, I can reach the first saint sect in 3 hours at most with you. Well, I can give you a drop of my lifeblood. If I become possessed by a demon during the journey, you can crush my lifeblood to ensure your safety." Zhang Fan held the soul-devouring rod and said sincerely. He went to the Chusheng sect to explore whether there were any traces of immortals. Secondly, he also has to apologize to Chen Dong, otherwise he will feel guilty for the rest of his life. Life essence blood. As soon as these words were spoken, Chen Xiao's expression changed immediately. A cultivator's lifeblood is a matter of life and death. Zhang Fan was willing to hand over his lifeblood to him, which meant that he was willing to put his life in his own hands. Thinking of this, Chen Xiao nodded immediately and said, "We'll go together, but you don't have to give me your lifeblood. I trust you." Chapter 67. The First Holy Teaching, the Peak of Enlightenment. The moon is bright and the stars are sparse, the silvery moonlight is falling, and the cicadas are chirping incessantly. The entire Wuodao peak seemed quiet, with only 2 divine lights, one golden and one purple, flashing. In the center of Wuodao peak, Shi Hao and Qingxue sat cross-legged together, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth turned into a vortex and rushed towards them. Rumble. The roaring sound of the great Dao rang out from within Shi Hao's body, and the aura of chaos filled the air. In his chest, chaotic energy condensed, helping him to continuously impact the foundation establishment realm. On the side, Qingxue also took a large amount of pills to break through the realm. Both of them were seizing the time to practice, so as not to disappoint their master Su Chen. Whoosh! However, at this moment, 2 streams of light streaked across the sky and landed on Wuodao Peak, breaking the silence of the night. The people who came were Su Chen and Chen Dong. "This is Wuodao Peak, and it's also the place where my disciples, who are directly taught by my master, practice." As soon as Su Chen landed, he introduced Chen Dong to the side. "Those 2 are your senior brother and your senior sister, named Shi Hao and Qingxue. Of the 2 of them, one is currently at the ultimate physical realm and is about to break through to the foundation building stage, while the other is already a foundation building cultivator." Upon hearing this, Chen Dong looked curiously at Shi Hao and Qingxue who were practicing. But when he learned that Shi Hao was at the pinnacle of physical body, he immediately showed a look of shock, pointed at Shi Hao, and said in surprise, "Master, you said he is at the peak of his physical body and is about to break through to the foundation building stage." Chen Dong was really shocked this time. How old is Shi Hao? 2 years old? 3 years old? A little brat is about to break through to the foundation building stage. He just felt that his 3 views had collapsed. Although Chen Dong had just embarked on the path to immortality, his father had previously told him about the realm divisions in the human realm. The ultimate state of the physical body. That is a legendary realm, and only the truly peerless monsters are qualified to set foot there. His father, Chen Xiao, was once a disciple of Dao sect, and his peak period was only the initial stage of foundation building. And now, the cultivation level of this little brat in front of me is actually comparable to that of his father? Chen Dong's face was full of disbelief. No, is this right? He knew his own talent. Although he was not the best in the Qingxue sect, with the help of the ancestral talisman and the heavenly demon cat, he would be able to rank in the middle among the Qingxue sect and even Su Chen's direct disciples in the future, right? But now it seems that he was overthinking it. A little kid who is less than 3 years old is already a quasi-foundation building expert. How can this be compared? Yes. Your senior brother Shi Hao has a special physique, so his training speed is relatively fast. This is normal. Facing Chen Dong's question, Su Chen nodded calmly. Chen Dong. What special physique? What ultimate physical state? In this small eastern wasteland, what kind of genius with a special physique who has reached the ultimate realm could appear? Master Cat, I don't believe it. Your master must have made a mistake. Wait for Master Cat to thoroughly investigate that little fellow. I want to see if he really has a special physique and has truly reached the pinnacle of the physical body. Before Chen Dong could say anything, the heavenly demon cat in the Zufu space could no longer sit still. It is the pride of the Northern Territory. Looking at the entire continent, in its eyes, except for Qingxue, other large regions are small places. Especially the eastern wilderness, it is a completely barren land. This is basically a consensus in the wild continent. Now, after hearing Su Chen say that a genius with a special physique and who had reached the pinnacle of physical strength appeared in the eastern wasteland, it naturally didn't believe it. That's the ultimate state of physical body. This is an extreme realm that even the Sky Demon Cat had never stepped into. How could you say that a little brat from a small place could step into it? Are you kidding me? The Sky Demon Cat was not convinced and wanted to slap Su Chen in the face. Soon, it directly extended its spiritual sense and swept towards Shi Hao. However, the next second, the cat froze in place, its eyes filled with disbelief, it shook its head frantically, and muttered. This? How is this possible? No. This is impossible. This has to be fake. I must have seen it wrong, Master Cat. How could such a physique appear in a place as shabby as the eastern wasteland? The Sky Demon Cat felt something was unreal, as if he had made a mistake in his investigation. What's the meaning? Chen Dong sensed the movement of the heavenly demon cat in the ancestral talisman and was immediately drawn to its attention. He showed curiosity and asked hurriedly. Master Mao, what are you talking about? What's my senior brother's physique? He has a chaos divine body and chaos bones, a double gift. Each of these talents is the pinnacle of existence among the 3,000 physiques. Master Cat, let me tell you this, he possesses these 2 talents. As long as he survives his fate, he will surely achieve enlightenment and become an emperor, transcending this world. The Sky Demon Cat was silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. Its tone is extremely solemn. And that chick is no ordinary girl either. Born with a useless body and no spiritual roots, yet she managed to break through to the foundation building stage. The most important thing is that my spiritual sense is completely unable to detect her background, just like your master. Speaking of this, the Sky Demon Cat paused, and said to Chen Dong earnestly. Boy, just treat what I said before as fart and you didn't hear it. Your master and his disciple are not simple people. Your cat master. Perhaps there's no way I can make you famous throughout the entire Qingxue church within 3 months. The Sky Demon Cat was really about to collapse at this moment. Oh shit! I originally thought that it was the top boss who was killing people with his subordinates. Who would have thought that after picking a random place, they would encounter 2 monsters as soon as they entered? Each one is more outrageous than the other. Who the hell would believe that this is just a sect in a small place in the eastern wilderness? As for these 2 people in front of it, if you say that they are the young masters of the top forces in Qingxue, it will believe it. It's outrageous. Sky Demon Cat, I woke up in shock from my dying illness, and the clown turned out to be me. It has now begun to doubt whether the cat has given birth. Is this really true? Chen Dong did not say anything when he heard this. He stared at his senior brothers and sisters whom he met for the first time with burning eyes, his eyes full of excitement. This master. He made the right choice. Not a loss at all. With these two senior brothers and sisters around, there's no need for the master to take action for revenge. Chen Dong. At this moment, Su Chen on the side suddenly spoke. You must remember to practice hard and strive to catch up with your senior brothers and sisters as soon as possible. I'll wake them up now, and you three can get to know each other. After saying that, Su Chen turned and walked towards Shi Hao and Qingxue. Chen Dong looked at Su Chen's back, smiled bitterly, nodded, and said, yes. Catching up with both of them. He had never thought that he could hear the horror of the two people's talents just from the mouth of the Sky Demon Cat. However, he has mediocre talent. Although he has the ancestral talisman and the heavenly demon cat, his future achievements will definitely not catch up with the two people in front of him. He just wanted to say that Su Chen expected him. Maybe it's a bit too high. Chapter 68. Little One, Qingxue. Su Chen came to Shi Hao and Qingxue, smiled and said, I have accepted a new disciple today. Come and meet your fellow apprentice. As soon as the words fell, Shi Hao and Qingxue, who were originally in a state of cultivation, opened their eyes one after another. Junior brother. Shi Hao jumped down from the boulder and landed beside Su Chen. His dark eyes flashed at Su Chen and he said, Master, I have a junior disciple now. Yes. Su Chen smiled and touched Shi Hao's little head, then turned to look at Chen Dong beside him and said, Look, that's my new disciple, Chen Dong. From now on, he'll be your junior apprentice. You must help each other in the future and strive to go further on this immortal path. Do you hear me? Shi Hao's dark eyes sized up Chen Dong, then he nodded and said, I understand, Master. Then, he came to Chen Dong with his hands behind his back, staring at Chen Dong with his eyes curved into crescents. Chen Dong meets senior brother Shi Hao. Seeing this, Chen Dong bowed slightly towards Shi Hao helplessly. He had lived for 18 years, and this was the first time he had saluted a little kid. But he did not dare to show any dissatisfaction towards the junior brother in front of him. After all, the other party might become an emperor in the future. Stone. Chaos Divine Body, Chaos Bone. Why does this guy's eyebrows resemble those of a disciple from the ancient Shi family in Qingxue? In the ancestral talisman space. At this moment, the Sky Demon Cat was looking at Shi Hao in front of him through Chen Dong's perspective. But he didn't know until he saw it, and when he saw it, he was shocked. The child in front of him, named Shi Hao, had some similarities between his eyebrows and those of a disciple of the ancient Shi family he had met before. Damn, could this kid be a disciple of the Huangge Shi family? A terrible thought arose in the heart of the Sky Demon Cat. Possessing two top talents, Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Bone, and also having the surname Shi. It's really hard not to think in that direction. But how could a disciple of the dignified desolate ancient Shi family, possessing the two top-level talents of Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Bone, appear in a small place like Eastern Desolate? The Sky Demon Cat was puzzled. It is really hard to understand. The ancient Shi family. That is the immortal imperial clan, the one that truly stands at the pinnacle of power on the continent. Even their Sky Demon Cat clan has to bow down to them. Each generation of their disciples is a peerless monster that sweeps the world and is invincible among their peers. Previous years. The Sky Demon Cat roams the Northern Territory, becoming the #1 prodigy of the younger generation in the Northern Territory. But in the end, they were swept by a disciple of the Huangge Shi family. This shows how terrifying the talents of the disciples of the Huangge Shi family are. But why did their disciples end up here? The Sky Demon Cat's gaze wandered around, finally landing on Su Chen, and murmured, No. This guy can teach the disciples of the ancient stone family, so doesn't that mean his identity? Then think about it, it is a strong man at the peak of the immortal realm, but it can't see through Su Chen in front of it. It's terrifying when you think about it. Damn, Master Cat, I seem to have encountered a real big guy frying fish. What should I do? Has he already noticed my presence? Should I pay him a visit? Otherwise, this big guy will think I'm a wicked person and kill me. Yes. Say hello. Maybe this person can help me out of this predicament. Thinking of this, the Sky Demon Cat no longer hesitated and tried to send a message to Su Chen. The young master of the Sky Demon Cat clan greets Senior Su Chen. I am staying in the Zufu space, and I have no intention of harming Chen Dong. Please rest assured, Senior. Su Chen, who was originally watching the three Destiny protagonists get to know each other, was slightly stunned when he heard the voice in his ears. Heavenly Demon Cat? Ancestral Talisman Space? Chen Dong's golden finger? After just a little thought, Su Chen knew the other party's identity. But I haven't mentioned it yet? The Sky Demon Cat continued, Senior, I come from the Sky Demon Cat clan of the Northern Territory. Thousands of years ago, I achieved enlightenment in the realm of the immortal path. However, due to greed, I was trapped in this ancestral symbol space and could not leave. I subsequently fell into a deep sleep. It wasn't until a while ago that Chen Dong found the ancestral talisman and woke me up. I saw that he had good luck, so I wanted to give him some guidance and help me escape from this predicament as soon as possible. I don't have any ulterior motives, so please don't bother or blame me. Su Chen. No, buddy. I didn't ask. I didn't say you were plotting against Chen Dong. I pretended not to know you, but you insisted on jumping out? Seeing that Su Chen was silent, Tian Yao Cat felt a chill in his heart, fearing that he would be angry, so he continued. But, now it seems that I was just being too sentimental, kitty. With the seniors teaching Chen Dong, I believe his future will be smooth sailing. He doesn't need me to teach him at all. You can rest assured, Senior. From now on, I will treat him as my younger brother and be his protector. If there's any danger, I, Kitty, will definitely rush to the front immediately and make sure Chen Dong doesn't get hurt at all. At the end of his speech, the tone of the Sky Demon Cat gradually became serious. And Su Chen was completely numb. No, buddy. Why do you all like to imagine things so much? I clearly didn't say anything and didn't do anything. How come you guys just made up your mind? Seeing that Su Chen still didn't reply, Tian Yao Cat suddenly panicked. Could it be that the senior is worried about me? Is my sincerity still not enough? Thinking of this, the Sky Demon Cat gritted his teeth and said. If you are worried, I am willing to offer you a ray of my spiritual consciousness. Su Chen. 6:26. I haven't done anything yet, how come this demon cat has conquered itself? You gave up your life right away? Good, good, good. You are worthy of being a good brother who will grow up with the future martial ancestor. When it comes to understanding, Chu Tian's grandfather is simply no match for him. But now that the Sky Demon Cat has said this, it would be unreasonable for him not to say something. Although he knew that the Heavenly Demon Cat would not harm Chen Dong, but now that the Heavenly Demon Cat had expressed this, he had to paint a rosy picture for the other parties so that the Heavenly Demon Cat could better help Chen Dong in the future. After a moment's silence, Su Chen slowly spoke, saying, I understand, but I don't need to use my spiritual sense. As long as you don't harm Chen Dong, I can pretend you don't exist and let you help him grow in secret. If you perform well, I can also help you free yourself from the ancestral talisman. As soon as these words were spoken, the face of the Sky Demon Cat in the Zufu space suddenly lit up with joy. The bet was right. However, Su Chen's next words made it tremble as if it had fallen into the abyss. But if you dare to hurt him, let alone you being the young master of the Sky Demon Cat clan, even if you are the young master of the True Dragon clan, I will personally take action and wipe you out from this world." Although Su Chen's voice was extremely calm, it sounded like it came from the Nine Netherworld Devil, making people shudder. Chapter 69. Yes. When Tian Yao Cat heard Su Chen's words, he felt a chill in his heart and quickly expressed his opinion. "Don't worry, Senior. Kitty will always keep this in mind and will never have any thoughts about Chen." After that, only then did it feel relieved. As long as it can hold on to this thigh, I believe it won't take long for it to escape from this ancestral talisman. When he thought of this, the Sky Demon Cat couldn't help but get excited. Looking at the ancestral talisman space, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha! Po Ziafu, you trapped me, the Cat Master, for 1,000 years. I didn't expect that I, the Cat Master, would be able to get out so soon, right? When I get out, the first thing I'll do is smash you." The Sky Demon Cat seemed to have seen the day when it would break free from the seal and see the light of day again. However, what it doesn't know is, at this moment, Su Chen was looking at him with a look of pity, shaking his head, and secretly said in his heart, "You expect me to help you get out of the Zufu space? That will probably take 10,000 years. It's better to rely on Chen Dong." Immediately, he shook his head, stopped thinking about it, and looked at Shi Hao. "I saw." Shi Hao also withdrew his gaze at this time, with a satisfied look on his face, as if he were a little adult. He nodded and said, "Okay, okay. You are worthy of being my junior apprentice brother, Shi Hao. From today on, I, Shi Hao, will protect you. If anyone bullies you, tell me my name. If the other party doesn't obey, I will lead you to beat him until he cries." Chen Dong. To be honest, he is a little speechless now. He was an 18-year-old boy, but he had to be protected by a little kid who was less than 3 years old. It's really embarrassing to say this out loud. But unfortunately, the little brat in front of him is really strong. He does have the ability to protect himself. Then Chen Dong would like to thank you, senior brother. Chen Dong bowed slightly towards Shi Hao and said. At this moment, Mu Qingxue beside her also spoke. Her beautiful eyes swept over Chen Dong, and then she took out a blood energy pill from her storage ring, handed it to Chen Dong, and said. "This is the blood chi pill. It's a gift from senior sister to you." Seeing this, Chen Dong's expression changed slightly. He took the blood chi pill from Mu Qingxue and thanked her hurriedly. "Thank you, senior sister. This blood and chi pill is of great benefit to cultivators in the physical realm. It's just right for Chen Dong's current realm. Chen Dong, from now on, you should practice with bullied and Xiao Dian. You two practice the same technique. If you practice with him, he can give you guidance at any time. You don't have to worry about cultivation resources. When you meet your senior brother Gu Yang tomorrow, he will provide them for you. You two should get along well. I will bring a few more geniuses with me later. Although some of them are not my disciples, they are all geniuses that I have high hopes for. You must remember not to clash with each other. You must help each other and make progress together." Su Chen opened his mouth and warned. The geniuses he mentioned were naturally Zhang Fan, Chu Tian, Fang Yun, and other investable geniuses that he might meet in the future. Chu Tian was in seclusion to break through to the foundation building stage, while Zhang Fan and Fang Yun were training outside. It is only a matter of time before these destined protagonists meet, so Su Chen needs to lay the groundwork in advance to avoid making a big move when the time comes. "Yes, Master." Upon hearing this, Shi Hao, Mu Qingxue, and Chen Dong all looked stern and nodded repeatedly. Su Chen looked at the three people in front of him, and the figures of Fang Yun and Zhang Fan emerged in his mind. One is the future Confucian sage, and the other is the future demon lord. I wonder how Fang Yun is doing now? I have already thoroughly mastered the principles of Confucianism and Taoism. If I can meet him next time, I can condense a few crystals of Confucianism and Taoism and give them to him for his enlightenment." Su Chen looked up at the starry sky and murmured. Now he has completely mastered the principles of Confucianism. It can directly condense the crystal of law for people to comprehend. Fang Yun is following the Confucian path. If he can touch the power of the law early, the future direction of his life will probably change greatly, and the time it takes to become a Confucian sage will be greatly shortened. And Zhang Fan? I wonder if the demon cultivator Chen Dong mentioned is him. Su Chen couldn't help but feel a headache when he thought of Zhang Fan. If the demon cultivator Chen Dong mentioned is really Zhang Fan, then this matter will become tricky. While Su Chen was thinking, a message appeared before his eyes. "Master, 2 people came from outside the sect, saying they are here to look for junior brother Chen Dong. Should we let them in?" Seeing this message, Su Chen was slightly stunned. As soon as he accepted Chen Dong, he passed all of Chen Dong's information to his eldest disciple Gu Yang. Therefore, the entire Chesheng sect now knows that he has accepted a new disciple. Looking for Chen Dong. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong and raised his eyebrows. According to Chen Dong, doesn't he only have one father in his family? Besides, didn't his father die at the hands of that evil cultivator? Why would anyone come looking for Chen Dong? Is his father not dead? But who is the other person? Su Chen's thoughts turned, and then he extended his spiritual sense. Moment. His spiritual consciousness surged out like a tide, instantly covering the entire Chesheng sect. That's Zhang Fan. The moment Su Chen's spiritual sense reached outside the Chesheng sect, his expression froze. I saw. Zhang Fan was wearing a black robe at this moment, carrying a 2-foot-long fire stick on his back, and standing quietly outside the Chesheng sect. Beside him was a middle-aged man at the 5th level of the physical realm. He had a pale face and looked extremely weak, but his eyebrows were somewhat similar to Chen Dong's. This man must be Chen Dong's father. Su Chen's spiritual sense enveloped Chen Xiao and he immediately understood the other party's identity. So, the demon cultivator Chen Dong mentioned is Zhang Fan. But it seems that Zhang Fan did not kill his father. On the contrary, the relationship between the two is quite good. After seeing the two of them, Su Chen understood the relationship between Zhang Fan and Chen Dong's father in just a moment. Without thinking too much, he could guess what happened between Zhang Fan and Chen Dong's father after Chen Dong left. After all, according to Zhang Fan's personality, even if he was passively possessed by the devil, he would never do such a thing as destroying innocent people. In this way, he doesn't have to worry about Zhang Fan and Chen Dong becoming enemies. Now we can take this opportunity to let them get to know each other and clear up the misunderstanding. Thoughts turned, Su Chen immediately sent a message to Gu Yang. Take them both to Wudao Peak. Soon. He looked at Shi Hao and the other two, smiled and said. I'm here just as I said it. Looks like there's no need to wait any longer. Today, I'll introduce you to a talented person I'm optimistic about. He'll be here soon, so you can get to know him better. Help each other from now on and reach the pinnacle of the immortal path together. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Shi Hao and the other two lit up, especially Chen Dong. A genius who is favored by the master must have extraordinary talent. Maybe he is another top genius. Chapter 70. Master, can I have another junior disciple? Shi Hao came to Su Chen happily, his dark eyes flashing with anticipation, and said in a muffled voice. Now, he is extremely keen on Su Chen taking in more apprentices. In this way, he will be able to lead a group of fellow apprentices to fight against the Zhongzhou water tribe and the Shi family. In this way, it is not that there is no one behind him. Especially for those junior brothers and sisters with terrifying talents, the more the better. You may have more junior brothers and sisters in the future. Su Chen shook his head, touched his little head, and said with a smile, but the one coming now is not him. I didn't accept him as my disciple, but I am very optimistic about him. However, you two can be friends. Friends? Shi Hao muttered softly upon hearing this, and finally shook his head. Anyway, as long as they are people that master values and are trustworthy, then we can bring them to fight the Water Tribe and the Shi family. While Shi Hao was speaking, Gu Yang soon brought Chen Xiao and Zhang Fan to the foot of Wuodao Peak. Uncle Chen, please go up first. If I show up with you, I'm afraid Brother Chen Dong won't accept it for a while. When they arrived at the foot of Wuodao Peak, Zhang Fan stopped and spoke to Chen Xiao. He had his biological parents killed by the leader of the Blood Soul sect, so he naturally knew how it felt. If he and Chen Xiao rashly appeared in Chen Dong's field of vision, Chen Dong would certainly not be able to accept it for a while. Therefore, the best way to deal with it is to let Chen Xiao go up and explain the whole cause and effect to Chen Dong first, and then he goes up and apologizes. Chen Xiao was startled when he heard this, but he immediately understood what Zhang Fan meant, nodded, and said, "All right. I'll go meet Donger first. After I explain everything to him, you can come up." Afterwards, he followed Gu Yang nervously towards the top of Wuodao Peak, leaving Zhang Fan alone there. I wonder if the immortal will be in this Chusheng sect. Zhang Fan was covered in a black robe and stood there, looking at the top of Wuodao Peak with a dazed look in his eyes. He came to Chushenjiao with two goals this time. The first was to apologize to Chen Dong, and the second was to find the immortal. But now it seems that his first goal is about to be achieved. But the second goal is still far away. Because he didn't find any trace of the immortal along the way. Could it be that the immortal and I are really not destined to be together, and we will never meet in this lifetime? Zhang Fan murmured somewhat melancholy. It's still because I'm not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I could use my spiritual sense. Then my spiritual sense would cover the entire eastern wasteland, and it would be easy to find the traces of the immortals. If the leader of the Chusheng sect is no longer an immortal, I must hurry up and improve my strength. Zhang Fan's last hope is the leader of the Chusheng sect. During the time he followed Gu Yang, he also inquired about the information of the leader of the Chusheng sect. From the current perspective, the leader of the Chusheng sect is the one who is most consistent with being an immortal. But if the leader of the Chusheng sect is not this time, then he will not seek the trace of the immortal for the time being, and will work hard to practice and improve his strength. In this way, when I meet the immortal in the future, I will not disappoint him and can better repay his kindness. Thinking of this, Zhang Fan breathed a sigh of relief, put aside the thoughts in his mind, and looked up at the top of Wuodao Peak. At the same time, Gu Yang also brought Chen Xiao to the top of Wuodao Peak. Disciple Guiyang, greetings to Master. Master, the person has been brought here. Gu Yang bowed slightly towards Su Chen respectfully and spoke. As soon as these words came out, Su Chen, who was originally deepening the cause and effect, turned around, glanced at Chen Xiao behind Gu Yang, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. Go down and bring that person up as well." Gu Yang nodded and said, "Yes." Then he turned and walked down the mountain. Move. Before Su Chen could speak, Chen Xiao saw Chen Dong's back and shouted excitedly. As his words fell, Chen Dong, who was practicing, suddenly trembled. Then, he opened his eyes, looked back, his pupils suddenly shrank, and he cried out in a broken voice, "Father! You! Why, you! You, that demon!" Chen Dong looked at Chen Xiao in front of him, and was so excited that he was a little incoherent. He was really a little bit unbelievable. Didn't his father burn his blood and essence to fight against that evil cultivator? Judging from the strength of both sides, there is absolutely no chance that Chen Xiao will survive. In Chen Dong's eyes, Chen Xiao had already become nourishment for the demon cultivator. But now, why is he here intact? Etc. Suddenly, Chen Dong remembered what Su Chen had said before. The master wanted to introduce them to a promising genius, and Chen Xiao appeared here. Could it be that the genius master wants to introduce Su Chen? That's not right. Even the disciples that the master accepted were of top-notch physiques. How could the genius he was optimistic about be Qingxue, whose cultivation had been abolished for many years? Who is the genius that master is going to introduce? While Chen Dong was thinking, Qingxue came to him and patted him on the shoulder. Seeing that you are safe and sound, your father is relieved. Father, you. Chen Dong looked at Qingxue in front of him and felt that it was a little unreal. I'm fine. What's the matter? Are you hoping that your father will die? Qingxue glanced at Chen Dong and said. No, it's you. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong quickly shook his head. Just when he wanted to ask Qingxue why he could survive the hands of that evil cultivator, Gu Yang had already returned. Behind him followed a young man in a black robe. The moment Chen Dong saw the young man in black robes, his eyes fixed, his eyes flashing with astonishing murderous intent, he gritted his teeth and said. It's you. He will never forget the young man in black robe behind Gu Yang. It was him who almost killed him and Qingxue. Nowadays, when enemies meet, they are particularly jealous of each other. Junior brother, what's wrong with you? Shi Hao also came to Chen Dong at this time. He looked at the murderous intent surging from Chen Dong, let out a soft "ha" and looked at Zhang Fan, saying, Junior brother, do you know him? Do you have a grudge against him? Chen Dong stared at Zhang Fan intently, nodded, and said in a hoarse voice, Yes, we are sworn enemies. Okay, okay. Shi Hao's eyes flashed with brilliance when he heard this. You dare to bully my junior brother Shi Hao? You are already seeking death. After that, Shi Hao's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot, and he slapped Zhang Fan with his palm. Su Chen looked at this scene helplessly, shook his head slightly, raised his hand and pointed at Shi Hao, and said. Shi Hao, stop it right there. There's some misunderstanding here. Just explain it to me. As Su Chen made his move, Shi Hao was swept directly to Su Chen's side by a spiritual power. At this time, Zhang Fan finally had the chance to speak. Chapter 71. Zhang Fan, Meet the Immortal. Zhang Fan ignored everyone else and knelt on his knees, looking excited with tears glistening in his eyes. From the moment he stepped onto the peak of enlightenment, his eyes had been on Su Chen. If it weren't for Chen Dong and Shi Hao, he would have gone straight to see Su Chen. He knew that he had made the right bet this time. That immortal is indeed the leader of the Qingxue sect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for discovering the golden investment and investing in a copy of the heaven-swallowing demonic art. Successful investment will earn you rewards, 10 divine fire seeds and 1 Shi ancient emperor flame. At the moment Zhang Fan knelt down, the system prompt sounded in Su Chen's ears. Immediately afterwards, a golden aura emerged from Zhang Fan's body. Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard the system prompt sound coming from his ear. Golden investment? Isn't Zhang Fan a purple investable person? Why has he turned gold now? And this reward? 10 divine fire seeds, 1 Shi ancient emperor flame. Good, good, good. Just when I feel sleepy, the system sends me a pillow, right? With this reward, there is no need to go to the capital of the Great Chu dynasty to purchase the divine fire. But the only thing that puzzled Su Chen was why Zhang Fan became a golden investable person. Could it be that the system has determined that his potential is comparable to Shi Hao's? Thinking of this, Su Chen immediately used the Eye of the Future to check Zhang Fan's future life direction. Name, Zhang Fan. Identity, villager of Wuming village, owner of the soul-devouring rod. Future life direction, at the age of 18, he obtains the divine artifact soul-devouring rod and successfully builds the foundation. At the age of 20, he builds the spirit bridge. At the age of 21, he ignites the divine fire. At the age of 50, he attains the devil body. At the age of 150, he achieves the position of the Great Emperor and becomes the new generation of Devil Leader, honored title, Ghost Emperor. Life script, the loser's counterattack. Su Chen. Good job. He is simply a good guy. No wonder Zhang Fan could suddenly change from purple investment to gold investment. It turned out that he obtained the artifact Soul-Devouring Rod. With this magical artifact, his cultivation speed was greatly accelerated, and thus the future changed. And the time when he attained the status of the Great Emperor was only 50 years later than Shi Hao. If you don't have enough qualifications, you can make up for it with artifacts, right? If that's the case, then if Zhang Fan practices the heaven-devouring demon art, will his future be even more terrifying? Is it possible to surpass Shi Hao? Invest first, and then you'll know where his future life will take you. Su Chen put away his thoughts, then looked up at Zhang Fan and said with a smile. No need to be so polite. Zhang Fan, we meet again. After saying that, he waved his hand gently. An extremely gentle spiritual power lifted Zhang Fan up. Yes, I haven't seen you for a few days. You have already reached the 9th level of the physical realm. The completion of your obsession is just around the corner. Su Chen looked at Zhang Fan and nodded slightly with satisfaction. I have to say, with the blessing of the divine weapon, Zhang Fan's talent is indeed terrifying. Although he cannot be compared with Shi Hao, among the many investors of Su Chen, Zhang Fan's cultivation speed ranks second. On the contrary, the second investor, Qu Tian, has the slowest cultivation speed among all his investors. Later comers Zhang Fan and Shi Hao surpassed him one after another. Immortal. Zhang Fan stood up and looked at Su Chen in front of him, wanting to say something but stopping himself. But before he could finish his words, Su Chen raised his hand to interrupt him. We'll talk about other things later. There are some misunderstandings between you and Chen Dong. Let's clear them up first. Zhang Fan nodded, and then he and Chen Xiao told Chen Dong about what had happened before. After a long time. Father, are you saying that he was possessed by something? He didn't kill you, and he even healed your damaged meridians. After listening to what Zhang Fan and Chen Xiao said, Chen Dong looked at Chen Xiao with some uncertainty and asked. That's right. Chen Xiao nodded and said, I have fully recovered now. This is all thanks to your brother Zhang Fan. As he spoke, the magic power in Chen Xiao's body shook, and the aura of the 5th level of the physical realm spread out. When Chen Dong saw this scene, his face lit up with joy. He had looked for countless miracle doctors to heal Chen Xiao's damaged meridians, but all he got was the answer that he could not be cured. Unexpectedly, the problem that had troubled the father and son for a long time was solved by Zhang Fan. Think of this. Chen Dong's expression froze as he bowed slightly towards Zhang Fan and said. Thank you, brother Zhang Fan, for your help. It was me, Chen Dong, who was ignorant. Please don't take what happened just now to heart, brother Zhang Fan. Chen Dong has always been a man who repays kindness with kindness and avenges hatred with revenge, and he is clear about what he hates. Although Zhang Fan had been possessed by a demon before and almost killed them father and son, all this was understandable. In addition, Zhang Fan later realized that he not only saved Chen Xiao, but also protected him all the way to the Chusheng sect. Such kindness deserves Chen Dong's admiration. No, it's all my fault. Zhang Fan shook his head very seriously and said. There's no question of blaming anyone. Now that the misunderstandings have been resolved, let me introduce them to everyone. Su Chen saw that Zhang Fan and Chen Dong were being polite to each other, and was afraid that it would delay his investment, so he quickly interrupted them and introduced them to Shi Hao and others. This is Zhang Fan, the prodigy I mentioned who I'm very optimistic about. Zhang Fan, these are all my disciples. I hope that you can help each other in the future and reach the pinnacle of the immortal path together in this world of immortal cultivation. Yes, Master. Yes, Immortal. As Su Chen finished speaking, Chen Dong, Zhang Fan and the others all became serious and spoke respectfully. Zhang Fan, come here. After introducing these destined protagonists to each other, Su Chen couldn't wait to call Zhang Fan and prepare to invest in the heaven-devouring demonic art. Immortal. Zhang Fan came in front of Su Chen and said respectfully. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a huge rock, looked at Zhang Fan in front of him, nodded slightly and smiled. I told you that day to follow your heart. It seems that you have made your choice now. Since you have chosen to develop in the path of magic, I will teach you a technique today. I hope you can go further in the future. Whether it's the righteous path or the devilish path, the ultimate path leads to immortality. What we seek is longevity and transcendence. The difference between righteousness and evil is only a thought away. I hope that no matter what realm you reach in your cultivation, you will always maintain your innocent heart and remember not to kill innocent people. Keep a piece of pure land in your heart. After that, Su Chen raised his hand and transferred the heaven-devouring demonic art into Zhang Fan's sea of consciousness. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment and receiving the rewards, 10 divine fire seeds and 1 Tuashi ancient emperor flame. Would you like to receive it? And at the moment when Zhang Fan successfully received the heaven-devouring demonic art, the system's prompt sound also sounded at the right time. Chapter 72. Not yet. Su Chen decisively chose not to accept it. Rather than system rewards or something, what he cares more about now is what kind of changes will happen to Zhang Fan in the future after he practices the heaven-devouring demon art. Eye of the Future, open. Su Chen immediately activated the Eye of the Future impatiently. Name, Zhang Fan. Identity, villager of Wuming Village, owner of the soul-devouring rod. Future life direction, at the age of 18, he obtained the artifact soul-devouring rod, the imperial-level martial arts swallowing heaven demon art, successfully established the foundation, and stepped into the spirit bridge. At the age of 19, he ignited the divine fire. At the age of 30, he achieved the magic body. At the age of 100, he achieved the position of the Great Emperor. In order to find someone, he and Shi Hao and others fought through foreign lands, becoming the new generation of magic leader, honored title, Ghost Emperor. Life script, the loser's counterattack. Oh! Su Chen looked at the information from the Eye of the Future and his eyes lit up. Sure enough, after practicing the heaven-devouring demonic art, Zhang Fan's rise to power increased greatly, from 150 years to 100 years to become an emperor. But these are not the most important things. Most importantly, he and Shi Hao and others fought through foreign lands to find someone. This was the first time that Su Chen saw such a direction from the Eye of the Future. He had never seen it even from Mu Qingxue's future life. Without a doubt, Su Chen knew who Zhang Fan was looking for in his future life. It seems that the karma between Zhang Fan and me is the deepest among all the protagonists of destiny. Su Chen looked at the information displayed on the Eye of the Future and murmured. The person Zhang Fan, Shi Hao, and others are looking for is naturally him. But from this point we can also see how deep the cause and effect between Zhang Fan and him is. At the same time, Su Chen also had a standard in his mind to judge the depth of his karmic relationship with the protagonists of destiny. Only someone like Zhang Fan, who can display information in the Eye of the Future, can prove the profound cause and effect between them. Next, he will continue to invest in other destined protagonists towards this goal until such information appears in their future life paths. Okay. My investment is worth it. Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. After spending nearly half a month and investing in several destined protagonists, I finally found someone whose cause and effect are so deep that they cannot be changed. His efforts were finally not in vain. At this time, Zhang Fan successfully received the heaven-devouring demonic art. Immortal, this is not possible. When he felt the waves of demonic sounds coming from his mind, his expression immediately changed. He stood up in fear and trepidation, looking at Su Chen in shock. Although he didn't know what level of martial arts this heaven-devouring demon art was, it was definitely several levels higher than his blood-soul art. This technique was so amazing that Zhang Fan had already learned some of the basics just after receiving it. But for him who was at the 9th level of the physical realm, it was enough. He didn't need to operate it on his own. This technique was already running in his body, constantly devouring the surrounding matter and turning it into spiritual power to fill his body. Even the bottleneck of foundation building that had troubled him for a long time began to loosen, as if he could step into foundation building at any time. This is the scariest thing. This technique is truly incredible. Zhang Fan had never heard of or seen anything like it. So, he was a little scared. Is he really worthy of such an advanced technique? Except for Chen Xiao and him, all those present were Su Chen's direct disciples, and none of them received such treatment. But Su Chen passed this supreme skill to him. For a moment, Zhang Fan looked at Su Chen with a complicated expression. This is even better than his biological father. Now that I have passed this technique on to you, you should practice it diligently and strive to fulfill your obsession as soon as possible. Seeing that Zhang Fan was about to say something, Su Chen didn't give him a chance to speak. He raised his hand to interrupt him and said, "Of course, I didn't give you the technique for free. I just hope that when you rise to prominence one day, you can help me and my group of disciples and explore the peak of the immortal path together. Remember to avoid any conflicts. I hope you can become close friends on this cold road, and support each other. If I need help in the future, I also hope you can lend me a hand." Zhang Fan's expression was moved as he listened to Su Chen's words. Compared to this technique, what Su Chen said is really too small. The most important thing is that the immortal trusts himself too much. He actually believed that he would rise in the future and reach the pinnacle of the immortal path. But he and Su Chen were just strangers who met once before. Just after one encounter, Su Chen trusted him so much. For a moment, Zhang Fan was so moved that he didn't know what to say. "All right, you can study the technique here first. If you need any resources, please let me know." Su Chen patted Zhang Fan's shoulder and said, "As for your demonic possession, there's no need to worry. With this heaven-devouring demonic art, it will basically never happen again in the future." After that, Su Chen stood up and walked towards Chen Dong and the others. The investment has been completed, and the next step is to study the fire rewarded by the system. Zhang Fan stood there, staring blankly at Su Chen's back. This moment is just like that moment. In a trance, he seemed to be back to that rainy night again, and Su Chen left in the same way. However, this time it did not rain, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse, just like Zhang Fan's future, which was bright. Immortal. I, Zhang Fan, swear hereby that from today on, I will not clash with any of your disciples. I will dedicate my entire life to protecting them, until one day, I can stand by your side, serve you like a slave, and repay your kindness." Zhang Fan stared at Su Chen's back, his eyes flashing, his face showing determination, his fists clenched, and he secretly swore an oath in his heart. Su Chen gave him a new life. At this moment, he already regarded Su Chen and the Qingxue sect as family. If anyone dares to touch Su Chen and the Qingxue sect in the future, they will have to step over Zhang Fan's dead body first. He then sat cross-legged on the ground and began to comprehend the heaven-swallowing demon art. He has to practice even harder to live up to the immortal's expectations and the trust he places in him. Su Chen's spiritual sense swept over Zhang Fan, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Okay. That's what I have to do. I have to practice hard and strive to become a great emperor as soon as possible. Then I can lie down better when I travel back in time. For him, the harder these destined protagonists work, the happier he is. After all, as long as they work hard, he won't have to work hard when he travels back. Instead of working hard on your own, it's better to rely on fate to be the protagonist. Jackie Chan. By then, he can just lie down and become a strong second generation. After Gu Yang arranged a place for Chen Xiao to live, he asked him to bring all of Su Chen's disciples to Wudao Peak. After doing all this, he simply waved his hand and released hundreds of thousands of years old elixirs and magic pills for them to practice. The protagonist of destiny needs to invest to make them speed up their cultivation. But Su Chen didn't want his original disciples to become lost in the crowd and disappear in the long river of time. Anyway, he is not short of spiritual medicines and magic pills that are 10,000 years old. He can use them to practice, so as to make up for the lack of qualifications and accumulate realms by taking drugs. He only hoped that when he traveled back 10,000 years later, this Chusheng sect would develop into the greatest sect in all the heavens and worlds. Chapter 73. My holy church is truly full of talented people. At the top of Wudao Peak, Su Chen looked at his many disciples and couldn't help but sigh. The top combat forces in the future include powerful emperors such as Shi Hao, Chen Dong, Mu Qingxue, and Chu Tian. Mid-level combat power includes ordinary disciples such as Gu Yang. In the next 10,000 years, under the protection of these great emperors of destiny, Su Chen believes that the Chusheng sect will soon develop into the true number one sect in the heavens and all worlds. As for him, the destined investor, when he travels back in time in the future, he will just have to lie down and be a strong second-generation rich man. When Su Chen thought of this, his heart was filled with emotion and he wished he could travel back in time. The focus from now on should be on Gu Yang, the Great Elder, and the others. We should improve their mid-level combat power as quickly as possible. Only in this way can they protect the growth of the Destiny protagonist after I leave. Su Chen also found a huge rock to sit on, thinking about the future. Although the future of Shi Hao and other destined protagonists is extremely terrifying, each of them is a powerful emperor. But it takes time for them to grow, and it will take at least several decades to fully grow up. And now, because of Shi Hao, the Chusheng sect offended the two top forces in Zhongzhou, the Water Tribe and the ancient Shi family. It's good to have Su Chen in charge. At least he can ensure that the other party will not be a strong person in the immortal realm, so he can protect Shi Hao and others without worries. But he still has to leave after all. Once he leaves, the Chusheng sect will fall into the predicament of lacking top-notch experts. By then, without the combat power of the Shinto realm, I am afraid that the Chusheng sect will be destroyed in a short time. Therefore, before he left, Su Chen wanted to create several powerful people in the Shinto realm for the Chusheng sect to ensure that they had enough strength to compete with the strong people from Zhongzhou. In the Chusheng sect, only the 5 elders can break through to the Shinto realm in a short period of time. Fortunately, Su Chen now has a fully equipped Palm of Heaven bottle and is not short of top-level resources, which can be used to improve their strength in a short period of time. I just wonder if there is any way to revive Chu Tian's mysterious master. Su Chen thought secretly in his heart while receiving the divine fire rewarded by the system. Chu Tian's mysterious master, Chen Dong's celestial demon cat. Each of these 2 golden fingers had entered the realm of immortality at their peak. Although their strength is now only 1/10 of what it was, if they can be resurrected, they will be able to add 2 powerful men to the Chusheng sect in a short period of time. At the very least, in the Shinto realm, basically no one can be their opponent, unless a strong person from the immortal realm takes action. But Su Chen was just thinking about it. After all, he didn't have the materials to revive them. Chu Tian's master is easy to deal with, he can be resurrected with just an elixir of immortality. But it's hard to say about Chen Dong's sky demon cat. It is trapped in the ancestral talisman and can only be released when Chen Dong, the owner of the ancestral talisman, becomes powerful. Well, let's take it one step at a time. Now let's see what levels these fire seeds are. After thinking for a long time, Su Chen finally shook his head, sighed, and focused his attention on the system's reward. The levels of the divine fire are divided in the same way as the levels of the magical powers. The yellow and black grade divine fire seeds will never have the qualifications to enter the realm of immortality in one's lifetime. Only the earth rank and heaven rank can reach the pinnacle in the realm of the gods, condense 3 points of divinity, and finally step into the realm of immortals. Depend on. The system is so conscientious this time? Are all 10 divine fire seeds of heavenly rank? Su Chen examined the 10 divine fire seeds rewarded by the system and said in shock. He thought that the system's reward was at most Xian level or Di level. After all, the nature of the system is there, and these cannot be used for investment, so of course the lower the better. But apparently, this time, Su Chen is too narrow-minded. The system rewards are all heavenly grade divine fire seeds. This means, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be 10 powerful people in the realm of immortals in the future of Qingxue sect. Oh shit! The spark of the heavenly divine fire. Among the major forces in Qingxue, only the top geniuses from the main lineage are qualified to merge. After all, the heavenly grade divine fire is also an extremely precious resource among the major forces. But now Su Chen has 10 of them in his hand. With 10 seeds of divine fire, as long as he wanted, he could attract the geniuses of the top forces to work for him in minutes. This dog system is so generous for once. Since you're so generous, I won't hold you accountable for nearly provoking a war between the 2 destiny protagonists. Su Chen cursed the system inwardly. Then, his eyes fell on Tu Shigudian. Tuashi Ancient Emperor Flame, a true emperor-level fire seed. If you can fuse it, you will be able to glimpse the realm of the great emperor in the future. However, the risk of fusing it is too great. It seems that this is a dog system released to make me invest in the protagonist of destiny. In just a moment, Su Chen understood the use of Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame. The previous 10 heavenly grade divine fire seeds are not the highlights. Even combined, they are not as precious as this Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame. The upper limit of an emperor grade divine fire seed is too high. If anyone knew that Su Chen had an emperor grade divine fire seed in his hand, I am afraid that countless forces across the entire continent would hunt him down in an instant. After all, looking across the entire continent, the imperial level divine fire has not appeared for 10,000 years. Among these destiny protagonists who have invested, the only one who meets the requirements of Tuashi Ancient Emperor Yan is probably Chu Tian. After all, it's the script of the old grandfather style, or you could say it's the Yan Emperor script. However, his current strength is too low. He hasn't even established his foundation yet and hasn't even obtained that technique. So why would the system give Tuashi Ancient Emperor Yan so early? According to Chu Tian's life script, by the time he ignites the divine fire, I'll have traveled back in time. Su Chen looked at Tuashigu de Yan, thinking about the system's intention of rewarding Tuashigu de Yan. Based on his many investments, he now has a thorough understanding of the system's routines. It can be said that every reward given by the system is carefully calculated, and most of it is used for the next investment. Only a small part of it is not something that needs to be invested in for the time being and can be used by him, such as the Palm of Heaven bottle. But this Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame is a disposable item and has a different nature from the Palm Heaven bottle. Wrong. Heavenly bottle? Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame. Suddenly, Su Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, and an idea arose in his mind. The Palm of Heaven bottle can be used to increase the age of items. Can it also be used to increase the age of this Tushi Ancient Emperor Flame? As far as he knew, when the divine fire reached a certain age, a second origin would be born, forming a new imperial fire. And he has the heavenly palm bottle to assist him. As long as it is feasible, give him enough time. He can create countless imperial fires and heavenly divine fire seeds. Chapter 74. Then let's get started. Su Chen took a deep breath, took out the Palm of Heaven bottle, and with a thought, Tuashi Ancient Emperor Flame also appeared in his hand. With almost no hesitation, his fingers lightly slid across the palm of heaven bottle, and dozens of drops of mysterious green liquid appeared, and under his guidance fell on the Tu Shi ancient emperor flame. Crash! As soon as the mysterious green liquid fell, Tu Shi ancient emperor Yan suddenly jumped, and immediately burst out with brilliant divine light, and emitting a hot breath, as if to refine the entire Wuodao peak. Fortunately, this Tu Shi ancient emperor flame is a system reward. Although Su Chen did not refine it, he could control it simply. Be good and cultivate the emperor fire seed for me. Su Chen raised his hand and gently patted the Tu Shi ancient emperor flame. A stream of spiritual power poured in, and the Tu Shi ancient emperor flame calmed down, like an ordinary ball of flame, quietly floating in the void. However, the aura emanating from its origin was several times stronger than when he first received it. It really works. Su Chen's eyes lit up when he saw this. It was just a guess, but he didn't expect it to actually work. This Tu Shi ancient emperor flame can indeed be enhanced through the mysterious green liquid in the palm of heaven bottle, and eventually the second emperor fire seed will be born. Thinking about it carefully, Su Chen can understand it. No matter what, the palm of heaven bottle is a fully equipped artifact that can truly reverse time and space, and it has so many wonderful uses. After all, Tu Shi ancient emperor flame is just a ball of imperial fire, and it seems insignificant in the face of the laws of time and space. But this just allows Su Chen to use it to produce large quantities of emperor fire seeds and enhance the overall strength of the Qingxue sect. Although his time is very tight, with only 2.5 months left, with a fully equipped palm of heaven bottle, Su Chen believes that it will be enough to create at least 5 emperor fire seeds before he leaves. At that time, whether these imperial fire seeds are used to fuse with the destiny protagonist, or are left in the Qingxue sect and handed over to outstanding geniuses for fusion in the future, they can greatly increase the overall strength of the Qingxue sect. Su Chen waved his hand, and a transparent light curtain enveloped him, preventing Tu Shi ancient emperor Yan from rising too quickly, causing his power to get out of control and hurt Shi Hao, Qingxue, and others. Then, he looked at Zhang Tianping and Tuo Shigu Diyan with anticipation, and murmured, "Heavenly bottle, let me see where your limits are." Mysterious green liquid, rush. Buzz. In an instant, dozens of drops of mysterious green liquid flew out from the palm of heaven bottle and fell towards Tu Shi ancient emperor Yan. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. The first holy teaching, the peak of enlightenment. Rumble. The entire top of Wuodao Peak was filled with the sound of roaring qi and blood, shaking the entire mountain slightly. 5 days passed, and with the blessing of various 10,000-year-old medicines and magical pills, the realm of each of Su Chen's disciples soared rapidly. The most eye-catching among them is Shi Hao. With the blessing of the Chaos Divine Body, Chaos Bones, and various elixirs and magic pills provided by Su Chen, his cultivation level has advanced by leaps and bounds. It only took 5 days to successfully break through the peak of foundation building and enter the ultimate realm of foundation building. As long as he wants, he can open up the sea of suffering at any time. The second is Chendong. Although his talent is not as terrifying as Shi Hao's, he has the golden finger of Zufu, and the speed of time flow is completely different from that of the outside world. The speed of time flow in the ancestral talisman and the outside world is 10:1. With the help of the heavenly demon cat, Chendong successfully activated the ancestral talisman space and entered it to practice. With the help of the ancestral talisman space, he also successfully broke through to the 9th level of the physical realm, and was only 1 step away from building the foundation. If he used the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, he could fight even a strong man in the middle stage of foundation building. As for the others, they seemed rather mediocre. Although they all had gains, compared to the rocket-like breakthrough speed of the two, they were somewhat lacking. Qingxue also successfully broke through to the late stage of foundation building, and Gu Yang, Zhan Taimingyu, and others also broke through to the Sea of Bitterness. As for Zhang Fan, although his realm has not improved much, his control over the heaven-devouring demon art has become more and more exquisite, and has evolved into a devouring vortex. Finally, I've condensed 3 Qingxue ancient emperor flames. Su Chen sat cross-legged on a huge rock. In front of him were the palm of heaven bottle and the 3 Qingxue ancient emperor flames. For the past 5 days, he has been condensing the Qingxue ancient emperor flame through the palm of heaven bottle. The result lived up to his expectations, and he successfully condensed 3 Qingxue ancient emperor flames. These 3 Qingxue ancient emperor flames appeared extremely powerful after being irrigated by countless mysterious green liquids in the palm of heaven bottle. Just the fluctuations of the flames were enough to make it difficult for ordinary strong people in the Shinto realm to resist. Su Chen looked at the 3 Qingxue ancient emperor flames in front of him, and became more and more satisfied. Immediately, he waved his hand and put it into the system space. After doing all this, he removed the barrier and revealed his figure. Master! I've broken through to the foundation establishment stage. So what do you think? Am I awesome? As soon as Su Chen's figure appeared, Shi Hao rushed to his side impatiently, his face full of anticipation, waiting for praise. If Shi Hao hadn't insisted on showing off in front of Su Chen, he would have already entered the sea of bitterness. Greetings, Master! Many other disciples looked at Shi Hao helplessly and shook their heads, then bowed respectfully to Su Chen. The little one is really amazing. He has reached the ultimate realm again. He is worthy of being my disciple, Su Chen. Su Chen slowly stood up, touched Shi Hao's little head with a smile, and praised him. Keep going. With your talent, you can't miss any of the next extreme realms. Lay a solid foundation. When you step into the realm of the divine way in the future, you can try to take the path of using your body as a seed. As long as you succeed, you will be the strongest genius in the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao's dark eyes sparkled with brilliance and he nodded repeatedly, I understand, Master. When I become the strongest genius on the continent, you will be the master of the strongest genius. When these words were spoken, everyone laughed, but no one questioned it. Shi Hao's talent is extremely terrifying. As long as he grows up, looking across the entire continent, almost no one in the younger generation will be his opponent. It is not an exaggeration to say that he is the strongest genius. But Master, I feel like training like this is so boring. When can you take me to a real battle? I can't wait to show my strength. Shi Hao stared at Su Chen with burning eyes, his little face full of anticipation. He also wanted to go to the Monster Mountain range to fight like Chu Tian and gain more practical combat experience. However, before Su Chen could speak, Chen Dong, who was standing beside him, heard Shi Hao's words and his expression changed slightly. He stood up, looked at Su Chen, and said in a deep voice. Master, I have something to say, but I don't know whether I should say it or not. What is it? Hearing this, Su Chen looked up at him, his eyebrows slightly raised, showing curiosity, and said, We are all family here, but you can talk. Chapter 75. Master, I think what senior brother Shi Hao said makes a lot of sense. After getting Su Chen's permission, Chen Dong started talking freely. Although our strength has skyrocketed and everyone's cultivation has improved rapidly, we still lack actual combat experience. If we could go through a few actual battles, perhaps our strength could be greatly improved. After hearing this, Shi Hao nodded in agreement, and his eyes looking at Chen Dong gradually became friendlier. Good. This Chen Dong is a good junior brother. If there are any benefits in the future, this junior brother must not be left out. However, the others did not express their opinions, especially Qingxue, who protected everyone in front of her and remained silent. Su Chen looked at Chen Dong quietly with a meaningful look on his face. Go on. I am a disciple of the Chen family in Qingyang town. My father's cultivation was abolished by the young master of the Chen family, Chen Langtian. Therefore, I have always wanted revenge, but unfortunately I lack the strength, so I can only endure it. But now, since senior brother Shi Hao wants to fight, he can help me get revenge. In this way, senior brother Shi Hao's goal of fighting is achieved, and my goal of revenge is also achieved. Chen Dong spoke frankly and expressed his thoughts. At the end of his words, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. He is a vindictive person who never leaves it to chance. The reason why I didn't seek revenge on Chen Langtian before was because I had no strength and was just an ordinary person. But now, he has become Su Chen's disciple, and has a peerless and evil senior brother like Shi Hao, so Chen Dong naturally can't wait to seek revenge on Chen Langtian. In fact, if possible, he would rather take revenge himself. But every day Chen Langtian lives in this world will make him feel uncomfortable. Coincidentally, Shi Hao also had a need for actual combat, and Chen Langtian's strength was just enough to be Shi Hao's opponent. In this way, you can kill two birds with one stone. Before Su Chen could speak, Shi Hao's dark eyes sparkled, and he stared at Chen Dong excitedly and said, "Junior brother, what realm is your enemy at? Is he worthy enough to be my opponent? If he's below the Bitter Sea realm, you can do it yourself. If he's above the Bitter Sea realm, then I'll take care of it. I promise to blow him to pieces with one punch." As he spoke, Shi Hao raised his little fist with a smile on his face. For him who has entered the ultimate stage of foundation building, basically no one within the foundation building stage can be his opponent. He also had no interest in cultivators in the foundation establishment stage. Only the strong ones in the Bitter Sea realm and the Dao Palace realm can arouse his interest. He is in the Sea of Bitterness realm, but I'm not sure what realm he is in specifically, said Chen Dong. All right, no matter if he's in the middle or late stages of the Sea of Bitterness, as long as he's not in the spiritual bridge realm, I'll kill him. After listening to Chen Dong's words, Shi Hao became even more excited. He could not wait to attack the Chen family, kill Chen Langtian, and avenge his junior brother. But Su Chen didn't say anything, so he didn't dare to act rashly and could only look at Su Chen helplessly. Su Chen smiled slightly and said, "Master will go with you. He has always accepted opportunities that can deepen the cause and effect. Moreover, you can also take the opportunity to see if there is a new destined protagonist." Really? That's great. Shi Hao jumped up excitedly and threw himself into Su Chen's arms, his little face full of excitement. "Thank you, Master." Chen Dong took a deep breath and bowed respectfully to Su Chen. He originally thought that Su Chen would not agree, but who would have thought that he was too narrow-minded? Su Chen not only agreed, but also wanted to go with them. It was obviously just a small matter that Shi Hao could handle alone, but Su Chen was still willing to put down what he was doing and accompany them. It is hard to find such a master in the world. For a moment, Chen Dong's respect for Su Chen increased. Su Chen waved his hand and said calmly, "There's nothing to thank me for. Since you've become my disciple, your business is my business. Chen Langtian is bullying you and your son. As your master, I naturally have to help. Besides, if I'm not here, I'm afraid Shi Hao will mess around and cause a big mess." After saying that, Su Chen glanced at Shi Hao in his arms. Shi Hao immediately looked away feeling guilty. Then, Su Chen looked at the others and said, "All right, you guys should practice well. I will go with them." As soon as the words fell, Su Chen's mind moved, and the black abyss sword flew out of thin air, carrying Shi Hao and Chen Dong and turning into a stream of light, leaving the Cheshung sect. "Master is so kind to us disciples." The other disciples stood there, watching the three people leave. After a long time, Mu Qingxue couldn't help but sigh. They are so lucky to have met such a good master like Su Chen in this extremely dark world of cultivation where even fathers and sons may become enemies. What kind of people are the masters that other people worship? They spend all day thinking about harming their disciples, absorbing their foundation, and coveting opportunities. But Su Chen is different. Not only did he teach his disciples everything he knew, but he was also generous and provided them with all kinds of top resources. The most important thing is that he can be fair to every disciple. Yes. Gu Yang also felt a little emotional. Being able to meet Master is simply a blessing we have earned in our previous lives. But we must also work harder in cultivation so that we can better repay Master in the future. Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Everyone was full of fighting spirit and continued to work hard on their training. Su Chen is so good to them, so they naturally don't want to disappoint him. Only by concentrating on hard work now can I repay him better. Qingyang town is 1,000 miles away from Chushanjiao. Although Qingyang town is just a town, its scale is comparable to that of a city. As the most powerful force in Qingyang town, the Chen family firmly occupies the central position of Qingyang town. Su Chen and others arrived in just 10 minutes riding the Black Abyss sword. Above the void, Shi Hao stood behind Su Chen, looking down at Qingyang town below, and asked, "Junior brother, Qingyang town is ahead. What do you mean, should we attack directly or not?" His tone was full of excitement, yet still domineering. Shi Hao's philosophy is very simple, that is, the sky is big, the earth is big, and the fist is the biggest. If one punch isn't enough, give it another. As soon as he arrived in Qingyang town, he found out who the powerful people were. The strongest person in Qingyang town is the ancestor of the Chen family. He has reached the peak of the Dao Palace realm and his strength is even more terrifying than that of the ancestor of the Chu family. But these are nothing to Shi Hao. In his eyes, anyone who is not a strong person above Lingqiao can be dealt with one punch. This is the confidence that the Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Bone bring him. Chen Dong. Hearing Shi Hao's words, he suddenly couldn't hold it in anymore. His little brother is really simple and crude. Chapter 76. Shi Hao. Could you be more polite? Su Chen looked back, glared at Shi Hao fiercely, and scolded him. He truly is worthy of being called the model of the Emperor of Heaven. He is so direct in what he says and does. If you can use your fists, never use your mouth. Your junior brother came to seek revenge, and you were singing and dancing. Someone who didn't know would think you had a grudge against the Chen family. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao chuckled, raised his little face to look at Su Chen, and said, "Master, my junior brother's business is my business. Didn't you say that before?" Okay, stop talking nonsense." Su Chen waved his hands helplessly, "Just take charge of the action later, and leave the rest to your junior brother." After saying that, he looked at Chen Dong and his mind moved. The three of them instantly landed at the gate of Chen Mansion in Qingyang town, and then Su Chen pulled Shi Hao aside. Chen Dong looked at the Chen Mansion in front of him with a complicated expression. It was this place that caused his father's cultivation to be wasted and his meridians to be destroyed. The scenes from that time flashed through his mind, especially Chen Longdian's contemptuous and disdainful look. Whenever he thought of it, Chen Dong was filled with endless anger. But fortunately, he can finally take revenge today. Thinking of this, Chen Dong couldn't help but get a little excited. "Who told you to stay here in front of the Chen mansion?" Just as Chen Dong was about to step into the Chen family, two figures suddenly appeared and blocked his way. The strength of these two people is not strong, they are only at the 5th level of the physical body realm, and they are disciples of the Chen family branch. In the vast Chu dynasty, their cultivation level may not be a big deal. But in Qingyang town, it's different. Even if a passing foundation establishment expert came to the gate of Chen's house, he would have to speak politely to the two of them. As a result, the two of them developed arrogant and domineering personalities. "If you don't want to die, get out of here right now, or I'll make you pay for it." One of the Chen family disciples glanced at Chen Dong impatiently, then looked at Su Chen and Shi Hao behind him with contempt in his eyes. Two young men and a little brat, they don't seem to be from any powerful position. I wonder where these ordinary people came from, are they worthy of joining the Chen family? I'm really not afraid of polluting the air in the Chen family's house. However, as he finished speaking, Chen Dong and the other two remained motionless. Su Chen and Shi Hao stood aside, their expressions indifferent, as if they didn't hear what he said at all. Chen Dong's face was calm as he stared at the Chen family disciple in front of him with an obscure look. See this scene. The two disciples of the Chen family looked at each other with a teasing expression and a sneer on their lips. This was the first time they had seen someone ignore them and not take them seriously. Although the two of them were just disciples guarding the Chen family, they represented the face of the Chen family after all. As the number one family in Qingyang town, the Chen family's dignity is naturally not to be challenged. You're not going to leave, are you? I think you really want to die. Do you really think that any cat or dog in our Chen family can be? The Chen family disciple who spoke earlier continued speaking. But before he could finish his words, another Chen family disciple paused, staring intently at Chen Dong in front of him, looking him up and down, and said in surprise. You? Who are you? Chen Dong. Chen Dong stood there with an indifferent expression and helped him say those two words. Ha 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 ha. As soon as Chen Dong finished speaking, the two Chen family disciples burst into laughter, pointing at Chen Dong in front of them and said. Who did I think it was? Turns out it's that loser Chen Xiao's son. What? You're a piece of shit who can't even practice, and you still have the nerve to come here? You're asking for trouble. Get out of here now, your father is a loser, and so are you. Boom. Before they finished speaking, they saw Chen Dong's eyes fixed in front of them. The next second, his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already in front of the two Chen family disciples. You. The two Chen family disciples were shocked by this sudden scene, their eyes widened and their faces were full of disbelief. Are you worthy enough to insult my father? Chen Dong's face was grim. He stretched out his hands and instantly grabbed the throats of both of them. Chen Dong, you dare! You, a piece of trash, dare to touch us? Do you believe that young Master Lang Tian will destroy you too? The two men struggled and shouted angrily. But he was unable to break free from Chen Dong's restraints. The gap between them was too big and he was no match for Chen Dong. At this moment, the two of them were like ants, being held tightly in Chen Dong's hands, without any power to resist. No matter how they struggled, Chen Dong's big hands always held their throats tightly. Chen Lang Tian. Not to mention that he destroyed my father's cultivation back then, just because of the bullying he has inflicted on my father and me in recent years, I have an irreconcilable feud with him. I, Chen Dong, came here today to settle accounts with him. However, before I look for Chen Lang Tian, I will first kill you two stupid idiots who look down on others. Chen Dong's face showed murderous intent. After saying that, he clenched his 5 fingers. Bang! Bang! 2 voices rang out in succession, and the two Chen family disciples had their throats crushed by him and were thrown to the ground. In your next life, remember to keep your eyes open. Don't be a member of the Chen family, and don't look down on others. Chen Dong glanced at the two of them calmly and murmured softly. After doing all this, he slowly raised his head and looked at the plaque of Chen Mansion. He put one hand behind his back, his eyes fixed, his face gradually became ferocious, and he punched out, and the plaque of Chen Mansion shattered. This punch seemed to vent all the resentment in his heart over the years. Then, a voice loud enough to shake the heavens and the earth resounded. Chen Lang Tian, come out and die. The words were light, but they resounded through heaven and earth. At this moment, Qingyang town seemed to be speechless for a moment, and everyone's eyes turned to look over. Okay. My little junior brother is so handsome. With such a powerful aura, someone who doesn't know him would think he is a strong man in the Shinto realm. That's how it should be. On the side, Shi Hao looked at Chen Dong in front of him, his dark eyes flashing with brilliance, and he clapped his hands in praise. I asked him before whether he was going to fight his way in or not, but he didn't answer. It turns out that after all this time, he was actually planning to kill his way in. You are worthy of being my good junior apprentice brother, Shi Hao. Shi Hao clapped his hands and spoke, his little face full of pride. If you don't know, you would think that he did all this. Su Chen didn't say anything, looking at Chen Dong's back with a faint expression, but a hint of admiration welled up in his eyes. He is decisive in killing and deserves to be the future emperor and the destined protagonist of the martial ancestor. This character is simply too martial ancestor. This is because Chen Dong is not strong enough. If he were at the foundation establishment stage now, he would have raised his great wilderness prisoner heaven finger and pointed it at the Chen family. Chapter 77. Who dares to trespass into the Chen family in Qingyang town? You dare to disrespect the young master by calling him by his name. Are you seeking death? Who is that young man? Why would he be so brazen as to attack my Chen family? Where are the disciples guarding the gate? Why didn't anyone report the enemy's approach? No, 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 no. Those two disciples are dead. As Chen Dong's earth-shaking words fell, the entire Chen family instantly boiled over. Cries of surprise were heard from the Chen family, followed by figures flashing, and countless disciples of the Chen family appeared and came to the door of the Chen family. Someone smashed the plaque of the Chen mansion and killed the disciples of their Chen family in Qingyang town. The huge Chen family only found out about it now. It was like someone slapped them in the face in public. Everyone in the Chen family only felt a burning pain on their faces. If they cannot kill this man today, I am afraid that the prestige of their Chen family in Qingyang town will be greatly reduced from now on. He is Chen Dong. However, when everyone in the Chen family saw the young man in front of them clearly, they were all stunned. They looked carefully at the young man in front of them, with expressions of astonishment on their faces. Everyone present was very familiar with Chen Dong. After all, ever since the young master Chen Langtian crippled Chen Xiao, the Chen family has been bullying Chen Dong and his son. But who could have thought that the useless father and son, Chen Dong, would actually come directly to their Chen mansion today to kill them? He even brazenly said he wanted Chen Langtian to come out and die. This. Who gave him the courage? Is this still the same trash as before? Everyone in the Chen family was stunned. Chen Dong, what are you going to do? Rebellion. Who gave you the courage to kill fellow disciples and humiliate the young master? An elder of the Chen family stood up, staring at Chen Dong with a stern look and scolding him. Are you looking for death? His voice was not loud, but his tone was full of chill. The others also stared at Chen Dong with anger and unfriendly expressions. I'm just saying one thing, tell Chen Langtian to get out. Chen Dong faced the Chen family members with a calm expression, and light words came out of his mouth. As soon as these words came out, an elder of the Chen family could no longer stand and pointed at Chen Dong, shouting angrily. Presumptuous! Chen Dong, I think the young master is too kind to you and your son, which is why you, an ungrateful wolf, are so unscrupulous. Not only did you kill a disciple of your own clan, but you also repeatedly disrespected the young master. I think you have fallen into the devil's way. Come, capture him and bring him before the young master to await his judgment. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, a young man from the Chen family suddenly appeared in front of him. The boy is about the same age as Chen Dong, but he is very talented and his cultivation has reached the 9th level of the physical realm. You're a piece of shit. I've been fed up with you for a long time. Let me capture you and bring you to the young master today. His robe rustled as he raised his hand and slapped Chen Dong. Bang bang bang! A palm strike was immediately accompanied by a sonic boom. The Chen family disciples who were about to take action stopped their actions and showed respect on their faces when they saw the young man in front of them. The elders of the Chen family also looked at the young man with satisfaction on their faces. This Chen Lin is the prodigy of the younger generation of their Chen family. He is ready to build his foundation at such a young age. Even the young master Chen Langtian thinks highly of him and recommends him to the #1 force in the Great Chu dynasty, Dao sect. It is said that an elder of Dao sect thought highly of Chen Lin and wanted to take him as his last disciple. The future is bright, and it is only a matter of time before he becomes the second Chen Langtian. Now, just from the power of this palm, Chen Lin already possesses the power of a young genius. Once he breaks through the foundation building stage and enters the Dao sect, he may even be able to fight against the top geniuses of the Great Chu dynasty. Boom! With a palm strike, the energy of qi and blood vibrated. Waste! Then let me see who is the real loser between the two of us. Facing Chen Lin's palm strike, Chen Dong remained expressionless and sneered. Then he took a step forward, his upright posture full of sharpness, a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his surprisingly calm eyes, and he pointed with one finger. Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. He started with the Great Wilderness Prisoner Heaven Finger. Starting with the ultimate move, who can withstand it? Boom! A loud roar was heard. Immediately afterwards, the void in front of Chen Dong cracked slightly, and half of a giant black finger with mysterious runes engraved on it rolled out, crushing towards Chen Lin in front of him. Indeed, although Chen Dong is only at the 9th level of the physical realm and cannot unleash the true power of the Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger, it was completely effortless for him to crush a person at the early stage of foundation establishment with this one finger. Su Chen on the side looked at Chen Dong's Great Desolate Prisoner Heaven Finger, nodded slightly, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face, and said secretly in his heart. After all, the Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger is an imperial-level magical power, and its true power cannot be exerted at the physical level. Although Chen Dong is now only using a castrated version of the Great Wilderness Prisoner Finger, and only half a finger, its power is already very good. You know, the Emperor-level magical powers are extremely powerful. If it were someone else, let alone performing it in the physical realm, they wouldn't even be able to comprehend it. But Chen Dong is different. After all, he is the future martial ancestor. His talent in martial arts is so terrifying that even Shi Hao has to admit defeat. No way. Junior brother's pace is too slow. If this continues, when will I be able to fight in real combat? Shi Hao frowned, shook his head slightly, and said with some dissatisfaction. Although it seems that Chen Dong did this to vent his anger, it was normal. But for Shi Hao, the pace was still too slow. You know, time is cultivation. I'm here to get revenge, how can I waste my time on a bunch of losers? That's right. In Shi Hao's eyes, these young disciples of the Chen family are trash. After so many years of practice, not only is your cultivation level so low, but your combat power is also so weak. What else can you be but a waste? If Shi Hao was their age and relied on drugs to reach the 9th level of the physical realm, his realm would be so superficial that he would have probably killed himself by hitting himself with a piece of tofu long ago. Forget it, let me give this head to my junior brother. Seeing that Chen Dong had already made his move, Shi Hao suppressed the impulse in his heart and said silently. Once he kills this loser, it will be my turn to kill indiscriminately. Su Chen. He was really helpless towards this future Emperor of Heaven who would rule the world forever. Although Shi Hao is only 3 years old, the decisiveness and ruthlessness he displayed already showed the style of a young emperor. Bang! At this moment, the battle on Chen Dong's side also came to an end. I saw. The Great Wilderness Prisoner of Heaven Finger fell directly on Chen Lin with crushing force. He didn't even have a chance to resist before being crushed by that half of the giant black finger and turned into a ball of blood mist. At first glance, it is extremely eye-catching. Chapter 78. Silence. The whole place was dead silent. At this moment, everyone in the Chen family present fell into silence. They had never expected that Chen Lin, the number one prodigy of the younger generation of the Chen family, who they had placed their hopes on and who was expected to inherit Chen Longdian's position in the future, would die like this. This is simply unbelievable. No. How could Chen Dong do that? Chen Lin is the number one prodigy of the younger generation in Qingyang town, a prodigy at the 9th level of the physical realm. How could an existence that is very likely to rise on the stage of the Great Chu dynasty in the future be killed by Chen Dong with just one finger? Isn't he a waste? How come he has the power to kill Chen Lin now? What is going on? Everyone in the Chen family present was completely petrified. Their eyes were filled with deep shock and they were unable to recover for a long time. It was really hard for them to accept that the waste who had not even been qualified to practice and had allowed themselves to be bullied by them, had actually killed the pride of their Chen family with a single blow today. This is even more unacceptable than killing them. Chen Dong. At this moment, an elder from the Chen family roared angrily. His face was filled with rage and anger, and murderous intent flashed in his eyes. He is Chen Lin's father. His son Chen Lin is the hope of this generation of the Chen family. The emergence of a genius like Chen Lin in the Chen family, which is in a period of transition, makes it very likely that he will inherit Chen Longdian's position in the future. If nothing unexpected happens, the responsibility of the Chen family will be handed over to him. And his status in the Chen family will also be greatly improved. But now, with Chen Lin's death, his dream was shattered. The Chen family's future is broken. Relying on the remaining few pieces of trash, how can the Chen family rise again after Chen Longdian's fall? Chen Dong. Today, I will make you and your useless father pay for my son's life. The Chen family elder who had just spoken had a gloomy look in his eyes and a dark complexion as he stared at Chen Dong. The murderous intent in his body solidified into substance. He almost hated Chen Dong in front of him. If he hadn't pointed at him at any time, his son wouldn't have died, and his status in the Chen family wouldn't have plummeted. But now, it's too late to say anything. Only by killing Chen Dong and his useless father in front of him can he relieve the hatred in his heart. In an instant, several auras of the late foundation building stage rose from the Chen family into the sky, with divine light flashing. At this moment, several powerful foundation building masters of the Chen family chose to attack together. Countless divine lights were aimed at Chen Dong, intending to kill him here and there. Boom! Various fists and palms, swords and sabers were mobilized to kill Chen Dong. The terrifying power caused the void to tremble slightly, but at this moment, Shi Hao, who was originally standing not far behind Chen Dong, raised an excited smile and took a step forward to block Chen Dong. What's the point of using the big to bully the small? Let me use the small to bully the big. Junior brother, you can withdraw now. I will take over the next battle alone. Shi Hao spoke, his young face full of excitement, and he spoke in a baby voice. Finally. It's finally his turn to take action. Although Chen Dong did a good job, the pace is still too slow. He could hardly wait any longer, but fortunately the elders of the Chen family could no longer sit still and finally allowed him to fight in real combat. Yes, brother. Chen Dong looked down at the small figure in front of him, nodded slightly, and then stepped aside. For him, he was no match for several powerful foundation building masters, so naturally he would not try to show off his strength. The rest can be left to Shi Hao. He just needs to wait patiently for Chen Langtian to appear and then be beaten up by Shi Hao. Shi Hao faced the attacks of several Chen family foundation building masters without changing his expression. His tender face was filled with disdain as he said in a childish voice. Who gave you the courage to touch my junior brother? Several people from the Chen family who were building their foundation. They were completely stunned when they saw Shi Hao in front of them. Ah? No. A little brat? Or is he Chen Dong's senior brother? Chen Dong is relying on this little brat to deal with them? Are you sure that this little kid who hasn't even started to grow hair can be their match? Ha ha ha. Chen Dong, the reason you came here today is because of this little brat in front of you. Chen Lin's father was slightly stunned, but he quickly reacted, pointing at Shi Hao in front of him and laughing out loud, his face full of sarcasm. He thought that Chen Dong was accepted as a disciple by some master, which was why he was so confident to come to the Chen family to seek revenge. But unexpectedly, Chen Dong's only support was a 3-year-old child. Shi Hao. Hearing what Chen Lin's father said, his eyebrows raised slightly. Little brat? The next second, he disappeared from the spot. The shadow flashed, and in an instant it was in front of Chen Lin's father. It raised its little hand and punched out directly. Boom! The golden energy and blood power vibrated, and Shi Hao's little pink fist landed firmly on Chen Lin's father, and a roaring sound was heard. Immediately afterwards, before Chen Lin's father even had time to react, he turned into a ball of blood mist. What kind of rubbish do you dare to look down on me? After killing Chen Lin's father with one punch, Shi Hao glanced at the blood mist with disdain. What he hated most was that these people relied on their adult status to look down on children like him. What's wrong with the child? Still has the power to kill him in seconds. Don't you know that you can't judge a book by its cover? However, my methods are still too simple. If I could cultivate magical powers, my combat power would be at least several times higher. Then, even the strong men of the spirit bridge would not be afraid. Immediately, Shi Hao looked at his little pink fist and said secretly in his heart. He has been practicing until now, and has only been making breakthroughs in realm. He has never practiced any supernatural powers, and can only use his fists in battle. If he could be given a suitable magical power, he could easily kill even a strong man from the spirit bridge. But unfortunately, Su Chen has not shown any intention of imparting his magical powers to him yet. However, Shi Hao was not worried. In his opinion, the time is just not right. Never mind, let's deal with these rubbish first. Shi Hao shook his little head, then shook his body again and punched out. Boom boom boom. Several continuous voices rang out one after another. In an instant, several foundation building elders of the Chen family turned into balls of blood mist. One punch to each foundation establishment realm cultivator. Whenever he threw a punch, no matter if the opponent was in the early stage of foundation building or at the peak, they were no match for Shi Hao and were directly smashed into bloody mist without even a chance to resist. Who's that Chen Langtian? Get out here right now. I'll kill you with one punch, and this will be over. If you don't come out, I'll kill you. Shi Hao, who had killed several foundation establishment realm cultivators, raised his little face to look at the Chen family and shouted loudly. As he spoke, he raised his fist. When the Chen family members saw this scene, they were shocked and their faces were filled with horror. This kid is so scary. He is obviously less than 3 years old, but he can kill a foundation establishment realm expert with one punch. Where the hell did this monster come from? At this age, with this strength. Looking all over the eastern wasteland, there is not a single person in the picture. Which great domain's peerless genius came here to fry fish? How did Chen Dong get to cling to this little brat's thigh and become his junior apprentice? Chapter 79. Senior brother is indeed a genius possessing the chaos divine body and chaos bone. An ordinary foundation establishment realm cultivator couldn't even withstand a single punch from him. He's simply terrifying. When will I be able to have such terrifying strength as my senior brother? Chen Dong looked at Shi Hao with envy, thinking to himself. After the popularization of science by the Sky Demon Cat over the past few days, Chen Dong now knows the horror of the Chaos Divine Body and Chaos Bones. With these two top talents, he is basically invincible in his lifetime. No matter how brilliant a genius is, he is destined to be his background. But Chen Dong was just envious and did not feel jealous at all. For him, his greatest wish in this life is to join the sect and avenge his father. Invincible for a lifetime. He dared not even think about such a grand wish. But in his heart he longed to become stronger, because he did not want to fall behind Shi Hao and not be able to accompany his master all the time in the future. Chen Dong's mind was turning, thinking about how he could become stronger in the future. The system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for triggering the golden investment and investing in the blue sky transformation dragon technique. Successful investment will earn you rewards, imperial level magical powers, Suani magic, and Suanwu magic. Oh! Has the investment been triggered? Su Chen raised his eyebrows in surprise and looked at Chen Dong. I saw a faint golden glow emerging from the other person's body. Thinking about the way the other party looked at Shi Hao, Su Chen already knew why the investment was triggered. Obviously, Shi Hao's strength inspired Chen Dong's fighting spirit to become stronger. Thinking of this, Su Chen said secretly in his heart. It seems that I can bring Shi Hao to fight with other destiny protagonists more often in the future. This will arouse their fighting spirit and trigger investment opportunities. After all, where there is demand, there will be a market. Chen Dong's desire to become stronger will stimulate systematic investment. Similarly, for other destiny protagonists, as long as they have the desire to become stronger, it will trigger the system's investment. This time, Su Chen found a shortcut to investment. But this reward does have some of the charm of a golden investment. Su Chen's eyes fell on the system's reward and sighed. 2 imperial level magical powers, and both are extremely powerful. It's worthy of being the reward for golden investment. It seems that these 2 magic arts should be exclusive to Shi Hao. It's still the same old rules. Invest as soon as possible. Then, after I learn it, I'll wait for the system prompt to invest in Shi Hao. Su Chen's mind moved, and he immediately had an idea. Then, he came to Chen Dong, patted his shoulder, and said with a smile. Don't be envious, everyone has their own way. Shi Hao's path is to move forward without hesitation and remain invincible. In his time, no matter who is destined to be the son of destiny, they will all be destined to become supporting roles. He seemed to be stating a fact. After all, Shi Hao was the template of the Emperor of Heaven. But when Chen Dong heard this, he showed a bitter smile. However, Su Chen's next words made his eyes light up. However, you don't need to worry. Your future path will not be inferior to his. Master will now teach you a magical power. You just need to practice well. In the future, with the blessing of the great wilderness prisoner finger, you can also sweep away enemies of the same level and kill enemies of higher levels. Your future achievements will not be inferior to those of your senior brother. Master, what you said, is true. Chen Dong suddenly looked up and stared at Su Chen with a flickering gaze. He didn't expect that. Su Chen's evaluation of him is so high. My future achievements will be no less than brother Shi Hao's. Doesn't that mean that he can also become an emperor in the future? Chen Dong had no doubt about Su Chen's words. In his opinion, whatever Su Chen said was the truth and he would never deceive himself. He said that his future achievements would not be inferior to those of senior brother Shi Hao, and that certainly would not happen. Nature. As long as you are determined in your faith and work hard in the future. Su Chen nodded slightly. Each of you has your own way to be invincible, but they are just not in the same field. You have a good understanding, so the way to be invincible lies in martial arts' supernatural powers. Therefore, as long as you practice the martial arts' supernatural powers I teach you to the extreme, you will be invincible. Of course, the realm cannot be lowered. After that, Su Chen placed his hand directly on Chen Dong's forehead and taught him the Qingxue Hualongju. You will first meditate here, and I will protect you. If time permits, perhaps you can take revenge yourself. Revenge. Chen Dong murmured softly when he heard this, and an inexplicable light flashed in his eyes. Then, he simply sat cross-legged on the spot and began to comprehend the Qingtian Hualongju. Looking at the 5 large, green characters in his mind, a familiar feeling rose from Chen Dong's heart again, just like the first time he comprehended the great wilderness prisoner Heaven Finger, as if this magical power was tailor-made for him. Soon, Chen Dong fell into contemplation. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the investment and receiving the rewards, Imperial level magical powers Suani magic and Suanwu magic. Would you like to receive it? A familiar system sound rang out. Receive. Su Chen glanced at Shi Hao, who was still killing the other foundation building cultivators of the Chen family, and nodded slightly. The strongest person in Qingyang town is just a peak Taoist palace master, which is nothing to Shi Hao. Therefore, he does not need to worry and can take time to practice the 2 great magic arts. You can do without it, but you can't live without it. Su Chen will learn all the magical skills rewarded by the system. Although you may not need it, you cannot do without it. Even if he can't use it, he can pass it on to other destiny protagonists before leaving. The Emperor of Destiny that he wants to create is not limited to a single domain. What he wants to create is a group of flawless emperors who can achieve the ultimate in every field. Then, Su Chen waved his hand, and a light curtain directly enveloped him and Chen Dong. The master and disciple began to comprehend the magical powers within this light curtain. Outside world. Shi Hao was also enjoying killing at this moment. Although the Chen family is not a big force in the Great Chu dynasty, it still has quite a few powerful foundation building masters, dozens of them. Chen Langtian and other powerful members of the Chen family did not show up for a long time, so Shi Hao simply ignored them. Since they don't show up, he will kill all the foundation building people of the Chen family first, and then see if they will come out. In just a moment, Shi Hao had killed 20 Chen family foundation building warriors. He basically killed one by one with one punch. These ordinary foundation building cultivators had no power to resist him at all. Boom! Just when Shi Hao was about to deal with the next foundation building cultivator. Deep within the Chen family, a terrifying aura vibrated out and crushed towards Shi Hao. The strongest person at the top of the Bitter Sea realm has taken action. Bang! A huge white hand passed through the void and suddenly suppressed Shi Hao. The power of this palm was so strong that the moment it appeared, the heaven and earth seemed to dim for a moment. Just the aura that was revealed was enough to make the foundation building cultivators tremble. You can imagine how terrifying the power of this attack is. Chapter 80. Young Master. It was the young master who took action. We are saved. I knew that the young master would never watch us get killed by that little beast. After seeing the big white hand, many members of the Chen family present breathed a sigh of relief. The next moment, they all cheered, with excited smiles on their faces. Many disciples even knelt directly on the spot, crying out in shock at the giant white hand. Young Master, please help save our Chen family. Young Master, please help save our Chen family. Young Master, please help save our Chen family. The voices of hundreds of people combined together, creating a deafening sound that shook the earth. Suddenly, the entire Chen mansion seemed to shake, and a huge sound spread in all directions. The next person to appear is the once-in-a-millennium genius of the Chen family in Qingyang town. At a young age, he joined Dao sect and became the direct disciple of the sect master, a powerful person at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Chen family of Qingyang town, Chen Langtian. These Chen family members were extremely excited, as if they had found their backbone. Finally, Chen Langtian is finally going to take action. If they don't take action, their Chen family will be destroyed by that little beast. But now, Chen Langtian has taken action, and they don't need to worry anymore. Chen Langtian is the direct disciple of the Taoist sect's leader, a rare genius that appears once in 1,000 years, and is at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm. Only one step away from becoming a top-level expert in the Dao Palace realm. With his help, the Chen family will be saved. But when they thought about Shi Hao's punch to a Foundation establishment realm cultivator just now, these Chen family members couldn't help but shudder. So cruel. A 3-year-old child, one punch to the Foundation establishment realm. This directly left a psychological trauma on everyone in the Chen family. Whose 3-year-old is so awesome? Fortunately, they are saved now. With Chen Langtian taking action, no matter how weird the child is, he will not be his opponent. His only fate was to pay for the lives of those who had reached the Foundation establishment stage before him. Thinking of this, everyone in the Chen family couldn't help but have an OM in their heads. Boom boom boom. At this moment, heavy footsteps sounded from deep inside the Chen family. Amidst the deafening cheers of the crowd, a handsome young man in a black robe stepped on the void and walked towards this side step by step. Although he did not reveal any aura, his appearance reassured the originally panicked Chen family members. The strongest person at the top of the Bitter Sea realm, Chen Langtian. The pride of the Chen family in Qingyang town. Chen Langtian walked very slowly, but with each step he took, his aura suddenly increased, and his mighty power overflowed, pressing towards Shi Hao. He seemed like a remarkable genius, attracting everyone's attention as soon as he appeared. Especially the gazes of the Chen family members, their eyes were full of passion when they looked at Chen Langtian. Are you that loser Chen Langtian? Who told you to act so pretentiously in front of me, Shi Hao? Shi Hao looked at the pretentious Chen Langtian and frowned slightly. This guy is so pretentious. Damn, a loser at the peak of the Bitter Sea realm, the way he appeared made him look like he was some peerless powerful being. The powerful people from the Shinto realm who came from the water tribe before did not appear so pretentiously. Shi Hao couldn't bear to watch it anymore. What he hates most is this kind of pretentious criminal. They were obviously one of the weaker ones. Although they looked to be in their 20s, Shi Hao could tell at a glance that they were at least 40 years old. This is a middle-aged old man who has to pretend to be cool for some unknown reason to raise his own status. I didn't know and thought it was a powerful immortal realm figure that had arrived. I just don't have the strength to pretend. Boom. The next moment, Shi Hao's blood and energy vibrated, and a rumbling sound rang out from his body. Then he jumped into the air, raised his pink little fist, and punched directly at the big white hand. Snap! A punch landed, and the big white hand shattered. Then, Shi Hao landed on the ground and looked at Chen Langtian triumphantly. However, Chen Langtian simply ignored him. His eyes fell on the light curtain outside the Chen family. Although he couldn't see the scene clearly, Chen Langtian didn't care at all. He looked down at the light curtain from above. There was no emotion in his cold eyes as he slowly spoke. Chen Dong, we meet again. You've grown up since we last met. I have to say, you're much better than that good-for-nothing father of yours. He spoke these words extremely gently, as if he was talking to a junior whom he had great expectations for. Of course, this would be the case without the second half of the sentence. Buzz. Chen Dong, who was originally comprehending the Qingtian Hualongju, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard this and saw Chen Longtian's figure through the light curtain. In an instant, his eyes turned red and ferocious, his fists clenched involuntarily, and he gritted his teeth. Chen Langtian. These 3 words almost popped out from between his teeth. When enemies meet, they are especially jealous of each other. The gazes of the two seemed to intertwine through the light curtain, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to riot at this moment. Chen Dong wished he could rush out and kill Chen Langtian right now. But he knew that his strength was still too weak and he was no match for Chen Langtian. Although Chen Dong's personality was rather impulsive, he quickly calmed down, looked at Shi Hao, and said coldly, "Brother, help me beat him up. Remember to spare his life. I'm going to kill him with my own hands." Okay. I, your senior brother, have long been fed up with this pretentious fellow. I will first cripple him, and then you can kill him yourself. Upon hearing this, Shi Hao immediately rubbed his hands and was eager to give it a try. This Chen Langtian is too pretentious, he has disliked him for a long time. Especially since the other party ignored him as soon as he appeared, he really couldn't help it. But he did not rush to take action, because he knew the hatred between Chen Dong and Chen Langtian, so he needed Chen Dong's attitude. Now, he can finally take action. Chen Dong. As your uncle, I'm very happy that you're here today, but you're just foolishly thinking that a little brat can defeat me. But don't worry, let me deal with this brat first, and then we will continue. Don't worry, you will be able to accompany your useless father and continue to be useless. At the end of his speech, Chen Langtian sneered. You talk a lot of nonsense, and you want to kill me. Today, I will let you know the price of looking down on others. Shi Hao couldn't help it. So FG pretentious. The next moment, he acted quickly, simply, and directly. A punch was thrown out, and the fist light seemed to carry tremendous force, and it blasted towards Chen Langtian with great force. The manic spiritual power swept out, and the power of qi and blood shook the void. The energy and blood power of the physical body at the extreme state, and the spiritual power of the foundation building state were fully demonstrated at this moment.